starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day here in Group Stage 1 of DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we are once again ready to take you through another excellent day of Dota 2, I'm sure. Many games to be played once again. Fogged, how are you doing?
Good. Nice early morning. Lots of Dota to be played, so always a good day for that.
Yeah, as always, there will be once again 16 two-game series going on across all 4 streams, so get those tabs open. And if you've just got the one monitor you want to focus anyway, stay with us. Of course, here myself and Fog will be taking you through the first 2 series of the day on this Ember stream, and then we'll be passing over to the wonderful Gods and Ares. Once again, just to give you guys really a reminder of kind of what we've got going on and what happened yesterday. I believe we're going to be able to run through some of the moments that we did have in those games yesterday. I mean, Fog, what sort of stood out to you from yesterday's games? I mean, a couple of surprises.
Yeah, some cool stand-ins, some heroes that I think are more dominant than I think people expected, and roles maybe that people didn't expect too. I think I'm seeing Undying having like a 70-something% win rate. I think yesterday we saw it being played in the off lane. It looked really good. Kasani kind of owned with it. And yeah, I think at least for Tundra for me, the stand-ins continue to just always impress. But it still kind of seems to be the story of ties for the most part in Group A. Except for Liquid.
Except for Liquid, yeah, indeed, as you can see on the screen. I believe what this is. They did manage to get another game win, but it was just one other game win to the one that they were able to get. But both days back to back, I believe, going 1 and 3. So they sit right at the bottom, 2 and 6. It's just this is for Liquid, a team that's been on quite the streak of solid performances. They're kind of hitting a bit of a low point for them.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. You asked me yesterday, like, what's going wrong? I mean, I saw Nisha having like a little bit more of a struggle in some games, but that can't be it. So
no.
I haven't really like, gone into the nitty-gritty and like stared at their matches so much yet. But yeah, I don't know. Something must be going on, but it happens. You can't always be at the top. Patch choice comes out, and I think maybe they are feeling. I don't want to give them excuses, obviously, but maybe they are feeling a little bit happy because they are, locked for TI. Right?
Sure. Yeah, I think. But at the same time, I can't imagine it's a team that's going to be. Feeling too comfortable with this level of performance. So we'll definitely see if Liquid's able to step it up in their games today, which just having a look at it, I believe they will be playing PSG LGD and Team Secret today. So if you're a Liquid fan or if you're not, because they're not doing great, but if you want to watch the Liquid games, that's the 2 matchups they'll be having later on today. Other things from yesterday, I mean, we see here Shopify Rebellion against Beast Coast. I mean, so far in that group, looking at Beast Coast, the SA teams, they're looking pretty solid, right? I mean, Beast Coast, their performances, you can't write this team off. They turn up, they impress. I mean, yesterday, what we also did have them taking that game off Gaming Gladiators.
Honestly, it feels kind of, I don't know if it feels like mean, maybe, to say this in a way, but from what I saw yesterday, they look way better with Parker.
I mean,
I don't know.
Parker was pretty legit, especially when he got his Morphling. That
game
I think
in
maybe particular.
Maybe it's just because he did play like literally his best heroes in the games that I've seen from him so far, but he's getting incorporated early a lot, I feel like. Even when he needs to like farm, he joins in. And I feel like in the past, it's always been looked at for this team. It's like, where's K1, right? Like, where's Hector? The team's fighting. When's Hector gonna come? So I don't know, if at least for me, maybe it was the heroes, but either way, it looked like he was fighting a lot more, and he seems to gel well with the team. But yeah, it could just be that his heroes are amazing in this current patch, so.
Sure. I mean, anyway, we have the group standings right now. Group A, all those fours across the board, pretty much. Liquid sitting there down at the bottom, and at the top, Tundra. I don't think too many surprises after their performance in the DPC. I mean, well, maybe if anything, the fact that they have dropped 3 games, it's not some sort of flawless top spot. And Talon, great news for them, right? I mean, they didn't manage to make it into one of the top spots in the SEA DPC this league, but turning up here on the international stage, they've got to be feeling great about this opening. We've seen some of these SEA teams turn up and not perform, but this is as good as it gets, topping out the group right now.
Way better than last season. Last season, they were pretty disappointed with themselves, I know that,
Yep.
so I think that they're probably feeling happy. Sure, I mean, they still have a lot of games to play, so don't get too ahead of yourself.
Oh, no, for sure. This could all change, right? We're pretty much, we're halfway through the groups, basically, so yeah, absolutely. Group B, I mean, talking about changes, anything here that you expect to see differ over the next couple of days? Any teams you feel are overperforming or underperforming from the game so far?
I mean, I don't know. I'm Beast Coast and OG being in the middle there. I think I expected OG to maybe be in like the Shopify position, maybe 3 and 5 or something like that. But stand-ins can happen and all this kind of stuff. Although Shopify, I think Miracle's actually looking kind of okay.
Yeah.
I think Entity, I had Entity and OG at the bottom. Entity, OG, and Beast Coast. I didn't know where to put the 3 of them because I just didn't know how to factor Beast Coast in just yet with the stand-in, of course, there. But yeah, I think those would be I'd switch those kind of around. Like,
sure.
I'd move Aster, Shopify up, and I'd move Beast Coast, OG down myself personally, just from what I had seen in the recent kind of stuff. And I think the other ones look pretty appropriate. I think 9 Pandas and Bet Boom have showed them been super dominant. I would have swapped as well, like Gladiators maybe having like 6 and 2 or something, or 7 and 1. But either way, I mean, this happens. People are experimenting, learning, playing on the global stage again after not playing for a month. So.
Indeed, and I believe we'll be able to, of course, remind you, ladies and gentlemen, of what it is the teams here are all playing for, and it's a whole lot of money. You can see it right here, top spot at the end of this whole Dream League Season 20 will secure themselves $300,000 US. The top 2 placements, also on top of the money, the financial prize here, they'll get themselves that guaranteed qualification to Riyadh Masters. And even if you turn up and you don't do too great, I mean, Liquid at the moment, they're looking at the 10K USD. That's not bad. That's still a hefty chunk of change. So still money for the teams that even bottom out as not turning up with their best performances here. So money for all. So much to play for, though. That 300K certainly quite a bit bigger than the 10K if you come last. Schedule-wise for the day, this is our stream where you are right now. So if these teams are kind of catching your eye, stick around. This is the stream you want to be on. We're going to be starting you with TSM versus Evil Geniuses, and then following up with Gaming Gladiators versus Entity, and then we'll be passing over to Gods and Ares to go through Team Liquid's Secret and Entity versus Bet Boom. Fogged, what's standing out there for you? What one are you looking forward to? What's the one to watch?
I actually am pretty excited for this first one. I think the first and the third for me are the most exciting. I feel like the second and fourth could be maybe a little bit one-sided because Entity's definitely showing some struggle right now, but I like this number 1 matchup. I don't know, TSM definitely impressed me a little bit yesterday with the way that they had played. Sure, they had this Timbersaw where Braille popped off and stuff like that, but I like that they just went down their own like strat. They got like a gotcha pick, this Undying and stuff like that ended up working. Game 1, not at all. The Wind Ranger getting Shadow Demon. Literally no game for Tomato, but yeah, I don't know, TSM, they definitely impressed me at least a little bit here.
Oh, sure. And of course, outside of our stream, the stream we're at right now, there are 3 others going on. We'll quickly flow you through what you can catch over there. If any of these games do catch your interest, over on the main stream, of course covered by our colleagues over in the studio. They've got Liquid versus PSG LGD, then Aster versus Shopify Rebellion, Spirit versus Tundra, and Gaming Gladiators versus OG. A lot of fun to be had over there. I think in particular for me, I'm looking forward to that Samael versus Miracle and Aster versus Shopify Rebellion. That's going to be a hot one. I might have to have a window open at the side whilst we're casting the whatever. That's going to have some good stuff, some good memes, I'm sure, going on in that. And that's game 2 on the mainstream. Over on our other streams, ES_Dota 2 Storm, Talon versus Team Spirit, and 9 Pandas versus OG, Evil Geniuses versus Talon, and then finishing with 9 Pandas versus Shopify Rebellion.
That's a good last game. 9 Pandas Shopify. That's a fun
nice
last
one
game
to end with. Because 9 Pandas looking pretty good, right? So
yeah. And then EG Talon's EG Talon on that third one is also really, really fun.
Yeah. No, always fun seeing a kind of SA versus SEA matchup. Yeah, especially when sort of these East Coast is turning up pretty decent, and Talon's having one of the best sort of opening performances I feel they've had at like an international event. So that's going to be a good one to follow. The last but not least, ESL Dota 2 Earth. Got Tundra versus Team Secret to start, and then following with East Coast versus BetBoom, PSG LGD versus TSM. Finally, Beast Coast versus Asta. Honestly, that's another good game to end the day off, really, isn't it? Beast Coast versus Asta. I think I'll be getting that one up on the final series of the day, Fog.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of excitement. We have best teams in the world, so it comes to happen when we're playing so many games. We're bound to have at least a couple of these throughout the day to be super excited. But I mean, most games, I feel like most matchups are pretty good. I don't think we have many. I was checking earlier, and I didn't actually write it down, but I don't think we've had any like stomps yet. I think we've had like 23, 25, so we haven't had like a 13-minute just yet, as far as I've seen.
No, at least not in the games that we've had here.
No, and I glanced through yesterday. I think they were all. I think the longest or the shortest match length was very similar to the next shortest. I believe it was like an hour and 40 minutes for the whole match, or an hour and 20 maybe. But that was a liquid match, by the way. So
that was a long.
That's the only one that was like the very quick where they just got like quick 2-0 stomp by Tundra. Everything else has been.
But it's been a decent length, really. Yeah, we've had some good meaty Dota 2 games, and one that's definitely going to be coming up next, I'm sure, with some good back and forth, some very close action. It is the upcoming series, TSM versus Evil Geniuses. Now, Fog, these two teams, let's talk about TSM first. We saw these guys yesterday against Tundra. It looked pretty good from TSM. They're playing some good Dota.
Yeah, a little back and forth, I would say, like the 20 to 30 minute mark.
That's
they
true.
really shot themselves in the foot. The game that they were kind of leading,
but then they
came back.
Yeah, they regained control.
Exactly. So I think this team is actually pretty impressive when they take team fights, when they're feeling confident in their when they're feeling confident in what they've gotten so far. When they've begun to get their items, sit back, and then they go take a fight, and they are able to actually see it and execute it well. I think they actually do execute it that well. I think some teams do maybe make some mistakes. This team actually. I don't know, they're good spellcasters, good team fighters. Sometimes in the overall macro game, they can falter, but when it's just head-up team fights, they're good spellcasters.
And of course, on the other side of things, Evil Geniuses, also a team that came out with some really nice stuff yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, this is literally like I think we talk about EG throughout the last year plus or so being one of the better team fighting teams. This team is insane the way they take fights. Just sometimes they have the they have the Chris Luck factor where he just doesn't really show up so much. I think a lot of people always talk about that. It is true. Sometimes he shows up, he pops off, takes over the game. Other times he's just very quiet and doesn't have the biggest impact. So we'll see which Chris shows up and which EG is going to be here today.
No, for sure. I mean, yesterday, EG, they were able to get those, take the game off Team Spirit and take the game off Team Secret. Of course, being one of the teams that's currently sitting at that 4-4 win and loss. Likewise, of course, to TSM. Both of these teams 4-4. So maybe, I mean, with the way that the groups are going so far, probably not going to see one of them get ahead. If anything's to go by the previous results, this is probably going to be another 1-1. Maybe now, today, we'll start to see sort of the good teams start to split from the less good teams. We'll see which way that goes with EG and TSM here.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to be looking, at least for me, at mid. I know I mentioned right there the man on your screen, Chris. He sometimes does have these game streaks a little bit off, and he needs a warm-up or something like that. But then he hits it hard. So, yeah, I'm going to be looking at him versus Bryle. I think Bryle has something similar, to be honest with you, as Chris does, where it just takes him a little bit to just get into the mindset and everything and get ready to fully play. So we'll see how these two end up doing versus each other.
Let's have a look.
They're both explosive players, so that's for sure. So
I mean, but players that you'd want to ban certain heroes away from. I mean, we're seeing sometimes some of these strong mids being banned out in the first phase. Are you doing it here in this draft for either team? Do you reckon?
It depends on how much we move that Timbersaw up and stuff like that. And yeah, it looks like Bryle got kicked from the lobby, so you should probably rejoin it.
Oh yeah, looks like indeed we're just gonna do a quick rehost on that one. How'd he get kicked?
Oh, Bryle's yawning already, dude. I'm looking at these cameras.
Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
I don't know.
The yawns are coming out.
I mean, he might just be, a young lad right there. It's a little early for them. Get me in there.
Let's have a look. Yeah, we were talking about.
I don't want to miss the lobby.
I'm in there right now. We should be
nice, we made it.
But then, yeah, Brawl,
Yeah.
talk about Brawl, some of his stats recently. I mean, you kind of said, I think, at the beginning of this league that you wanted to see him step up a bit. And I feel honestly, he kind of has, right? There's been events where TSM turn up and things just don't go great, specifically in that mid lane in most of the games. That's not been the case here in DreamLeague.
No, I think Bryo's been playing pretty well.
Yep.
I mean, the game that they played yesterday, he popped off as the Timber. Even in the game that they lost, he did fine. I think he ended like 3-2, and the game was like an absolute stomp. So I think that's pretty impressive. Yeah, the hero's very survivable. But then yesterday, I think he also played pretty well versus Talon when I was watching. I believe he was playing I think it was like a relatively early picked Storm. He got carried. I mean, Tomato played unbelievably well, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was playing like a Baton or something like that. But yeah, it was a really good game. So that one was fun, and I think Bryle, he's been stepping up. He played very well.
Oh, for getting the slot.
Did I not get in?
You amateur.
Oh
There
my
you go.
god.
Yeah, holding the game on. Start the game already. This time you can blame the cast.
This time it was the cat. This time it was me.
Here we go. He should be able to get it on soon. Here we go. As soon as he's in, the draft has started. So we'll get the draft on your screen very shortly. Yeah, I mean, outside of sort of the mid lane, then with sort of Brawl and Chris Luck. How else are we sort of matching up these players? Like, you look at sort of what like Pakaz and Tomato. How do you rate those right now?
I have Pakaz way ahead. I think Pakaz is insane. Yeah. He's terrifying. I think this guy's actually going to be... I was surprised. Well, not fully surprised, really, but I thought there was a chance he got poached after STI. I think he's just popping off, and people are really getting a lot more attention onto him. He's amazing. Not to take anything away from Tomato. I think Tomato's very good, but Tomato is... been in the scene for a lot longer, and he's developed a lot more. I think Pakaz just showed up, and he's been amazing ever since he showed up. So
sure. And for Tomato, still was he has those very strong performances. Games happen like yesterday when they try something a bit different for him, as you say. Not that we haven't really seen it from him that much. They go with like this Wind Ranger, and it's just a complete miss, right? That was a rough game.
I don't want to see him playing stuff like that. Unless it's like an early pick and he's very confident. He's like, they ban out a lot of these counters. I mean, they picked Wind Ranger, they got Shadow Demon. The game was an absolute nightmare. They laned well, like, right? They swapped the lanes up and stuff like that, which was smart in the game, but the game was just, yeah. The game was over super early. As techies, get used to it. Let's see if we can get that Rubik response. There's Magnus and Rubik in the pool.
Yeah, big fan of the Rubik. I mean, it's still got probably the best win rate in terms of heroes that have had a decent amount of games, right, so far in this DreamLeague.
In terms of the most games with the highest win rate, yes. But there are a lot of heroes that are trickling up. Like Void Spirit's 24 games, 66%. Rubik's...
Okay.
Wins. Sorry, 24 wins, 66%. Rubik's 20 wins, 75%. But then there's Void, regular Faceless Void, is 13 wins, 77% win rate. So it's getting up there, It's a lot more heroes that are coming into the meta.
Oh, and here we go. Bat Medusa.
Okay.
They'll claim themselves two of the strong ones, would you imagine to be there? This is Brawl and Tomato, right?
Well, no. It's super flexible.
Oh,
but
they're sure.
This could be off lane.
Yep.
So, and I think they did it yesterday, I believe. That's the other thing about Kasani that I really do like. People, I think, were regarding him as more of a... not like a fully one-trick pony, I guess you could say, but he was very based on summons. His like in his Beastmaster was what he played every game.
They'll say we'll just go the anti-mage. And I guess as soon as you see that anti-mage, do you then just... You definitely play the Deucer in the off-lane? Or would some teams still be okay playing it carry?
Some might be, but I think they will probably just push it off.
Yeah. It's like, okay, you got the AM. That's fine. We'll go put it on the off-lane Medusa.
Because I think that's what happened yesterday, too. They did Techie's Medusa opener, then they Storm Pugnoed, then they saw the carry matchup versus a Morph, and I think they were like, okay, let's pick a better core-to-core, and they picked the Baton carry, and then they swapped the Medusa offlane. So I think it's definitely something that they could look to do, just if they have that core-to-core matchup.
Because I feel like in sort of the draft position, TSM is more in a position of power now, right? They pick this Batrider Medusa, you get the anti-mage, sure, but that feels like it's almost got to be part of TSM's plan, right? They do this because they know that if you pick the anti-mage, we're going to run a certain sort of draft that's going to be able to run over an AM.
But then here's the brain that comes out too, is I think I saw Talon yesterday. They played offlane anti-mage.
Oh, yeah, of course, that's true.
So
actually.
now you can get
this AM could go offlane, yeah.
We can switch things up around quite a bit here, but I think overall when I look at TSMs, theirs is more flexible. Because that could be a 5 bat, that could be a mid bat, that could be a 3 deuce, so that could be a etc. Blah, blah, blah. EG's is a little bit more, I guess, locked. This is a 1 or 3 AM, and this is a 4 or 5 techies. Can't really flex that much more, so. See what we get in terms of bans. So TSM taking out the Pango still. So, maybe this Dusa still could be prioritized differently. And we see on EG, they're taking out the heavy, hard clickers, the TB and the Lycan if you're playing an AM. Makes sense.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, definitely the cause that TSM could have been setting themselves up for with the way that they got that anti-mage response out of EG.
Yeah, they love Lycan versus AM. It's one of the best matchups in the game. You just eat him. You end the game quick. You eat him all game. You hunt him, etc. So it'd be really good. And TB, I mean, I don't think we need to say that matchup.
What about, you know, are we going to see the old Bloodseeker show his face this draft? Are either of these teams big on him?
He might get disregarded this game just because of the way that these openers happened.
Okay.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, I guess at the least with TSM like banning Pango, that pretty much indicates that they're not considering ever picking the Bloodseeker. Otherwise, unlikely that they ban Pangolier.
If like a Void Spirit comes out or one of these, you know, mobility kind of heroes, perhaps we could see it trickle into like an offlane pick or something for one of the sides, but...
Going into the reserve time on this ban quite heavily, TSM.
Probably deciding how they want to... This is where you'd make the decision, right? It's like, where do we want this Medusa to go? What heroes are we more concerned about in the lanes and stuff like that? And it's, okay, they're going to target the Storm. This has been heavily prioritized from the side of EG, if I'm not mistaken. I think they even first picked it yesterday. I believe it lost, but...
Well, they'll still ban the Bloodseeker here, EG.
Okay.
I felt that it was unlikely TSM would pick it after they themselves banned the Pangolier. But maybe that's just part of the mind games, right? You ban the Pango, maybe the enemy team goes, well, they don't want to play Bloodseeker because they ban Pango.
Yeah.
But EG kind of maybe being the step ahead there in the 4-head, 5-head drafting.
It is pretty godly Bloodseeker versus Techies in AM.
Yeah.
Right, versus Techies, you just sustain in the lane, right? You have built-in sustain, so you always just like, don't care about the mine so much. And then mid-game, catching AM and stuff is amazing. They'll grab this hero. Yeah. I love Shadow Demon. I think I said it yesterday. One of my favorite supports at the moment. Seems incredible.
Now that that's been picked, I mean, I guess you want to try and get this in the lane that the anti-mage is in, right?
Yeah.
And with that, you know, is this SD going to be laning with the Deucer in the safe lane in the attempt to kind of match up against an off-lane AM? You know, is this AM kind of dissuaded from being the position one now that there is an SD even more so? I mean, what do you sort of make of what EG is going to be thinking now that this SD's come out?
I think for TSM, that's going to be Ahri, and Kasani will probably play Batrider, and then, or sorry, Whiteman will probably play Batrider. So they'll probably do, yeah. Okay, so now that's also why. So they, like we were saying, like I mentioned, they probably wanted the Void Spirit, so that's why they banned the Bloodseeker too. So these mobility heroes don't like to play versus that, and this pick is pretty damn strong here. Very limited disables.
Yeah, especially if that does end up being their support combo, SD and Bat.
Yeah.
Outside of the ultimates and such, yeah, Void Spirit's going to be having a pretty free time jumping around.
Exactly. That's the big thing, I think, is what they were looking for is the backline jump, too. Besides just having a hero versus limited disables, Void Spirit finds Shadow Demon. He gets on him, and they'll be able to catch and kill this guy before he's able to disrupt this. They also go for a combo, so big burst.
All right, yeah, Skyrath Mage.
Interesting one. That's a very interesting one, actually.
Yeah, I mean, why the Sky? You think just to have that sort of overwhelming amount of burst? But I feel like heroes like SD can be pretty good against the Sky, right? Someone's getting caught in the combo, disruption, bam, suddenly the whole sort of output of the Skyrath Mage is avoided by a smart disruption.
You also can, it's like sometimes it's like you pick the Sky because you see a reason for the silence being phenomenal, right? This game, it's not really like that. And also, there's Demonic Cleanse at some point. Shadow Demon is just going to click his shard on someone, and they're never going to be silenced from the Skyrath or amped up from any magic damage. That's an interesting pick. I mean, they love the hero, but I'm unsure.
I mean, very, very quick reaction there from TSM to pick up the TA.
Yeah, you two-shot Skyrath.
I mean, you're going to hit quite a lot of these heroes pretty hard. If you get sort of good timings on this TA as well, the aim's going to have a bit of a difficult game. But I would imagine at this point, you're probably looking at the AM being the offlane and they're going to pick the carry last, you reckon? Or do they need something a bit beefier for the offlane to try and survive against TSM?
I think it has something beefier.
Something beefier, you want to see a beefy offlane?
I think if it's a TA safe lane and you put an AM off lane, he's going to get absolutely shit-stomped, so.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I see final bans getting rid of the Veno, of course, because they're playing that TA. And EG taking out those final carries, of course. Imagining that TA is going to be Braille in the mid, and this will be an off-lane Deucer. I mean, actually, yeah, that's the thing, because you were saying that there's the chance that the TA could be safe lane, but I guess EG, they think otherwise.
Yeah, actually, no, it's probably mid, just for the match.
Bro.
I think it still is. It probably still is a little bit flexible. It's tough to just say straight up what it's going to be.
Yeah.
They'll ban the Void. I think they're looking for more of the 1-to-1 straight counter versus both of their... Right? They're a little limited on disable on TSM, so I think Void is always... I think Void is the best... Pretty much the best carry to just make it like, oh, we're lacking disable. Boom, we got this now for catch. So AM Void versus Faceless Void.
See what else they want to ban. I mean, what else is sort of a solid... I guess, yeah, because they're going to have last pick TSM. They will be able to sort of see and decide, you know, whether they want to do Brawl in the mid with TA or have it be Tomato play it safe. Depending on the kind of core-to-core carry matchup that they're going to have to carry between.
Monkey King's out, right? Yeah, Monkey King. Monkey King looked excellent for TSM.
What about the old Chaos Knight? A hero that could live through quite a bit of the damage that EG throw out, I feel.
He could. I don't know. I'm a little just big question marks on that hero right now after watching it yesterday. He looks clunkier than ever. I'm trying to think what else versus AM Void.
EG, very, very heavily considering this final ban. And they will actually look towards both roles. They ban out a carry, they ban out a mid.
Can't you just go like...
Both fronts covered.
Actually, maybe it's agree. Magnus is still in the pool.
Yeah, Magnus is. And there's no Rubik in play.
Yeah, Magnus looks pretty damn good. Perhaps even for like both sides.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I wouldn't mind Magnus at all. I think... Yeah, I guess for Eva. Yeah,
right? It looks pretty good.
Sounds pretty fun. I think for TSM in particular, it sounds great because it's just going to be this carry that beefs up, and you know, you get those first few kind of stat items. EG's going to struggle to kill you.
It might just be a little too farm heavy if TSM does it with a Dusa, TA, Mag. Everyone's just going to be looking to farm, SC and Bat, have to gank everything. Maybe too greedy.
Darkseer ban, what's that saying? Is that saying they're putting the TA safe lane, or they want to get something else?
TA mid, Dusa safe lane +1.
Dusa safe.
That's what that would tell me.
Okay, well, you're getting Kasani's hero last.
Yeah. What's left in the pool? Is Beastmaster in? No.
You go with the Tide again? Or is that too miserable against the potential AM lane?
Not crazy about it.
5 seconds remaining.
This looks like a good Visage game.
TSM FTX.
Whoa!
With the brew here, EG. So
okay, so they can throw the Dusa. This was the people were conceptualizing at Berlin when people were like, "There's no way to counter Dusa." This is a way. Throw it in the air. Okay, I haven't seen this hero enough. I love it. I miss Brewmaster.
I'm interested what TSM do it, because it could end up looking very greedy, right? If they do. Get
I think TSM looks.
Hero.
It looks like it could get very greedy, and it looks
TA,
like
Medusa, and then a potential of a kind of farming core.
And also, the other thing about the Brewmaster that it provides, besides just heavy team fight that they were kind of lacking on EG, it gives you the throw up on the Dusa, but also the illusion clear. Just whew, wipe them out. This SD.
Because I guess that's the other thing. Could TSM go for a core that benefits from the disruption, creating those illusions?
I think they need something else to bring the team fight together. I feel like their lineup is so... It's literally everyone's single target right now. Their damage is pretty weird.
Let's have a look. TSM. What do they got for us?
Low on time.
What do they got? There will be the Magnus. I mean, it was left in.
I think it was the last thing
I think
left.
It's the best pick.
Yeah,
but it is, as you say, this can look a bit greedy. What with carry mag, mid TA, and offlane Medusa. There's a lot of heroes that want to farm.
Yeah, I think I like EG.
Yeah. I'll see which way things go around on EG. I mean, what you would imagine it's going to be Picard's AM, or they don't run some sort of safe lane brew or anything crazy like that, do they?
No, this is Whisper Brew. Yeah. This is standard.
Yep, standard stuff. Okay.
I like EG's draft quite a bit. I think TSM, they've got, if they can get away with the greed, this draft will be able to scale and stuff like that. But I think EG, there's like 0 stun on TSM versus an AM Void Spirit Owen.
I mean,
there's 0 stun even for the Brewmaster. Like, usually you see like a silence or something. This Brew will get splits off. Pakaz and Chris Luck, unless something drastically goes wrong, will be able to jump in and out of fights and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I'm a bit worried for TSM.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree with you. I like EGs. I think, you know, when you see sort of this AM come out as second pick, it doesn't end up being a draft where it's got to be considered anywhere else. You know, Pakazi's still happy to play it as the carry. And I don't know if you've done enough as the draft on the other side against it. You know,
I think
EG, they're like, well, we're going to put Pakazi on this anti-mage. He's going to have a pretty good game. And considering the lineup that TSM have, I think I've got to agree. Unless somehow, like, early on, like, we see some, like, godly kind of disruptions and, like, illusion plays from Whitemon to really mess with Pakazi. But it feels like a lot is going to be down to TSM's 2 supports really on their own to kind of make these moves. And I mean, I don't know what you reckon, but like, can SD and Bat as a duo kind of do that?
Definitely not the easiest when they don't have like someone to gank around. We saw the other day the SD works well to gank to a hero that has damage and control. SD provides ways to like amp up and make his other heroes look better. He doesn't really provide that big damage by any means, or even the control. So that's why Pango fit perfectly with it. We saw the Pango versus Timber plus the Shadow Demon. They killed the Timber who had 1200 HP. But that was not because of the SD. He had that core to move to. Which core is he going to move to here? Deuce to TA? Those don't really. Mag takes time. So I'm liking EG, but I think for TSM, in order for them to have this good chance into the mid game and stuff like that, is the lanes have to go well. And I do think that they have position to be able to do so in their matchups if they get the right ones.
All right, well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into this first game of the first series of the day here on the Ember stream of DreamLeague Season 20. TSM versus Evil Geniuses. I mean, and also, do you think that sort of Mag last pick from TSM, was that planned? Or was that just kind of, well, Mag's left, let's go for it? Or do you think it looks like it was always something that would have been a part of the plan of their lineup?
So hard right clicker, strength, well, quote-unquote strength, now universal, obviously, but it's a good matchup and has always been kind of in a way versus the AM of scaling. When the Magnus was able to be played from like the mid carry role or the safe lane carry role, hasn't of course been too much time for that, but when it is, it's a very similar concept of just this beefcake, like this super beef hero versus the AM. So, but then again, like I said, I don't know if it's gonna actually hit because it just feels like there's a lot of farm needed on the 3 cores for TSM. Kind of interesting, Pekaz. Not something you see too often, but starting with a blood grenade on AM.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because he feels he's gonna have that matchup against what I would imagine Kasani, unless they do some sort of lane switching up. I mean, Smarto's down. I get, yeah, he's gonna head into the portal. You know, as the anti-mage, if there's the chance that this Medusa steps up, maybe they can find some sort of first blood opportunity.
Yeah, and look at Pekaz. He's being super careful. Not skilling yet because he knows the SD is going to be hunting and stuff, so, yep. He saved the skill point.
He was prepared for this.
Yep. See you later, nerds.
Are you even trying?
He's super prepared for it. Nicely done. 2 free stick charges. Does mean the Kasani's level 1 is going to be a lot better, of course, because he's not going to get like tapped or anything like that, but there is a tech that's going to be hitting him.
Yeah, I mean, if Kaz and Panda hit 2 before Kasani and Ari, that Kasani could be in trouble.
Oh yeah, they could. Either one of them could just die. This is a super kill lane with the AM and the techies. That being said, you always have to be a little bit careful versus Batrider. The damage that this hero does do is absolutely insane. Flame Break, level 2 Firefly, it kills literally anybody.
And what do we make of the lane match up top then? Is it a simple one for Tomato, or can Whisper contest him in lane?
It's a pretty good one for Tomato, I would say. Just because he's got Whitemon and stuff too, he's got good armor. Should be pretty okay. Brewmaster, definitely not one of the strongest laners by any means. Whisper, one of the better brews. But I don't know if they can shut down Whisper completely. I think he's still going to get stuff, but I think Tomato should be able to get that solid free farm anyway. And positioning of the lane is always going to matter here too.
And the mid matchup, obviously TSM, they picked the TA up because they wanted to play it against the Void Spirit in this matchup. I mean, how good of a matchup is it for the TA? Is it very one-sided or what?
It's pretty good, yeah. It's pretty damn good. You just like you're so low armor on a Void Spirit that he just melt hits you and you're negative, so then he can just trade with you effectively quite a lot throughout the lane. I believe I saw, I think it was SEA that did this a lot. They like to pick this TA quite a bit versus some of these like lower armor early heroes. Just try to punish it.
We'll see how well Chris can come out of the lane against Bryle.
He won't get completely shut down. I think he still will get his farm, but I think Bryle should come out a little bit ahead there. I keep glancing at bottom because I'm looking at Kasani's mana pool and it's dropping like below. close to that, like 20%, so could just drop at any moment.
I
That's,
mean,
that's a lot of denies, Owen. I'm just looking top. There's 8 denies on Whisper. What's going on?
dude, yeah, he's crushing it.
They have the same base damage, too. Like, that's very impressive.
Well, this is just straight up outplay. Like, this is not down to the heroes. There shouldn't be that much of a discrepancy between these two cores.
No. It's just, yeah, they're just outplaying with the right clicks, just outplaying with the CS. 9-0 on the Magnus. I would say Mag has, like, actually, they're pretty similar animation. Maybe Mag's slightly better. I actually like Brew's animation. Some people really don't. Tomato?
He's got the skewer on the two of them, but
he gets the
it
Lotus.
looks like Whisper and Matthew just sort of happy to mess around with Tomato away from the lane.
He just wanted the Lotus. He just pulled them. At the moment, Pakaz not getting threatened. And I like that he's gone for this Orb of Venom. They're getting aggressive. Kasani bottom. 2 more hits.
See, he's out of mana. I mean, here's the kill threat that you talked about in
Yeah.
this anti-mage and techies. I think Kasani's got to be careful down here. These two heroes, they will kill him.
And Pakaz, I think he's really smart about how he does this. He's playing this lane where he knows they can get kill threat. He buys Orb of Venom. You get like 2-3 hits on either Batrider or Medusa. They're not going to move. Blood Grenade plus Orb of Venom, they're dead. They're just going to get completely chased out here.
I mean, obviously already kind of just having the one death is sort of bad enough, but if they're able to get like another kill in this lane, it feels like this bottom lane is just going to be a complete mess for TSM.
100% agreed.
They've got to be so careful.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you can just do that every time. Like, every time that the snake comes out, you just counterspell it. So throughout the game, throughout everything, throughout the lane, it's not easy by any means.
We'll see Ari head elsewhere. He's going to go towards the mid lane. Make sure that TSM as a team will be able to control both water runes.
But Ari doing that, Ari going toward the mid lane, it helps with the bottle, but it does allow Panda to get a stacked small camp. So now he's going to have to pull, keep the lane back, and that actually makes it pretty impossible for Kasani to get much of anything here once he does get the pull off. Because lane positioning, if you see how Pakaz is doing it, he's just keeping it by the tower.
I mean, we had there as well, Ari, he pops the sentry down trying to get the D-ward off the cliff, but the ward gets taken out too quickly. So he's not going to be able to get that D-ward. It's also soon to expire, so unlikely to have the chance to claim that bounty at all on it.
I mean, top a lot of stuff is going on. I'm just staring at bottom because I think this is like a, I don't want to call it like game winning, but this is like super winning what they're doing in this early game here. Pakaz keeping the lane literally at his tower. Medusa can get literally nothing, and if she steps up too far, she's just dead.
This is definitely the opening for Pakaz to have a very happy game.
Yep. So stacks are going to be the thing that I look at for TSM now. Have to get tons of stacks. They have very greedy 3 cores, so you have to have like, I want to see like honestly like 9-10 stacks by 10 minutes for them to farm up, because you can already feel and you can already tell that it's established that bottom lane is a disaster. Top is also somehow being won from EG, and mid he's actually doing pretty okay. Not doing excellent, but doing okay.
And they come in with a gank on mid. Panda. It's out, Chris out, sort of chase Brawl back. I mean, Brawl's going to be fine, but there's a bit of a beating there. Jump forward. See if he can finish off Ari. Ari out of mana. A couple more hits from Pakaz. It's job done.
Healing
Another
Lotus.
kill, and blinks back up. Pakaz, he's perfectly fine. It's a second kill for him in this bottom lane. I don't know how you recover on this sort of laning situation down there. Meanwhile, in the mid, Brawl. He's lucky to be alive, but he's only just, they don't have detection on him right now, but he's not really got anywhere to go. The Astral Step, the Mind thrown out. Brawl goes down. They don't need detection to be able to kill him. They just take him down regardless. Another kill.
And
Matthew's going to go for the TP out. There's nothing to stop it. He's away.
I think we could see that a lot.
This is a hot start for them.
And I think we can see those TPs a lot. We mentioned, what's the stuns? TSM, they've got pretty much none. They have Lasso, Disruption, and a Mag RP as their actual quote-unquote stuns. And yeah, Pakaz gets a solo kill.
Look at this gank
kill
from
mid
Chris.
and top now.
Straight away to the top lane. Ganks Tomato. I mean, we did see on the cams, you know, sort of a few yawns coming out from the members of TSM. I don't think there's any tiredness here from EG. They're fully awake and ready to smash them.
Yeah, and I mean, their draft is hitting on all cylinders. Their lane play so far, hitting everything perfectly. Brew doing excellent in the top matchup. I did not expect him to have this many denies. I thought he'd be close in the last hits, but I thought he'd be behind in denies. Mid's doing well, and yeah, bottom, I think they played this lane actually perfectly with the way the positioning was so far. And they're going to take both Wisdom Runes.
Oh, and he's going to TP out.
And he's out. Oh, brutal.
This is going to be quite the test here for TSM.
Yeah, stacks. Stacks is the name of the game. Let's say Ari, Ari's got like 8 stacks already done, so.
All right,
He's got them prepped.
That's a lot. I mean, I guess the question is, who's getting them? You got like a TA, a Magnus, and a Medusa all eyeing them up.
100%
The TA takes
Ryle.
precedent. Yeah.
Yep, 1,000,000%. You cannot let your TA not get these stacks.
I'll help him get towards that first item.
The one thing, though, that what this causes now, and this is why I was very concerned with the greed of the draft, is Magnus wants to jungle. TA wants to jungle. Medusa wants to recover. What's going to happen now where all 3 lanes are free for EG? Pakaz has absolute freedom as an anti-mage in a great AM game, and his Brew and his Void Spirit have free, and the supports can do anything. So let's see what moves they do make. EG looking to play aggressive here, even Pakaz showing up.
And they're going to find Whitemon. Tries to defensively disrupt himself, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. There's 4 heroes surround him. Pakaz the one to pick up the kill. More money for the anti-mage.
Brutal stuff. Chris,
Well,
he's good.
There's
Second trap, actually. He could go down.
Oh, actually, and he's not got any points to dissimilate. He actually could be trouble. He's got 10. He's got a full stick.
Let's see, do they have him?
I think with the no points to dissimilate, he doesn't have that extra route of escape. So, TSM, they'll get themselves a kill on the board.
Bottom, Pakaz. Big connection at Kasani. He'll have the finish. Another poison. Gonna be close.
Oh, it is.
He got him.
All right. A trade to happen.
Up top, Tomato being dove.
They'll get him with the split. Whisper commits in. The chaos continues as TSM starting to find a little bit themselves. Chris TP's in bottom. He's able to come in with the backup. Whitemon's still going to try and commit here with the kill with the disruption, then goes for Matthew. Will get it. It does end up just feeding a second kill into the hands of Chris's Void Spirit.
At least they get some type of kill, but yeah, EG hitting much harder. This Brewmaster's having an unbelievable game. I think, is that the full vessel soon done?
It's on its way out.
It's already up. It's already done. Oh boy. That is, it's 9 minutes, 40 seconds. This is going to do a lot of damage at this point in the game. Ooh, nice play.
Flame break there to knock back Panda.
Ari?
Trying to get... Ooh, they're still going to go for him. Chris, he's got the catch here with the Astral and the Remnant. Follow-up damage, more than enough. As Chris claims another.
Ryle gets vesseled. Do they have the chase, though? No. 10-3. Anti-Mage getting all the freedom in the world versus this Magnus, versus this Dusa. TA farming, but that's it. TA's the only one really getting that very good farm at the moment.
Yeah, it does feel what sort of like that both the side lanes in particular, right? The bottom lane getting those 2 kills early on that Pakaz was able to involve himself with, meant that TSM really struggled with getting any sort of pressure enforced on Pakaz in that matchup. And then top lane, Whisper
how good Whisper did. Yeah.
You don't expect to see this happen in that matchup against the Mag. Normally the Mag should be able to hold their own a bit better in the Mag versus Brew.
In a vacuum, yes, but maybe it is because there's a Shadow Demon behind him, not with that stronger 5 position. So maybe that does actually cause this to happen when there's the Sky, who's a stronger support, to actually play aggressively. So yeah, EG. I mean, I still am astonished that he got so many denies on Whisper, but yeah, a phenomenal start for them. The first 11 minutes, you couldn't ask for more. Could not ask for better for EG.
Verge being able to take down this tier 1 tower with the next wave or so.
TSM, the fact that the early game is a little rough, and the fact they lost both Wisdom Runes, the supports right now are just like, who do we want to play around? Because like we were saying, all 3 cores want to farm. So, see where they look to go to defend or try to defend this tower as their 3 cores are farming. Phylactery done for Kasani.
Get him a kill here. So was Whitemon, Mystic Flare upon him. He's got Tomato and Ari by his side. Whisper, he'll put the Primal Split. He wants to make sure he can get in and finish off the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Let's see if they can set up anything more. He's in with the Stone Gaze. EG, they're able to turn away. Panda not quite so in time. He does get caught by it. As EG will lose the techies.
Whisper could be in some serious trouble here.
He's pretty deep. Wasn't able to escape in time.
Oh wait, he's just TPing.
Okay, he's just TPing. The RP is there. And Tomato, of course, will happily expend that to help take down Whisper's offlane Brew.
Okay, nice rotation at least. Kasani shows up. He's the one who's strong at the moment with this phylactery. Actually ends up zoning them away. And an overextension from EG. Does cause him to lose 2 heroes. And teammate's still free farming though. Because I believe that is the Battle Fury done in a second here, about 100 gold. So they do lose some heroes from some overextensions, but not the worst thing in the world.
See here on the replay again. It was quite an aggressive play from EG, of course, with Whisper going as far as he did with that chase as the primal split. And Kasani, a good turn up from him, and with his build as well, right, this phylactery and looking to get into the bots. He is going to be that hero that should be able to be present in and against any move that EG do try and make against TSM.
He'll be annoying until AM shows up to a fight.
All right.
The moment that the AM jumps in, it's going to be, uh-oh. Now there's a serious target that they have to worry about that could just get mana voided, could get focused, because when you build the phylactery and stuff like that, when you're playing this offlane, look how big this mana pool is of the Medusa now, too. It's a 1,300 mana pool very early in the game. Quite a bit of damage you could unleash around him. Mid lane, Chris.
Brow's got his next item picked up. His farm's still looking solid.
He's got the blink.
The blink dagger under the Dragon Lance, those stacks definitely paying off. So a lot really riding on Bryle to be able to have that impact with the farm that he's been fueled up with in these first 13 minutes.
And blink is really nice versus something like Skywrath. Super squishy. You can like 2-shot this hero. You get the meld hits off. Techie's a little bit different, of course, because we're going to be seeing Panda not only go for the Pavis, but of course he has the Taser. And now we're seeing Pakaz farming some big stacks himself that they were getting ready until the Battle Fury was online.
Well, that's true. This is some juicy stuff here for the AM.
Should have some pretty damn good timing on his Manta.
Yeah, good timing on the Manta and good timing on that level 2 mana void.
Yeah.
The XP from these.
That being said, though, Tomato, after that whole situation top, he's been able to sit back, just farm, hit creeps. He's also trickling up towards that top network right now. So they are getting some time to hit creeps with their greed on the side of TSM for now. But I think overall, EG, I think Pakaz is like, I'm going to carry this game. Like, I'm getting absolute freedom as an anti-mage versus this matchup here.
Yep. He's getting a Wisdom Rune as well.
Yep.
Pump up that level 12. I mean, what will sort of be the time where we'll see Pakaz turn up? Is it with the Yasha alone, or you just wait for the full Manta?
Just wait for the Manta.
Yeah.
Nothing's really happening on the map. I'm not sure if you feel bad. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, do you feel bad as EG when you like know that these 3 cores are just like kind of sitting back farming? Maybe you do want to make a little bit more moves yourselves, but maybe just a little bit. You also don't want to overextend when your AM is just free farming. I know it's, you know, easier said than done. Because we see TSM, they're just shoving waves out, so not really easy to find them at the moment. Bryle. Ari. Taser. Nice bonk.
Good flame break. Yeah. Ari being very solid with these, making sure the Panda's not able to jump away.
Ooh, he placed an Obs ward, and it's actually in the sentry.
Oh,
see ya.
Nice little bonus for Whitemon there.
Cool. And Ari is going down a little bit of a different build that we've seen from time. So he's going Solar Crest. He's just looking to amp up his greedy chorus. (11-6). Game is significantly slowed down. Tomato, they're hitting hard on TSM. Tomato, if he is left alone, he could do some serious damage. How's the levels?
Bro, super close to the Deso.
Yeah,
he's when he's got that big Deso Dragon Lance, he will have those core kind of trio of items that Tia can really start to pop off with.
He's getting quite a lot. I mean, what level 2? 14?
Level 14.
What's the next highest level? And 13 because he is getting close. EG, maybe. I think they are waiting. It looks like they are just going to wait for the Manta before they go for a full timing of just taking a team fight. But TSM, they're getting a lot out of the map here. Tomato, I think that is the Harpoon done. So now he has ways to easy catch heroes. And Whisper's still not quite level 12. So still only the level 1 split. The problem with level 1 split is it could just get killed versus a Magnus and a TA.
See which side wants to kick it off all first.
I think TSM, they're content because they have that greed, right? So they're sitting back farming. So I think it is. I think EG now Manta's done. Now they can look to get Pakaz involved. So I would think that they're going to maybe look for something here, but maybe this is going to be a bit more of a calm, sit-back kind of game.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Picard's, he's queuing up the halberd next, so maybe saying, you know, let me get the halberd, and then with the man to the halberd, he can, you know,
Tomato?
Sort of defensively disrupted. Whisper still wants to commit for this fight here with the primal split. Tomato drops the RP here onto the Brewlings.
They're
Whisper,
dying.
see if they can kill him through it. He's backing away. He's going to throw in one final stun over the way of Whitemon. See if he can retreat from this.
They lassoed it.
As a third ult. They get the kill. It takes all the three of the big ults there. The Stone Gaze, the RP, and the lasso.
Okay.
Of course, give the freedom for EG to be able to jump back in, take a kill against Whitemon.
Tomato.
I mean, do EG feel okay with that? I mean, would you be happy losing your brew in return for 3 ults being thrown down on him, or?
I don't think you're horribly upset. It just depends on what happens, how you take advantage of it in the next few moments, right? Can they get a setup now that these ults are on cooldown? Because if TSM just gets away with that, then it feels good for TSM. But yeah, we saw that that actually was the level 2 split, by the way. So even the level 2 split just can get focus fired from TSM at the moment. So now, yeah, EG, they're looking to hit. They're trying to get something out of those ults being used.
Tomato. He's going to drag Matthew over towards the reach of Brow. Picard, he's in. Jumps forward on top of Tomato. Mana Void comes in. Not enough damage to kill Tomato straight away. Whitemon attempts to protect him with the disruption, but they're in onto Brow. Jump forward from Panda. Gets pretty much the 3-man stun off there onto all 3 cores. Tomato and Brow taken down. And now Picard, he's got the freedom to chase on for more. Double kill for Whispers. They bring down Whitemon. They'll trap and kill Kasani. Only Ari to make it out for now.
And they do take advantage.
Escape.
Yep.
They do indeed.
Down,
that's a big hit.
They make the move. Exactly. Big stuff. That's a very decisive hit there from EG. Picaz now. Which one did he get? He got both kills? Yeah. He got Kasani and Tomato. Most important ones. Buys the Talisman Evasion early, so he's got this to be able to show up to the fights too. And yeah, now it matters.
That's sort of, you know, what we were concerned about, right, with Picaz having as good of an opening as he has had this game. You just know when he's on his anti-mage, he's going to pick the perfect time to fight, and it doesn't really get much better than this sort of move that EG make.
Perfect stuff. Great connection from Panda onto both heroes that matter there, and yeah, everything already expended. They can't actually go. So Chris, they're trying to set up for him, but he's got more than enough to escape. Gau's even just blinking in, incredibly confident. He's got the Manta. Split.
I mean, they could maybe go back in for this. Off to the sides. Chris has been taken down by Bryle.
Tomato's alive.
In the mid. The Stone Gaze from Kasani is going to be able to hold them back a little longer. Actually, said the Whisper's still in on top of Tomato. They'll still get the kill. Now Picard will jump over towards Whitemon. Another kill to be found. They have to start backing off at TSM. As Kasani caught by the stun. Whisper here with the primal split here, causing a whole lot of chaos to TSM. As TSM are having a run, Picard, he's ready to dive underneath the tower. In onto Kasani, he's out of mana, will be going down to the anti-mage. Picard's with a double. Now just over towards Ari and Bra, the last 2 left alive. It's going to be more here for Picard's. Triple kill for the anti-mage.
He's getting literally everything. Level 18 now. Halberd is done. He just had this Talisman Evasion before that last fight.
2K gold on top
full
of this.
Halberd, 2K. Yeah. I like that he chose the Gossamer Cape too. I think this is actually a really good item this game versus all the physical cores of the side of TSM. Gets that little bit of a dodge hit so he can man up even more. He's pretty much immortal now at this point. 8-1 and 5. He is massive.
I think, you know, a lot of people watching as well could have definitely sensed that there was the potential for a bit of an anti-mage problem be coming out this game, and it's certainly here. That's because they can't touch him. They really can't. Level 18. See if Tomato can set anything up around the tier 2. Try and jump forward on towards Panda. Matthew going for the TP out, but Brawl has the damage to take him down in time.
Panda.
I'll get one of them. And they get the second support. Looking for Panda. He's out. Not enough damage and not quite on target there, but the skewer had to go for it blind across the cliff. He makes it out safely.
TSM got to get something big here. They have to find Picaz. If they don't find Picaz in these next few moments, it feels like this game is going to just be completely out of control. Mines, it's going to scout them immediately too. Ari can't go for the grab. All right. They're going to go for the rush. I mean, this is as desperate as it feels.
I mean, will EG be aware of this, do you reckon?
I would imagine so.
They've hit it with the scan.
Oh, yeah. They saw the mines. They're coming.
Gotta go soon. I mean, they've got Split and Whisper. He's got the full Octarine, so he's more than happy to just pop the ult.
Oh boy, Ari.
This could be a rough spot. TSM, they've got to get out. It's because they're looking for Ari to simulate in. Ari, he's gone. The rest of TSM in Bryland and Kasami, they're still hanging around. Kaz jumps forward. RP and Stone Gaze is available if Tomato and Kasani are able to find the combo. Here's the Stone Gaze. Disruption will hold back Picard for now, but he'll blink back to safety. That's the Stone Gaze gone.
Big stun.
Picard, he's ready to get back in. Panda jumps forward, catches both Tomato and Kasani. Picard finishes off Whitemon. Now he's over towards Kasani. Tomato and Bryle, they're looking to try and take down at least a support in return, but they cannot do so. Everybody dead on TSM and nobody to fall on EG as this game fogged. This might just be the beginning of the end.
It's done and dusted, Owen. The Picard's just... Yep, they waited. They actually just did wait. As soon as he had Manta, shows up, and the fight is completely dominant. Whisper with an... I mean, honestly, it's all because of Whisper causing that bait bottom. Triple ult's being used, and then they take advantage of it. EG. I mean, the draft overall does look a lot easier, I guess you could say, to just actually make moves and play, and just have all this way of actually setting up kills and getting your heroes to jump in and out. For TSM, as we said, very greedy. No stuns, so incredibly difficult for you to take straight on team fights.
Very, very difficult spot now for TSM to recover.
All right, Picard has a full Scotty now. Second, so
23 minutes in.
Playing versus the TA, playing versus the Duso. Those two are completely, effectively shut out of the game now with that Scotty finished, and the Magnus can't actually fight for this either. Oh, and now they even have the Techie Shard. So another layer of defensive capability besides just the Pavis. Oh, and a Halberd. Didn't see Panda got that too, but...
Gosh, there's so many disarms.
So much disarm.
Tomato, Brow, they're barely going to get any attacks off in these fights.
Yeah. Love the way that they itemized and everything.
They can go high ground, EG. What are you going to do about it here if you're TSM?
Nothing. I don't know if you can stop this. I don't know. I don't think you can touch Picaz anymore. And I don't think you even have the damage to kill Chris. You maybe have damage to kill one of the isolated cores. But they're not even looking for it.
I just take a free Rex. Very, very simple stuff here now for EG. Playing the rest of this one out. TSM is going to have to come in with quite the surprise, considering the spot they're playing from. They have a chance of turning this one.
Yeah, the greed this time around just definitely not paying off. And the lanes overall, I think they had to, like, you have to crush lanes somehow. You can't have two lanes go this type of way when you're playing this draft versus something like this from EG when they have more team fight, easier ways to make moves and everything too. It's too greedy from TSM. Getting punished because he's feeling good.
Yeah,
No
he can
fear.
go where he wants. He can go where he wants, blink on whoever he fancies. His Whitemon's out.
Another one.
But yeah, Picard's just jumping into the four of them. He's got the Sages as well.
Tomato.
Nothing to fit it for the anti-mage. Chasing him down. He'll get the skewer off. We'll manage to keep alive for now.
Oh, do you know actually? It's gonna be pretty silly, but did they fix the Scotty thing with BKB, or was that intended?
I think it's intended, right?
Okay.
I who knows?
Who knows?
I don't think it changed, but they didn't change it back. It's mid lane. EG, they'll take the second set here. See if TSM can pull together one final attempt at a defense. Doesn't look like it. Just having to watch their barracks get taken away from the Mari. We'll find a lasso.
On the sky.
See if they can kill him. They can. They'll get Matthew.
Cause it.
Cars does jump in, but he's going to be ready to jump out.
They'll get him the once.
They do it a second time. It's Whisper and Chris, they're playing around with Kasani. They don't have the immediate catch. They do have the disruption after the blink. There's a chance they can kill him here. RP comes out. They'll get him. They will manage to kill Picaz. It's something here for TSM. They did, of course, already lose that second set of racks in the mid lane. But a little bit, a very slight glimmer of hope here for TSM as they will keep the game going.
Yeah, they just need Picaz to kill himself a couple more times like that. He literally blinked under tier 4s. A death that, I mean, TSM, they're going to be happy about getting that kill, but a kill that doesn't really add up to too much in the long runs of things. It's still going to be same exact pretty much thing when EG respawns. When AM is back up, it's time to just shove it down the top lane. These other 2 lanes are going to naturally push. Chris is actually just getting aggressive here. Him in the sky. Another halberd. Chris having 1-2. Oh, Bryle, they might actually catch him off guard. I mean, they're thinking about it. Chris is insane.
He's just going to go straight in. Jump in, take down the support spot. Looks a bit Whitemon. He's out. And they'll lose Matthew for it, so support for support.
So unnecessary to do this. CG, but whatever. Like, they have a ward there, so they're like, we gotta kill the supports. They're just blood hungry. Chris, wanting a power rune. Gonna spawn top. It's an invis. Pakaz claiming more wisdom runes for himself.
They can wait for Matthew to be back up to go again. They can also wait for Whisper to get his Radiant stun. He's very close.
Oh, yeah, he's getting pretty close. He's level 18. I think that's the bigger timing. I think they likely can just look to go again. Because these two, yeah, mid and bottom, they're going to naturally shove in to the side of TSM. So I think for, yeah, EG likely can just cluster. Look to go for this next big push. TSM, any... What do they got? I mean, the one thing for TSM's draft, the thing is... Yeah, they are getting some items, like they're getting the Ags on the Deuce, and now they have these blinks for the plays around the base. It's just, they're just get too big on EG. Because and they've lost too much of the base. Otherwise, I could say maybe some like lasso plays and skewers could perhaps trickle some back things in, but I think at this point now, it's not up to TSM, it's up to like EG to throw this game away, really. Because even if they get a couple of these base gears, there's ways for EG to play around it. Yeah, it looks like they are going to wait for that Radiance, though. Whisper. About to have it done. Before EG does group up.
Maybe some sort of blink RP combo into...
They'll need a big one.
The snake of the Ags Medusa, the stone gaze. Maybe. And
maybe.
If indeed Pakaz gets as deep as he did last time.
Hurry.
Force out the split.
Okay. Whisper. He looked. Whisper looked pretty afraid at the initial go there. I think he was expecting like 5 heroes on top of himself. So no Bruce split right now. TSM. They take advantage of this by any means. Sorry. Lasso still is up. They're gonna look for something. Can they catch these heroes off guard? And can they 100-0 them? They need everyone hitting them. Like, cause Chris is tanky. Chris just found a shield rune as well, too. If he pops this, it's going to be very difficult for them to bring him down through double evasion shield rune. I guess they have the demonic purge, so the shield rune would have been as relevant. Smoke, they know that they're making that move. Base is being pushed in from creeps. TSM has to address it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And looks like EG, they're setting up for the more safe play instead of just going straight down top. Panda, he's prepping for the Rosh. The mines, they're being laid all over the place. Rosh, we'll find out in 20 seconds.
I think for TSM, where do you sort of take your final fight? Do you try and risk it around the Roshan out in the map, or do you do it on the high ground?
Jeez, don't know if you can even contest down here. Contesting versus the Radiant Roshan is terrifying when the other team has had time to set up for it. It's tough to say because it almost feels like they have to, but it is a long respawn, so TSM. We get to maybe finish another item before they look to have to fight. And EG, they have a lot of gold to spend. I believe Chris Lucky has a full Scotty now too. He is getting very strong, if that's what he wants to commit for. He changed his mind.
All right, I like it. They've already got Scotty on the
It's
team.
all physical.
Yeah, AC's going to help close down the game.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. I could tell that he was thinking about it because he didn't instant purchase. Pakaz, full butterfly on top of his halberd. What's his evasion looking like? He's at 57% evasion on this anti-mage right now. And the true strike, it is, I believe, just a quiver that I saw in the TA. Yeah.
Radiant are scanned.
So a lot of misses. And there's a lot of halberds, there's a lot of pavises and stuff to throw onto this AM too. They're in. DD on Pakaz.
Ari's going to try and get the jump. It's on to Matthew. So going deep with the dissimulates here, Chris. Tomato's going to put the BKB. They've got the Stone Gaze as well. They'll take down Matthew. Ari, he'll tick out to the Spirit Vessel. Pakaz is going to look to choose his targets. We'll go for Whitemon first. They jump the Shadow Demon, take him down. 2 supports to fall on TSM.
Kasani.
So got the control onto Kasani. Buying time for Chris and Pakaz to close in on the Medusa. Take down a third hero. And with that, get the push up to the base.
An easy fight for EG. They just waltz right through them.
Dire's middle tower.
Yes, and they don't have buyback on Kasani. Still on cooldown after that earlier defense. We'll have Ari and Whitemon up in 10 seconds or so. See if they can do anything here as their tier 4s taken down here by EG.
Ryle has BKB.
He's gonna have to press it. And he's got to back away there, even close to killing him off. Tomato will get the spear onto Panda. They'll get him inside the base. They also have the lasso and drag Chris in. The rest of EG&D trying to close it up. TSM, they found 2 kills. Maybe they can push EG back with this. Jump forward from Brawl. They'll kill off Matthew. TSM, they're able to defend.
Alrighty, and Whisper. Looks like they should get him too.
They do. They get another.
Okay. All right.
The defense is had.
They got too close to the fountain, Owen, versus the Mag and the Bat. Get punished. What can TSM do from here? Orchid now on the Magnus.
Maggie, they've got the timing where Roshan is up.
Roche is up. If they can catch Pakaz, this would be enormous, but it is very difficult to kill him.
Pakaz. Yeah.
I don't know either. They will, I mean, they will go for this Roche, though. The mines, they're going to detonate, and the heroes on EG are going to respawn soon. I
mean, actually, yeah, I guess Pakaz, honestly, he could probably mess with them on his own.
Him and the techies. Whisper's just going to buy. He doesn't want to give this up. Yeah. Uh-oh, TSM.
They're going to try and force it.
I mean, they have to commit for this. You absolutely have to.
They have to go for this risk.
Lasso on the brew.
It is there on a Whisper. They get the jump because he's going to head into the pit, but the disruption's there, and TSM, they'll be able to claim the Aegis on Briar. Look towards Pakaz, but the blink's back up. He'll make it away. Stun out on towards Ari. They'll jump the Batrider. Ari gone.
Kasani in trouble.
And they just have to bail out now, TSM. If Briar can get out, but he can't.
He can't.
Tries for the TP. Whisper's going to be able to throw him up in the air. They put a stop to the TP of Briar. They'll be able to kill him off the once and almost certainly the twice. As TSM, they went for the risk. They did get the Roche. They did get the Aegis, but once again, it cost them too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's the move that they have to make. They have to go for this Roche, but it's a great buyback, really, from Whisper. Causing that fight to be forced. They just get the full cleanup, pretty much, on everybody that matters.
And he'll buy a Rapier because he's had enough.
Oh, it's time to end.
You know, he's like, all right, teammates, if you're going to be getting close to the fountain, I've got to close this one off.
I mean, Throne's exposed. There's no glyph. Should just be able to end it. Buybacks will come out. He's probably going to tell his team, guys, go mess with them. I'll hit the Throne. More buybacks coming in. Chris.
10 seconds until Kasani. Chris just hitting the Ancient on his own. He's already taken it down to half HP. Car's being very careful with how he commits. He's going to go in now. He's going to be out to Manta, but the Ancient's exposed. They're looking to close it up.
The catapults.
Kasani pops the Stone Gaze, but yeah, they won't be able to stop that push. GG is called. Evil Geniuses will take this game 1. And yeah, they look great. And honestly, it all started with the draft, right? This was a draft where they picked that second pick, Pakaz Anti-Mage. And it's a Pakaz Anti-Mage that ends up having a very visibly free game. This Anti-Mage was pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, from start to finish. I think that they played the lane bottom exceptionally well. I think they also played top lane very, very well. They get off to a kind of dream start. They have the stacks for the AM, gets Manta timing, shows up, crucial hit. The game was, like, net worth-wise, the game was like 1K-ish, kind of back and forth, sitting there, which I think when you look at that, that's good for EG. You look at TSM, they have like 3 flash farming, kind of like super junglers. They want to be ahead in the game early. They want to be the ones dictating the pace of the game. If EG is able to get this farm for the AM, which they were able to, this game is just going to take over for him. There's no stuns. There's no way to address him as Pakaz takes over.
for sure. Yeah, maybe if it wasn't an anti-mage and Picard was on a different sort of carry, there wouldn't have been as sort of a snowball as an effect that Picard was able to achieve, and perhaps the greed would have paid off for TSM. I mean, we saw, like, you know, like Brawl for the most part, he hit really good Blink Dagger, Dragonlance, Desolated timing. There maybe would have been potential with him if they just had something else on one of the other two cores.
Yeah,
or the lanes just didn't go as badly in the side
exactly.
lanes.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, if the lanes didn't go as bad, this game could be very different. It's just I think bottom got played way too well. I'm mostly staring at bottom. Yeah, top Whisper, like I said, he got maybe a little bit too much, but I think Pakaz and Panda just keeping the lane where it was, shutting down Kasani, getting kills, and having this Pakaz Battle Fury go absolutely bonkers, getting what, almost 900 GPM. Yeah, that's exactly what you want with an anti-mage draft when you're playing versus these type of cores.
Yeah, honestly, just very, very impressive stuff here from EG in this first match. But yeah, at the same time, definitely reason to believe that TSM can switch up their approach when it comes to the draft, that they could definitely come back with a good shot in game 2, I think, Fold.
Yeah, and you know, it's good that they can be flexible, right? Like being like, oh, we've opened Medusa, we'll move it to the offlane and stuff like that. But at the same time, too, it's like it still is. The game for the anti-mage is still wonderful, right? Because he is playing versus Medusa throughout the game. He's in an offlane versus an anti-mage. That's miserable for Medusa flat out. Anti-mage has so many ways to play around it with the counterspell and stuff like that. So yeah, they set this anti-mage up for success, and yeah, TSM maybe some small adjustments to be made.
We'll see what those may be. And I mean, the first one is definitely going to be a case of the anti-mage comes through. Got to come in with a bit of a different strat, because I imagine there's a high chance it will. It's not really a hero that you really want to be banning outright in your first phases. Like,
no.
You're never going to ban an anti-mage early, so the option's always going to be there for EG to do this sort of second pick AM.
Yeah, there's just it's a lot of layers that I always like to look at of like how the game developed, because I think TSM, they had an idea with the Shadow Demon early, right? The level 1 play that they're doing, they're trying to catch this anti-mage, get that mana burn thing going, getting an early kill so they can have that lane that they can kind of push him out of. But Pakaz was ready, right? So it's like TSM planned, but Pakaz planned better. So that's where I feel like it's a lot up to the play that EG did besides just their draft to be able to set up this anti-mage for so much success.
There we go. Evil Geniuses getting themselves that first win of this 2-game series. I guess the question will be if they can get a second, as it's so far in this group, that's been a very difficult thing to achieve. Everybody, and well, the majority of the teams, they're winning one, they're losing one. So if anything needs to go by, I think we're going to see TSM hit back pretty well in game 2. You know, could this be the series that EG is able to sort of break out of this 1-1 that everybody else is stuck in, Fog?
I think so. I said yesterday I thought that they were going to win 2-0
yeah.
So I actually think EG has been on the rise for quite some time now. Just sometimes they do have these like hit or miss games. But yeah, I like EG, and I think they showed, at least today to me, they have some great preparation. TSM, too much greed. I want to see a little bit less greed coming out. I don't want to see 3 farming cores, pretty much. That's the big thing. So.
Sure. I'm sure we won't. I'm sure TSM's going to have a different approach coming into this game too, as we will have that coming around right round the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere, as I always hope that you don't. And I'm sure you won't. I know you won't leave us. You'll be coming back straight away for some more Dota 2 here on the Ember stream. We're going to have here in DreamLeague Season 20, Game 2 of EG versus TSM coming up after this short break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, 'cause I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dream League Season 20. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 of EG vs TSM. Game 1, Fogged. Tough one for TSM.
Tough one. Yeah, very tough one. I think overall draft ended up being a little bit wonkier than they had wanted it to get toward the end there. I think we also I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, the Medusa can be a very insane hero, but I think when I'm seeing this Medusa being moved off lane and then there's just an AM in the game, like I don't know if this feels bad. This doesn't feel great. I was watching actually on the other stream too. Spoilers. Wait a second.
Well, yeah, what happened over there?
A very similar situation happened. I'm gonna wait one more second. Okay. Spoiler again. Other game had a very similar thing happen with Tundra vs Secret, where almost exactly kind of thing happened, where there was an anti-mage versus Dusa. Tundra throws in the off lane. Tundra got clapped. Secret just had a 14-0 anti-mage complete takeover the game as well too. So I don't know. I like flexing and stuff like that, but maybe this isn't. I don't know. Maybe this is a little bit too much when you're just giving the anti-mage a free game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at least not something to do when you're against a team that's got such a good anti-mage player, right? You know, this ain't any old carry playing anti-mage. This is Picard's playing his AM. Like, he's gonna have a good game, especially if, as I say, they pick it second, and by the end of the draft, he's still telling the team, yeah, we're still gonna play this carry because I'm gonna have a free game. Because that's exactly what he had. You know, this was not. There was barely any hiccups for him. I think only kind of the couple of times he dies were sort of almost voluntary deaths where he was just going a little too far, which you could tell he was doing because he knew the game was already won.
Yeah, and Tundra, like, I'm just going to reference because it's like a similar kind of thing. Not the entire, it's not a whole draft, but just like, look at what they did. They did Deuce a Shadow Demon. So maybe this, like, they were prepping that this AM's coming, and then the AM still just totally goes crazy. They even got a TB last pick to counter, AM goes crazy. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to probably not harp on it so much, but I think I'm going to maybe step away from the Deuces so much if they are going to be all these heroes and they don't fully address something like the AM. So I think, yeah, we'll have to see how that does develop into the further of this tournament, how the Deuce does come out.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I mean, I believe we're looking at back of that last game. We're going to be able to draw up some of the stats between a couple of the players, comparing kind of the supports this time round. With Panda and Whitemon. I mean, for you, when this game, as you said, Whitemon getting the Shadow Demons early as did, was this just not a game where you can really do much as an SD?
I think it's just he got played with a lot. He tried to go for this play onto the anti-mage, and then a couple times he tried to do these like Shadow Demon disruptions and cut the creep wave, right? Like, and he got caught a couple times doing that. I just wanted to do this comparison in particular because I thought Panda played super well. I think he played the lane pretty much perfect. So
yeah, he smashed it right. Having that sort of aggressive support alongside the anti-mage against that offlane Medusa, it was perfect, right? Couldn't ask for more.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I think we always do core matchups. So I just wanted to put this one out there because I do think Whitemon, he tends to have a lot of deaths in his games, but he does have good impact most of the time anyway as a 5. While Panda, at least in this game and in most of the times I do say, his laning impact is really, really good. He knows exactly how to play lanes.
I won't be surprised if we maybe just see the techies again, right? It is that hero that has kind of not been on the first phase bans of as many teams, but
yeah,
that just means that we've seen so many games where first pick is going to be techies.
I don't know. This hero just seems absolutely broken. Seems like by far the best 4 position. You can flex it as well to a 5 roll. Yeah, I think this hero just gives you too much, and he counters too much too. He gives you aggression in lane, and then he gives you so much defensive capability that most heroes, like we tend to talk about a lot of team fights and stuff like that, is jumping back line, catching these supports. Cores can't kill techies. He ends up getting like Ghost Scepter, Halberds and stuff, and then he has the Taser as well too, which dispels most carries offensive potential, like the Jingus and the anything else, and it disarms twice. That's why this hero just does too much. So, I mean, maybe we will see it start trickling more into bans, but I think people are more looking at cores because cores are so strong, so it's tough to ban on supports.
Oh, yeah, it really is right now, especially when the meta does seem to be of that there is this kind of select pool of heroes that seem very, very strong right now. And you get kind of just a combo of the two or such, then it's very difficult for the other side to draft against, play against.
Yep. Universal techies, you know, another thing on top of everything. Besides all his toolkit, he's tanky. He gets a 20% magic resist talent at 10 for some reason. Yeah, this is layers on layers of how phenomenal this hero really is. On top of map control with the giant map and Roche control, blah, blah, blah. So, could go on and on.
Yeah. I mean, do you think, looking back as well at that game 1 draft, would there have been something else like in that mid lane that you may have liked to have Braille on? You know, the TA, he did do good, but it felt like just with the kind of collaboration of the other cores, as we said, you know, it was very greedy. It didn't really feel like they had that sort of playmaking core to team up with the supports. Is there anything that Braille plays, that any other hero that he plays that you would have felt might have been a better fit?
Yeah, I mean, he has a really good hero pool. I think they were looking more just like countering hero to hero and stuff like that. And sometimes when you do that and you're looking at your draft and then you look and you're 3 or 4 picks in and you're like, wait, we have no synergy. so I mean, it sometimes just happens. It's drafting in a nutshell. You really have to think about every single thing. It's not just about like, this hero is good versus this hero. This hero is good versus this thing. It's also, do we have a cohesive lineup? Which I think in the last game ended up being no, when they're playing versus 3 cores that need to be controlled in a way. There's an anti-mage who's blinking around, a void spirit who's blinking around, and a brewmaster who has to be controlled or he gets free splits. So
let's find out. The draft, ladies and gentlemen, for game 2 is underway, so we'll get that onto your screens as soon as we can as we get into this game 2. The Evil Geniuses versus TSM. And so far, okay, from EG at least, not a surprise. Techies once again first pick. TSM, they bump up that Magnus priority, something that they're able to get through as that last pick. This time, They want to establish that as their first pick. Their opener here with the Magnus and then the Bat.
Do you Rubik here? I don't know if you want to put out both supports. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe not, because then that means TSM had to expend a ban on Rubik in the next phase.
I don't know if
you don't need to pick it here, and then it's either like, well, TSM will have to ban Rubik, or you just get the luxury of picking in the next phase.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think.
I wouldn't mind if they picked it, but I think they could kind of play the better player just waiting and getting.
They might do something weird like a Legion. There's also a Monkey King left in the pool this game too.
They'll get the carry.
Okay. So this we saw during DPC a little bit. I didn't think it was going to come back this hard, where it's just, you know, you see Magnus, you take Morphling, you turn into Magnus, right? Universal. You just become, you go Aghanims, you shut down this hero completely. So, okay, cool. It's gone up in priority.
I mean, I think it's good. I mean, you see Magbat. I think, yeah, I like this instant pick.
This is cool. This is what you want to. This is what you want to do as first pick. I think we talk about it so much, especially Berlin. We mentioned it a lot. Is like, you want to do this like gotcha pick. You pick like a support. That's why you don't want to see the 2 supports as we talked about. You get this and then you ban for it. So you got your Morphling and now you want to take out the heroes that he's perhaps a little bit afraid to play against.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you still have to consider the AA when you play Morphling, or is it AA just not a hero that you
Certain
feel the team's going to be playing? Some teams do. Yeah,
it's just the AA. Yeah, team specific. I think we saw ban yesterday, right?
One of the games we did. Yeah, I believe that was the. Probably the game where Parker popped off on Morph.
I believe you are correct.
It was Beast Coast banning it out. So I mean, to be fair, if a team with that good of a Morph player is still saying we do need to ban the AA, then I can still believe that yes, banning the AA is a value ban when you want to run Morph.
I wonder if he probably looks at Slark here too. They have techies, which is pretty good versus the Slark overall.
Well, sure, but you reckon this mag's going to be something other than tomatoes?
It could be.
I mean, it could be. Yeah.
They'll take out Bloodseeker. Okay. Yeah, you can't just like immediately assume it's only gonna be, because it can be Bryle, it can be Kasani, it can always just fill it.
I'm interested that they got that level of respect for the Skywrath ban as well.
That actually probably feels so good for EG too.
Yeah,
because it's probably like nice. Banned. There's no Sky I have to worry about as a morph, because that is another traditional, can be looked at as a counter to our early game. Cool.
Do they ban out some further supports? I feel like for EG, either the Rubik or the Venge would just.
I think
really nice.
I think if they give the Rubik, that's kind of crazy after this.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It's just been looking too good, and especially against like the Mag.
The other thing they can look for is they can still make, it depending on what happens with like the Rubik node, they can still make this Techies as a 4, obviously, and they can still pick something like a Lich. And I actually really like the Lich versus Magnus. I think the Frost Shield is just insane. If it does end up being like a right-clicking Magnus, which it always tends to be nowadays, I feel like the Lich is just something actually really cool.
What about the ST?
Okay.
We'll set up that next ban before we get into the second picking phase. EG probably going to continue to look towards these cores.
Yeah, I think EG ban cores, and they'll. EG they're gonna get them. They're gonna get one. They're gonna get Rubik or Lich, and I think they definitely are probably liking one of those two. I think they could even look towards something like the Venomancer still too. Veno is pretty damn annoying this game versus both of these heroes.
Who banned out Veno last game? It was TSM, right? Yeah, it was because they picked the TA, right? They banned the Veno because they had TA.
I believe you are absolutely correct. They 20 banned it. Yeah. They'll ban AM. Okay, so they banned 3 core heroes that can be annoying for the Morphling. And they even banned a Bloodseeker, so now like the Pango is left a little more open to in case they want to look at that. And I think we're going to see this a lot more. I talked about it yesterday with Quinn. I think the Bloodseeker ban is indicative of not just the carry, but it's so many of the mids, Void Spirit, Pango, etc.
5 seconds remaining.
TSM.
Let's see.
What is it to be? They want to spend another ban on a support.
Right. Do you actually want to take out 3?
There's a lot of supports you're banning, yeah.
Or do you start focusing maybe more on like a Void Spirit or somebody else, or Pango, maybe if you are worried about it, from EG, from Chris? Burning into a decent chunk of their reserve time here. Okay. Okay, so instead of banning the Void Spirit, they steal it. That's cool. And now it's very likely that, as you said, it is probably Brile. Still some flex, of course, for Kasane, but probably a Brile a Tomato Magnus.
10 seconds remaining.
Do they want to grab one of these strong supports? Now that they've got this opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, now you can see why the Sky ban is there, though, right? Because they wanted this Void Spirit also as well, too, perhaps.
I mean, there's always room when you see sort of this lineup from TSM for the Silencer, right? For EG. You're not a fan.
That's
you like against the Bat and the Mag?
Fair. I think the heroes definitely looked a little weaker than I anticipated in the last few days.
Sure. Yeah, we did have it in a game the other day, right?
Yeah, it looked just a little underwhelming.
Yeah,
They're just gonna do the Rubik. I don't see why not. Yeah. Rubik Underlord. That looks nice.
All right.
That's the Chris Luck Underlord too, or it's flexible.
I was gonna say that. Did they also play at mid?
Yeah, I mean Chris was the first one to do it, or he was one of the first ones to do it. So nice matchup versus the Spirits for sure.
It
very
is, yeah.
very high global presence, and besides the other thing I realized as well, the Underlord versus Universal heroes. I was kind of looking at stuff a little more yesterday and seeing how the damage kind of thing works. It's besides having like catch. This feels really good. Atrophy Aura versus Magnus, Void Spirits, etc. Atrophy is excellent versus these heroes. I hadn't really thought about it too much until yesterday when I saw it. So damage mitigation is definitely there for EG right now. Rubik, Underlord, Fade Bolt, plus Atrophy. They even have techies for the disarm as well too, so a lot of ways to mitigate damage again.
TSM running out of time. Right down to the last seconds of their reserve hit.
It's like maybe they want something for Underlord now, but they might not know that it's mid. It's like, do you just get some like Monkey King now for Tomato and you switch up the Magnus's position or something? Things look like they could get a little weird. They are really burning through their time. Okay.
Take a way to deal with these heroes' Fiends gating in. Sometimes a quick glimpse could put a stop to those ganks.
But then they can just click on the Fiends Gate again and come right through it, right?
I guess that's true. But at least, you slow down the play. You give a chance for your cores to walk away.
And you can set up on the Fiends Gate too. They're putting in and you just ult on top of it and stuff too, so. Okay. Gives them catch, which they were really lacking last game. Gives them more catch, that is. An instant silence, of course, for Morphling can be cool. And some, Disruptor used to be a good amount of time versus Rubik to give him less spells because you usually don't really end up getting anything great. If you get Glimpse, it's godly, of course, but... Okay.
She just asked them to consider what they reckon TSM's left for last. I mean, what do you reckon? Yeah, they're still banning out the carries, so they still do think this is going to be Magnus somewhere else.
Yeah, I think they still can even put the things. They can still move the Underlord. Like they still can actually do this offlane Underlord and then put something else mid. So we're seeing the Legion ban. I think everything is so flexible, really, at least based off of those two. And they did do the Legion, I believe, day 1 or day 2. I can't remember. One of the days they did the Legion, snap picked it versus the Bat Rider, and it went very well for them.
10 seconds.
And I think it was a mid Legion. Let me actually go back. I saw the game at the end of the day.
So all these carries being banned out.
Yeah, they even ran a mid Legion. So yeah, you can understand why they're taking it. Okay. So what, they're just Terrorblading? It looks like on TSM.
Terrorblade is there.
Looks like TB. So if EG expects TB, they'll have to think of something else to counter it. Or a +1. The heroes are pretty okay versus it right now. A lot of magic damage burst.
What about some Death Prophet offlane?
That sounds pretty strong. It just doesn't feel like the best for Whisper, perhaps.
Sure, in terms of... I mean, yeah, kind of what's up there on Whisper's heroes?
It's usually just the initiators and stuff like that, but...
I mean, do you go Brew again? Is this a good Brew game?
The only thing is into the Disruptor. I was thinking the Brew as well. But...
Sure.
Could be. Gives them a lot of team fight.
TSM FTX.
To the snap.
Look at the snap. Was banned out against them last game.
Okay.
I'll get to grab it this time.
It's an interesting one. The SA teams just love their snapfire.
They love the snap. Well, this is the offlane snap again, right?
I don't know.
It has.
Could be mid. And then they do offlane underlord.
Or could be mid Rubik, offlane underlord.
No. It's mid snap or mid underlord.
That's true, mid snap.
I think it's mid.
snap,
I think
yeah.
it could be just be mid snap.
It depends on what this pick's going to be. It's
Yeah.
Carry Baden. Carry Baden is close things up
Okay,
for TSM.
they did this the other day versus the Morphin. It actually worked out for them. I forgot about this one. Is it
So with that in
Underlord?
mind, who do you want to put against the Abaddon, the Underlord or the Snap? Probably the Snap, right? Or they're thinking about it. They're definitely considering which way around they do want to do this.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
I'll
put
put the
Snap
Snap.
down there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's better.
I think that's better.
Keep the Underlord mid.
I think it's better for both lanes, rather than for like one. Because I think if they actually did it the other way, it would be better for one lane, but not better for the other. You know what I mean? I think this one makes it even, rather than like one lane doing really well and one lane doing okay.
Yeah.
Because now they
I
have
like
double
it.
range to pressure the Abaddon, and then they have an Underlord versus the Void Spirit, which is a good matchup. So okay. And
All right,
Ari's,
I mean-
Ari's playing Magnus, so that's the big switch up that happens at the end there.
That's true. Yeah, Kasani taking Batrider to the core on the offlane. So what do you make of this? Do you like this better from TSM, or are you concerned again? I mean, it's another draft where we're seeing Picard get his carry pick as the second pick. He had an absolutely banging anti-mage performance in that game one. This game, it's a Morphling. Is there potential for him to pop off as much as he did in game one, or is it a bit more difficult this time?
Definitely potential. I like
Yeah, you
EG's
think
a
the
little
morph's
bit
good?
more. I think TSM's draft is definitely. I like it way better than what they had last game. I think they have a lot more potential for making plays and stuff like that. But I like EG's. I like this Morphling versus these heroes. There's some situations where there's these limited catch, and it's a situation where we had months ago, where it's a Rubik versus Disruptor. So there's gonna be a situation where this Rubik gets shard. We're gonna see the glimpse into Static Storm. He's gonna be able to lift people out of it, save them, and stuff like that. So we'll see what ends up going down. We'll see who ends up execution in this one. But I like what EG's got. I like how they played last game too.
Yeah, they look super solid. Panda again. There's techies. I mean, does the sort of this duo, does the morph techies, does that also have pretty good kill potential as they did last game with the AM and the techies?
They're versus what? Magnus and Bat. Yeah, still got kill potential for sure. Just gotta watch out for skewer plays and stuff, but they have waveform to be able to play around it eventually. So yeah, definitely have kill potential.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of EG versus TSM. Two teams in a group where, I think a lot of them, well, obviously after that first game, at the 4-4s is going to be sitting at 5-4. We'll see if they all get to 5-5. Let's see who comes out top of this one. Both teams going to walk into one another. Whisper looks to be in the biggest bit of trouble here, as indeed he'll be the first to fall. Tomato, he'll get that first blood, Bryle.
Chris could also go down.
With the body blocks. There's some good body blocks from Bryle. As yeah, Chris, he's looking dead. Double kill for Tomato. I mean, that's it. That's the dream start here for him.
I look at the items he's able to bring out on the courier. Double circlet bot. He's got tangos. He brings a salve as well too for Tomato. Oh man, the dream. Nice flame break. That was beautiful. Kasani just puts this poor Snapfire right in the midst of everybody. And now maybe another one, Matthew.
They might.
They should. Actually, no, he's got stick. Never mind. But they force him back.
You get the 2 kills.
And they get 3 runes.
They are indeed going to get 3 of them.
All right. Fantastic there for TSM to start the game off. Yeah, that'll be important. Tomato, he did excellent the other day when he played this Abaddon into this. I think it was into the Morphling. Actually, yeah, let me bring it up really quickly for myself. Yeah, last pick, Abaddon into a Talon Morphling, and they ended up winning.
And it's always pretty much the same build on the Caravan, just as Radiance, Echo, Manta.
No, we see Echo Harpoons and stuff like that now more than the Radiance.
Okay.
At least what I've seen in the high pubs, at least. It's like Echo Harpoon, Manta, Blink, Basher, Scotty, blah, 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 blah. Which could definitely be a similar route that he goes for this time around. But yeah, these 2 kills very important. I think now Tomato in the top lane. This could have been a lane where maybe versus the double ranged, there could be some annoying pressure that comes out. But now he's got double circle and he brings himself 2 full sets of regen, plus he has stick. So I think Tomato now likely to get some excellent farm up there. Let's see mid. Chris, as I said before, he's the specialist of the Underlord versus these melee mids and stuff like that. So let's see how Bryle's able to withstand versus this.
Top lane. Last time, Whisper was able to get quite a bit against Tomato. Might not be the same this time.
Seems like that would be even easier.
I mean, what is it about the offlane snapfire do you think that the SA teams love so much? Like, what does it offer for you as a team when you get this sort of hero? Matthew. He's gonna go down. It's already. Killing spree here for Tomato. 1 minute in.
What do they like so much about it? I think it's just that it provides great team fight from the offlane, and it can be a natural mech and grieve buyer and stuff like that. So it's high damage. You know, I don't hate it. I think it's had moments where it was better, but now you can even transition because you're universal to like that even better right clicker than you could have in the past. So I don't think they play for that though. I think they usually tend to play for like the Greaves, Pipe, Aghanims kind of plays and just be a super team fighter.
Now mid lane. It's pretty close. I mean,
pretty close.
But he's got this full wave coming in, so Bro can pick up these creeps. He's going to be keeping the CS pretty even with Chris.
Yep. Good stuff. We saw the Ember from Quinn the other day having an okay time versus the Underlords too. So these players are definitely practiced this matchup for sure.
Now, is this an easy game for Chris once he hits the 6 to go for these side lane ganks with the Fiend's Gate? You know, does he have good teammates to team up with for those early plays?
Yeah, they've got tons of aggression in their side lane, so we're definitely going to see some early moves come out here. And we saw like Dark Mago, who doesn't play the Underlord that much in comparison. We'll see what Chris is going to do, because Mago owned. His Fiend's Gates were amazing the other day. Lakaz. Should be fine.
Yeah, and for TSM on this this offlane, I mean, what do you think caused them to bump up the priority of the bat, have him be the core this game?
I think they just wanted to move the priority of the Magnus in particular. So, and then they just want a different carry. So Kasani just, as an offlaner, you just have to tank. Sometimes just being like, hey, you're playing this X hero, and he's like, okay, yeah, sure, of course. You want to make sure that your core gets and has the best, feels the best in the game coming in. So, top again.
Glimpse onto Whisper. Matthew. He's got the telekinesis at the ready to hold back Tomato.
It's got a lot of wand charges for Whisper too. Should be okay. Bottom, Kasani. Can't quite go for him. They were thinking about it.
Continues to be a pretty close start really across the lanes. Just the top ward Whisper slightly a wave behind on the CS.
They are slowing down. I mean, imagine Tomato wasn't able to get the first blood. Like, look, he's 19 and 3. It's not that free farm for the Abaddon still. Having this Wraithband Bracer is definitely helping. I mean, those kills definitely making a big difference. Otherwise, I feel like he could be struggling a bit in this lane. Seeing the stacks coming out from both 4 positions. Ari gets a double stack. Matthew actually doesn't go for the ancient stack. Now that means Whisper, he's being chased out.
In some trouble this time.
Trap.
He's just going to go for the TP.
Oh!
And it's a smart call. Nothing else to stop it after the glimpse is used.
Panda does get caught, does get skewered under tower.
They should get him.
He's going to get left, yeah.
With the stickies stacking up. Unless he can get somehow towards the H's in time, he can't. Shockwave's back up. Zari drags him back. Allows Kasani to take him down. A 4th kill now for TSM. 2k gold advantage 5 minutes in.
He'd call that space. The TSM, they're happy with that kill. Really nice place. I think, again, I didn't catch it bottom, but I saw Flame Break cooldown and I saw the Blast Off cooldown, so I didn't see if it actually bonked him again. Seemed pretty good at playing around that. Rotation for Power Rune. Both supports from both sides. Chris is getting ganked first.
See if Ari can get the skewer. He can't quite. Bit of hesitation there, but might not be needed. The glimpse. That'll set up the guaranteed skewer.
And another one.
The Remnant. Panda also to be in trouble as they surround him. TSM. Shockwaves at the ready from Ari. Panda's gone.
Nicely done. That is a very nice rotation. Bryle hits 6 first. The double supports make the move. Ari. Great skewer.
Well, yeah. Tough start here for EG.
Yep.
I mean, it was very likely to be the case with that double kill before the game started.
Double kill before game starts, and then Kasani as this Bat Rider getting this extra kill bottom. As we've seen for these Bats, they just do the Vanguard build too, so now you can leave them alone. Go Vanguard, Octarine. And now at this point, TSM, they leave them alone and look to make plays all over the place. Whisper could be in trouble again. They're actually setting up for the Wisdom Runes. They're sneaking over. They're going to get both themselves here. And might even get a kill.
I was going to say they might get kills on top of it. That's Whisper. I mean, Bra's being very patient here, waiting for the time to strike, and now he's ready to go. With the cookie already used, he knows that Whisper's going to have limited ways to get out. He's going to try and walk away, but the glimpse is there. Another kill to be had.
Oh, they're breaking Whisper this game. 0-2, only 24 last hits. Gank him again and take the runes. They didn't steal the stacks, so EG can be happy that they got a couple of those at the least, but losing so much shit out of this early game. 7-0, 3K lead.
Is this Chris going for a Midas?
No way. This is Treads, right? No, he's on Treads.
I just saw him with the gloves of Ace and 900 gold.
Oh my goodness, Whisper, no. Glimpse to the base. Tower's gonna fall.
It's a rough start. Yeah, this tier 1 tower, it's gone. 8 minutes in.
Like, looking at gold, this is probably like a 3 to 4K gold advantage for TSM, but then you look at the experience as well, too. The supports, level 5 and change, nearly 6 on the 2 of them. Whisper has just hit 5, the 2 supports on the side of EG, level 3 and 4, respectively.
Yeah. And you've got to imagine how this feels in the game as well. It probably feels like so much more than the numbers actually show.
For sure. Tomato just walking through heroes. His timings on items are going to be absurd. Pakaz has his work cut out for him this game. Having good farm, though, this Morphling.
Whisper.
Another glimpse.
They're going to get him again. They're going to get him again. Panda's going to try and help. A Whisper. He'll go down. Mega kill for Tomato. He can live for Panda. Panda's already used the jump in there. Telekinesis is there in time from Matthew.
Oh!
Tomato, he wants the kill.
He gets
He'll
him.
get it. Double kill for Tomato. 6-0-1 already here, 9 minutes in. Question is if he can get out. He can't. So Chris picks up a nice bounty there, getting the kill.
Oh, but look at the space. They pulled everybody. EG, 5 heroes have to show up top to try to stop this, try to slow down the pace that's happening, which means mid gets hit from Void Spirit. Bat Rider cuts the wave bottom. And Whisper, he shows up bottom, but Kasani's still here, and he has Bryle rotating. Whisper sees that Kasani's out of mana. Kasani's chasing him.
He is. He'll keep this chase going.
He decides against it.
He's like, all right. Yeah.
He lost his courier. I think to, like, creeps. Kasani lost his full arcane boot somewhere.
Oh, I mean, that's a bit of a downside there for Kasani.
Okay. That slows down a little bit of his momentum, but for TSM, still looking hot, 10-1. Still some farm coming out, though. Pakaz and Chris are still doing okay. It's just Whisper is totally shut down this game and might even just get gone on again. Whitemon.
Yeah, if he gets the glimpse.
Thinking about it. These high-level supports make differences, too, for TSM. Like, now Pakaz has to be careful early in the game. Level 6 Disruptor. Bryle. The glimpse.
Tomato's just getting so much. Sure, he had that one death, but this starts to the batting game.
Phase Echo, and he's going to start getting up in power. So level 3 in power is online for Ari. This is a humongous Abaddon. And then we're going to have to talk about the matchup, of course, as it gets to that point for the Morph versus the Morphling. They have layers of silence versus him with this Abaddon pick. That's why they went for it yesterday. That's why they went for it again today. They get the silence.
Try for him with the static.
He gets the shift off.
That's a good attempt.
A nice try.
Oh, they might get Bryle's out of mana.
Oh, he did not have a second step.
Okay, big kill for Pakaz to claim.
Most
Turning
important
up
one.
to the mid.
Yeah. Biggest one he could get, and the most important person getting it. Nice try from Whitemon. Tree line. Couldn't quite get him inside the kinetic. He got out. And Chris doing the build that we kind of expected. Didn't really talk about it, of course, but it is just going to be that 8 toast. He wants that extra catch versus the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the test is going to be how well they can kill the Abaddon twice with the borrowed time. Mardo's not going to be easy to deal with. Highly likely they lose heroes in any sort of attempt to take down this incredibly farmed Abaddon.
He's just so tanky. The one thing is, though, they do have percentage-based damage, which will help, of course. That's why the Underlord versus that Abaddon can be quite good. But Tomato is that big at the moment, though, that it's going to be difficult. And yeah, they're continuing to look to make these aggressive plays. Static Storm in 15. Power Rune. And it spawns top. All of TSM playing around the mid lane.
Guys, careful not to allow the Curse of Avernus to build up on him.
I believe that is Kasani's Octarine pretty much done. So very good timing for the Batrider. TSM in a very comfortable spot to play aggressive and keep pushing forward their advantage here. Whisper, as you said, he's totally shut down this game. He's effectively a support now at this point. I believe he has the mech if he would like to purchase it all out here.
I mean, yeah, is he considering something else, saving up the gold?
That's what it looks like it. Oh, I'm not sure.
Well, what could be the other options from the offlane?
Nothing.
No, okay. It's like mech or nothing.
Yeah.
On him, Chris. They've got him.
Oof, and Panda also.
They might get him as well.
Level 5 techies. I mean, Rubik just hit 6, but you're really feeling the effect of the lanes and the way that they played the map of denying both Wisdom Runes. We have another Wisdom Runes in 45 seconds, and the way that TSM is playing right now, they could set up to get both again.
TSM looking so much better.
Yep. EG,
yeah.
What do they do here? Do you make a move like with 3 or 4 heroes just to make sure you get a Wisdom Rune? Like your techies is going to be level 6, and he's not even level 6, and it's almost 14 minutes in. What's the play here from EG to fix things?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still holding on to that money, Whisper.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Trying to think maybe what else. What if he just buys a Midas?
He's not buying that. He won't get Midas. It would be just some sort of other defensive item.
Panda.
I've got him
really
in the Static Storm.
But he can't get the Wisdom Rune.
All of it. The Stolen Shield in Matthew. He's actually able to keep Panda alive. Matthew coming in clutch, saves his techies.
But they don't get their Wisdom Rune, their techies. He's still level 5 Owen. This is the saddest thing ever. Playing support in these type of games is miserable. You're just like, please. He hit 6, finally. The TSM continue to just, incredibly aggressive posture. Playing around these two super farmed cores. Kasani's just kind of been doing his own thing the whole game. And he is huge because of it. Setting up the bottom. Mid.
See what they can do here around this area as they get the catch onto Brile. Follow up with the stun. They've got him. Well executed combo there from EG. Takes down the Void Spirit. Maybe allow them to look for more. Great connection with the kisses coming in from Whisper. Will allow them to take down Ari as well. Really nice team fight coming together there from EG.
EG finally striking back. Was that the Atos reveal? I think it was. Getting the catch onto Brile. I don't think he expected that. Gets fully controlled. And they saw Kasani bottom with low mana. So a good punishing play there from EG. Getting themselves slightly back in this one. Pakaz keeping up. Getting close to that same net worth as the Abaddon. And Whisper has recovered.
Sure. And I mean, as you said at the start when the draft, this isn't too tough of a game for a Morphling to carry, right?
No, there is silences, but he can definitely pop off.
And Pakaz certainly did that last game on his anti-mage. This game yet to die. Has not been caught at all, Pakaz.
I'm waiting to see what I see queued up from the supports. I mean, EG just loved the Pavis. Double Pavis on the 2 supports.
Mid. They get the drag back onto Chris. Easy grab for Ari.
Tomato. Should be fine. Wave aggressively forward, gets caught. Whitemon.
It's into the Static Storm. Pavis is there, though. They might be able to keep him fine. They do.
No
In fact, Panda's
way.
in with the backup. Picard is able to live. Tomato goes down. I mean, Ari, Kasani, and Whitemon, they're going to try and do something about it. They get the RP out onto Picard, so they will take him out. And now with Brawl turning up, they should manage to get the clean up, but not without EG taking a couple of kills themselves there.
All right. Wow. I mean, the mech plus the Pavis is actually turning it so he can get some extra kills there. EG gets something out of it, but TSM with heavy rotations get more. And can they actually make another punishing play? Kasani wants Chris. Chris might have backup, though. This could catch Kasani off guard.
So if they can turn the two of them, Chris and Matthew. It's a lot of damage with the Firestorm. I mean, Kasani's going to go for the lasso.
Did he not get the lift off? I guess Matthew wasn't in range.
See what they can do here. They get the Flame Break knocked back onto Chris. Chris. It's going to be too tanky. They can't finish with the kisses. He's
too
trying
fast.
for Kasani, but indeed Kasani is able to dodge them, and the Remnant comes out from Rao to put a stop to the channeling of the kisses from Whisper. Tomato, he'll push in for the attempt to take down Whisper.
These shields.
Strike upon him, but indeed they're keeping Whisper alive. Whisper still surviving through this. Brow
Another shield.
looking to finish him down, but Whisper gets the cookie off. He's walking away. They'll bring him back. They'll finally take him out. Now they can look for more. Zari skewers forward. Shockwave dragged back onto Matthew. Picard going aggressive with the wave.
Another shield.
Will take out Kasani and Matthew. He lives. Chris turns, gets the root off onto both Braille and Ari. The Static so that he's got strength building up though. He's got a lot of strength building up. So the damage not to be there to take Picard's down. In fact, Picard's, he's looking for Whitemon. Jumps up to the high ground with the waveform. Panda's got the mine laid down. They take out Whitemon. They get the initial catch onto Tomato. Tomato borrowed times on cooldown. He's up to the high ground with the Aphotic Shield. Have they got anything to continue the chase with EG? They're looking towards him. But underneath the tier 1, Tomato will be fine. Once again, I mean, Picard's, he's living through this. I mean, not just Picard's, really. The whole team, they're keeping one another alive just a little bit too long for TSM's fancy, really. TSM not quite able to get as quick as kills as they were earlier in these engagements.
Matthew. The Aphotic Shields. How many was it? 4? 5? 6? I don't even know.
Check it out.
How many did he end up saving? That was already 3 that had been used, I think.
Yeah.
And then he throws another one. And then he actually ends up saving himself here. When he gets chased out, I believe he would have dropped. He gets the shield, saves himself, causes this overchase. They get some extra consecutive kills. TSM still, I mean, very happy with that one because there's a buyback that comes out from Panda and they end up being pretty okay with it. But EG, showing they can strike back. And TSM do have to be a little bit careful of the sustain that can come out. These Pavises, these shields, this Mac and stuff, it's definitely there for EG if there's an overextension.
Definitely a bit of a concerning sign for TSM in the sense that they're turning up these fights, and it feels like the only way that they can kill Picard is if they do get him with the Static Storm before he starts to shift.
Yeah.
If he's building up the strength, it's just not going to be a target that they can take down. Already
Until they have
to see signs of how strong this morph can be this game.
Yeah, until they have more like big damage in some type of way. Like Tomato, like when he hits level 15, I think that's going to be the one that perhaps they can start to push through the strength morph. That 65 damage is no joke when Abaddon has it. You usually get your Manta timing on it too, so no. But yes, for the most part, definitely some concerns with how they can bring down Pakaz after we see these last few moments. Especially with just, yeah, you said, EG just bailing each other out. Tons of shields, Pavises, etc. And the way the Pavis works also for, you know, I mean, it's pretty obvious, but it works with reductions. So on heroes like Morphling, you have 33 armor. So this Pavis, it's 300 damage block, but it's actually significantly more because of that armor. So it's actually pretty cool. Whitemon?
Get the Remnant off onto Whisper to stop the cookie from connecting onto Whitemon. And they should get Whisper.
Matthew's also stuck.
I think for more. I mean, TSM, they have the full 5-man here.
They really want this tower.
Matthew's backed off, so...
Because?
The number of advantage for Cars could be in trouble. TSM, they're pushing, but he got the strength shift off. Building the stats up. Do they have enough damage to take him down? Manta's there, but they can indeed kill the morph off this time. Whisper will attempt to turn with the kisses. They've already lost Chris on top of this. Whisper's got to back away. He bought back for this. Matthew tries to go in, but he's clipped by the Remnant. Ari hits them with the 2-man skewer.
Huge.
Whisper and Matthew also taken down. A dieback there on Whisper.
That's the decisive fight that TSM is looking for. Relentless aggression with 5 heroes. They get the big wipe. They do have the damage for this Morphling. I like Ari's item build. Actually really interesting. Medallion, drums, treads. He's just amping up Tomato. They do have enough damage.
Panda, he's been found as well by Kasani. And Whitemon.
Oh my. Oh, and it's 21 minutes, and they just wiped them again, too. They're getting all the wisdom runes. He's going to tick out.
They are. Yeah, Panda's dead. Surely. Oh, no!
Oh! He lives!
He's actually going to live. Actually able to walk that off here. Yeah, absolutely. That decent bit of magic resist. Saving him from those last bits of DPS.
Sorry, I got a little too excited for that little thing. But yeah, they take the fight decisively. They get great connection to spells, good RP, good buff up of their cores and everything. And now it's around the double wisdom rune. They've gotten all 6 wisdom runes at the 21 minute mark already too for TSM.
That's a lot of XP.
It's a ton. Completely different game that we're seeing from them.
Just getting the morph, getting Picard's at the start of that. I mean, once he's gone, EG, they've just lost so much of their presence in the fight.
Yeah, and they're double buffing the 2 cores. Ari, he's throwing the 2 empowers onto the Abaddon, he's throwing it onto the Void Spirit. They have really high damage, both of them having pretty much, what, 300 base damage, or 300 damage after the empower. So they hit hard, and they're buffed. And it's now going to be a solo crest on top of that, too, on top of drums and everything. Yeah, I like Ari's. Honestly, this 4 Magnus is cool. Screw the blink. Doesn't need it this game.
Now 1-2-17. Fantastic stuff from him.
Yeah.
And, yeah, Tomato's going to be very happy. Plus receiving all these empowers.
I mean, look at his damage.
Very strong.
Yeah, it's literally 300 damage that they're reaching for here.
Time for Roche.
Yep. And he's about to hit 15, so it's going to be even more. How come on the... I guess it's the little bit of the bug. Because for them it says plus 93, for me it says plus 114. Oh well.
Yeah, I imagine the 114 is the true number. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's like some sort of buff up or stats being missed on the visuals.
And there it is. 15 for Tomato. Bry already was 15, so he's got that talent. And another Harpoon soon to follow up for Bry. And he's got a shield rune, so he is also pretty damn tanky. Him and Tomato, he just waltz right through. EG, this next team fight, feels like it's going to be everything for them. They've got the timing for Pakaz. He's got his Aghanims. Really, really good versus these universal heroes, as we've seen. But let's see what he's going to be able to do with it when they're this far behind.
TSM, they might catch it.
TSM's only real focus is just kill Pakaz at this point. They know how shut down Chris and Whisperer are.
So they won't find him for now. Didn't opt to head into the triangle. They just want to bring the creep wave around, start going for that tier 2 on the top lane with the push. Bryle is going to go for the jump in onto Panda. Will be able to get the jump out. Whitemon's in, but he's caught by the rod of Atos. See the move from the Bat Rider. Get the lasso connection onto Matthew. They'll take the Rubik out. With the BKB on Kasani, he can continue to push forward with the Firefly, get himself on top of Panda and Pakaz. Pakaz turns to the mag, goes for the skewer back onto Bryle. He'll wait for him to the side. Pakaz is able to actually turn and help take down Ari. They brought down the Magnus. Bryle also gets bursted once. The Aegis gone. EG, they have lost 2. Drag back here with a glimpse. They've managed to catch him in the kinetic field. Remnant's going to be dodged. Waveform's back up from Pakaz. He gets away from Tomato. Tomato has the borrowed time. You managed to root him here with the Atos. A retreat now for TSM. If EG can get any sort of catch, Pakaz still able to play with the Magnus form.
Bra's back in.
They get him with the Remnant again.
Lasso.
They get the jump forward. They've got him with the lasso. He's getting healed up, and he's able to live through the lasso. They didn't have enough follow damage this time to threaten Pakaz. Pakaz turns towards Tomato, and this time with borrowed time on cooldown, Tomato's gone. TSM, they overstay their welcome. They're not able to cleanly take down the morph, and around their tier 2, EG, they hold.
EG holds, and TSM, they don't use the Static Storm on the morph this time. He jumps, he uses Static Storm on techies, so you can tell how comfortable Pakaz is in the fight. The entire fight, he's playing a lot more aggressive because he knows no Static Storm, a lot less ways to really control him. He ends up making the moves. And I believe Matthew, again, had shield, so I think he threw out, I don't know, I think I saw like 3-4 shields perhaps there inside the fight.
Definitely going to be a bit of a worrying fight for TSM considering they're at the lead that they are at. They still lost that sort of engagement.
Yeah, just better. They got to use better spells. I think Whitemon just a bit of a mistake there using the Static Storm where he did. Bryle makes a super aggressive move. I guess they didn't see the BKB on the Underlord because he Static Stormed an Underlord and a Techies, and then Underlord just BKBs and walks out. They only get a Techies for it, so. Just a little bit of messed up spellcasting there for TSM. It allows EG to strike back for Pakaz. And that was timing too for Pakaz. That was right when the Ags came out, so he was a bit amped up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Panda. He is under vision.
See if he's got any way out of this. He's up on the cliff.
He took a bounty rune, you know. He gave his team 400 gold.
Yeah, made some space.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ryle, found Matthew. Deleted.
There is nothing for
I think let's just go straight down one of these lanes. A couple of moments where there's the support side of the game for EG.
Whitemon's looking for a catch. Can't quite get it. Man, Bryle just hitting so hard at this point, this Void Spirit. 360 right-click damage when he's empowered.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the push begins.
Radiant structures are
Got the wave top pushing in. Got Tomato hitting mid. Everything at the ready for TSM.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to try and take a fight outside the base, though, around the tier 2s EG. So they hit out with the smoke.
Okay.
BKB's done on Pakaz.
This is a bold attempt here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, they do see the bat bottom. They do see the Kasani left now at this point. This is a 4v5.
They're getting the wraparound. They're going to try and find a disruptor first. Whitemon, he's away.
Still shield again. Double harpoons.
They're going to go for Panda. Panda's just immediately taken out of the fight by Tomato. Now Tomato charges over towards Matthew. Matthew caught by the remnant of Brow. Kisses will start to come in for the side, but they've lost both the support CG. It's down to the cores to see if they can clean up anything in return.
Kasani's here
Ari
now.
and Kasani are going straight for Whisper. Ari, he has the RP if he needs to drop it. He will. He'll drop it to lock him down. Waveform forward from Pakaz. Pakaz and Chris, can they do anything here? 2 versus 5. Chris,
Lasso.
He'll go for the BKB TP, but indeed Lasso's up. Kasane puts a stop to Chris's escape. As TSM, they'll get the 4 of them.
And Pakaz still chasing. They might be able to force his BKB. Whitemon.
Coming in with some nice jukes.
He's got Manta and BKB.
Panda's back up.
He gets the Manta, but he uses the BKB as well just in case. TSM's happy. Super happy with that. Great fight. The double harpoons making the support life miserable. They try to run. One gets yanked in. The other gets yanked in as well. Both Tomato and Bryle catching him right off the start. An excellent fight from TSM and great recognition that EG's going for a wraparound. Getting bigger and bigger on TSM.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's crazy that Bryle and Tomato are so massive, and Kasani is still higher net worth because of how much he's getting from just moving around the map with these boots of travel Octarine.
Yeah, these bat players, when they get this sort of
So
start, they
farm.
just, yeah, they're always up there on the farm.
Yeah, he's played it to perfection, really, this game, Kasani.
So TSM when they want to make their next move.
Radiant's top tower.
They're so big at this point. Tomato, full Lincolns too. More coverage to protect him or Bryle. And Bryle soon Scotty, so he's gonna have that extra answer for the Morphling. That heal negation plus just him being ranged. Gonna be strong. And now Blink on Ari, so he actually has a way to be able to catch fights himself. EG have to hope for overextensions and some misspelled usage really from TSM to come back here.
And he's in. Kasani, he's got the quick and easy grab. Gets the jump on Matthew. Matthew's out.
Pakaz, they'll have vision of him. Whitemon.
He'll try with a static storm, and he'll put the BKB straight away. He's going to look to try and jump Brow, but Brow's out with the astral steps.
They're just kiting him.
You've got to be careful that Kasani's got his next big pickup. He's got the Hex done. They're going to open up with the Hex onto Pakaz, but Pakaz, he's still fine. He turns into the Void Spirit, able to jump out with Assimilate. This is coming in, but TSM's able to kite them out for the most part.
Ari, looking for an angle.
Back in, unable to get the grab with the skewer. Chris able to sidestep it. She gets sort of knocked back to safety by the flame break. Kasani may
Another
still
Hex.
have a chance of going for it though, because he's in with the BKB, in with the lasso. BKB's out from Chris. Locked down another bit. He'll get Cookie, but it's a bit awkward off to the side here.
Nice
Ari's in with the
Manta.
RP onto the back lines, but Pakaz, he's ready to turn. Telekinesis up. They drag back Ari. They've killed off the Magnus. That might push back TSM for now. They're actually going with the Phoenix Gate here in an attempt to continue to chase TSM down. Rod of Atos taken off immediately by Brow with the Manta Star. Is still caught by the pit because he'll get glimpsed back.
Good retreat from TSM. RP ends up getting, I think he got Manta dodged there from Bakaz at the end. He ends up getting the skewer, but can't quite connect. A 1-for-1 exchange. TSM not too upset about that, but EG also probably a little bit happy that they don't lose more as Bakaz.
Dire's middle tower.
He's
Still
holding
getting some
on.
push going.
I mean,
He is holding on.
he's staying up there at the top farm, you know, alongside Kasani pretty much. He's
I
doing
keep
everything he
clicking.
can, Bakaz.
And I keep clicking, like looking, I'm like, where's the solar? Okay, Matthew, thank you. I was literally clicking around, like, where's the solar crest? This game is literally all on Bakaz at this point, so you need to, like, get these auras, buff him up. Honestly, like, what does Chris have? Does he have, like, a Vlad? Okay, he's gonna go maybe AC or something, but I want to see everyone being able to amp up. It's all about Bakaz now at this point to be able to try to carry this game. And he still can. It's difficult, but he can.
He can. It's not, yeah, it's not easy. But there
It's
is
very
definitely
difficult.
a world where this morph can carry.
Yeah. It's very difficult just because it's both Tomato and the Void Spirit having these explosive games, and they're very good right-clickers versus the morph. If one of them was having a bit of a worse game, perhaps I could be like, Bakaz has a pretty good shot of being able to come back in this one. Right now, still quite difficult, but a small chance. Kasani's also just being a big problem on this bat. Itemization, we've seen this Hex coming into play over and over again too now. Very hard to play versus Bat Rider at this point. 30-second cooldown on Lasso. Push. Believe it's time. And was that the that was one of the first Fiend's Gate of the game. Am I wrong about that? I feel like I haven't seen it at all this game.
No, definitely nowhere near to the level that we had it the other day, right, from Dark Margo. It's,
I mean,
maybe just been down to the case that they've just been playing from behind this the whole time.
No, absolutely.
Very hard to make moves.
That's what I'm thinking as well. But I did see, like, the other day when we saw Beast Coast play it, they were really clever about how they paired themselves up. They would have, like, 2 people with the Underlord and 3 people separate, and then they would join each other, right, with the Fiend's Gate. I mean, they were behind, so they couldn't really do it this game, but no. Who got the shard? It was the Underlord, okay. I believe the Rubik had bought his, so Matthew, he does have the lift to be able to save his buddies out of the kinetic and stuff now. I didn't see when he bought that. Apologies. Maybe it had it for a bit of time.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's Chris's next item done. He's got his Shiva's Guard finished.
Okay. I thought he was... I mean, Shiva's is more standard for, like, yourself for the Underlord, but I actually thought he was just going to go down the AC route to amp up the morph. Okay with it anyway, though. Invis Rune. Insania on the hunt. Kaz has his next item finished up.
Careful.
Full Scotty for this morph. He has finally claimed the top net worth spot this game, too. Lasso, though. He's got the shift off.
I mean, can they kill him for all this strength?
I think so. It's close. Oh, man.
He's going to get jumped with the Astral Step. Lift up with the Telekinesis. Bakaz is still alive, and he's out. Dissimulates there. Won't quite make it up to the high ground at the base, but he will get far enough away to survive that attempt there from TSM. It was close.
Only
they
just
don't quite get him.
Like, what, 7,000 life that he morphs into? Yeah, 7,300.
Radiant's middle tower has
Only
fallen.
just surviving. A lot expended from TSM there. That was the big 3 ults. RP, Static Storm, Lasso. Lasso's back up. I mean, I call it a big ult when it comes back up every 30 seconds. But BKB also now on cooldown for Bakaz, so... Oh, does that mean that EG's gonna get themselves the first Wisdom Rune? One of the first Wisdom... Actually, I think they got one.
TSM's going for the fight again down mid.
Okay, Panda.
He's out with the jump.
Away.
Back to the high ground. And indeed they will. Chris,
And
he's able to grab the Wisdom.
I think they maybe got some at 28. I didn't actually see. But Whitemon, in the
true.
meantime, he does get the far right one. And now look what Whitemon has. This could be just the game ender. This is the decider. Aghanims finished for the Disruptor with a Blink Dagger. So this could just be the full decider. Blink,
Sure.
get it on top of the Morph. Now it's going to be all on Matthew, right? Matthew's positioning is going to be key for the next fight for the side of EG. Has to be there to get the lift to save the Morphling if the Disruptor gets that Static Stone.
Can Whisper spit? Can he spit him out as well? Yeah.
He can, but you have to be very close.
Sure, you have to get onto the edge of it, yeah.
You need lens usually.
Yeah.
Versus the Static Stone, because you get caught by the mini silence and stuff, so. But yeah, possibility. Good call. I didn't see that he'd finish that up. Sorry about that. DD spawns bottom. Bryle, his damage is going to be insane in this next fight. He's going to have, like, what, 750 plus right-click damage on this Void Spirit or something. It is going to be absolutely absurd. Lasso. Boy, get it off. We'll be protected. Come on, bro. I'll pop that DD. I just want to see the base. I just want to see the damage, baby. Oh, yeah. Look at it. 800 right clicks.
They got to step back from this voice. Brian, if he sees the support, he's going to delete them.
Yeah.
In a couple of clicks.
800 damage and 4,000 HP.
Back on with the push. Tier 3's out. $30 on the Aegis.
Bryle still has some. Actually, DD's wearing off, but they'll have time to hit tower. Shield with Matthew. Does have it stolen. In prep. Cause.
Oh, they've got the jump.
Shield removed.
Straight away indeed. Actually, so quick hit.
It looked like TSM was a little reluctant on just going. Like, one or two people were pinging, and I saw Whiteman was kind of like playing all the way in the back. They wanted to maybe go for the jump, but other people were probably saying, like, let's not force it. Aegis is going to tick out. So maybe just some decision-making coming in there. They don't overextend. Tomato hits 20. Fun talents coming out, of course, for the Abaddon. And he has Cloak of Flames. You know, quite a bit of actual burn damage if they're right on top of him. Over 130-ish with the Cloak of Flames. That adds up. And just keeping EG inside the base.
Sonic with a ninja gear as well, so better ways for him to get that surprise jump to start the fight, start the high ground push.
Yeah, they have very nice neutral items across the board. A telescope even for the disruptor, so they've got the increased cast range and stuff like that too, just in case. Slowly whittling them down. All three lanes continuously shoved in. Manta's being sent top. Manta's being sent bottom. EG looking to maybe catch them off guard. The ninja gear from Kalsani is ready though. They shoot Chris in to no avail.
He might find White Mom. He's going to get hexed. Sani's immediate with the hex in return. Monopods the Manta. Telekinesis onto him. They bring him down low. They'll be able to burst him.
He's gone.
They blew him up around, doing enough damage that borrowed time did not proc.
What was it? The adaptive strike?
I think it was the adaptive strike.
I think it did pop him.
Completely nuked him.
Uh-oh, Tomato.
I mean, you
Overplaying
never quite
his hand.
expect that. I mean, how much burst do you have to do to get around the borrowed time?
Over 400, right?
400, yeah. I think Picard's had it there with that strike.
I think it hit for, I mean, I can't see the exact numbers, but I want to imagine it was like 550, 600 damage or something.
That was, that absolutely caught Tomato by surprise. I mean, it's not easy to do that, but burst him around is ult passively proccing. But EG found the opportunity to do it.
I mean, they have windows. They have windows now to catch more while he's dead. 30 seconds. I mean, Pakaz, he got the last hit too, right? Absolutely. So he's going to have Silver Edge soon. Ari.
He's trying to mess with them here, but this might not be good for his health. We'll see if he can get out. He's having to use the RP.
Okay.
I've got the skewer, but the rest of EG's coming across. They'll use the lasso. They will get the kill. So it works out. It does work out. They'll take down Panda.
Okay. Wymon's thinking about going for this here. Glimpse. BKB gets used.
Yeah, they'll back off.
Yeah.
They won't push their luck anymore here, EG. They know that they found themselves quite a nice bit of a punch back there with that opportunity to take down Tomato, and they don't want to throw that away. They start to build towards this potential comeback.
That's absolutely, it really is pretty massive. Tomato does have to be careful in the next few moments. The game still can't just end abruptly. Of course, TSM can just solidly
see it again here. Look, watch this.
But yeah, let's see. I'm pretty sure it was the adaptive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Looked like about 500-ish HP at least. I saw 2 bars, so it's like 250 plus a little bit.
And it's going to get easier for him to do that. He's working on Silver Edge.
Yeah.
And once he's got that, then you've got to be really ready to be bashing that ultimate button if you're the bad Insania. And with the jump, now it's going to be a quick deletion of Panda. Panda has got buyback.
Ryle trying to commit here. Rex is being held on to, though. Lasso 20 seconds.
Kaz is looking at Tomato.
Yeah, he keeps wanting to just get the morph. Because when you look at these universal heroes when they get morphed, like his damage is pathetic on the Abaddon now. Shoot a creep in. Can't quite get it. I like the Lincoln's pick up there from Kasani, just in case of anything, the Bat Rider. Because then he can always get the blink lassos, and it's a little bit harder for the Rubik to get that grab onto him. Wisdom runes have spawned, 42 minutes have passed. Any 25s yet in the game? No, but looks like Morph and Bat very close. Roche, next thing on the menu, TSM. Gonna set up for it, but EG, they're gonna look to contest this.
They can fight. They can fight for sure.
I like that Matthew is not messing around at all and not trying to go for any other spell steals at this point. I think Aphotic Shield, even though RPs and stuff could be game-winning, I think Aphotic Shield is just the easier one to have way more impact with. Just constantly shielding Pakaz and his allies. Scan connects, TSM. They're actually waiting for the fight, though. They're not actually starting the rush.
They do suspect that EG's coming for them like this.
Spinning Chris.
Ooh, not going to get the connection, though. And already Brawl is going to jump the backline, go straight for the Rubik. They take Matthew out. Now they can look towards Panda. Panda's got the Glimmer. The Static Storm, they're surrounding Pakaz. He's been caught by the Static Storm. Pakaz is out. As Matthew buys back, Pakaz, he's also going to buy back as well. The RP from Ari catches both Panda and Whisper. It's a 4-man buyback. They're using all the buybacks here to try and get back and help with Pakaz and Chris. I mean, they know that TSM's used their ultimates.
I mean, they're going to be able to get the Roche shot for these buybacks. Disruptor buys back, but he has no ult.
It's a quad buyback here from EG.
Okay, let's see if EG can finish the Roche.
They have to find the Roche to make this worth it.
Chris. He's in trouble. He gets Cookie forward.
It's a bit awkward. They've got him with the lasso, they'll drag him back. Jump forward from Panda. Ari tries for the skill, but the BKB's up from Chris. Whisper swallows Chris up, and he's going to actually spin him in aggressively. Over towards Kasani on the Bat Rider. Because he's in on the Brawl. The Cookie's there. They've caught Brawl. Brawl's dead. Brawl bites back immediately. Because deletes Whitemon. He's looking for Ari in the trees, but Ari's in with the juice. Because turns over towards Tomato. Tomato's able to pop the keys, get back up and fillet people. Because he's caught by the silence. He's caught by the silence. The Cookie's there, though. He's still alive. He's going to get away. The wavefall comes out because he's going to have a bit of a further chance to escape this, but Brawl, he'll close the gap, kill him off. They will find Pakaz after all of that. As Pakaz is out for 2 minutes, TSM this time using their buybacks to keep the fight in their favor. They can now look to run it down the lanes. There's no buybacks left for EG. It's only Chris alive for this defense.
Oh my god, that looked scary for a sec. I thought EG was going to be able to get that rush. TSM, though, great buybacks. Bryle actually does the heavy lifting there at the end. Him and Tomato, they get the silence, they get the connection, and that's it. EG, they try for a last hurrah. Doesn't end up working.
Now straight for the tier 4s. They know they can close this up. Chris will have the 2 supports up in 10 seconds with him. They've got a fortification. See if there's anything the 3 of them could do. I don't think so, though, because Tomato, Brawl, and Ari, they'll be able to take this Ancient down so quickly. With the heavy right click they do have. And indeed, the Ancient's gone. GG will be called. TSM get the Game 2 victory.
And we continue with the splits. 1-1 as everything is just tends to happen in these group stages. A great game, though. TSM, I think they executed this one really nicely from start to finish. getting these early kills for Tomato, playing incredibly aggressive, pretty much constricting the map for the most part of EG. They got all 6 Wisdom Runes by 21. I didn't see if they got the next 2, but either way, love the way they played. EG's surely trying to come back in this one, but Kaze having a good game, but the other 2 cores pretty shut down for the most part in this one. Great game for TSM.
You could already kind of feel it right from the draft that they were going to be able to give themselves a better shot this time round. And yeah, from those opening moments, right, Tomato getting this double kill around the bounty green spawns, he was set up for success and certainly continued to perform with that. Everyone across the board there from TSM coming out with solid KDAs. And once again, a game where this Batrider pick, you know, if the Batrider gets space in the early game, it does feel like these Bat players, they just run away with the match. You know, the amount of times that these lassos were just causing so many issues, even with the best efforts of Matthew with the stolen aphotic shields, they just couldn't deal with the fact that Kasani's just throwing himself at them every 30 seconds.
It's the catches, but it's the damage. Like, Batrider did the highest damage in the game, and there's a Void Spirit and a Baton. So it says a lot when he's getting this much farm, this much catch, etc. The hero is absurd. But overall, I think TSM, they had really good understanding of how they wanted to play the game and how they wanted to jump heroes. Look at the deaths coming on Whisper, Matthew, and Panda. That kind of tells it all for me of TSM's understanding of how to take every fight. They jump backline, right? Brian and Tomato, I feel like every time I look at Matthew, they're on top of him. Every time I look at Panda, they're on top of him. So they really shut down these supports super hard, having 25 deaths between the 2 of them.
Some crazy stuff. Yeah, TSM with this win, you know, EG, they got close to maybe coming in with some sort of comeback around Picard's more, but they really were just too far behind really for it to ever have a real chance of coming into success then. But yeah, as you say, this is crazy. 1-to-1. I don't know what's been going on the other streams, but yeah, this group just continues to be as close as ever.
Do you want to know what's going on?
We can have some spoilers, ladies and gentlemen.
I have some of it open at the least. Yep. So, spoilers,
Does it look like some 1-1s?
Lots of 1-1s.
Is it actually?
No. We actually have we actually have 2 O's.
2 O's. Okay.
Spoiler, turn it off if you don't want to hear it. I'm going to give you 3 seconds.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Secret actually 2-0 Tundra, which I think is pretty unexpected for most.
I think Secret's definitely looking a lot better than people expected. This has been a very good run for Secret.
LGD 2-0 Liquid, which maybe people now expecting a little bit
not a surprise,
more.
Yeah,
but LGD's also looked weak, even though Liquid has, and that's
sure.
I still would have thought that would have been a 1-1, so that's cool. Yeah. And then I think the Team Spirit Talon one is still going on, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if Game 2's done just yet.
That could be a 1-1.
That could also be a 1-1. Spirit is literally 1-1ing absolutely everyone, so.
They are also, they're one of the 1-1s.
Yeah.
So pretty wild stuff. I mean, after a series like this, which team do you think is coming out of this with their head held higher? You know, who feels better about the win out of these 2 games?
I legitimately don't know. I think it's 50-50. Yeah.
Who had the more painful loss, would you say?
More painful loss. I don't know, because I think TSM can chalk a lot up to the first game of the draft. Personally,
I think so as well. Yeah.
So
they
I think
right after draft.
Maybe EG might feel worse. I think they're more self-critical on themselves too. So I think EG probably feels a little bit worse.
There we go, TSM getting themselves another win. Honestly, I think I mean, both of these teams we've been saying been impressing. I think TSM more so, right? This is a team that could have turned up and they really could have flopped. You know, this region, you know, losing the series in the DPC, for example, to Nouns, right, costing them that spot at the major. You know, they didn't look to be at their finest, and we've seen even when they've looked at their finest, they come to these international events and don't always perform. But here, you know, if they want to look on the positive side of things, you know, taking a game against every one of the teams they played, if they had a third game, maybe they would have won all these series, Fog. You know,
no, absolutely.
Obviously, the other teams on the other side could also say that, but if you want to go in with a positive mindset, you could be telling yourselves, hey, you know what, guys, we're taking a game off everyone. We could take a series off everyone.
Yeah, and I like that they're being, honestly, they're being very flexible. When I'm looking at their drafts, when I was pulling everything up this morning, TSM they're drafting a lot. It's not like they're being like, okay, we're picking this, we're picking Timber, we're picking Blah. Maybe the first 2 games, of course, that was told. Everyone's playing a lot of different heroes. I think I've seen Kasani play, I honestly want to say, almost a different hero every game, which I think is really impressive when at the start of Tour 1, especially, people were looking at him as just like a Beastmaster Lycan player. He's really developing and forming himself, in my opinion. I do like watching this team quite a bit. I like Kasani and Ari a lot as the newer additions.
Yeah, they had a really nice duo in that second game. Very, very different, of course, to what happened in the first game, right? That lane came came quite quickly to a bit of a halt with what they were able to achieve against the Panda Picard's combo. But yeah, game 2, making the plays here between that Magnus and the Batrider, looking fantastic. And yeah, the amount of farm and damage that he was able to deal with Insania as the Bat, that's up there with some of the other finest bats that we see in this league in terms of performances. So yeah, he's going to be feeling very, very good about that one. And that one indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if we have an interview. We might have an interview. So we're going to see if we can maybe get one of the members of TSM on the line to give us their thoughts on that series. I guess the interesting thing to probably see is actually who TSM and Evil Geniuses will have to play against later on today. Having a look at the schedules, it will look like the TSM, they also have a game up against PSG at LGD, and Evil Geniuses later on will have a game up against Talon.
Talon, yeah.
So both going to be interesting ones. Probably, obviously considering Talon. I mean, did they win the first game in that series right now that's going on against Spirit? Who won the first game? They did. So Talon continued to push up towards the top of the league. So that will be quite a test here for EG. We'll see how they fare in that one. But yeah, TSM getting to go up against PSG LGD. That could be the series, folk, that TSM get the 2-0.
It could be. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from LGD at the moment. They keep having a lot of changes. It's like new. It feels like it's a new roster or something, like every time, new changes around and everything too. So I think they're still getting used to stuff. But yeah, China has been looking pretty weak overall this year, I guess you could say, in comparison to what we usually expect.
Well, I'll tell you, hasn't been looking weak at all, and especially not on his Magnus. Ari, we've got him here, ladies and gentlemen. Ari, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thanks.
Ari, well played on that game too. I mean, just want to hear straight up from you, from your side on the team, kind of what your thoughts were regarding what you felt went wrong in that game 1. Did you feel it was kind of like an awkward spot you guys ended in with the draft, or was it just sort of down to the fact that the side lanes collapsed as quickly as they did that you guys struggled in that first game?
So I wouldn't normally like to blame the draft because there's always going to be mistakes in the game that we make, so we can take credit for that. But I think the draft wasn't very nice for us. We have this, the bat flex and the Deucer flex, but sometimes too many flexes can be bad because if you flex one thing, then the other hero has to go on a certain role. So the Deucer was kind of forced into playing against anti-mage, which is really obviously not nice. So that kind of put us in a hard position in the draft because we couldn't pressure the anti-mage, then the 2 supports are free to roam and kill mid and top, which means the whole map is just ruined basically because of that.
No, for sure. And just kind of overall, how's the vibe been with the team? Because, this has got to feel pretty good. Sure, you're not getting the 2-0s, but turning up here at this event, taking a game off every team that you've played against so far. I mean, what is sort of the difference with this sort of appearance from you guys here at this event? Because you guys are kind of looking to be playing better than ever, honestly, taking the game off all these different teams from all these different regions.
Yeah, the atmosphere in the team is better than it's ever been, I'd say, and we're playing better than we've ever played. And I mainly credit that to a lot of self-reflection over the last month or two since the major, and everyone's working really hard and actually really trying to improve, putting everything into it. And in particular, our communication and atmosphere in the team has got better drastically, which really impacts how we play and how we can come back and stuff like that. So yeah, everything feels really good, and we're just really happy that things are actually going well.
Nice. My big question, congrats on the 1-1, of course, is mostly just what regions and stuff were you guys looking at? Of course, everybody is talking about Europe. That's the one that everyone's looking at to be the best team. Have you guys glanced at anything else? And then just a secondary question I ask most people is, how do you feel about the Universal Heroes, and how do you feel about the 7.33C patch and how much it has changed with stacking and giving supports experience and stuff like that?
Yeah, okay, so for the other regions, I mean, definitely they're not as strong as Europe, I'd say. Europe is really standing out. But I think each region has a couple of teams that are really strong. There's LGD in China, there's EG in South America. But yeah, generally it is pretty Europe heavy. And for Universal Heroes, yeah, it's no secret, they're just broken. It's not balanced. You end up laning against Techies or Chen, and they start the lane with 70 damage, and it's just, this isn't balanced, most supports have 50 damage. And then even the cores are ending up buying a bunch of defensive items and still having 300 damage minute 25, it's just not really balanced. I think 0.6 was a better damage per stat number than 0.7. And generally speaking, for 7.33, I mean, I love the patch. It's like, it's really active. There's always something to do for supports. You got the Wisdom Runes, and the stacks are really valuable, so you get extra golden experience. And kills are really valuable, which I like. I didn't like the farming meta. It's like really slow and boring, particularly for a support. Whereas now, if I find kills, it's like a really big reward. And if I make stacks and get the Wisdom Rune steals, it's like really rewarding, and there's lots to do. So I really enjoy it.
Nice.
Oh, no, fair enough. I mean, Ari, you know, we won't keep it too long because we know you've got another series on later today. With all these 1-1s that's happening in the group, that's happening with you guys, when you look at the upcoming matchup, is there who do you reckon you guys are going to be able to get 2-0 against? Is there any team that you feel, or any region that you feel that your play style, your approach to the game could have that upper hand against to get the 2-game wins?
Given recent form, I'd be hoping for a 2-0 against Liquid, because they're not looking very hot. But knowing Liquid, like even in the major,
fair.
they started 3-7, right? And they improve really fast. I think they have
Yes.
like good structure for improving. So I think by the time we play them, they might be a different team than the Liquid they've been showing the last few days. But either way, I think we already want to 2-0 them. LGD might be a kind of even against us. I'd say another 1-1 maybe situation. Just like last DreamLeague, we just draw every game. And I think our group, like, it's always hard to compare the groups sometimes, but I think our group is just really hard, and all the teams are really balanced. So I was kind of expecting everyone to 1-1 every game from the start.
Yeah, no, it's pretty much been exactly what's happening. Indeed, unfortunately for Liquid, they've been having a few more losses than wins. But yeah, we'll see how you guys match up against them. We'll see how you guys, of course, match up later today against PSG LGD, and we'll wish you good luck with your upcoming series, Ari. Thank you for stepping in with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, Ari. There we go, Ari, of course, from TSM there, last game, pulling out his Magnus and doing a great job with it. I believe we've got to start moving the show on, Fog, because we've got another series around the corner, and it's going to be an interesting one, because kind of looking at the league, right, in terms of position, Entity turning up today against Gaming Gladiators. Entity, they're down at the bottom. And against Gaming Gladiators, sure, it's not a Gaming Gladiators that have been turning up and winning every game. They're 5-3 right now. But it's still Gaming Gladiators. This could be a messy series unless Entity is able to kind of find that sort of form that they need to be able to turn around their results so far. It's been a tough start for them this league.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely worried for Entity, but who knows what's really going to happen in this tournament. I think what I expect is probably going to be like 2 quick games. I would imagine like Endgaming crushes probably in the first like 30 minutes of both games, but who knows really. This patch and this tournament, at least, we're seeing a lot of surprises and a lot of heroes that maybe people didn't anticipate rising up. These Venos, Universals, Spirit Breakers, etc. So, gonna be an interesting one for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to up to a short break. Make sure that we're back in time for the draft to begin, which will be coming up very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. That was, of course, TSM versus Evil Geniuses, ending 1-1. Our next series coming up after the break will be Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. We'll see you in a few moments.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamLeague Season 20. I'm ODPixel here with Fogs, and we're getting ourselves ready for the next series of the day here on the Ember stream. It's Gaming Gladiators versus Entity. Fogs, two teams so far that have had, they've ended up on different sides of the group, which, if you compare it to the other group, is a bit surprising to see, right, with all the even scores we've had elsewhere. Here in this group, Group B, of course, Entity not been doing so hot. Gaming Gladiators not been doing perfect, but they're definitely in the right half of things right now.
Yeah, I think that they're still in a comfortable spot. I think Entity still trying and experimenting, maybe finding some things that work out from this patch. They're playing their own style a lot, which it's definitely important to have your own style, but also to be able to fully understand and play the meta things as well too is definitely important. But I like that they are doing some of these cool style things. It doesn't work always, but they're doing this Beastmaster mid if you've seen a lot of the time for Stormstormer.
Right, we'll see if it comes out this series. On the side of Gaming Gladiators, though, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a little video to hype us up for this match. A little video with Gaming Gladiators.
My name's Tofu, also known as Eric Angel, and I play for the Gaming Gladiators.
Hi, I'm Quinn. I play mid for Gaming Gladiators. How would I describe my team in one sentence? Probably just really strong players.
Major champions, baby.
I think there's a lot of luck in how you build a team, and that will the people get along together? Will there be that natural chemistry? Will people just click? You know, like that's something that's just sort of ethereal, like people clicking. And I think for whatever reason, the people on this team do click and do get along quite well. So I'm grateful for that.
Sharing the championships and achievements does feel best because I can do it with this team that I'm with. Just having the sense of achievement, accomplishment that you share with others. Because alone, it doesn't really mean much to me. But talking about it with others just gets the flame heated. Usually if we go to events and like we are actually in this hotel environment together and we eat and spend time together, I think that's when we come up with the best ideas to play, and that's usually the environment where we drive the most. I think the mindset that we share outside of Dota, like the aspect beside playing of doing things together, being friends and just spending time around each other, is helping us a great deal at these events and generally for playing Dota.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, something about this team. When it comes to crunch time, these guys, they always perform. And comes to majors, comes to these international events, they just can't stop winning, Fogged.
And there's something about this Tofu guy that I just, wow. He's just, I don't know. Just love it. Love listening to him, love talking to him. Just such a nice guy. Good looking, great dude. I don't know.
Yeah, good vibes.
I don't know. They're really nice guys to hang out with, honestly. Like I've known Quinn for quite a long time. I've talked with him a lot, but then last year, I've known Celery and Tofu for quite some time, but I've never like met them in person, got to chat with them too much. I got to chat with them a decent chunk in this last year and a half or two, and it's definitely been a treat to be able to hear them. Ace I've known for ages, so he's a little bit more of a quiet guy overall, but yeah, it's a nice team to watch for sure, and it's good to see these players all find a team that gels so well with them.
Yeah, because I guess, well, out of the 5 of them, right, is Ace kind of the old schoolist of these 5, would you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
oh, yeah.
Well, how long's Ace been in the game for? Since before the start, it feels like, right? This lad's been, he's been around for a long time.
How long have I known Ace?
Lots of experience on Ace.
I've known Ace more than 10 years at least.
Yeah.
I want to say. So, yeah, I mean, he's been about 10 years, I want to say, at least. So,
yep.
So I think even in Dota, maybe? It's been too long. It's been a very long. He is definitely the old school guy, but yeah, he's definitely been one of the ones to look at and definitely the ones to, in my opinion, just be happy about and be happy for that he's got this type of year. Sure, you can say that about like any players if you're fans and something if you dislike a player, but he's a very quiet kind of guy. Doesn't ever like, you know, say anything controversial. He just kind of just plays Dota. He's always there. And he had a bit of a stunt where, yeah, Secret, he looked great during that timing when they were kind of owning, and then he kind of disappeared for a while. People, of course, like he had his Danish Bears and his Cloud9s and stuff like that before, but now he's found his team. They looks great on, and yeah, I mean, we talk about a lot of the players on Gaming Gladiators. Ace definitely gets talked about a lot, but maybe not even enough sometimes too, because he's just, he's that good.
No, he's been doing fantastic recently with the squad. I mean, the way this guy seems to get the farm every single time. On the other side of things, Entity, definitely a team that's had some struggles recently, and they're showing here in this DreamLeague, right? Coming in at the moment, they're 2-6. They are at the bottom of their group. If they want to hold on, they've got to get at least a win out of this series. Another 0-2 may just cement their sort of spot in the sort of going home group, the bottom half of this group.
Yeah, I think during some time people were saying like Fishman and Toby got like kind of not like fully figured out, but their hero pool got completely figured out. So Fishman was just, they're taking his heroes, his disruptors, his undyings. So we definitely saw a lot of struggle from Entity for the most part. Yeah. Because it just seemed like people knew exactly what to do versus Stormstormer not having the strongest games either at times too. So yeah, very, very nice guys too though. Honestly, I haven't gotten to talk to all of them too much. Stormstormer, of course, is super talkative, very friendly. We've all gotten to spend some good amount of time with him, but yeah, a nice team to watch, and a team that definitely has a high ceiling. They can peak really high. They have some incredible flashy players.
Yeah, they've got to do something flashy this series. They need a win. They need a win badly, and not afford to be dropping any more games here with the spot that they're in right now in this group.
No, and I mean, we have Toby coming up, and we're talking about Ace a decent amount, and this is the one that I wanted to talk about a bit because I feel like for quite some time now, Toby has needed to step it up a little bit. I didn't get to see all their games recently, but for the most part, from what I've seen the last like few months and stuff like that, yeah, I've felt a little bit of disappointment in comparison to how Toby was able to play from beforehand. Because Toby before, he'd always like do well in his lanes, have some impact. Lately, especially from what I'd felt, it just, yeah, I don't know, he'd lose lanes I feel like he shouldn't have. He didn't have that impact that I wanted to feel from him, so.
We'll see what he can turn up with today. I mean, is it down to sort of like his heroes and such? Are there certain heroes that we know that the Toby's was strong on that aren't as good of a picks nowadays?
I mean, yeah, it is that, but I don't know. It's something about even when he was playing his comfort heroes, he looked a bit off. So I don't know if there was something going on with him or like what was happening. Maybe he just, I don't know. Maybe just the teams like knew how to play versus him and figured him out a little bit. But he just didn't seem to be playing the same form of him as himself either.
Let's see if they can pull it together here against Gaming Gladiators. It's not going to be easy, but you know, Gaming Gladiators, they have shown some sort of weaknesses here in this league, dropping the 3 games that they have done so far. They dropped a game against Beast Coast, they dropped a game against Dasta, and they dropped a game against Shopify Rebellion. So definitely a chance to maybe at least take a game off Gaming Gladiators here for Entity, but it's gonna take a lot.
I missed that. I missed the Aster one. I didn't even get to see that they played them.
I think that was later on yesterday in the day.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I did miss this one.
Aster got a game against Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, I'm pissed that I missed that. I missed Sumail versus Quinn. Oh, I gotta go rewatch that. I mean, I didn't see that was going on. Oh well, I'll have to rewatch that one.
All right, here we go. Draft beginning.
Let's see what we get.
Entity versus Gaming Gladiators, straight up with the Batman and Entity. They don't want to be playing against the Medusa.
Cool. See what mind games we get going on, the Rubiks, the Magnuses, the Dooms, etc.
The thing is, I feel like when you're playing against Gaming Gladiators, you've always got to be a little bit tempted, right, to ban that Enchantress from Celery, haven't you?
You can't. I don't know if you can in the first 4.
Sure,
it's like a grief.
Okay.
And you just let too much through. I don't know. Maybe it could be okay, but I want to see Bat banned every game. I think Bat's broken. I'm kind of just fully sold on it. He's too good in all his roles. I'm cool with Bat being banned most games and maybe even the techies at the end of the day.
Sure. I mean, just when you see this, hero just every time pretty much come in, do this Vanguard Octarine build, and then end up with top farm and top DPS, top damage done at the end of a game.
And he's an open 2 pick and he's flexible to 1, 4, and 3 and mid. You know, it's like he can play too many different roles.
And if you're a good mid or you're a good offlane, if you're a mid or offlane pro player, you're gonna be able to play a good Bat, right? This is a hero that they've all some period of their career they've spammed it in pubs.
Yep, and we'll get the Timber ban. So we did see that one, of course, too, in some of these matchups become super dominant. So okay, techies in the pool. It's just gonna be a snap techies. You got to think about it though, because you have to think what the responses are.
I'll take it.
Yep. So for Entity, if they want, they could do that Rubik +1.
Mag Rubik.
I think Rubik Beastmaster.
Rubik Beast. So that's more what Entity.
Yeah, because the Beast is also flex for them, is offlane and for mid.
10 seconds.
That's the reason why I'm thinking that at the least. If they want to go down the route that they've been doing. Otherwise, you just completely get off the Beast because they haven't actually been winning too much with it.
Well, we're either the 2 wins, the Beast wins. They're going to go with it again. So, yeah, clearly, as you say, something that they're very much set on right now.
Yeah. Flexible, as you said.
Well, they have been playing it in both, or has it only been Stormstormer doing a mid-Beast? Well, they have still been flexing it.
Believe it was actually only Stormstormer playing it.
Okay, in this league.
But in theory...
Yeah, I mean, cool, because Toby obviously can play Beastmaster offlane.
Yeah.
But, no, it's interesting that they've only been doing it on Stormstormer in the mid.
I think the fear of... Okay, Disruptor. I didn't anticipate that one.
That's
but that is the Fishman hero. That's a Fishman, right?
It is.
The one thing about Beast you have to be a little bit worried about is lots of different counter picks and depending on which role it's going to be. Because if they just know that this is a dead set mid quickly, they can just pick things to counter it, like just having like a Faceless Void eventually.
5 seconds remaining.
What are they going to do early? I mean, they'll go Beast. We saw how busted this... Or, sorry, Bloodseeker, yeah. We saw how busted this was.
Yeah, I mean, one of these openers definitely looks scarier than the other. Techies Bloodseeker.
And it's good as a flexible thing too, right? Because this is Techies Bloodseeker, which can play a 4/5 Techies, likely a 4. Bloodseeker can play that 1 in that 3 position, depending on which they feel better. It's great versus Beastmaster in lane if they do want to have it, if it is a Beast there.
Sure. Yeah, it's great in lane with the Techies, right?
Yeah.
You can go for the kills.
And they'll be the ones who actually ban out the Void themselves since they went for the Bloodseeker. And we have seen that matchup a couple times now. I think Void looks like actually the best versus Bloodseeker. Which you'd imagine Bloodseeker can actually do okay versus Void, but I guess a bit of both ways.
To see. They ban it. I mean,
there we go. Good, yes.
I think this phase, you always ban Celery.
Always ban it.
When it comes to the phase of bans, you gotta ban the Celery Edge.
1000% agreed. Even if it's like, it could also be like the Beastmaster because he wants boars, etc. It doesn't matter. It's just because you're playing for Celery.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, in the past, I can't remember, it was quite a while ago. I remember there's like interviews, like some event where Celery was like getting an Ench every game, and one of the interviews was like, why don't they ban my Enchantress? Like, because there was a period where like teams they were letting it through every game, and of course Gaming Gladiators were just destroying with it. So if you're playing against Gladiators, just ban Celery second phase every time.
Yeah. And now they're focusing more of the Watson heroes, and maybe perhaps something that they want to set up for later on, taking out the TB now. Took one of Watson's bets.
Yeah. 5 seconds remaining.
Who else are you scared of on Gaming Gladiators? I'm gonna take out Mag.
Turn to ban.
Can't blame him.
I mean,
where the gaming's gonna get. I mean,
well, I think they're just gonna be
quite a lot.
They're just gonna pick the Doom. I mean, Doom's there, right? Why would you not
Doom.
just grab Doom for Ace?
You could definitely just get the Doom, and then
I think you might want to ban it.
That might reveal a lot. It reveals everything then, right? If they do pick the Doom, it reveals that the Bloodseeker's offlane, or the Bloodseeker's safe lane, the Doom's offlane.
Yeah, I guess, sure.
Weird stuff.
Yeah, but you're still then able to pick Quinn's hero last.
True. Yeah.
Like you're gonna have to. You're gonna one of these two picks is gonna have to be Ace's hero. I think. I know you say Quinn's pick for last, so it's like.
Entities turn
Pick
to
Doom.
ban.
They might ban Doom here, Entity.
They might. Yeah, the Monkey King too. Interesting.
I mean, they can even ban Doom.
This is telling me.
Oh, they banned the Lich.
Okay. I mean, this is telling me Void Spirit for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
We'll go for the Veno. This is a very Entity pick, and this, I mean, this is like very likely to just be Toby. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that he's always been that like.
Does sort of safe lane Bloodseeker care about like laning into Venomancer? How does that sort of go down?
5 seconds remaining.
Veno is very annoying to lane against for any melee.
So
but Bloodseeker is maybe one of the better ones because he can actually sustain a little bit.
Yeah.
You can get speedy.
Would it be enough to consider taking the Bloodseeker away from that carry spot if you're Gaming Gladiators?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Gaming Gladiators.
It's one of the carries that can actually play around pretty nicely versus Veno throughout most of the game, and they're still gonna get Rubik, so it's a really good game for it here. Versus Disruptor for the saves later on, versus Veno for the steals. Now that the ult is actually incredible. If you get it, it's the game-winning. Actually, Rubik with that ult is insane how much damage it can do.
10 seconds remaining.
That's a very Tofu hero as well.
What do they want for Ace? Unless they do want to secure Quinn's heroes before these next bans.
You see no stun. You see like pretty much no stuns right now. I think you have a lot of options open here for him.
I mean,
Mango,
you're
Void
right.
Spirit.
Because you pick the Bloodseeker and because you see the heroes, as you say, you know, two of them not having any sort of easy hard lockdown.
Yeah.
So,
I'm cool with honestly either one of them. Maybe Pango better. Both have some answer, I guess, in a way, the Static Storm and the Roar, but okay, we'll leave it open. We'll do the Darkseer early. This hero's getting banned a lot.
It does. It always gets banned in the final phase, right? I feel like
Yeah.
so many of the games we see, last ban, Darkseer.
I feel like fighting is more about... This patch still has a lot of farming, don't get me wrong, but this hero, it does feel like he's very good at just like... You leave him alone, he just jungles for a bit, and then he comes and he's super high level, super high farm depth, if you have a successful lane setup. And then it's team fight after team fight after team fight, and Darkseer has always been the king of team fights for me. Besides the auras that he provides, his spell kit is absurd. Very good Darkseer game for the auras in particular this time around. Pipe, phenomenal versus Disruptor and Venomancer.
I was going to grab it for Watson.
So AM's in the pool. You go down the route of the AM versus the Darkseer, but then you're versus the Bloodseeker. AM has won every game, just an FYI. He's 100% win rate.
Is it actually? And that's over a few games, right?
I believe it's 6 or 7 games that I looked at.
That's impressive.
Let me see if it did change since I last checked. No, yeah. 6-0 on this anti-mage, and his KDA is 14.
Is anti-mage good in the matchup though against Bloodseeker? How does that tend to go?
I think Bloodseeker is fine. I think he's annoying, very annoying versus the AM, but the AM has the Darkseer matchup and stuff, so I think it's something they're maybe contemplating. Because if you don't pick it here, it's probably gonna get banned. Thinking what else would the option be? Look at entity.
What about CK? You don't like CK?
No, I don't like CK. I just don't like the hero right now. Yeah. It's not. I don't like it for Watson either.
And is Nagasaran pretty dead right now?
Besides like a TB counter, I think maybe. Maybe.
You're gonna save their character last. Get clocking now. So definitely looking to be what you said, right? Offlane Veno, mid Beastmaster, clock disruptor supports.
Clock or?
You don't like the clock? Or against Rubik, not a fan?
Not really.
Rubik's going to be able to counterplay.
I mean, the one thing about clock, it can be annoying for techies now. The cogs do bonk you.
Sure, when you're trying to jump.
Yeah. I guess maybe that's what their concept is, and they want more vision. They have a lot of vision. They have Rocket Flare, Hawk. So maybe that's what they wanted. They wanted that extra form of catch and lockdown. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit more sold on it then. I just didn't like it because I see Rubik.
10 seconds.
And even with techies sometimes can be a little weird, where you cog yourself and then you hit him and he has taser and then you're stuck in your cog so you can't kill him. I've seen that happen a lot.
The ban Quins here, Pango to be banned, and I mean it surely would just be the Void Spirit ban, right? That last one.
That's what I would think as well.
I don't think you're leaving Void Spirit in.
Not when you have this little stuns.
No, that would be a mistake.
Let's see what game. I mean, they're not taking out the AM. They don't seem to be afraid of it. Maybe because of the Bloodseeker. Maybe
yeah,
they just aren't afraid of it.
Yeah, I think they're comfortable with Bloodseeker.
I think you might be right. Yeah. The banning of the Jug, we did see I think yesterday Watson popped off completely on the Jug.
Sure. I'll take out Sven.
Okay.
Even in the Void Spirit, they opt for the Ember ban over the Void Spirit ban.
It's a disgusting Ember game. It's up right with that, actually. I think it's a much better Ember game than the Void Spirit game, personally. But
really?
It's very good.
Void Spirit's just a better hero, right?
He is. But there's not.
I mean,
the thing about Ember is you can play so easy around Disruptor. You have multiple different ways to play around Glimpse. And there's literally no stun. It's a roar and a hookshot, really.
Is there anything else other than the Void Spirit we're considering?
No.
I don't know. I think they would have rather taken Void over Ember anyway. And Entity very quick to pick it up. They'll just go immediately with the Watson Lone Druid to finish this one.
So an old school, this is a throwback counter to Darkseer. This is what people used to do back in like 2012 versus Darkseer. You try to have this. You set up a moving. Your lanes can move around a lot because you now have a Lone Druid and a 1v1 at some points versus the Darkseer, and it opens up your supports to be able to move around. Okay. I mean, I like Gamings quite a lot here. They have great Ion Shell carriers, good mech pipe carrier for the Darkseer versus the Venomancer.
Yeah, I don't see Quinn having a hard time, getting a last pick Void Spirit against a lineup that, outside of a couple of ultimates, is going to really struggle to contain him.
Yeah. No, I'm there with you too. Stormstormer, I mean, his Beastmaster, it's done some cool stuff in some of these games, but they've lost, I think, 3 out of the 4 with it.
I mean, what's been going on? Like, does the lane go badly for him? I mean,
no, he gets farmed.
The lane goes fine. Yeah.
I think he ends up I think he was ending up pretty decently farmed most of the games. I think he actually ended up very farmed most of the games, having his Ags at 12 to 15 minutes, and then he gets an early BKB, but.
I mean, they got decent team to snowball with. If they can kind of get after that start, pushing down towers, rallying up around the Lone Druid, they'll have a pretty scary 5-man. Especially if they're able to sort of do it at a time where maybe they're able to slow down Dyrachia a little bit in the laning stage, and we see a lot of times Dyrachia kind of needs that extra bit of early game sort of space to recover from some of the pretty nasty lanes that teams have been throwing against him.
This is true.
Definitely a world where Quinn pops off and Ace's Darks here. Definitely something that's been banned out. quite a few games prior to this one. Gets through this
look
time.
at this. Look at this switch. Celery is actually playing the Rubik. They do have Rubik and Techie, so
okay.
Tofu's got to take one or the other. So that's going to be interesting. When the hell was the last time that I saw Celery play a Rubik?
I guess what this is just down to because of the lanes they want to take these heroes in.
Yeah.
Which I think makes sense.
saw,
you want the techies with the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I mean, he played it the other day. I think we were casting. Maybe. Yeah. No, it was versus 9 Pandas. He did play it the other day, the Rubik, so still willing to take it. All right, let's see how it does end up going down. Let's see how mid ends up going. I didn't get to see how this Beastmaster versus Void Spirit matchup actually is. Void Spirit, I feel like, should be able to farm pretty fine with your shield plus having higher base damage, but Beast probably also gets fine. Farm. Maybe you have higher kill threat as something like Quinn, but I don't even know. Maybe Beast just does fine. I'm going to watch mid quite a bit here. Maybe just trade a farm as axes versus shield. We shall see.
And so, like, on the bottom lane, I mean, where's sort of the Venom been sitting for you recently on this off-lane core role? Has it been doing well, or are not many teams really doing it anymore?
It feels very strong. I think it's mostly OG that's doing it, but it's getting banned a lot. And I mean, it's a universal hero, so it gets crazy scaling as the game progresses with not just your, not just your spells, but your actual right click. You actually become pretty formidable. And yeah, this ult is just, it is crazy. You have amazing talents too. I actually really like the new talents that new-ish. These things add up. Poison health reduction, very annoying.
I mean, you always taking the same talents with this build up on the offlane Veno, or is there some versatility decision?
I think I've only seen left, right.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen anyone take the Gale Crates play words anymore. I don't think you take play word cooldown. Maybe the Venomous Gale CD could be something you take some games, but health reduction is phenomenal. All right, let's see how this all does kick off. Veno Clock, a very kill-hungry lane. There is a Rubik. Probably why they wanted to switch things up is put the Rubik versus the Clockwork lane. This is a strong one. Rubik Bloodseeker is no joke, keeping people inside of the blood right.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so Celery is going to play down here,
Yeah. I like it. Let's see how Ace is able to do versus the kind of counter pick of this lone druid. With Fishman at his side.
I think they'll do okay. I think Durasho's going to have enough sustain in this lane.
I think so too. I think this is one of the...
Yeah,
I think some
melee...
Yeah, a lot of melee carries might struggle, but I think Bloodseeker is probably one of the ones that struggles the least. He misses 2 last hits there, though.
He does.
He's going to take a beating.
They're getting a good bit of damage done to him here. I'll try and stay near the creep wave and make sure he doesn't get hit by all those battery assaults.
Then we got to make sure he doesn't miss those yet. I think I said him miss like 3. So, definitely wants to get that heal kick in there. Yeah, I'm looking at mid. I think Beast actually just is fine. He just farms.
Yeah, I mean, it's very satisfying to CS with Beastmaster, right?
It's so nice.
Nice animation.
Yeah, and then you can use
I guess
your board
the Void Spirit does also have a very nice animation.
Yeah.
Celery. Can they get the deny? They can't. Katsuomi's going to be able to get him.
And Duraccio.
He's also going to be in a bit of trouble. He might just be dead. He is. Okay, both of them.
Okay,
Time to strike there. Double kill for Katsuomi. They're going at it on these early levels, and not at a point where they can deal with that. Here, there's both of them going down, and top lane Tofu, he might be in trouble as well.
He is going down.
They've got him. All right, Entity. Off the mark here with 3 kills.
Strong lane setups. Getting early aggressive on Duraccio when he was still like level 1. Yeah, they are able to punish this Bloodseeker. Duraccio got to be a bit more careful. He has struggled, like you said, quite a bit inside some of these lanes. Yesterday in particular, we saw some. Tofu knows what to do. DP stop, hides himself, doesn't want to get glimpsed away. Nice kill to start things off 3-0. Toby, I believe now that is a bracer. Feels super good now that you can do this on these offlane Venos. Used to have to do it kind of in the past anyway, but now it actually is amazing because you're universal. And it does mean that they're going to be able to get themselves Lotus as well for the next potential go.
Yeah, having these early stats makes it unlikely that Duracho and Celery are ever really going to be able to get aggressive themselves on these early levels. It's going to feel pretty bad trying to chase down this Venom.
Cute little play there from Duracho. He pulls the aggro of the creeps out of the tower range to try to hold the creep wave here so he can keep that farm going. Toby steps up a bit far. Glyph on the wave. I don't know. I think that was a bottom glyph, not a mid glyph.
Top lane.
Or top.
Ace gets the kill on Fishman, but will die for this.
Tofu.
Watson, not going to get him. Tofu's able to back off in time. So Ace killing off Fishman, but yeah, Watson, he's living to tell the tale up there.
Yep. He is missing some last hits on Watson, but I think it's because they're going for the kill threat. They're hitting and whittling down this Darkseer so that they can go for it. Nicely done. So we are starting to see Duracho, though, with the lane positioning. They're doing it. I mean, again, this lane positioning, it really does matter when you have it this close to your tower. It's able to get that solid free farm now up to 16-7. Double Gale connects, but he should be just fine. Quinn. Looking to accept his death and go for the boar.
He'll get it. It's a little bit of money for Quinn on the way out. Yeah, nice movement from Fishman. Allows Stormer to take Quinn down. You know, so far, pretty much dead even on the CS in this mid matchup between the two of them. But getting a kill like that, that's going to give that chance for Stormer to get his level 6 online first.
Yep, and he's going to be able to get that power rune, or water rune, sorry, down bottom. So he's 5-1 right now. This could actually leave inevitably into another kill, perhaps onto the Void Spirits, since Stormer is going to be getting that 6. They could look to make another move top. Ace. There's a glimpse available.
I mean, but he's got no escape here. He's got the stick, but yeah, indeed dragged back.
Nice fear.
Nice, just the Lotus, and it's not enough to keep him alive. Another kill here for the safe lane too of Entity. Cool. They're just finding kills all across the map here, Entity.
And I've never seen that. I've never seen the Lone Druid versus Techies thing before, though. But yeah, he can get the Savage Roar mid-air on the Techies to stop the blast off. Cool. Big kills here, 6-1.
Yeah, just punish it. Oh, and Ace!
He got glimpsed.
He got glimpsed. It's been a tough start for him.
Tofu was ready for the glimpse earlier, but Ace,
he was not
fully focused, it seems.
Straight in and straight out, and it's taking him time as well to get back to lane. Of course, with this build that they went for aggressively, doesn't have the surge, so he wasn't able to save himself earlier, and was also not able to get back to lane that quickly. So a good amount of space for Watson. You said earlier he was kind of slow on the CS, but now he's getting the space to catch up.
Full. Yep, and Fishman, he's actually been giving quite a bit of XP to Watson, too. Watson's nearly 6, Fishman level 4, so a very high-level Lone Druid now. Even holding on the point for the Spirit Bear, just so he can do the double root trick. And Quinn, he's getting whittled down. He's axe spam. It's around the power runes, too. Quinn not quite level 6. He'll hit it now. He's actually going aggro. Stormer.
He's got the roar. He's going to get lifted up, but he's got backup of Fishman. Jump forward from Tofu. Tofu's able to clip him. We'll get in and take down Stormer. See if Quinn can get out of this, though. He's run out of ways to escape. Katsumi's going to be able to clean up one of them. Diamond with the haste rune. They've got the glimpse back onto Tofu. Cogs are out. They're able to trap Tofu. Fishman and Katsumi. See if they can finish him off. Tofu on the high ground. He's able to turn. Tofu's going to live. It is actually Kataomi that goes down. Fishman on the retreat. Celery will have Mango and a Fade Pot in a second, but Fishman's able to back off far enough in time. But Tofu able to turn and find something out of that trade at the end of it.
Blood Grenade, baby. The Blood Grenade plus the Sticky keeps them far enough there for a second so he can actually survive on Tofu. Bottom, Duracho, ticking low. He'll be okay.
Out of the cause, having the slowest of the starts here, Duracho.
Oh, and the Wisdom runes again. To Fishman, he's running over, but Tofu's already got it, and Fishman's actually low enough to perhaps get killed here. The bomb's on top of him.
Tofu should have this kill easy.
Yeah, he's got him.
All right, a Wisdom rune and a kill, solo kill for Tofu. That's going to put him on a good path towards his 6 at a good time.
Yeah, that's big. Ace, Vanguard is completed, so is a lot safer up top versus that Lone Druid. And Celery, okay, confidently going in aggressively to slow down this Beastmaster a bit here. They're trying to pressure mid. 4-7, very active early game. Bottom, Duracho is able to get away.
Thinking about turning back in on this. I mean, Toby's pretty low. They get the lift up. I mean, they're going to... Yeah, they're teasing around with the idea, but Toby's got the chance to throw the Gale back out of them. They're actually very speedy right now.
He'll be okay. Actually, maybe not. It's going to be close. I think he's dead. Might have to deny him. I think you got to deny him. Oh!
He's gone. You're right. He did need to. Draccio. He's going to go for the TP out, but they've got him.
He's dead too.
A double kill for Toby.
Okay. Mid.
I mean, they're in.
Quinn.
On top of Tofu. Tofu's going to try and jump out. He'll make it away.
Axes.
Not going to catch him. But Entity...
Rocket.
No. Tofu's going to be fine. But yeah, these kills, I mean, Gaming Gladiators there are having a rough laning stage here against Entity. Look
really
at this farm
are.
as well. Watson's getting all the space in the world now. He's top farming the Lone Druid.
Absolute free farm. Toby getting great levels too since he just gets a double kill like that. He's level 7. Tough for them to maybe go down and contest. It doesn't feel good for you to go down and contest this Veno too, because even if he dies, he's happy.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well about Entity's lineup. You know, the group up, the potential, right? If these heroes hit their first sort of timing, if they start going for these 5-man pushes, it's not going to be easy for Gladiators to turn up, especially with like Duraccio's Bloodseeker, due to how tough of a start he's had. He's just not going to be ready to present himself in the team fights.
No, he's so poor, really. Not even quite level 6. Accelerate, again, also dead.
That's
Just get the
another
deny.
one. They do this
time. He will.
Something.
But anytime someone shows, I mean, it's a Gale into just instantly dead. Anyone who gets Galed. They're going to make a move. Quinn and Tofu looking to try to push this Venomancer out of the lane. Duracho probably calling for it. He's probably like, guys, I'm not getting much. Toby spotted. They heard it. How does Entity punish? There's a lot of stacks here being farmed right now. Ace, he might lose all of this. And they might actually just take his life too.
I think they will. They step up. He'll drop the wall. Ace gets the vacuum out into the two of them, but Ace is gone.
And Stormers took it all.
Did he actually get most of the last CS against the Iron
He took
Shelf?
all of it.
He did.
Yeah, he made sure. He wasn't even hitting the hero. He was completely focused on the stack. That's halfway, more than halfway to the Aghanims. He's pretty much 3 components on it now for Stormstormer. Fantastic start for Entity. Quinn.
He's going to go for
double
Fishman.
jumps.
And he's going to get caught in the Static Storm. If they've got any
Tanky.
further control, they've got the Roar. They don't have the damage. Quinn's fine. And now Quinn can turn for Stormstormer, especially with Drasho turning up, drops the Rupture. No escape for Stormstormer. Quinn gets the double.
And Katomi might just get brought down here too. A sticky bomb will latch. But Quinn takes it
He
away.
wants it. Triple kill for Quinn. All right, Quinn's ready to carry them out of this sort of tough start.
Yeah, they're back. Huge stuff. Tofu, the 2 supports are pretty rich on the side of gaming. And Quinn totally catches back up. And even Duracio gets involved with an early rotation coming in. Watson still, of course, having that really good game, but a good recovery here for gaming. Stormstormer.
Quinn's in. He's ready to dive in for these kills. Gets the setup with the Remnant into the Bloodbright. TP's coming in from Entity. But Stormstormer, he's already dead. As Quinn gets another. Astral steps back up over towards Kataomi. More kills set up here by Quinn. Watson's TP'd in. See what Watson can get in return, but the Remnant grabs onto the bear.
Glimpsing 2.
See which one with the 2 of them they're able to target. Fishman. Waiting for an opportunity. I mean, doesn't look like he'll go. I mean, even if he goes for it, the Static Storm's still on cooldown for 10 seconds, so hard to catch anyone. He's going to go for
Tofu. He's got Taser and Pavis, though. He's tanky.
He's able to turn and
he
throw a
might
bomb
just kill
down onto Fishman. Quinn can go back in as well. Dracho's already behind the tower. They dive and they take down Watson before he's able to get the ult off. 2 more kills for Quinn. As Gaming Gladiators, they are completely nullifying that early lead that Entity had with these moves. Gaming Gladiators, they're now up 2k lead, and Quinn, he's taken the game away with him.
I mean, a beautiful plays from Gaming, but very bizarre plays really coming out from Entity. Now they're going to lose their triple stack, too. It's a blood-raged Rubik. Not something you see too often, but when he has access, sure. They 1-by-1 port in and die, Owen. That was very questionable from Entity. Even Toby TP's in after the fight is totally done to hold off the tower, but damage is mostly done there.
I mean, Quinn,
a big hit from Gaming.
Quinn's getting so much.
Yeah,
1,000 got ahead of anyone right now.
And Ace just sat top the whole time, right? Like, he was like, I'm not joining. I'm just going to... Now I have a lane. I'm going to free farm it. He's pretty much caught up with the course.
Yeah.
That is a huge hit. As
They didn't need him. They didn't need him.
Yeah. Entity cannot 1-by-1 TP in like that. That was literally like Beastmaster TPs, then Disruptor TPs, then Lone Druid TPs, then Venomancer TPs. It was... Yeah. They cannot do that versus a team like Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I think just one of those situations where because of the early lane start, Entity, they really felt they were individually stronger than they were. Duracho will be jumped. Catch. The Rupture's already thrown down onto Fishman, so setup's there for Celery to clean up Fishman. Katsomi, they're going to find him. Celery, quick with the glimpse, catches him in the final moments, brings him back after the TP. So more glory set up for Quinn, godlike, 13 minutes in.
He has gotten every last hit, huh? Actually godlike. I feel like he got most of those in like, what, I'm just looking at the kill speed. Yeah, he's got like every single one.
Last couple of minutes, yeah.
Yeah, since like what at like the 8-minute mark or so and on, he's gotten every single one of the kills for his team. 2K lead now, Gaming. Super comfortable position. Stormstormer, he's still very close to the Aghanims, but they've been slowed down massively here now. Items being picked up. Gaming getting the ball together. Ace now can get involved with this team too. He's got a mech.
I mean, you see, it hurts so much, those last few moves. Gaming Gladiators,
they're smoking.
They're able to hit Entity hard again, then this lead's going to be very hard to redeem. Quinn, he's got an Arcane Broom ready for the next play.
They see Stormstormer. He's got to run. There's a stolen glimpse.
And it's into the telekinesis. They're able to lift him up. Stormstormer will turn, gets the roar off onto Quinn, but there's no escape for him. It's just another one for Gaming Gladiators as Entity, they are so quickly losing any sort of control on this game.
They didn't get rid of the vision. That ward is full duration around the ancient area from Tofu, from the earlier invasion. They just waltz in. It's a free kill. The stolen glimpse coming into play.
They're just getting completely outplayed in these last few minutes.
The maneuvering, everything really from Gaming Gladiators is just that much better now after the laning phase. And now, yeah, as I said, Ace can get involved consistently with the team because he has great buddies to Ion Shell. So now with that mech being finished up early on, they've got quite a lot more team fight in comparison to Entity. Playing back foot when you're playing Disruptor is never a good feeling.
Radiant are scanning.
Deso, I believe, is done for Watson. So still, the timings are going to hit now. Stormstorm, I believe, Aghanims, Watson, Deso, and a pipe on Toby. So now it would be time for them to try to take a head-on fight with this one. But are they going to be able to versus Gaming, who is now incredibly formidable?
Quinn.
No. Takes out some boars.
Full pipe on Toby, so maybe some way to sort of protect them against this incredible burst that Gaming Gladiators throw at them.
Stormer!
He's just in. He's in on a Storm. Stormer doesn't stand a chance. The static storm on the field, it's there, onto Quinn. Watson's got the bear on top of him. Hook shot forward, Quinn getting a little low, fear pushback as well, but it's not enough. Quinn is able to live. Katsomi to go down, double kill for Quinn. As Entity,
Watson,
they've got to back away, but the Rupture is there into the blood right. They're focusing Watson's bear first. They'll kill it off. The bear's gone.
Duracho gets a last hit too, full heal.
They might be able to dive in for more. They are. Quinn jumps in, another Astral Step, another kill, triple kill for him. They're ready to go for more. Fishman, he tries for the TP out, but they're going to be able to catch him.
Outplay after outplay after outplay. Stormstormer gets too far up. He gets initiated, dies instantly. They don't have their mid for the fight. And Quinn, they throw the spells on him, but after this godlike getting all these kills, he is so tanky. He withstands everything. And then, yeah, Duracho. He might have died, but I think, yeah, last hit the bear. I think he healed for over 1,000 health from it. Or close to 1,000 health from it. As game, I mean, massively now in the favor of Gaming as Entity. Things have crumbled and crumbled and crumbled.
I mean, how do you pull yourself together as a team after these back-to-back events around this mid area? It's got to be feeling pretty horrific, right? You had such a good laning stage, and then the coordination around these mid movements, it's just crumbled every single time.
Losing another one, too. Tofu finding another kill. They need someone else to be the frontliner. Like, the way that Stormstormer's playing, that's where Toby has to be in that last fight, in particular. They can't have the Beastmaster get gone on first.
It's got to feel tough here for Entity.
Yeah, now game is just incredibly difficult at this point because they can just eviscerate these frontline targets with their mixed damage. It's not like it's just magical. So Toby, yeah, he has Pipe to block a good amount of that, but these Void Spirits don't do just magical. They do mostly physical, in fact, when they go this type of route. So yeah, he can just jump in, kill a target, and jump out probably on Quinn in most situations now at this point.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, literally right after lanes. Gaming definitely has shown a bit more weakness than in the past in the lanes, I think. I think most lanes in like the last 2 months or something, they were kind of dominating. They are losing some lanes, but their mid game, especially this game, the early mid game is just dominated.
Dire's middle tower is under
I mean, what's the call next for Entity? After those last few fights have gone like that, are you just saying, guys, we just got to let them take like this tier 2 around the mid? We don't want to be fighting around here until we've got our next item online.
But I'm not sure what the next item, unless it's like a BKB for the Beastmaster that's gonna make him actually just survive the jumps. It's just not easy for them to make moves at this point, even though they're playing this vision lineup. But I think the most important for them, the thing for them to do is play around your vision, look for when heroes are split up at this point and trying to get pickoffs. I think head-on fights might be too difficult, especially when Dyrachyo has BKB. I'm just not seeing them have damage to really kill these heroes quick enough. Especially now, I mean, Ace, he's gonna have Pipe too after the Greaves. This is, I'm not sure, Entity. All the lanes are constantly shoving in onto them. They have to try to contest this Roche. This could be the best option for them.
Now they've got Blink on Stormer, so he no longer has to be sort of on the front, as has been punished the last few times in these fights.
Does mean he's squishy though. Not going for the BKB first after the Aghanims. Toby, lead the charge. Okay, good. I want to see Toby running in.
If they get a good Blink reveal with the Beastmaster Roar.
Let's see. BKB's done for Bloodseeker now though. Damage is pretty limited on the side of Entity.
If they don't get a clean initiation, they're just going to get destroyed. They're going to go for the Roar onto the Techies.
Okay.
See if they can kill Tofu. The wall's down. Tofu's still alive. Finally goes down. But now Quinn and Dyrachyo, they're ready to fight. They've cleaned up Storm, and Tofu's going to come in with a buyback. Watson was able to find Celery as well with the bear. They get a couple of them. So they can get Quinn. Quinn's trying to turn to take down the bear, and he'll do so. That's the bear gone. Quinn's able to astral tap out.
Tofu
leaps in, gets in on top of the three of them. It's going to be Fishman and Katomi going down. Watson also to fall as Tofu comes in hot there with the buyback and makes sure that this is yet again going to be another fight that Entity is going to feel rough about turning up for there.
It was a pretty good fight too until that point. What a buyback from Tofu. And Quinn just these two, I mean, he ate so many spells. I think he connected like a 4-man or 5-man Resonant Pulse because he had a humongous barrier built up there. A decent connection from when they're behind like this for Entity, but yeah, Tofu's buyback.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's always going to feel a bit awkward though when you're revealing like this Blink Roar onto a support and onto a support that does have buyback.
Yep.
It's not going to be quite enough for them to sort of get a grasp back on this game.
But tough for you to really, you don't always know stuff like that it's going to be coming out, right? You know, this buyback from a Techies. The fact that they still have their tier 1 top actually makes this easier for him because he can actually just TP back into the fray, right?
That's true, sure.
Because it all makes, it makes a big difference. The tower's actually not been touched at all. Pretty big deal. Yeah, great buyback. And we see here Quinn, it's looking like maybe he can drop down. It's close to the pulse thing, but then boom. Tofu lands it beautifully. Stormer being stalked. Celery. Gets soloed.
All right.
Sentry ward was down.
Celery punished there for being a little cheeky with the way he was trying to sneak in on them.
Yeah. The one thing about the Aghanims is it does a ton of damage still as Ace. He's in.
I mean, he drops the wall there for an attempt on Fishman. That's going to be a wall that's gone a little bit to waste. So Entity, something to look up about for them.
Yep. Coming small. Arcane Rune spawn spot him. Quinn. Gonna be very happy with that one. Level 15's been hit after the last fight. And yeah, he's now Pipe. And the Greaves are done. These auras, you don't need to block so much. They have so much protection for each other. Pavis, Greaves, Pipe, Medallion, etc. Keeping their cores enabled, keeping the fights going. Watson. His growth has just stagnated so much because they haven't been able to win a fight. Even though he did get that good farm in the early game, he's not able to get many kills. Just 3 kills for him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dyrachyo.
They're going to jump for Watson under the tower. Watson's just immediately blown up. They get under the tier 2, and they're able to just blow him up.
And they're chasing maybe for more. Storm's still ruptured. Ace.
Oh, it's a good vacuum onto the 2, but the Remnant Won't quite catch the balls there. Ready to block it. Quinn,
once more.
he's still diving in. They get the Astral Stepping on the Fishman. He'll turn Static Storm. They'll use the Raw onto Duraccio. Do they have the damage, though, to kill this Bloodseeker? Duraccio, he's going to be fine. He's healing up. Jump ball from Tofu. In onto Katsomi. They'll dive in, take down Toby. Triple kill. GG. And they'll tap out. GG is called 23 minutes in. Gaming Gladiators. And that sped up so fast. I mean, you look back, what sort of the first 10 minutes, right? It was like, okay, Entity, great lanes, great early kills, and then from that mid movement, that mid defense with the 1x1 TP in, as you were pointing out, you can't do that against Gaming Gladiators. They will punish that so hard, and from that point onwards, there was no recovery fog.
No, absolutely. I literally exactly what I was going to say. The sequence of 1x1 TPs into losing their ancient area. Yeah. I think they didn't lose every ancient. I think they maybe got like 1 or 2 or 3 or something like that. But then the ward is placed down. And then they get Stormstormer again afterwards because of that type of invasive play. It feels like most of this game is like a span of 3 to 4 minutes. Gaming just completely slammed it down onto Entity after those lanes. And Quinn went crazy. I think what ends up beyond godlike starts, I believe maybe like 1 and 2 or something, ends up 17 and 2. Just Quinn.
Everyone. Yeah, it really felt like at the end of the draft, sort of picking your poison, right? Do you ban the Quinn's Ember, or do you ban Quinn's Void?
Yep.
Honestly, it was probably likely that he'd be able to put out a similar performance on either of them, but I don't know. I feel like Void is just that way scarier.
Void is probably more broken.
I think you want to ban the
just
Void.
Universal. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, honestly. It's just I saw like the Venom with the pipe, and I'm like, okay, you know, Toby's going to be able to, but Quinn's just right. Like, I wish we had a way to like, on like the graph at the end of the game, the graph to separate physical and magical damage now at this point, just so we can see how much Quinn actually just did with raw right clicks. Besides in this game.
Wait, I can see that in game, can't I?
I think you can in game.
Let me. Quinn. So yeah, Quinn looking at his damage output. Yeah, it was between the ults and his auto attacks. It was 15k of the 21k damage he does.
Yeah, so I mean that's. Yeah, it says kind of all of it right there.
So obviously a bit of that's the Void Mark damage from the Astral Step, but yeah, easily over half of his damage is physical that he's doing this game.
Yeah. So I mean, that's what's come down to really for these Void Spirits, and you can understand why he wants this pipe and stuff like that, but they needed more. But I mean, I'm not really going to talk too much about items and stuff like that because I think Entity, they played the lanes great, and I think they just completely shot themselves in the foot when they just consecutively TP'd 1x1 and lost the game pretty much just off of that.
Yeah, you're just not recovering after plays like that against Gaming Gladiators. You give them that sort of chance to hit back, and there's no stopping them from that point onwards. This is the reason why Gaming Gladiators have had as many wins as they've had and the success that they do. That no mistakes can be made against this team. They know how to punish it, and very quickly as well. Yeah, 23-minute victory. That's a fast game for them.
It's one of the faster ones we've had, I believe, in this tournament. After, I mean, yeah, the lanes fell apart way too fast. Entity, it's been happening for them a lot. It's just mid-game, or it's not even mid-game. This was like early game, of course, too. Like right after the lanes, they have to be better with their decision-making, and I think that's come down to everything. Besides, I mean, draft, I think they could have absolutely won with this one. I wasn't really too fond of it. I definitely liked gamings quite a lot more, but I mean, the play kind of says everything.
As I said beforehand, with Entity's position right now in the league, they need any win that they can get. Not able to find it here in this first game, and at least there's some positives for them to look towards, right, going into this game too. The fact that they were able to have such a start in the lanes, that's got to count for something, right, when you're sort of trying to get the mood up, get the vibe up when you go into the game 2 draft fog.
Yeah, but I think also one thing that could actually be getting into their mentality is now they've only won 1 game with their Beastmaster, and it's their like first pick hero that they've done. I think they've run it now 5 times, and it has 1 win. So maybe they're probably telling themselves, maybe our ideas are wrong, so they could be getting in their heads a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what do we want to get Stormstormer back on? He's quite the Pango player, isn't he, Stormstormer?
Yeah.
Where's the Pango? Get him on the Pango. I guess this game, Bloodseeker's picked second, and that's maybe one of the reasons why it was, sort of puts off Stormstormer being able to play Pango.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but maybe they will try something different. I mean, maybe not. I mean, as you said, if they've done as many games as they have with this opening Beastmaster pick, they really believe that that's not part of the problem, and that is something that they can make work. Maybe they'll try and do it again.
I mean, it could work, and like I said, I didn't really want to talk about the picks too much, but I just like seeing people. I feel like when you start losing like a lot with one hero, then you start like your whole team starts questioning. It's like, are we the baddies? Are we the ones that are just thinking about things wrong? Is something not right? So maybe some things could just change. But yeah, I think overall, like I said, play needs to be crisper, needs to be cleaner after the lanes.
Well, we will find out. We will find out very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, in Game 2 of this. Do not go anywhere. We'll be heading over to a short break, and then we will be back with the second game of this series in Gaming Gladiators and Entity.
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Dream League Season 20. I'm OD Pixel here with Fogged, and we're currently halfway through the series between Gaming Gladiators and Entity. A very fast game on one of the fastest games that we've had here in the Dream League so far, 23 minutes or so. Entity, they had a good first 10 minutes of it though, right, Fogg? They turned up, the lanes looked good, it looked like they were going to get somewhere. And then they just really didn't, because Gaming Gladiators, once again, they did Gaming Gladiator things.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to say it, right? Everything was being set up to maybe be this good game for Entity where they can take these fights. Gladiators were still in an okay spot, don't get me wrong, but
yeah, sure.
Entity had some good setup and everything like that, and then there was no game. The game just got completely destroyed. Gaming just slams them back-to-back, I think 3-4 consecutive fights in a row, and it's over within the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I think decision making is just gonna have to be better because the first 10 minutes were great. I think it told me, especially the clock, I was a little bit like, when I saw the pick, I was like, I'm not really super crazy about it, but he made it work in the laning phase. Just afterwards, everything just fell apart. So
yeah, I think I'd be down for them to just maybe put a bit more focus on to Quinn's heroes in the bans in this game. I think last game there was some sort of bans thrown around, kind of like a Lich ban or something. I feel like if you're going to ban the Ember, you probably at least want to ban the Void as well or something.
Yeah.
If he gets one of his heroes against you, you're going to have a tough time, right? Quinn gets a Void Spirit. If he gets a Pango, you're probably going to struggle.
Yeah, and we know that they do a lot of homework. Like, these guys have a lot of prep always on the side of Entity, and yeah, you have to imagine they would want to have tons of those. And yeah, the Lich ban for me was definitely the biggest question mark around the entirety of everything. So yeah, I'd agree with you. Because I liked everything else was good. You know, I actually was fine with the other bans. I was fine with the Ench ban, fine with the Magnus, cool with Pango, Ember. But we were just waiting, and we're like, which one's it gonna be? It's gonna be one of these big three. One of his Pango, his Ember, his Void Spirit. He gets arguably what looked like maybe even the best one that could have been this game.
I mean, it certainly ended up looking like that. What was it, 17-2 and 11 Quinn ending up that game on. So quite the scoreline. Quite the scoreline from him. We'll see if we can do it again. I mean, from Entity's side of things, going back to lanes, what do you think was working well for them? And what do you think they could maybe work with again out of their lineup that would have a bit of better potential to carry on that success into the later portions of the game? Anything that you would like to see them do again? Yep, sure.
Hello? Test? I think my mic died for a second there. I think I'm back.
No,
Sorry about that.
Loud and clear.
Oh, you heard me.
Oh, I heard you. Maybe the stream didn't.
I think something on the other setting got messed up there for a second there, so I don't remember what I was saying now.
What they could do again in this game too, Entity.
I think just play. I think the clock and the disruptor can dictate pace. I think the early game aggression that they can do is actually really nice to make early rotations for power runes to set up Stormer. Because we saw around like the mid, around 6 minutes, they made the move. Yeah, they lost some heroes and stuff like that, but it does enable them to make early aggressive moves. So I'm cool with most of what I saw here. It's just the 1x1 TPs. I think the game could have been completely different. Could have actually been a close one.
We're having a look at the carries from that last game, Watson and Duraccio. I mean, yeah, just once again, right? Duraccio, it really doesn't matter what you throw against him in the lane, right? He'll die, sure, but it just doesn't matter. I mean, well, that safe lane started off with Duraccio getting caught in this situation where they're both getting double killed, they're both getting killed off. But he always recovers. He just knows how to sort of pull his game back perfectly every single time, Fogg.
I mean, he's got a great 4 players to get him back into games. That's for damn sure. So does sometimes just come in and get these cleanup kills to make himself get that catch back. But he has to play lanes better. Because now I've seen, I think, 3-4 games where
you do get these early deaths.
These are just more than usual. Because in the past, like we always talked about the 1 or 2 Duraccio deaths, but those usually come later. Now I'm seeing them. They're happening in laning phase, which is not good. You know, I don't think you can actually, versus like very, very good teams and stuff like that, once the teams get more experience, I think lanes, like if you die like that in a lane, you could just cost yourself the game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be interesting to see actually if that's one of the factors to them having the losses that they have had, Gaming Gladiators. Are those games in which Duraccio does die 1 or 2 times in the lanes? Maybe.
Maybe.
So, yeah, we'll see if we can tighten it up for this Game 2 draft. It has begun, so we'll be able to get it on your screens very shortly. And even bumping up the priorities this time, Entity, they're actually going to ban out Celery's Enchantress as that first ban.
Interesting.
I don't know if they needed to do that, because this leaves other stuff in. I mean, you said yourself, right, you would not necessarily be a fan of them banning out Celery's Enchi in the first phase.
Maybe if you're second pick and you're seeing, like, you give them one hero and you're going to get, like, 2 gotchas or something like that, but when you're first pick, that means more heroes are going to be left in the pool for gaming to get, like, the 2 very strong selective ones. So, okay, interesting approach.
Gladiators, I'll take out the bat. And
why not? Same as last time.
10 seconds remaining. Entities.
I take out techies because they're not getting first pick.
Okay. What with that?
I mean, highly likely Entity would have gone first pick techies for sure.
Yeah.
Gladiators.
They want it. They want it again. They're really set with this one, Fogged.
Okay.
They really believe in it.
I mean,
They really do.
Gladiators.
Dying.
Entities turn
And the morph. So they're thinking of even new ideas and better ways to even deal with it too. This is really strong.
Well, you always like the morph Undying opening?
Yeah, I think these two are excellent together. I like Undying a lot with morph. I think Soul Rip, even like mid game and stuff like that's hilarious. You have a 1 HP morph and he just gets like full heal. That's like one of the smallest things, of course, but it's hard for Beastmaster to play versus morph throughout most stages of the game. You can't even ever really effectively kill him. He gets shard and you're countered. You just glitz morph during your roar or anything like that. So he seems like quite a strong pick here. How does Entity want to prepare for it?
Gotta have some catch.
You also, it's like you gotta have catch and you gotta make sure that you're gonna get one of these carry matchups that you want. So you just snap pick it.
I want Toby's Venom.
Okay.
I mean, obviously did well in the lane last time.
They love these heroes. I mean, they love their Beast Venom, even though they lost both times they've opened with it. They've lost all 3 games they played it.
I mean, yeah, would you imagine if you were looking at all of the teams' drafts in this competition that in terms of the number of different heroes, Entity would be pretty low down on the list?
I can try to look and bring that up for you to see who's got the least picks, actually. Overall from heroes, it's going to be...
Gaiman Gladiators turn to ban.
Yeah, theirs is definitely the smallest.
It is. Is it actually right down at the bottom? Yeah.
Yep, they're at the bottom.
Okay. So they're very set in their ways.
There's quite a bit of teams that are pretty... actually, Tundra is, it looks like, maybe. Yeah, I think Tundra. Okay. It's Tundra, Entity, and Aster that have small pools.
10 seconds remaining.
And then
well, it works for some. So it works for Tundra.
Yeah, it works for some.
Pretty good right now.
And now they're banning out the... I mean, you have Morph and Undying, so yeah, I don't blame them. Ban the PL. It's traditionally been looked as... was always one of the counters for both of the heroes, even though maybe it doesn't work in pro play. Watson is a very good, if not one of the better PLs in the world.
Because you banned the PL over his Terrorblade, you don't care about a Terrorblade pick here, or will they also ban that?
I think they'll ban that as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't see a reason not to. I think you ban TB and Slark if you're worried about those 2 specific Watson heroes.
That sounds good, yeah.
Because, yeah, you have Undying also, too, so it's like you want to make sure you're covering a little bit of both of these heroes. The thing about Undying, too, is like this actually pushes now, it's like this Beastmaster now, it's almost locked as a mid laner. I feel like Entity's now just revealed two cores. This is a Beast mid and a Veno off lane. Not 100%, but most likely. Because Undying, you don't want to play the Beast versus the lane versus Undying at all.
Diamond Gladiators turn to ban. Entities turn
Okay,
to
so it looks like they're going to take out Sky instead. Looks like they're targeting Katomi in this instance. I don't mind that either.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I think that they banned Sky over the Disruptor. They're not scared of him playing Disruptor again. We saw that be an approach against Morphs.
Yeah, but I think overall they're more worried about Katomi's hero pool than Fishman's. I think Katomi's the more explosive player, and Katomi's a very good Skywrath player.
5 seconds remaining.
Now leave the Terrorblade in there.
For now.
For now, sure. They have got that one more ban.
So I imagine Entity's gonna either get the Slark or the TB.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's probably gonna get taken away.
Out of the two, I think actually you think you might be right. The Slark might be preferential. So yeah, I might not have that luxury. See what Gaming Gladiators ban.
Yeah, let's see what they discuss. See which one. Magnus, Mirana, taken away.
10 seconds remaining.
Interesting.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, their bans are really intriguing to me. The Mag ban, I'm not sure. I mean, it's just because it's Magnus and it's like super good, and they just don't want to play against it just in case if Ace wants to play it. But
I feel like I'd be more scared of Ace's Doom than his Mag.
right, that's what I feel like too. But I guess if they Doom, then you TB.
Might be the ban here. Yeah, maybe you ban TB and leave Slark in, and then
you take the Doom. Yeah. I mean, they like both versus the Doom as well too, though.
Yeah, I guess the lane's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, we'll see. Maybe it's something
Well,
like
well,
left field. I wonder what else gaming could be discussing.
Maybe do you even think about the AA ban, or again, is that just not really a thing?
Meh.
Nah.
Nah. The way gaming plays, they usually have 2 cores, right? So that's like. Yeah, they're gonna protect the Quinn hero, get the Rubik again, and now they have. It's like, okay, now you're in a position where I'm gonna get my Ember, my Pango, or my Void Spirit. Like gaming's gonna get one of the 3 again for Quinn.
So I think just his Void Spirit again.
Entities turn to pick.
Bounty.
Bounties left in the pool.
They get his Disruptor again. That's the supports of choice here.
Okay, I mean, again, they're like quad downing just like they did last game on Vision. Last game, they literally did the same thing. They have Bounty this time instead of the Clockwork for Vision and for Aggression in early. It's similar, though. It's a very similar style draft, Owen.
I mean, I think there's only one thing that could save this draft. And that's the Stormer Tinker. Would you mind it, or is it bad?
He doesn't have absolute last pick.
He doesn't actually, yeah.
That's my worry.
But the mid pick's probably going to come out here. So it's only going to be an off-lane last pick.
Thing is, the thing about Tinker right now is I think the hero does have his... He can have his time. The Spirits are just so popular right now, and Spirits overall are good versus Tinker in the game.
Sure. And we're probably going to get a Spirit here.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, it's a Spirit or a Pango. Likely.
Unless Quinn wants to go through this next ban phase.
Or do they just doom it up?
But yeah, they just take the Spirit, take the Void Spirit.
I mean, he's playing versus like the same exact heroes he did last game, and he went crazy.
He went 17-2 and 11 against.
In fact, in this game,
the same lineup.
It's even better because there's not a Clockwork; it's a Bounty.
There isn't. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, and anyway, what am I on about? They can't pick a mid, and they've got to do some safe lane beast or something. That's
5 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Be on your toes. Yeah, no, they still need, of course, Watson's hero. Which, I mean, at least they ban out Ace's Doom. We have to see that be banned.
So it's, for me, I'm going to say Anti-Mage, Slark TB.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I think most other ones, the matchup is just not great versus the Morphin Void Spirit. I'm trying to think what else it could be.
I mean, I think maybe it's likely they ban the TB and they put the... I mean, is there a world where he wants to go as Lone Druid again this game? I mean, it's a similar lineup, right? They may, and we know that Entity like to stick with what they like to stick with.
I mean, I guess maybe. I think the Lone Druid was more in particular straight up versus the Darkseer, I wanted to say, but...
Sure, okay, because the lane he ends up in. Yeah, and he doesn't know his lane this time. But again, that could be a reason to pick something like the Lone Druid. Because doesn't know his matchup.
That looks like Anti-Mage.
Okay.
If you're banning Axe.
Yeah. Now, the question of Gaming Gladiators is banning, because I think that the more likely ban is the Terrorblade ban. But maybe they're also thinking on the same wavelength as you, and they would actually ban out the Anti-Mage when they see a ban like that coming out from Entity.
I'm not sure. It's not you ask like what do you want to play against instead, right? I guess.
Yep.
On the side of gaming. I think TB looks more answerable. AM looks like they don't really have the best answers for him. They will have another pick though. So. Okay. All right. Maybe Monkey's another one. I mean, that is a very Watson hero.
I mean, sure, but if they're banning out Doom and Axe, are they trying to pick a Monkey King?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they have answers for the TB or the AM.
10 seconds.
Maybe they don't have answers for the Monkey King with their hero. Maybe they're looking at something like an Underlord or something.
5 seconds remaining.
What have we got here? Watson?
Let's see if it's something, if it's what we're thinking, or if it's something totally from left field.
Yeah, or if he just goes Lone Druid again.
Rethinking of, are we missing a matchup? Something else that's really good.
I mean, Faceless Void is still in this draft.
That's
true.
true.
It's a pretty hot and rising carry right now. Ooh, I don't like that one, Fogged.
Ooh. It's, I mean, it's very good versus the high edges, right? Versus like these morphs and stuff.
That's, yeah, sure, against the morph, but it's a Muerta. What's actually been the win rate of this hero? You've been bringing up the stats in this league. Has anyone been winning with Muerta?
Give me 1 second. I have like 50 tabs open. Muerta has won a game. Won a game.
1 out of 3. I will say, this hero just has a tendency to feel really underwhelming, and at least until the later portions. And against Gaming Gladiators, you're probably going to struggle to get to those later stages. It's going to be tough.
Who won with this hero?
Yeah, give them the Aegis right now.
No, I'm like, oh no.
It's amazing.
No, it was LGD. Okay. Oh my God, it was PSG LGD, and he went second item Moonshard.
I mean, if that's the way you make this hero work, then, you know, maybe you got to do something crazy, yeah.
Maelstrom Moonshard, Owen.
Hell yeah. Oh,
Okay,
and there's a Medusa.
Oh,
so that's
boy.
for Ace.
Oh, that's interesting. Huh. That is very interesting.
Well, you didn't expect some Ace offlane Medusa or what?
No, definitely not. Wow, I really liked the gaming draft until that pick. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something for the Dusa. That's interesting. I mean, I still like their draft better, but I'm trying to think of like the conceptual reason.
I mean, Muerta pops ult, you pop ult. Muerta sad. Has to you know, can't stand the ground, can't shoot people.
Everyone takes a ton of physical damage in these fights too, with the Stone Gaze connection from Void Spirit and from Morphling.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just popping Stone Gaze every time Pierce the Veil's popped is, you know, because Muerta really needs to fight around the ult in the early game.
Yeah.
It's the only way this hero can pop off.
It is like this frontliner that just doesn't really care about much of anything. Can absorb a lot of damage from Muerta, the way the shield kind of works. Okay.
We'll see. I think this could be a tough one once again.
I think so too.
Just I haven't been impressed with carrying Muertas recently. This hero's just been put in a bit of a bad spot with the nerfs, patch after patch.
Yeah, and I just feel like gaming has they have a strong scaling draft. Like with Morphling and Void Spirit, they're gonna have scaling. They have damage amp from 2 different sources, from the Dusa, Stone Gaze, plus the Undying Flesh Golem and stuff like that as the game eventually gets there. And we'll probably see like Ags and whatnot from the Dusa. I'm curious to see what build Ace is gonna go to, because I'm seeing him smiling and stuff like that, so maybe he's got something up his sleeve. I'd imagine it's just the Phylactery plus Ags and stuff like that. I don't know how much more you can deviate, but
yeah, I think so.
Let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. Because Entity, they go for a very similar kind of strat coming out this time around, just switching up 2 heroes, the bounty, or the clock for the bounty, and then the Muerta instead of that Lone Druid. Gaming also keeping it pretty similar. Some swap arounds here too, but let's see which one reigns supreme.
No, I mean, I hope it gets surprised by the Muerta. I just, you know, it would be nice to see this hero do well, but
How can you carry
it's a tough hero to do well on.
in the face
It really is.
Yeah, especially versus Void Spirit. I don't know, Void Spirit just seems to be too good versus a lot of these mixed damage heroes versus it. A lot of tips coming out, Entity. Let's see if they can at least do what they did last game in the early game. They have they have strong lanes again, right? They have very good kill threat all over the place. Katomi, we're probably going to see him be very active with this bounty hunter. Could just break the lanes and get them to an advantage where they can snowball. But let's see if they can actually execute. And let's see afterwards. Lanes, we can talk about lanes all we want. First 10 minutes. We'll see what Entity does afterwards, because last game they blundered after the 10-minute mark.
I mean, would you consider them having a better hero this time to kind of get in and start the fight so that Storm is not the one that gets caught in the front, or is it still kind of awkward to set up with their heroes in a team fight?
A little awkward for sure.
Okay.
Have to have the Veno just be like kind of that suicide a little bit so that the Disruptor can get the glimpses and everything like that. Rune. Going for Ace, but Katomi has just fed himself forward.
That's first blood.
Oh! Quinn tried to get it, but Ace actually gets the last hit.
He'll say thank you very much. Easy first blood for Ace. That's why he was smiling. He knew he was going to steal that first blood from Quinn.
Quinn really wants that.
Yep.
Oh, well, what can you do? And Quinn actually ends up winning the block because of it as well, too, in the mid lane.
Because what, last time round, Storm, he had a good lane, right?
Yeah.
Can have a good lane in the matchup.
Yep, Quinn also did have a good lane too, though. So, but we did see those rotations coming in. I think the Beastmaster hit 6 first, and they got that kill early on. So, see if that does happen again. And let's see how all these lane setups end up happening this time around, especially for Duracho. I'm going to be watching how he does up top since he did struggle in the laning phase last time around.
Yeah, I imagine what should be an easier time from this time around. I mean, as the morph against these two, it's kind of hard to burst the morph when they're low, right, and catch them by surprise.
Yeah, it should be a little bit better for Duracho. He just did miss 2 last hits, though.
I mean, hey, that's the way he started off last game, and then he won it.
That is true.
The winning formula.
That is very true. Bottom Ace has dropped low on mana. The glimpse, can he get in range? Fishman gets blocked by the creep. Oh, he can't.
He loves to settle for Tofu instead. Actually throws out the blood grenade as well, but they're not going to be able to chase that, so Tofu and Ace will stay safe.
Oh, that was so close. About 100 distance away from getting the catch on Ace, and they would have had him.
Ace is still going to be a little...
Yeah, slow start.
Be careful. I mean, 5 seconds until Glimpse is back up, and he's still very low on mana, Ace.
Fishman's got Glimpse again.
Yep.
Full HP on both these heroes. I'm mostly just staring down here. Quinn is having a better time in mid this time, though. 11-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's warmed up after that game 1 on his Void Spirit. He was on fire by the end of it.
Yeah, and this time around, Duracho on top also, it's like he's a Morphling, so it's a little bit easier from DCS, but he also has the backup of Celerion and Undying. One of the best kind of 5s for you to secure everything. Pull down bottom. Trying to punish Tofu. Ooh, don't connect with the dead shot. Tofu, though, could still be in some trouble. There's going to be a glimpse soon.
He's just stepping over to help out. And yeah, Watson doesn't want to spend any more time away from the creeps chasing Tofu.
Okay. Ace just hitting back. Fishman low HP now. Will get the bounty room for himself, but Watson low HP, very low on regen. Could look to punish this Medusa when the Disruptor has to reset. Just kidding. He brought himself another salve. Hero staying low. Duracho dropping incredibly low too.
Now, what do you think it is in terms of the plan for Entity with the bounty pick? Like, what is this going to enable for them this game?
Similar things of just early rotations as bottom. Tofu. They feed him.
He'll get the blood grenade out.
He'll get the kill with that, I think.
He's going to try for the deny, and he gets it. Nicely done there by Fishman.
Okay. But yeah, I think it was just a different way of making early aggressive moves. Katomi probably just feeling like this one's a bit of a stronger hero overall in the game. And maybe just really wanting to play fully around the vision game, because this is even more so than the last time than they had. Quinn, hit the Remnant. We'll secure him the rune. Should have enough shield.
Yeah, Yeah, he's fine. Still got wand and a few bottle charges. They can't chase him down.
Stormstormer might be gone on himself
TPs
here.
have to come in. Yeah, Tofu starts to poke at Stormstormer. A Fishman come in to make sure that Stormstormer's going to be fine.
Nice try, Tofu. He tried to lift and throw Stormstormer away to prevent the bottle refill. But he was able to get it there. Good TP from Fishman. Yeah, Duracho having much better time than last time. 21-8 versus the 18-1 to Veno and 16-4 only on the Muerta. So Watson is getting slowed down a little bit down here.
Not really a lane up top where Katomi and Toby can go for aggressive plays as much as they did with the setup last game.
No. The fact that there's this Undying instead of something like Rubik, right? It's like the Undying just, secures the lane much better, and if they do overcommit, they're going to get turned and killed. He's keeping them very low HP. It's only at 600. Levels, yeah, so Quinn actually going to hit the 6, it looks like. Pretty much at the same exact, if not and before Stormstormer, so he should be more than fine around this 6-minute power move rotation that we're going to have happen soon. As we've seen, Gaming Gliders tends to pretty much every time send both supports to it. Entity, let's see if they do the same. Top Racho is getting low.
Gonna go for him. All got strength to shift into.
Just gotta wait for him.
Okay.
But getting pushed off the creeps. Power Rune. I think this is one of the few times I'm not... I don't think I'm seeing the supports actually move for it, so... Stormstormer has been doing some stacks with his boars. Quinn, he's gonna scout it out. Clear out the boars.
That's gonna get quite a few out of that move.
Yeah, pretty decent amount. Boars are worth a lot. Always worth killing them when you see like a double boar like that. It's pretty much like, it's almost like a hero kill. Experience it gives is insane. Regen Rune was saved for Stormstormer off of all of that at the least there. For Entity.
Top Katomi. Really trying to get in under the tower. I mean, Duracho is low.
I mean, they're having to use so much regen up here to keep Duracho relatively healthy.
Are they going to try and get in onto the two of them again? Celery will drop the tombstone. Stop them from diving any further.
Both sitting at 10% HP or something. Wisdom runes. Time to get claimed. Hopefully he'll be able to get his. Stormstormer farming some stacks. Much calmer game. 1-1.
So they'll just go for the reset.
Yep. Too low. Probably has to bring some regen. Does put the value point in the soul rip. Sometimes you don't see that, but when you're playing for sport, it makes sense. Bottom. Quick kill.
Able to pop that ult as soon as they hit the 6 and punish Ace whilst left alone. And to see once again getting a bit of a lead on the kills. I mean, but it's been a good lane for Watson. He's getting good farm down it.
Yeah, he's just sitting on 21 charges constantly. And Fishman, he's waiting for the glimpse. Is he gonna get it again, Ace? You don't respect the Fishman.
It's happened again. Happened last game. Happened this game. Back to base for Ace.
Nice play. Double stack. Tofu will get them ready. As Fishman has done an excellent job here of securing the lane now for Watson. On the flip side, Duracho having a similar. Watson, of course, just a bit ahead just because he got that kill just now from Ace. Let's see what the aggression comes into. Mid. The dive.
He's ready to dive. Not a chance for Katomi.
Deleted. Void Spirit damage. Ridiculous. And now tower. In some trouble. Can they actually make... Who do they bring over to help? I think this tower might just go down.
I think they have to let it.
Radiant's middle
They don't want to bring Watson into the action quite yet, and you know, Toby is a Veno. He's sort of found his place up in that top lane. He doesn't want to be moving around yet.
And honestly, Owen, this is the time when they 1-by-1 consecutively fed last time around the mid tower.
That's true. So everyone's like, nobody.
I think they're like, no. Yeah. Like Stormstormer's probably like,
there.
I might throw axes at mid, and his team is probably like, no, let it die. An early tower. That's a big tower kill here. To 9 minutes in, they're going to be able to invade versus these like triangle stacks and stuff like that very early on versus a Beastmaster, which is pretty important. So giving that up, it's a choice that they made, but it's gonna have its impact. We will open up the map for Quinn to make rotations around. Smoked at the moment, looking. Find Stormstormer. Let's get the movement speed to run.
Bottom lane Ace now does have the 6, so could have ways to protect himself if Entity attempt to go for him. And they're coming in with a rotation gaming gladiators with Quinn.
It got seen. The Hawk scouted Quinn. Instantly the ward will get taken away. So, I mean, it gets spotted. Quinn, he's immediately going to back up toward mid. Power Rune also coming up in 5. And yeah, the Hawk had passed over them just as they were making the rotation here on the bottom rune. Power Rune, spawn stop, shield rune. Nice one for Stormstormer.
Racho tempting with the ult there to try and take out Toby. Toby a bit too tanky here with the double braces. Full wand as well.
Still important for him to get the 6 on Duracho to be able to actually play the lane a little bit easier. He can actually go for kill threat now onto this Venomancer by himself. He's gaming. Finding quite a bit here now, Celery. Get glimpse, doesn't get the tombstone down. Ace, no boots, super slow.
He's still fine, Fishman. He's out.
He's gone. Nice TP. A lot of aggression that gaming is trying to dictate here in these next few moments. And oh, it actually was Quinn who ended up getting that shield rune, by the way, up top. So he's actually able to sneak it away. So he could go for some dive plays pretty early on here with this.
Could maybe try for Kato. He doesn't have detection upon himself.
Nope.
Kato, he does hit the 6 now.
Quiet game, 2-2. Both sides just farming it up, getting their item timings, not wanting to make any of these early game mistakes, especially I would imagine on the side of Entity. So now we'll have to see what's going to go down with the Muerta versus Morphling kind of matchup and how it's going to end up kind of kicking off versus each other and see if this, how Muerta is going to do. A lot of different ways for her to get burst in this game, especially versus something like the Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Used to be a good room for Duracho top.
Excellent room for Duracho, really.
Still has to do a bit of a catch-up, you know. But he'll be able to. In the mid, though, we'll drop Static Storm to go for the Rubik kill.
Worth it at this point. Game is so
slow game.
Yeah, it's so ecstatic. Nothing's really going on, so get yourself a track kill going. It's a good kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Both supports we're seeing level 6 relatively early on the side of Entity this time around. Able to punish Tofu, who's only 5.
Quinn really wants to go for action. I mean, he has the Arcane Rune. I guess he can just clear out these stacks.
Yeah. Stacked up.
It's currently tracked as well, so he won't be able to get the jump on anyone.
Still farming super well in this Void Spirit. He's keeping up with this the farm of a Beastmaster, which is pretty impressive. A lot of times these beasts can just pull away because of the stack farm and stuff. But he's higher level though, of course, on Stormstormer. He's actually got like a full 2-level advantage. So item timings are going to be hit for Entity this time around. And let's see what they're going to be able to make happen with all of it together. Toby, this time around, not going for Pipe. He's going for Vessel. Great game versus the Morphling. Pre-Manta. Gaming, looking to hit now, though. Power Rune, Arcane Rune, and they have Tofu level 6. So they want to try to get a big kill here. Katomi also setting up on Ace, but this could actually catch Entity off guard with the rotation. Track comes out. They're hunting for the Muerta. They see Watson. He's in.
Left the mark with a Remnant. He's going to go for the TP out.
He's gone.
That'll make it. There's the ultimate forced out from him, though.
Rare miss from Quinn. It was an Arcane Rune, though, so those double Astrals, they'll come back a little bit faster. See how Entity's going to try to punish. Aghanim's, it's done for Stormstormer. He's very farmed, very high level, level 12. Level 2 Roars at the ready.
Yeah, let's see if we see that potential, you know, that obviously that strength that they believe that the mid Beastmaster has. You know, they've been picking it every time. He's, you know, you've got to imagine if he's having these sort of starts to the game where he gets this farm this quickly, surely they should be able to get something going with it if they believe in it this much.
They just got to keep him alive. Don't let him get burst. And they do have a lot of burst damage on Gaming Gladiators. So that's why, like, last game I was like, I didn't really want to see him playing frontline so much. I really want to see Toby still just soaking spells so that Stormstormer can do his thing and get those stacks built up so he can start healing himself and have that impact with the Aghanims that we've seen from time to time. Wisdom Rune, we saw Katomi steal the side of Gaming Gladiators. So we'll get some good experience for him and deny away. Similar moves from both sides. Watson will find his Wisdom Rune too. So they got the 2 here. Glimpse sends Ace away, but he's just got the Twin Gate, so he's going to be able to make his way right back toward top. Keep these towers alive for Dyrachyo. Hey, Ace is farming a lot. That's the one thing, is the 3 cores from Gaming, they're just chilling. Veno's starting to fall a little behind.
When not a lot's happening, you got to feel that the team with the offlane Deuce is feeling much happier than the team with the offlane Veno.
They have multi-scaling. It's like Muerta, it's I mean, we talk about it like that a lot, right? So it's like a 4 protect 1. Gaming's, it's 3 scaling heroes, although the Medusa, I guess we can say it's not as scaling because it does go for these type of items. So 2.5 we'll go for it. And I'll say like a 1.5 for Entity. So Gaming, I mean, yeah, they're okay with just chilling back and farming, it feels like.
I mean, honestly, in a game as slow as this, Ace could have maybe even gotten away with going for carry items himself.
I think he could have, actually.
He could have just gone and been a literal second carry.
I mean, he just wants to be active, though, right? Like, if a fight does happen, he wants to be there. So, boots to travel after the phylactery, you know, it makes sense. It's the offlane build. And then you end up playing differently, right? If you go the other route, you start playing as the carry, and then it's like, wait a minute, guys. Like, now we're having the situation that maybe TSM ran into.
Yeah,
right?
but
yeah, whatever.
You already cut it. Like, what's the CS looking like? He's up there, right?
Yeah, it's pretty high, yeah.
Oh, okay, I guess it's not. Well, yeah, 116 is still pretty high.
Pretty high.
Stormstormer's the one at the top, though, yeah. Stormstormer's a lot out of the map.
Oh, they're stalking him. It's a big kill if they get it, too. He's 14. Can they finish him, though? It's just 2 heroes. I don't think they can.
No,
Celery's looking dead.
Yeah.
Beastmaster is huge. Oh, 14. Need 3 heroes to kill him now, it feels like. The good old drums of Slav.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cat's home, he's trying to tease around with Ace. But
he's just keeping tabs.
I mean, Ace is going to go for the Manta.
Okay, I guess he is going to start. Yeah.
I think he is a bit like, well, you know what, I'm going to be a carry as well.
Yeah, I thought he would just go down the Ags route, but no, yeah, Manta. I mean, Manta's so good, the illusions on Medusa are pretty silly. They're going to just start Rosh. I mean, nothing's happening.
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, they have Flesh Golem. They're going to be able to bring it down pretty much uncontested and with no one even taking any damage.
I think you got to...
Did he smoking? I don't know if they make it, though. Doesn't look like they will.
They definitely don't. This is going down far too quick here. I mean, they're trying to do something, Entity. And I do feel they need to. I don't know if you can rely on this Muerta to carry.
I don't know. This is going to be... I mean, we'll see how it all kicks off, but I feel like Gaming's very comfortable and very happy with this stuff going on. I mean, right now. Maybe I have the wrong read, though.
Obviously, Pierce the Veil, as you said in the draft, very good against the Morphling when he shifted.
They get the roar. He didn't shift.
And the Static Storms there afterwards, very well executed.
Alrighty.
And they'll get the grab onto Tofu as well. There we go, Entity. They strike hard and they catch Gaming Gladiators by surprise. They catch Dyrachyo by surprise.
Does not get the shift off. Blink Roar from Stormstormer. I thought he'd have time. I mean, you see the animation, but
honestly,
did not have.
I mean, to be fair to the game's been, what, 3-2 for the first 17 minutes. He forgot that heroes could even die in this game, you know.
I think you might be right.
He was probably in full sort of Zen mode, like, all right, I guess we're all just hitting creeps, and then BAM! Suddenly this Beastmaster appears out of nowhere and shouts at him.
I do want to see Entity make these moves every time they have cooldowns, though.
Yeah,
I do feel like they are strong enough to take fights straight up. It's just if the game continues being passive, that's where I feel like Gaming's going to just thrive. So, yeah, every time ult is up, either on Beastmaster or on Disruptor, I want to see them look to fight. in a good position.
I mean, definitely going to be, I think, a bit of a knock-on effect of that last game, right? They're just being super safe this time, Entity.
Yeah, it does feel like it.
They're being very, very careful with the moves that they do choose to make. Because obviously last game, they made a few bad decisions around that exit of the early game.
Whiffs the Remnant again.
Still having it.
Ult's almost back up, though. Entity's lanes... they need to address them a little bit, but yeah, after I think they get their lanes out, I think it would be smoke time. The Muerto's pretty strong. Watson is not getting ganked. He's 4-0-1. He's having a pretty clean game. So yeah, look for plays. I don't think you should just let gaming sit back and farm with this lineup. Everything comes back up. Bounty's back up too. See what they look to do. Do they have a smoke on Fishman? They do. Okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Tormentor's actually up, so maybe they might look for that first. But either way, I still want to see them like maybe try to make something. As Quinn, he'll actually find Fishman first, so he gets the pick off. And now they're actually gonna have to wait a bit of time before they can look for a rotation. Katomi looks like he was prioritizing, maybe calling to perhaps go for like a Wisdom Rune steal, because he was immediately porting to the Twin Gate bottom and running toward the far right Wisdom. So prioritizing that, which means gaming just gets more time to sit back and farm while these ults are not used from Entity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, gaming gladiators, they'll just look to push objectives around the Sages.
Dire are scanning.
At the top tier 1. Maybe go for more.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Celery might just be able to waltz in and take the Wisdom Room himself too. So Katomi, I mean, he spent like over a minute and a half going for this steal, and Celery just makes it naturally a fluid move to just take that one away from the side of Entity himself. 7-4, 2K lead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What other itemization are we seeing here too? Oh yeah, like I said, Watson, he's still continuing. The thing that I'm looking at is just like Watson and Stormstormer's levels are just insane. Stormstormer's 17, Watson's 16. If you look at the others on the side of gaming, it's like 13 and 12.
I mean, they've been farming so much.
They are farming an insane amount. Oh, a stack too. Braccio, their sentries. Gets the shift off. And now, Stormer gets caught.
They're going to catch him, Quinn. He's in with the Remnant. The Static Storm will get laid down by Fishman. Stormstormer able to back off and try and run with his movement speed boost off the Roar. The Fade Bolt catches him. Duracho. Oh, not quite enough for the adaptive strike.
Blink.
Stormstormer still alive. Blink's going to be up. He might just make it out of here, Stormstormer.
Quinn is stalking him. He's going to see the small creeps chasing. He's got a step.
Can he close this gap? He might have to go for the Remnant blind. Not going to get him with the Remnant.
Another blink. No TP though.
He's into the trees. Yeah, there's nowhere else for him to run. They get him at the end of it all. And a big kill, especially as you're talking about how much levels that this Beastmaster did have.
Oh, yeah. Trying to set up for the gank onto Duracio, but they put themselves in a really dangerous position around the triangle with all the towers up. Gaming can literally just fully surround them there.
That was it. That was a deep move.
Yep. And the small gold lead that Entity has trickles down back into Gaming Gladiators as the game goes passive.
I mean, all three of the Gladiators' cores really hard to jump now with them having these triple Manta lineup. You don't see that a lot.
No.
I mean, maybe a couple, but obviously on the offlane Dusha as well. 3 Mantas this game.
I feel like if Entity doesn't get these type of plays where they start to get the group up going with more than just like 2-3 heroes, Gaming's just farming. Like it feels like they're gonna outscale. I mean, maybe like you said, maybe Watson is gonna just super impress with this kind of craziness from the Muerta and just pop off versus everyone. But let's see, it continues just going like back and forth. It's still very close, but it's gonna be up to execution and how much they can punish. Great vision from Entity right now, though. They got a ton of wards down these last few moments, so maybe with these they can look to make a move and try to shut down these greedy heroes from Gaming.
Stormstormer back to the farming.
Yep.
It's level 18.
This is just going to be very farm heavy.
And Watson nearly hitting his 18 as well.
He has yet to die, right?
Yeah, he's managed to avoid it all. He's going to go for the BKB next.
And he's been blessed, of course, too. He did get the Grove Bow.
They're trying to hunt Quinn.
I mean, Tommy's doing a good job of stalking him. They need one more. If they get the Disruptor up here, they should have kill threat.
Yeah, Quinn, he's not sticking around, Quinn.
No.
No, he's not to overstairs. Welcome after clearing the camp.
Yeah, I think just with the two of them, they'll be missing just a little bit of control for him, maybe a little bit of damage. Close game, 7-5. Narachio waiting for his timing. Aghanim's pretty close to being done. He's hit 15, so he's got the Morph talent too.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that out of the two of them, Ace is actually going to be the one to have the Mantarags first.
I mean, Ace is going to be the most farmed out of all of them. It
yeah,
seems like
standard Ace, yeah. He's like, oh, that's nice. My carry morph's trying to get his Mantarags online. I've already got mine.
Stormer has the BKB. We'll be able to get it off. Fishman.
Jump back in. Fishman drops the Static Storm. Only going to catch Ace, but Ace doesn't care at all. They have to back away. Meanwhile, over in the mid, dives there. Watson able to finish off Celery. So a kill to be found by Entity. The rest of Entity, they're on the retreat top.
Gaming can't get a grab onto anybody there. Now Ace is TPing out. Tomi gonna go scout something, get some more information. Just get some tracks thrown. Looking to try to start the fight.
They're just gonna turn and take him down. Katomi's gone. Tofu. They fall in response. They'll look for the deny, but they won't get it. Toby finishes off the kill. Tofu to fall.
Quinn.
Raw is up for Stormstormer.
They
and
got
he found it. Raw onto Quinn, Dissimilate and Astral Step all on cooldown. They've got the Fear as well. They find the big one. Void Spirit gone.
I mean, Watson definitely making magic happen. Finds the pick off before the fight starts somehow in the mid lane onto Celery. And then they force the action and persist forward. All right. I mean, Watson, yeah, he's definitely doing it. Him and Stormstormer, the farm is paying off. Very interesting game. Cool read coming out from the side of Entity. Very comfortable. I mean, they're very, very comfortable with their draft, as we saw, like pretty much copying the same thing that they did almost last time in a lot of different forms. So sticking with their guns, and they're, I mean, we're seeing it working right now. So
I think it gets tough now because this was before kind of this big item pickups were done on Gladiators. You know, you've now got Ace. He's got his Ags complete. Duracio's got his Ags complete.
Yeah.
And Quinn's got the full BKB. So you're not necessarily going to be able to get those catches as easy as you did before.
No. And now I think it's Gaming's time for them to look for head-on team fights themselves, 5v5s, after getting these type of items picked up. Disruptor. Okay. He gets the shard. Probably not the most useful one this game, unfortunately, but what can you do? And yeah, Gaming, with that triple item timing, they're looking to get a hit off here. I believe Blink on Tofu picked up not too long ago also. Celery's had mech for a bit. See who they find. Stormstormer. Be careful where you show. Such a close game. Roche, it's back up. It's back on the menu for Gaming. They're probably just going to get away with this one as well. Dies so fast with the... Actually, level 1 Flesh Golem, but either way, it's enough. Don't think that they'll be able to contest this one in time, so Gaming gets this one for free. We're really gonna have to see how all these fights do kick down. Who gets onto these squishier backlines, who gets the jumps initiations. And how much is Stormstormer gonna be able to do? Because at this point now he is now he can kind of start fights because he's so tanky. With the BKB and everything, as long as he doesn't get chain stunned, should be able to get a decent amount of healing off from the Drums of Islam. But yeah, as you said, this triple item timing for Gaming. Now having Aegis as well as a Cheese too. It could be enough to overpower and go through what Entity's gotten so far. Watson does have coverage now. Hadn't died at all this game still, and now has a BKB to protect himself.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Entity are prepared here.
Okay. They've got a fresh Solar Crest also to buff up that Watson. Duraccio. They have full vision. The Hawk is scouting everything. Tofu blinks out.
He's going to settle for the roar onto Celery. The Celery will fall, but the Stone Gaze is out. And you get the Glimmer off onto Stormstormer. It's going to allow him to step back to safety. Gaming Gladiators, they'll just surround and kill off Katomi instead. Now the chase will go on.
Watson, Snake, bounced.
Catch him. Gonna get himself forced away here with the Hurricane Pike.
And Fishman get out.
Escape. Duracho is going in for this one to try and finish it. Fishman, he's still alive though, and Duracho, that's the Aegis gone. Watson, popping the ultimate. Gaming Gladiators, they'll kite it out for now. Now
Silence.
looks towards Duracho, they catch him with the Silence. Quinn, he's in with the BKB, in on top of Watson.
Cheese.
Put the cheese back up to full HP, he's going to look to try and chase Watson down. The Glimmer capes off onto Watson again. Watson's able to back away.
These Glimmers, they're doing way too much work. Gaming don't get the kills they want. They can't even get the Disruptor. They almost got both him and the Muerta, but expending their cheese, expending their Aegis, only getting a bounty. That is not what Gaming wanted whatsoever. Literally 2 or 3 times, yeah, we saw the Glimmer just reset and get them out of there.
Really, yeah, at the start as well, they with some detection, they might have even been able to kill a Stormstormer.
Yeah.
After he goes in for that roar. They brought him down pretty low to about 25% HP, but then the Glimmer comes out upon him and he gets bailed out.
Yeah, and that's Aegis and cheese. And that's the reveal from Gaming with like 3 different items that they just picked up and only getting the bounty. Very close game. And good on Stormstormer to cover himself too. That was very close to him getting Roar stolen. He got the Roar axes off immediately. If he got Roar stolen, he gets killed immediately. And look at that. Both teams instantly buying a gem at the actual exact same time. Now that is cool.
Who's carrying it for each? Who are you putting on?
I mean, Disruptor's the one who bought it, but I don't know if he's going to be the one who can carry it.
No.
You might have to force one of your cores. Tofu, I think you might pass that one to a Quinn, maybe. Maybe Tofu carries it himself, but it could be a little risky for him. Because Quinn, it's tough to keep up with your cores that are just always so far in the front line. And yeah, he'll pass it off to Quinn. Okay. Quinn has a DD at the ready for the next fight. Entity looking for the catch before it, though. They have this ward, so they're trying to sneak to find something. Can't quite. Level 20's now been hit, too. Muerta, a pretty big timing, has been hit. It's essentially 2 more levels of Gunslinger added in. Ooh. A shard that I think most people underwhelm. Most people think is pretty underwhelming, but has potential in every game. I think whenever you're playing versus something like Beastmaster or any type of single target hard lockdown, this Tombstone can actually be kind of cool. I don't know if we'll have to see it come into play, but maybe we'll see him save someone with a Tombstone and throw them in there. You dodge Glimpse too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine Glimpse doesn't pull you out, yeah.
That's, you know, it's cool. Yeah, you get glimpsed yourself, you Tombstone and jump inside of it and then pop back out. Easy.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely potential for big saves.
Yeah.
Big saves
Potential for some cool stuff. So very, very even game. XP has been completely leading toward the side of Entity. Pretty much since like the start of this game with the way that they've split that farm up for Stormstormer and for the Muerta. And yeah, Stormstormer, big boy, 3100 HP, 29 armor. Not an easy target to focus. Okay, yeah, Stormstormer will be the one to carry the gem on this side, and as we said before, it was Quinn who's carrying the one on the side of Gaming. Gaming soon having 2 more big pickups too. Lincoln's about to be finished for Quinn, a BKB for Duracho and level 18. For Entity, we saw the AC and the Shadow Blade picked up for Stormstormer and Watson respectively.
Are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Time to hunt here once again for Entity. Hard for them to get a catch though, even if Ace is pretty hard to take down now.
He's tanky.
He's pretty big. He's nearly got this full Scardy. Yeah, basically another carry here for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, he's essentially got almost like 12,000, 10,000 plus HP, right? With the way that this all works. So he's going to be tough to bring down, and he has the 20 talent for the Stone Gaze duration. So he's going to be able to buy a lot of time for himself if they do go. They're getting a lot of farm on the 3 cores again. It's just the 2 cores farming on Entity, but we're seeing it's actually working out for them, even though they're playing versus a tri-core. Still don't think Gaming's in a rush, though. I think Gaming's still comfortable
I
whenever
think Gaming's chill, yeah.
Every time it chills out and slows down like this, I think they're like, guys, we're outscaling.
I mean, it's
going to be up 6.
They have a carry Medusa, and they've got a carry Morphling.
Yep.
They've got
Ace is getting so big.
I mean, he is.
He really is.
They literally have two of the hardest carries right now in this patch.
Well, Void Spirit is too. It's 3.
I mean, let's not forget.
Can't forget
Quinn.
him.
I mean, Quinn had
He
his
hits
game.
hard.
Quinn had his game last game. You know,
Okay,
if they
fine.
win this one, this is going to be Ace's game.
Fine. But look who's got more right click. Look, Quinn's right click damage. He has the highest.
That's true. It's true.
And
now he's got the Lincolns. He's hard to kill.
So he's got the protection. Yeah, he's got the clear protection.
I mean, all three cores are pretty difficult to kill. It's not easy for him.
Tommy, spotted.
To jump on him this time, the Invis won't save him. They've got sentries placed, and Fishman is also going to get taken out. Won't manage to TP in time.
Radiant's middle tower
Gaming starting
is
to
under
feel
attack.
strong enough to just push and push and push forward.
I mean, they've got 3 pretty unkillable carries.
Yes, they do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they definitely have ways of being able to just burst heroes in one single form of control.
I mean, as for sort of entity, you know, their kind of big burst is kind of Muerta. You know, Watson focuses someone down with the Pierce the Veil. And whilst that, of course, is still going to do a lot of work against heroes like the Morphling, against Quinn as well. I don't know if he's going to have the firepower to take down 2 of them, let alone 3 of them.
No. Yeah, the concerns that I had from, like, what, 20 minutes ago or something with the tri-scaling and how much emphasis Entity has to have on really taking these big fights before it gets to, like, these type of points. I'm starting to feel it come to fruition. Like, they're starting to get kind of trapped inside their base, too. But maybe, like you said, Watson, maybe he can just be that big magic maker. Does have Silver Edge, does hit hard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
I just don't know if it's going to be enough either. Especially when you start losing, like the fact that they just lose so much map control constantly, they start getting trapped. It feels like Gaming's just going to get the next Roche, which is now up. And they're going to just keep getting power runes too. So Quinny's going to have like a shield rune, a DD rune, an arcane rune for the fight that comes out as well. They do have an Obs ward that's placed in a pretty cheeky spot right now, seeing Ace. And they are set up in the area, so might be able to contest the Roche. Yeah, they're sending the Hawk over, so it's going to scout it. Quinn has a shield rune. This Hawk is seeing quite a bit, though. Full refresher on the Beastmaster, too. So no buyback. Hey, this Hawk is seeing it a lot. It's seeing the 2 supports completely here. Quinn now going to scout it. It's going to get killed.
Entity. Can they
Getting
get
the big
jump?
wraparound.
Stormer. Who's he going to go for? He's going to try for it,
Lincoln's.
but Quinn, the Lincolns is there. Blocks the initiation. It wasn't the Raw, though, so Stormer still has that ready to throw down onto
It was a refresher.
Ace. But, yeah, but I mean, and the second one, Ace doesn't care about it at all. They don't have the full damage to kill him. Watson's trying to do what he can here with the BKB. Pops the ultimate. Now looking towards Ace. It's a decent amount of damage. Ace starting to fall low on the mana. But they've lost the 2 supports of Gaming Gladiators. Maybe they can finish off Ace. Ace getting low. Duracho looks towards Watson. They've killed off Watson. Ace does die. Watson, you know, he's gone. And it's now Duracho and Quinn. They're ready with a cleanup. Celery comes in with a buyback. He's able to get back over towards this Roche area. See if Stormer could do much upon his own here against Celery. Celery does indeed go down a second time. Stormer survives through it all.
Stormer kind of being the carry himself instead of the Muerta, it seems like this time around.
I mean, they're buying back
still
again.
alive. Ace is buying back.
They want to get this Roshan for themselves.
There's no Muerta for 60.
Stormer
got Satanic. He's full healing. They're going to come back with the numbers on Gaming.
Stormer, I don't know.
Entity.
He can't finish this Roshan on his own. He's trying to get back in the pit.
This isn't possible for Entity without Muerta. They need the damage she provides. Gaming all gathering up. Quinn's in.
He gets the jump, and he gets the grab. Straight in onto Fishman. Fishman's out.
They want more. Duracho chasing.
Here comes the chase. Duracho and Tofu looking for Storm in the trees. Storm's able to get the blink off.
Katomi Caught in the low ground.
And they've got the dust. They'll catch him. Telekinesis back into the Remnant. Gladiators, they expend the buybacks coming in there with the two of them, Celery and Ace, to make that overall move happen. Push back Entity. And yeah, get straight back up with the farming. Ace straight down to the bottom lane, looking to get towards that level 25, get his next item online. Not a bad attempt from Entity. But
no,
still
not a bad
good enough to shake Gaming Gladiators up as much as they need to whilst they're behind their Entity.
No, they need to get the connection better. The Roar blocked first one, Lincoln's from Quinn, and then the second Roar, it's on the Dusa, which I think Ace is like, perfect, thank God. I'm the one who eats the Roar rather than my Dyrachyo, rather than my Quinn. Static Storm comes up to follow actually as soon as Dyrachyo waveforms in, but at this point now, he has a Satanic. So he just Satanics and stands his ground versus Watson inside of it, as we see here again.
Storm, I mean, definitely, you do feel what they sort of see strong in the Beastmaster, right? A lot of this fight, Storm are just kicking out this damage and they can't kill it. Like, he does do a lot. Just is it going to be enough this game?
It's just the, like you said, the tankiness of the three cores. Besides how much damage they do on top of everything, it's like they have to commit everything to just kill one of them. Ace goes down, but then there's the Quinn and the Dyrachyo show to just kind of pop off and clean up at the end of it all. $10K lead now for them. And another Rosh, of course, as we saw, going into their hands. And who got the Refresher Shard? They passed it over to Dyrachyo for now. And is that a full Butterfly? I believe it is a full Butterfly no for Ace as well, too. So could be harder for them to really focus fire him now as well, too, with that finished up.
I mean,
on top of having Aegis and Cheese.
It's unlikely to happen again. They can kill one core and it's not good enough. There's 3 carries they've got to kill.
And he's close to 20. He's close to 25 too, Owen. So he's going to have the modifiers very soon for the Scotty. Did absolutely everybody. Could maybe be the rare game where you take the Mana Shield just to tank, but I don't think so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ninja gear for Watson for positioning. Near 25 on him. Push commencing. Quinn with the DD. Towers are falling. Entity
they're
looking
going
for the long wrap.
Yeah, they're going for the wrap around.
Dyrachyo parking himself on the north side to break it with the Ninja gear. Support's playing all the way on the south side.
He's going to go.
On Dyrachyo.
They get the jump on Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo is deleted.
He's gone.
That's a great jump from Stormstorm. He's able to get the second roar off over towards the Medusa, but Ace already had the Stone Gaze off. Stormstorm is starting to back away. Quinn pots the BKB, jumps up towards Stormstorm. Stormstorm's going to go for the BKB TP out. He's away.
Okay.
Stormstorm gets back to safety. I mean, a good jump, catching Dyrachyo. But again, the racks are gone. And one of these carries being killed off, it's not enough.
No, they have 3. Quinn.
Backing onto Katsumi, the heals are there though. Katsumi saved for a little longer, but the sentries are down. They see him.
What healed him? Was that a healing Lotus? A greater healing Lotus? He healed for a lot. That had to have been a greater healing Lotus, because that healed him for like 900 health or something. I'm waiting for it to pop up. Any second now. Okay, Fight Recap is baiting me. Whatever, it was a greater healing Lotus, I'm pretty sure. I don't know anybody else who had any healing like that. There it is, okay. And it was a greater healing Lotus, okay. Cool. You don't see it, but I saw it. It was on my Fight Recap. Dyrachyo definitely was seeing that he can't pop very quickly to the Roar.
Yeah, he was
we saw that Muerta. Yeah, he died instantly, but as multiple different cores. Oh, and he did take the damage per shield. Okay, cool. I know that I've never seen anyone take this Deuce talent because it's always played as like a carry, but now I guess since he's playing like the offlane kind of thing, he's just tankier rather than having the Scotty modifier.
Yeah. I mean, I guess because, yeah, he doesn't have any sort of life steal, right? That's normally like the big one you want to benefit with when you get the one.
Yeah.
Survivability.
Sure. Cool.
Well, a lot of money though, Ace.
He does.
A lot of options for the continuation of the build. Can swallow that Aghanims, free up another slot. Also, just have that slot where the Aegis goes in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Gaming keeping the push going here. I mean, Ace is just telling them to come at me, you know? Quinn,
oh, and he's in.
Catch.
Very quick jump onto Fishman. Fishman, he's going to live though. They will be able to save him.
Tower's dropping.
And here's Ace with the push. Tier 3's gone.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Watson looking for a flank.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They're breaking the Lincolns with the track and prep. Rax drops, and Gaming is satisfied. Gonna back up together. Lincolns keep getting broken and all that, but they got what they came for. The buildings, the objectives are falling, and Entity just has to mostly watch. Can't get the avenue, can't get the angle to approach. Aegis does get reclaimed. Ace, he's got the Hex queued up. An incredible item on these Zeus's. Makes you unbelievably tanky.
Yeah, especially with that 25 talent.
Yeah.
As you say, that extra reduction per mana.
Geez, what is his actual effective HP now? I think he's over 15,000, right?
I do the maths.
Because what, it's like 4.9 now for Mana Shield, right?
Well, the 4.9, that 4.9 number, right, is considering the talent, right?
Yeah, that's considered talent. So he's probably like 20-something thousand. Almost 20,000 effective HP. And then factoring evasion and stuff like this, it's even probably higher. And then factoring mana regen, yeah, it's insanely high. Let's just go with that. Cool. A lot of HP, as you said, that they have to go through. Trapped in the base. Only Katomi able to step himself, waltz himself outside to try to look for any type of stuff here. Gaming, the whole map is theirs. How is the buyback looking? Buyback for Ace is back in 30.
Another fire on Quinn.
Okay, those glimmers ain't gonna help you now. Glimmers and Pavises. Double catapult wave mid. Tower a little bit. Tower's gonna get whittled down again, Ace. Sending the illusion in. Crimson Guard, I think that's just purchased from Toby. Gonna slow down the push a little. Stormstormer's in.
Gonna try and go for Ace. That's the first roar, that's the second roar. They've got him down to about half of his mana pool. It's not good enough. Ace is perfectly fine. They cannot finish off this Medusa. They throw everything at him. That Stormstormer out for 90. Does have buyback available, but that's both roars down.
They were ready with the Tombstone as well. Celery was ready to eat him, just in case of anything. Quinn.
He's in. Here's the quick grab onto Fishman. They'll take him out as well as Toby. No buyback on Toby. Fishman and Stormstormer, they didn't buy back for this one. Stormstormer only just surviving there. Nearly a dieback on him. Gaming Gladiators, though, they still clean up the full set of racks in the mid. They'll go up to the top on the verge of getting the Mega Creeps hit.
Ace is invulnerable.
Another death on Fishman. And with two heroes out, without buyback, you can imagine they're going to call it pretty soon here, Fog.
Oh, yeah. They try. They all in completely onto the Dusa, and the Dusa doesn't care at all. He even would have gotten saved from Tombstone if they got him closer. Stormstormer's in.
Immediately silenced, and the Hex immediately onto Watson. They'll put the refresher, but he's going to get lifted up. He's going to get disarmed. He can't do anything at all. Gets completely destroyed by Doraccio. As GG is called, Gaming Gladiators take this game too. With that, get themselves both wins here today against Entity.
They picked themselves a greedy draft, and they got to play the greed.
Got to play it, yeah.
To be honest with you, they sat back and farmed. I mean, Celery, you can see the smiles. He's probably like, wow, we got to just play a triple core with Medusa becoming kind of the most farmed hero in the game as an offlaner. Ends 1, 2, and 13, and it works perfectly, really. They got what? Almost uncontested Roshans every single time, except for that one, and then they won the big-handed fight around it too, with the buyback coming in from Ace. Very well executed from Gaming, and it just felt like they were just like waiting. They're like Entity's trying to make moves, but Gaming's just like, okay, we're gonna outscale, and they did.
Yeah, no, that Ace Medusa, quite something. Pretty much as good as a sort of an insurance sort of condition you can have as a team if things don't go too great for your carry. And not that they didn't, Doraccio also has a great time. He only caught the twice as the Morphling. Outside of that, very able to freely play the fights. But yeah, look at the CL Ace ending up 723 last hits on the Medusa. Yeah, I think he had a nice time getting to play some carry Medusa from the offlane.
Oh my god, is my game crashing? Come on, I want to see the damage received. I'm seeing all these damage dealt. I want to. You got that right? Yeah, I get it. My game crashed.
Damage received 70k on the Medusa, and indeed because of that mana shield, 95% reduction.
Okay, so it's absurd how much he was able to actually soak, and he did a great job of it. So, yeah, gaming. I think they played, I mean, as they wanted to this game. They kind of just sat back, and they're like, the game state is so slow. We're gonna be able to get these free Roches, and for Entity, I mean, I don't like to always harp so much because we did see some miraculous stuff come, at least from Watson overall. But this game, it did feel like it's like this inevitable kind of build-up where it's like, Entity, you really have to push and force the issue in this one, or it's gonna get to this type of point where pick and choose your poison. Which carry hero are you going to try to kill, and which of the other two are going to dominate you? Is the tri-core just inevitably outscaled.
Yeah, I mean, on the plus, they managed to last a bit longer this game.
True.
You know, as compared to that, it's a bit of a beatdown in game one, but it did feel pretty helpless. I'd like to see them try the Moeta out. Honestly, I think if there wasn't kind of 3 carries on the enemy team, maybe Watson would have had a chance in this one, because 9, 2, and 3, he was still able to do pretty decent damage. Definitely like against the Morphling in particular, as you would expect. Once the Morphling's shifted pretty high agi, appears to fail, magic damage is ignoring that armor that the Morphling has. It does have potential, just not against not against a Medusa on top of that, Fog.
No, it's like this type of game, it's either Entity has to play like super aggressive and like dominate the kind of game throughout all stages and not really make many mistakes, or they just have to like, I don't really know, right? Like, I don't know what you do when you're playing versus 3 cores. You have to try to just play a perfect game, or you have to just completely dominate lanes. And they only did kind of like 50-50 on those, so they have to play a little bit more, what is it, like cohesive and just decision-making. This has to be absolutely clear and perfect versus this type of draft when you're playing versus tri-core, and you're not just dominating early.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, in terms of who we're going to have the pleasure of talking to after that series, we've got the wonderful Celery on the line here. Celery, how are you doing? Congratulations there with those couple of wins against Entity. I just wondering, in that game too, was there sort of a point kind of early on where you guys were like, you know what, if we kind of just do nothing and hit creeps, they can't beat us? You know, what was sort of the decision and how you played that second game out?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, nice to talk to you guys. Yeah, it was a bit of a weird game. At one point, Toph and me feel a bit weird. We're just level 6, like, kind of want to fight. But they didn't want to fight us, and we just have a lot of cores farming. So I said, I guess we're gonna win the game. But it felt a bit weird. It felt really weird because I felt they should fight, and Toph and me want to fight. Nothing's happening, so I guess you go with the flow.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out for sure. The flow definitely getting you the 2 wins here today. I just sort of wonder, so obviously you guys, you know, you kind of tend to turn up and you always kind of, the results come out when they need to, getting these wins back to back at these international tournaments that we have. But here, for example, in the league, the games that you guys have been dropping, is there anything in particular that you sort of feel that's down to? You know, something that you guys are sort of, missing this time round in some of these games? Like, what are the causes for the losses? Or is it just all the other teams kind of just stepping up? Is all the other teams kind of doing more research on you guys, do you think?
I mean, almost every team in this tournament is really good. So when you have a few issues, like your draft is not on point, or you have some crucial mistakes in the gameplay, you just insta lose. So we can definitely play better, but it's very easy to lose against all these teams. All these teams are very good, just like we had in DPC. Like we're barely winning some series 2-1 when we're not in shape. All these teams, they'll punish you if you make mistakes, and it does feel like we're warming up a little bit.
Sure.
Like sometimes someone is not fully on point, but I'm not sure. Like I would rather give the credit to the opposition. They also just punish you.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, the league, especially with some of these results in both of the groups, is looking as close as ever. Fogs, take it away.
Is there? Congratulations, of course, by the way, the 2-0 this time around, not another 1-1 that we've been seeing a lot of. Is there anything that you guys have been doing in terms of like preparation in like coming into this new stuff, since you guys have been like coming away with lots of wins and anything like that? Is there anything you guys have changed in terms of how you prepare and how you've actually been as a team in the last, this whole iteration?
I mean, we took some more chill time whenever it was possible, even during like DPC, for example. But at the same time, we just had a lot of talks about how we should approach things. I mean, in terms of just normal practice, we we took practice pretty serious before this tournament. Like people might say, "Oh, you already qualified," but it's pretty addicting to win tournaments. So we would like to do it again. So we're definitely taking it serious in that sense. But something we talked about a lot is to make sure to keep having fun, and it shouldn't feel like a burden. Like if we don't get top 3, it's a big disappointment. We should just have a good time as well. So otherwise, you start playing worse, and when you're not having fun and you lose a game, the mood goes down. So it's very important to stay healthy mentally, I guess. I'm not sure how to call it. Like you need to have some fun when you're playing these games, and these games are fun to play, so you should enjoy it.
Fair enough. Yeah, talking about fun games to play, I believe you guys got 2 series left. You're going up against OG later today and then Bet Boom tomorrow. Any of those series in particular that you're particularly looking forward to that you reckon will be a fun one for the viewers to watch?
I mean, I think both might be fun. I'm looking forward to playing OG though. Should be fun. It's always fun to play against Seb. I haven't played against him in a while. Last time he messed us up in Stockholm, so hopefully we can get some revenge.
No, for sure. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a fun one to catch later on. I mean, obviously, well, with your series coming up later today, Celery won't keep you any longer. But thank you very much for stepping in for a few quick words with us, and good luck with your series later today, Celery.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you guys. See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, Celery from Gaming Gladiators, and DJ Judge. Yeah, one more series for them to play later on today, and it will be a good one. I believe that'll be the last. Well, yeah, that would be the last row series of the day. Gaming Gladiators up against OG. Well, yeah, with that series done and dusted, Fogged. I mean, Entity. I think in terms of their result, they're probably looking like there's not much recovery to be had now. Right, sitting 2 and 8 at the bottom. They've still got both Asta and Betboom to play against. Not easy opponents. Could be tough for Entity to find any more wins from this league with the way things have been going for them.
No, and I'm wondering if they are gonna are they gonna start changing the way that they do draft and stuff like that, or play or anything? Like I guess I don't want to just blame anything like that, but it's just like when you start getting to the point where if you've lost 5 or 6 games like that with this type of strategy, do you start questioning yourself? Do you start switching your strategies? So I'm not sure. It definitely feels difficult for them as they've been struggling for a couple tournaments now, back to back to back. Yeah, teams just seem really to be understanding how to play versus them.
Yeah, no, it will be a tough one. And on the other side of the things, with Gaming Gladiators getting those 2 wins, we've not quite seen the results fly in from the rest of the series going on, but I imagine they're being in a pretty hot spot to contest that top position in this Group B. So we may see Gaming Gladiators be able to top it out once again in this league, looking very, very strong once more. Well, that is it for this series, these first 2 series of the day. But much more Dota going on. I think while you were checking out some of the other streams now, Fogs, there's some good stuff going on right now that people should be checking.
Literally was just opening up to see what other games are going on right now. I mean, it depends on what you want to see. Do you want to see? So assume it's Aster Shopify still, right?
Oh, that's still going.
Did that just finish?
Well, no, that was yesterday. Oh no, that is now. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. That is going on right now.
No, don't bait me. I was like, am I wrong? Oh my god.
No, I was thinking of Asta versus Gaming Gladiators that you missed yesterday.
It's that, and then you can have, a little bit more spiciness maybe, just because of like, I'm gonna straight up say it, like just pub stuff. You have Sab versus Ramses, right? So I mean, these two are very vocal in pubs. So I don't know what difference that's gonna make, because whatever. But yeah, that's it. There's 2 fun games. I think the Shopify and Asta one is probably the one that I would tune on, just because. 2 male versus the old EG kind of guys, which is funny.
Yeah, that one, as you say, is going on right now over on the mainstream.
Check
good. Out ESL_Dota 2. We're done for the day, myself and Fogged. As always, it's been much of a pleasure watching these games through with you. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. But do not go anywhere. It's only going to get even better here on the Ember stream. We've got Gods and Ares to take you through the rest of today on this stream with the upcoming 2 series, which will be starting right round after the break. So don't go anywhere. Gods and Ares, they'll take it away with the rest of the games today after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
welcome back to Dream League Season 20. We've got our third series of the night. It's going to be a battle of the European Titans. Liquid taking on Team Secret. Parker, got a lot more Dota ahead of us. Hopefully this is a very exciting series as well between the two.
Yeah, this is, two teams who know each other very well, and it's always, it's always fun when you get these Western European battles areas. There's such great Dota coming out of the region. There has been for quite some time now, and I think the familiarity always means you get some kind of funky stuff happening in the drafts, a bit more mind games, and a lot at stake. As we get here into day 3, it's a lot clearer picture about what each series matters when it comes to advancing or being eliminated from the group stage.
Yeah, which is really the key thing. Like Liquid in particular have had a bit more of a rockier show so far in Dream League Season 20. They, at least from what I saw, and my calculations could be wrong, these boys need to win every single game to even have a hope of potentially having tiebreakers, and even fate needs to go their way where some people at the top don't win. And that's not going to be easy considering everyone still has 2 series to play. So you got to win 4, and maybe one of the teams can only win 1 out of 4, which is, look, that's a bit tough, Parker. I think that's a lot to ask for.
Yeah, and they can only really focus on themselves. And I think at this point, to the extent you're focusing on yourself, try and win those 4 games and, just hope everything kind of falls into place that you maybe end up in tiebreakers, but also just prioritize winning and improving in those 4 games because there's, other tournaments coming up, Bali Major being the big one. So I think, obviously for Team Liquid, it's about trying to find your form before the major as well as trying, stay alive here in Dream League.
But for Liquid, we've, every time they've won, it's been when we are casting them. So it's they've only tied those series, but maybe this is the series where they can get the 2-0 with us here, joining them for the ride. As we get to take a look at Insania, of course, a very important 5 to them. We've always sang the praises of their lanes overall, and that really has to start off the back of Insania.
It's kind of funny to look at the games they've won and done well. It's it seems like he actually takes a lot of farm in some of those games, or gets very farm. There was the Silencer game where he was just getting a ton of kills, farmed up 4-staff, Refresher, Drums. Also had a really good Techies game where they won, where he got Veil Pipes. So games where his lane goes well seem to just do better for Liquid. So I like to see him on some of those maybe stronger laning heroes. Flex that Techies into a 5 if it works for the game. Pick the Silencer again, maybe, because some of the weaker have not gone as well for him, like the Rubik. He played a Vengeful Spirit earlier today. So I think the Spirit Breaker game also didn't go well. So I think having strong laners is kind of key for me when it comes to Insania with his hero pool.
Okay. Well, see, and that's probably the best place to start as well, right? Where you want to set yourselves up with the lane, considering they've had a bit more of a difficult time on Liquid to be able to get the ball rolling. We have seen, though, in those wins, they've been incredibly dominant, but their opposition, Team Secret, had a great showing earlier today as well. They were able to pick up the 2-0, which was against Tundra, a team who is on top at the moment, even with those standings. So that's just huge that Secret were able to find the 2-0 against them. It's going to give them a lot of confidence now heading into their remaining series.
Yeah, Puppy bringing in another SEA play with FBZ coming in on loan, at least for now, but it seems like, some of Puppy's teams have always historically done very well with these, imports from other regions. You go back to when Mid One was playing mid lane for them, brought in RML at the start of this season, so it does feel like, Secret, despite a rough DPC where they finished bottom 2, are maybe finding some form here in Dream League. They've had some great results. They're looking like they may advance through into the playoffs. And things, despite having a new player coming in, looking like they've been playing together for a while. So really impressed by Secret's results here in Dream League.
And a lot of those results are based off the man himself, Puppy, the captain. We were able to sit down with him and have a talk before the Dream League started.
Still surviving, and Noob's going to be moving out as well. TA2000 still alive, but still no kill. Still no kill. Puck still has the rapier too. Puck right-clicking for about 600 right-click damage at the moment. Mar charging in once again. He's got 28 Essence.
My name is Clement Ivanov, aka Puppy. I play for Team Secret and I play Post 5.
About to drop a reactive taser coming out as well to keep that Chen away, but Chen's not the one right-clicking you, it's the rest of them, and they finally broke it. It's 17 minutes. Secret, it took their sweet time.
I think drafting and captaining nowadays is a team effort. Back in the day, it was captain effort, much more than team effort, but nowadays it's really important about the expertise of heroes. So you have to adapt on what they are capable of, rather than what you think is capable of. It's definitely a team thing. I don't think it's possible to captain yourself only. That would be too much pressure, because it doesn't work anyway. Because you need to already know what you need to do in the game. I feel like most of the captaining comes before the game. In a sense, like, in the game, everything should be already stable. Everybody should know what they're supposed to be doing. It should work like clockwork, and it's like natural. It's natural that we went this way because we've already planned out in our minds that this is the best thing to do, and everybody understands the concept. Now, creating the concept is probably where I come in, where like, what are we doing after this tower falls? What are we doing when Roche falls? What is the best thing to do most of the games, so we can like streamline a playstyle? You need to just already have a stable plan before the game starts even. Like, you already need to know things, and therefore shot calling just becomes much more of a vibe than an actual choice. I mean, there are a lot of times where I have done, like, you know, big calls, obviously, but everybody can do it in the game. Like, it's not only up to me. Because, like, let's say, like, the last chance qualifier, I said we're going throne in the game versus it was the Ramses team, where we played like this sniper game, and I said, like, we're going mid. We're gonna end this game right now. Like, it's not going to go further anymore. This is 1 minute. You know, let's go. Let's win the game. You know, in this 1 minute. And obviously, that's a call. You know, and that call is probably, it's going to be only made by like somebody that leads the team.
Only a handful more of other players that have nearly as much experience as the man on our screen. Puppy, of course, been through multiple iterations of Secret, different rosters as well, into a crapload amount of tournaments, LANs, and TIs as well. Very vital to the success, and like you said, you know, there's a lot that goes into a captain now, instead what everyone thought used to be the case a couple of years prior.
Yeah, he's a man who's had to adapt over the years. You know, some of these old school veteran players who've really stuck around, your Puppies, your Kuros, you know, it's all about just finding the way to, you know, grow as a player and adjust to the times. And it's really great to hear kind of how he talks about the evolution of being a captain on a team, how it's so much more of a team effort now. You know, his approach in the past was always much more like, you know, I'm the guy in charge. I'm making all the calls in the draft. I'm picking this. You play this. Now it's like, you know, it doesn't work that way. And, you know, if there's a Dota Mount Rushmore, he's on there. He's been around for as long as anyone. Had so much success over the years. And it really is great to still see him, you know, leading Team Secret to, you know, great success. Obviously, they've had they've been on a bit of a roller coaster. They've been through some rocky times, especially quite recently, since TI really. But I feel like they're in a good trajectory now.
Yeah, I think you put it very well. The good trajectory that we see them on currently, and at a very good time for them too, because they don't have to worry about major. Solely for them is just getting to TI. Because if they get to TI, Puppy has said recently this year that he will win. That the fate, all the stars are aligning. We've seen multiple times Secret. I think it's, you know, 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd place last year. And now if that trend continues, it's going to be 1st place for them as well. But they need to get there, of course. And DreamLeague is a beautiful way for them to be able to get the practice in and hopefully be able to continue to build that connection with their new offlaner FBZ coming over as well. So it's good to see we have a little bit of sea spice in Secret, and if that will potentially catch Liquid off guard.
Yeah, it's fun, I think, for SCA fans too, because Secret has always been like one of the kind of SCA fan favorite teams. So to see them bring in Mel and now FBZ is just going to kind of increase that fandom for the team. SCA's got so many rabid fans who love their Dota, love to support their favorite teams. So hopefully Secret continue to do well with FBZ. I think he's a player, back in his, I guess, previous prime, and when it was with Boom Esports, was in so many games like kind of the standout player. Was really specializing in some of those kind of big team fight playmaking off laners, your classic Pengos and stuff. But then kind of seemed to kind of fall off when the meta shifted away to playing like these more like semi-carry off laners, your Vipers and Razors. That was kind of when it felt like FBZ wasn't as comfortable. But now we're seeing, I think a bit more of a kind of middle ground being met, and it seems like, FBZ is, kind of finding that kind of peak prime performance once again.
Yeah, which is awesome to see from him, and we'll see how he's going to be able to shape up in this upcoming series versus Team Liquid. First, so we get to hear from Jenkins to learn a little bit more about universal heroes in Dota.
In Dota 2, there are 3 attributes: agility, strength, and intelligence. Each stat grants the following benefits. Depending on their primary attribute, heroes also gain +1 base attack damage per point. As of 7.33, a quarter of the heroes in Dota are now universal heroes, meaning that they have no primary attribute. As a result of this, they gain 0.7 base attack damage per point in any attribute. There are some pretty insane benefits from this difference. For example, Windranger, previously an intelligence hero, used to gain only 10 attack damage from Diffusal Blade. Now, because she's universal, she gains 17.5 damage from this item, making it a cost-effective item choice for damage. This item alone being viable for Windranger automatically made her a counter to every hero in the game that doesn't like having their mana burned. Some of the best items for universal heroes are plus all stat items. Iron Branch, for example, grants 2.1 damage for 50 gold. Mantle of Intelligence, on the other hand, grants 3 damage for an int hero for 140 gold. That's 1 damage per 47 gold. That's right, Iron Branch is twice as cost effective in terms of damage. A common inventory for universal heroes to start with is 1 Tango, 2 Circlets, and 3 Branches, because this grants an insane 15 damage and 154 HP at level 1. In other words, if you are playing a universal hero, you pretty much can't lose the laning phase, so long as you buy plus all stat items. Speaking of winning lanes, Wyvern, for example, is a hero that really struggles in the armor department. So much so that people were going Wraithband prior to her being changed to a universal hero. Previously, these would grant her 2 attack damage, but now they grant her 6.3. Bracers are also a popular choice for universal heroes that previously could get harassed out of lanes, such as Windranger. The most popular, and honestly most overpowered universal hero items are Gleipnir and Harpoon, mostly because they are both very strong in the late game, and they build from the most stat-efficient items, making heroes deal insane damage while being nearly unkillable.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, now that we know how much damage Universal Heroes gain per point of intelligence thanks to the DHL Pro Tip, you guys can head over to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and answer the quiz to win a €200 Steam voucher. And Parker, you're with the change to Universal Heroes. I'm struggling to remember, firstly, who's even a Universal Hero. I mean, there's so many. And I didn't even know that with, what, 2 circlets, 3 branches as well, you get 15 damage. I mean, maybe that's why we're seeing all these goddamn broken Universal Heroes currently, because I'm expecting with the draft coming up between both Secret and Liquid, we're going to have a lot of priority with those heroes once again.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned not remembering all the Universal Heroes, because one hero I didn't even know is a Universal Hero until I just saw it early day is Chen. Apparently Chen is Universal, because Puppy's been playing the Chen, and he's bringing it back. It could be something that we see a bit of, or get to see banned here, because it seems like, it is one, obviously it's his signature hero, and if it's viable, he will pick it. So maybe being Universal is going to help Chen out even more.
Maybe. Another hero I didn't know is Lycan. I know that's getting played on the mainstream with Asta. How am I forgetting? Asta taking on Shopify, and Renate was pulling out the Lycan and just munching heroes down. So there's a lot of very good Universal Heroes now. Everyone's coming back into the meta when you have that special attribute to yourself. So let us see what we have in store for us with Liquid up against Secret. Again, a very important series just to go back to kind of the stakes. Liquid, every victory is a must now. You cannot lose a game. You got to get every single win that you can with the 2 series remaining. And for Secret, they're still not even guaranteed. No one is guaranteed whether it's going to be to make it into groups, whether they're going to be unable to continue to play in Dream League. So for both these 2 teams, it is a must-win. Parker, now heading into the draft, what heroes would we maybe like to see prioritized a little bit more? We've had the opportunity to cast 2 Secret games, so of course that makes it a little bit easier. So how about let's speak for Liquid in firstly. What do we kind of want to see out of them in regards to the priority?
I think, I mentioned some of Insania's heroes, like the Silencer was something that looked really good, these strong laners. I think Zai's Visage, we saw them have some success on, but I don't think there's any one specific hero necessarily. They have some strats they like to run, like Storm Pugna, for example, but I don't think there's any must-pick kind of combos that the fact that Liquid's, losing as many games as they have suggests they maybe need to mix things up a bit. So I think it's just, pick your strong meta stuff. Void Spirit is probably a top tier pick for this series. Both these teams really like their mid Void Spirit. But I think in general, it's just kind of about adapting a bit to what your opponents are doing and not tunnel visioning on, hey, we're going to go into this and just force this kind of, Pugna Storm, for example, and try and win with that.
So one thing to note already is that Liquid, they have left the Bloodseeker or the Monkey King in the pool. This was something that I think a lot of teams started to prioritize inside the Western Europe region when of course 2 or 3 was going on, just because they are 2 very strong heroes right now, and they are Crystal's best heroes without a doubt. You can't even compete against them. So we've often seen, if they're available, Secret, they will first phase it. So Bloodseeker gone, Monkey King's available. It's a question of whether they want to pick it now. They can potentially pick it at the 8th. Maybe they've gone away from that strategy, but overall, at least in the DPC, in 2 or 3, teams that were versing them, it was a very good strategy and it worked out quite well.
Yeah, and I think I kind of like what Liquid did, because between the 2, you'd much rather play into a Monkey King than a Bloodseeker. I think Bloodseeker just doesn't have any amazing counters. It's always going to feel good. Whereas Monkey King, you can, if you don't give Monkey King that melee offlaner that he can kind of bully, the hero can be kind of shut down and limited in what he can do. With that said, they pick that melee hero maybe, but they get Liquid. This is kind of, I think, what I want to see with Liquid, where it's don't force anyone's strat. Just pick the good stuff. They've got a great Void Spirit player in Nisha. Magnus is also just a great hero for them. They can flex it between the carry and the offlane. It's just a top meta pick. You already get some value from the Empower this game. So I think this makes a lot of sense when it comes to Liquid's opener.
Wonder if we Oh, they're going to go down the Deucer route. Okay, so it's not really flex. I mean, of course, with the Beastmaster getting shown, there's no potential for FBZ to pick up the Beastmaster in the offlane. So this is very interesting, Parker. Both teams are opting with a first phase of 2 cores. I mean, back a couple of years ago, never would have expected that.
Yeah, seriously. But I think that Medusa makes a lot of sense because you look at like Magnus Void Spirit and there is, some lack of damage. And I think Medusa is one of these heroes that doesn't get hit as hard by like the skewer repositioning. Like, there's so many heroes where you get skewered in and you're just kind of screwed. But Medusa, it's like, well, you pop your ultimate and yeah, you're a bit out of position. Your team maybe has to come try and bail you out, but you're so tanky that if they don't have the damage to actually kill you when you're out of position, you're probably okay. So I like the Medusa into kind of Magnus as a like general concept when it comes to the matchup, and also when you see the Void Spirit, another hero that doesn't like pack a huge punch, so they get to pick this Medusa and now ban out some of those potential counter picks, Anti-Mage being the big one, even Shadow Demon would also be pretty annoying. So they've protected this very well in terms of how Secret have kind of opened their draft.
Can I add a counter to that? Because I actually like the mag with the skewer versus Deucer. At least I think because Deucer is at least a hero that really relies on formation, and if you're able to reposition it, then the supports I think get a little bit more vulnerable, and maybe where that's the Void Spirit's able to come into play. Like if he doesn't have to go past the Deucer to get the supports, maybe the skewer just makes Nisha's job a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that where, like, yeah, often you want to be jumping the backlines, but make the backline come to you, and then you're like you say, your job's just a whole lot easier because of that. And definitely, like I mentioned, like Medusa being skewered is maybe not the biggest deal for Medusa, but yeah, as you say, it could matter for Medusa's teammates. It's also just a very easy skewer target, where some of the other heroes you may want to skewer in, maybe a bit more mobile, a bit more elusive, have tools to kind of dodge that skewer. So we'll see how they respond. I'd like to see like that kind of Rubik type hero into Magnus. I always think just like that insta stun or disable that you can catch Magnus when he blinks in for skewer. It just has so much value. It just makes the Magnus think twice. Like, hey, if they're ready or have vision of me and I'm trying to blink skewer in, I could just be feeding away my life. So I do think that picking these heroes into Magnus is very valuable.
I think there might be some value for both teams to be looking at something like the Pugna this draft. I thought for Liquid, potentially with the Void Pugna as a combo, and even for Secret, I think you have, I'd say it's one of Yarmich's best heroes. He really brought that into Secret's wheelhouse with him getting added to the roster. And of course, Pugna Deucer as well. Like that's also very, very strong, being able to repair a lot of the damage. So that it could at least be a support that both sides are considering.
Yeah, I think so as well. For Secret, we're going to see what they pick in just a second. They get the Undying for now. Okay. So kind of building this very strong couple of sorts, and the Undying's being picked up good in the lane against the Magnus, theoretically. In the mid game, you've got this very tanky hard-to-kill Medusa. Now with Soul Rip, you've got the Tombstone as a potential save as well with the Shards. So a lot of useful tools coming out for Team Secret, and gives them, I think for a lot of the Puppy's heroes, he's kind of prioritizing having something that's strong for the lane, and securing the lane more so than like, let's pick something that's good in team fights in the mid game. He's like, no, I just want to make sure make sure Chrysalis has the best time possible.
Yeah, to anchor the team fight's even easier now, right? When we spoke about the Deucer, which is popping her at the front, you've got Hawks for vision. If you take a fight around a high ground, you can put Tombstone there as well. So we all know that Mag really relies on vision to be able to get the jump, the Void Spirit to deal with the support, so seems like Secret can set themselves up pretty nicely in some of these fights.
So what they get to go with the Undying, if they pick another support here or start thinking about that mid lane matchup with the Void Spirit, since they presumably know. I mean, we have seen some teams flex the Beastmaster into the mid lane, most notably Entity with Stormstormer. So could be some potential there for a lane swap. And I guess that's where, even Medusa could be an offlaner. There is a world where you send Beast mid, Medusa off. It just doesn't seem like something that Secret would do. Chrysalis does play the Medusa. They're banning out Anti-Mage and Slark, so they seem to be trying to protect the Medusa as a carry more so than an offlaner.
Yeah, classic Eastern Europe support for Yarmich. So got the Beastmaster vision to be able to set up for the Glimpse Away as well. They didn't really address the mag skewer like you were hoping they might do.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I would have preferred that. I think the other issue I see with Disruptors, it's like usually this hero where it's strongest when you're playing on the front foot, you know, chasing people down, catching them with the glimpse. And here's like Medusa Beastmaster. Like Beastmaster's going to often struggle in lane, and be playing kind of catch up. Medusa's, you know, going to be that farmer. So it doesn't really feel like Disruptor has a clear place. And Secret's draft is looking to play super aggressive in that kind of, you know, early to mid game. So I do worry a little bit about what this Disruptor can accomplish. It feels more like the Liquid are going to be the ones being the aggressors, and Disruptor doesn't play that well into aggressive lineups. So I'm not loving the Disruptor pick right now, but it could come together when we see Secret's last pick still.
I don't know how much this really matters, but I think they can put the supports in both lanes. Yamich also plays the Undying as well. We've seen him run it so far in Dream League, so I don't know how much of a factor that really is with the Undying Disruptor being able to be played for both Poppy and Yamich, but see at the moment for Secret with their last phase, looking to try and get rid of some of the heroes that outrange, and I know we haven't seen a sniper in a very long time, but could also be the niche staple where we see him go for kind of that Thompson build with like the triple Wraith Band. You can even put it in the safe lane as well if you feel it required.
Yep. Interesting. Liquid. they're seeing the potential for Medusa off lane, the Beast mid, because they're banning TA now. Or maybe, I mean, I guess it could be TA mid. I mean, it's an RML classic, of course. Yeah. So it could be Beastmaster off lane, Medusa carry with TA mid. They're going to ban RML's Puck as well.
I'm a bit concerned of Secret's damage. I think you really need a hero on RML that's going to pump in a lot of early game damage.
Yeah, I'm wondering, what that is. I mean, that's where the TA kind of made a lot of sense as a ban. It's this kind of tempo hero that does, kind of put you into this kind of aggressive spot and maybe enables your Disruptor to have a better game. But where's that damage going to come from now? Laning into the Void Spirit as well. So, Void Magnus, these universal heroes can get very, very tanky just with all those stat items. You kind of are in, potentially in some trouble. Like, even your supports are very low damage here. Like, an Invoker type hero almost feels like necessary in some ways. Okay. Tiny. Makes sense. Mentioned obviously damage is, Tiny combo. It's great. You've got a decent lane matchup against the Void Spirit. It gives you a repositioning tool of your own to start some fights, and they do really lack that way to easily start fights here. You can't, Beastmaster Roar is not like this, way to kind of initiate necessarily. Your Beastmaster's not going for a Blink Dagger, so Tiny gives you a playmaker for the mid game and also later on as a Blink initiator as well.
So Liquid have a lot of flex here. They plenty of time. Never mind. They're going to decide straight away. They will go down the Terrorblade route. So you've got your pretty good core matchup overall this game. Terrorblade against the Beastmaster. You still the Internet Beast and any other Auras he's going to be playing with against the Seducer as well. You're able to outrange her and just make it very difficult for her to be able to easily get on top of you. With all the illusions as well, you're able to keep up in farm and kind of match her as the game goes on. So I like the Terrorblade pick from Liquid. I was going to start to bring up that they could potentially think about putting, the Void Spirit carry if they felt like maybe that lane wasn't as comfortable for Nisha up against RML, but Nisha feels more than okay there, so going for the mid-game Terrorblade.
Yeah. Liquid's draft looks really solid in terms of just having, the team fight covered. They've got this easy pick-off, Magnus, Blink Skewer in, you force a fight, you have Global Silence to kind of cover your initiation and basically guarantee like a pick-off to start any given fight. You want to go on the Medusa with Global, you can. Your TP gives you a way to scale and match the Medusa in the mid to late game. Realistically, I think Liquid have everything they need in their draft, and for Secret, even with the Tiny, it is damaged, but I think they're still going to have some damage issues, some playmaking issues as well. And if the lanes don't go particularly well, I mean, we've seen how these Beastmaster lanes sometimes go. I think Secret could be feeling the heat a bit this game.
Yeah, that's my big question at the moment. How do the lanes go? Because it is going to be Yamich playing the Undying, so we got Pos for Undying, and Boxy's going to be on the Bounty as well. So I thought maybe a Mag Bounty lane would struggle into an Undying Medusa. Looks like that they're not going to have that matchup though. So how would you like both sides to set up their lanes in regards to kind of the supports as well?
Yeah, I think Liquid are going to go, they're going to be putting the bounty probably in the off lane, just pairing it with the Magnus. I think there is potential maybe for Secret to swap their supports around, put Puppey in the off lane, have the Undying safe lane, but I think if that was the plan, they probably would have just had Puppey play the Undying, but it is a tricky situation because I think both, you've got hard carriers like TB and Medusa, like so much of your game plan should be built around just giving them the best possible time, so I do think both teams are just going to be like putting their supports and setting up their lanes to basically guarantee, free farm for these like super late game carries.
Let's see if those late game carries are going to be able to get the early game farm they need to ramp up that damage. Of course, the mid lane between Nisha and Armel, there's going to be a lot of early game rotations from them. Imagine a lot of emphasis once again on the support. It really hasn't changed in quite some time, even though the side lanes have a little bit more priority now with the gates. You're always looking to try and take over those power runes as Foxy. Just a yoink and he might die, but it's a pretty good reflection. Boxy's going to get glimpsed back into all 5. If they got the damage though, Fairy Fire is going to get eaten. And it looks like he might just be able to get out. 3 health. Oh, all right, they got him. Snake from downtown. A couple of tips, in fact, make it 2. And I don't know why Nisha tipped Mickey. I don't know what Mickey. I guess he was a snake target. Yeah.
No, I think the snake bounced from Nisha to Mickey onto the bounty. So and TB ran towards the bounty. So he tried to dodge the snake bounce by running away from the Void Spirit towards the bounty, but the bounce still got him. And then he basically brought bounty to his death because he ran closer to the bounty. So a little bit unfortunate. He tried to dodge the first bounce, but basically set up the second bounce. So
that is where the tip comes into play. So
yeah,
understandable. As we do see, it looks like Yamich going to be moving with the Undying up to the safe lane, so playing with Chrysalis. You've got Puppey looking to play with the new edition of FBZ as well, and these are 2 people that are currently boot camping as well. You've got both FBZ and Puppey staying at Yapsor's house over in Jordan, so it's they're hanging out together, a little bit of camaraderie with the boys, and they're going to be laning together now too.
Yeah, it's always nice for teams and players. You have this long year, so getting the time together is always going to be important, and often sometimes where you can see the quickest growth as a team and improvement. So yeah, we'll see how these lanes go. Yeah, this is the support swap from Secret I mentioned may make sense here. They want to shore up their lanes a little bit by giving the Undying versus the Magnus and then having the range support with the Beastmaster. This bottom lane's still likely going to be very tricky. TB hits level 2 and all of a sudden you've got double slow from Reflection plus Arcane Curse, Metamorphosis for the right clicks. So I think FBZ is going to find himself having a pretty tough time down here fairly soon.
Puppey keeps up to these shenanigans, so he started very well.
Nice.
He was able to drag the small camp, now gets a glimpse back onto Insania. Is it going to be enough damage? Puppey secures the kill. Mickey will be able to get the trade. FBZ, no way, just lives. He's got a Salve as well to be able to work around with, so FBZ will repair some of the damage. Puppey too will be okay. I want to sing the prayers for Puppey, what he's done. He pulled the small camp, so it stopped the pull from Insania, then got the hard camp pull to drag the wave a little bit, and then of course we just saw the glimpse then as well. So off to a good start as the captain.
I mean, he's the reason why that lane pulled back, even though he didn't get them. He pulled, 1 melee creep in the end, so it was still a small bit of XP and farm denied, but just getting the wave pulled back, set up that glimpse, and got them that nice early kill. So really good start for Secret in the lanes, a couple of kills, and not enough time bottom that I was kind of expecting them. I think typically, this lane is meant to be hard for the Beastmaster, but some of those Puppey plays you mentioned have kind of swung the tides.
Zai? He's got a big one to play with. He skewered under the tower to drag this wave and took 2 tower hits as a result to that. But this lane, even though it's universal now, it's still not fun at all. Undying is probably the biggest bully out there in the lane. I don't know, as a support, if there's many more. He's got now a Blood Grenade and another Mango being delivered on the Courier shortly.
Yep. Bounty doing what he can to try and, do some little mini yoinks, but the level 1 Janata, not the most impressive.
And how's this mid matchup going between the two? Armel think was at least the games that I got to catch with Secret in the tour. I think he was the standout top lane. Chris.
I mean, I watched that happen. That was, I mean, I think this it was on stream too. It was just trading right clicks, but the Lotus into Snake just blew him up.
All right. That's the fine line that Boxy plays sometimes. Sometimes you go a little bit too far, but sometimes that hard work pays off for some incredible kills and some incredible content. So
yeah,
that's a reset. That's what he's saying. It's okay.
Yeah, that's when you're hoping the observer misses. Like, don't worry, he wasn't watching that one, right? He was looking elsewhere on the map. But, well, not ideal. Yeah, I mean, Crystal is like having a good lane here. And meanwhile, you've got the Beastmaster not really being pressured too much down bottom. So definitely good results in terms of the side lanes and mid lane. A bit of a farm trade, as you'd expect. Not going to likely see too much action there until power runes come out.
I like this build as well for Armel. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but he's going to go the treads on the Tiny. And actually hold that, because Boxy might go down once again. Snake's already been used. With the decay and another right click, Chrysalis already has a killing spree. So with the Medusa's having a great time, Zai looking to try and punch back with his Q under the tower, but Yamich is happy with this. Tombstone lay it down. They can go for the dive. Chrysalis tanks the tower as well. And Yamich just, what's he want to do? Does he want to deny himself? Still got some resources to play with. So, man, this top lane, disastrous for Liquid.
Yeah, it looked like he thought about like running at the tier 2 tower there just to throw away his life, but then he's like, it's okay. You know, we got this. I got a Mango, got some Tangos. You can stick around for a bit longer, and yeah, absolute disaster. Like, it's one thing for Medusa at free farm, but to be 3-0-1 as well. He had first blood, which is partly why this lane I think is going so well, because just having that extra starting gold is so nice, but a lot of pressure coming in early because of how well Medusa's doing in this lane.
And all the other lanes, not just the top lane. In bottom, you've avoided a couple of those meta timings. It's now on cooldown for Mickey. Puppy was just able to TP out in the face of the Terrorblade, so they weren't able to get a kill. We've spoken about mid lane. Armel, he's doing fine. We will start to see a little bit more priority from either side around this lane, as we already see Boxy moving over, drop a ward. He's going to be up to his scanning shenanigans, trying to help them secure one of the runes, but bottom FBC almost goes down. Not going to have the damage with Liquid.
Puppy's thinking about a glimpse back on Insania, but Mickey there to protect him, so instead just takes the illusion money and settles for that, since the Beastmaster's not going to stick around the lane. But yeah, you know, I would say more than half the time I see like a TP plus like strong 5 like Silencer, you're looking at kills. Like usually like TP pops Metamorph, you get a kill, and then you have to play a bit safe while meta's down, and like it's a bit of an even trade. But the fact that we're not seeing TP get kills here is a big win in my book for the side of Team Secret here. TP is still free farming, so it's not by any means like they've, you know, TP's having a bad time, but...
Are you seeing this? Look at this space. Dude, he's running them across the map.
Okay.
He's going to have to TP pretty surely. Boxy will actually try and cut him off in the pass. And does he make the call? It's going to be pretty close. Oh, Boxy's going to stop. Dude, this is so much space. Are you serious?
He's going to keep running around. I guess Insania doesn't mind, since TP's free farming bottom, since there's no disruptor harass to worry about. But yeah, now Insania's just like, okay.
No way. So Zai has to TP, because I thought he was going to try and get the wisdom room, but he just goes on over. So Zai TP from the T1 tower. He doesn't even take it as well. Insania gets it instead. What is Puffy doing, man? Oh my god.
The mind games. He's like, I'm coming for your wisdom room, but not really. And meanwhile, yep, Yamish did secure the bottom one, so they do trade 1 for 1, as you generally hope. So well done by Puppy, just to create a ton of room on the map.
Looks like FBZ is using this time to be able to farm some stacks. Boxy will soak some experience in gold. I even know he's there. Sentry laid down. Puppy might die to the neutrals. Got to be cautious, but the glimpse going to be there to cancel the TP. And Boxy, nice read from Secret once again. Just being able to scout at the bounty hunter, who we really haven't felt the impact of him so far this game. Like, really wasn't able to help Zai in his laning stage, and has tried to start making rotations, but now he's not going to be here to try and help set up for the power room. It will spawn top. And with the Tombstone laying down, Secret, they'll have no hope of being able to try and take a fight to stop Nisha from getting the illusion.
Yeah. You can see Liquid really want to come in and stop this Beastmaster from farming these stacks. TB's just too late, though. He already finished off that, like, triple stack at the big camp. He can't really farm the Ancients too easily right now. Maybe once he starts laying up the next layer of axes, but a really good bit of recovery farm there for FBZ on the Beastmaster. It's just classic Beastmaster things. You get the Arcane Boots, you spam your axes. All you need is like a triple stack or something, and you're stacking multiple camps. You're using the board to stack the Ancients while you stack the other camps, so there's just so much farming efficiency when it comes to the Beastmaster that how your lane goes doesn't really matter.
What do we make of this rotation down bottom for Armel? Are they looking to just get a kill into a tower? Do they even feel like they can even get this objective as well?
I mean, this pushes the TB into the jungle. They kind of slow down his farm a bit, and they'd love to get an early tier 1 tower since it really opens up this bottom side of the map for them to, you know, this is ideally where TB wants to farm. Like, yeah, he can rotate top and farm the jungle up there, but then the question is, where does the Magnus go? So then you're taking away Zai's farm. So if you're Liquid, you're thinking, we can't really afford to lose this much ground this early on, otherwise we're going to get, you know, heavily punished.
Yeah, and they want to hit back. Nisha teeping in. Should be able to get the kill into FBZ. They'll glimpse away Mickey to try and help the retreat, but Poppy still's in some danger. Nisha's be able to hold the remnant to cancel Poppy's TP. So it looks like the Disruptor will join FBZ in the grave. He'll make him work for it once again, but unfortunately Roche is not down bottom to get the deny. Meanwhile, Mickey and Boxy, they've been able to catch up to Yamage inside the bridge as well. So really nicely done from Liquid, moving Nisha down to the bottom side of the map to be able to stop that attempt onto the tower.
Yeah. And there's kind of, you know, I think realizing that move down bottom, maybe not the right time. They didn't really have any big item timings. And, you know, Medusa, like, not really ready to fight. She's your most farmed hero and is, you know, just going to be looking to passively farm. So forcing a tower like that, it's great if you can get it. But as I said, like, if Liquid give that up, they're giving up so much ground and they're going to run out of places to farm on both TB and Magnus. Like, TB can't afford to really rotate top. He needs to stay bottom since there's so many jungle camps down there. So Liquid defending it makes perfect sense. And with the TB meta, it's pretty easy for TB to actually be a part of that defense. So really good hold from them, although Secret continue to have a fantastic game on Chrysalis's Medusa. It's a big concern, I think, moving forward, just how farmed he is.
He's so farm, man. 3-0-1. It's just going to be like a 12:30 timing on the Manta. And even if they get the kill on Zai, it's going to buff that up even more. They will be lacking the Static Storm, but of course they've got the Glimpse to drag him back. Zai's pretty tanky. He'll need some extra heroes to keep him alive, but looks like no reinforcements are going to come out because they're trying to make their own play on the other side of the map. So we'll see if they'll be able to get FBZ. Nisha's going to be in with the Astral Step. FBZ tries to protect himself with the Roar. And Nisha's out of resources as well, so that's huge. Secret, they felt like they would be able to trade the life of Zai, but unfortunately that's not to be.
Yeah, they'll get the tier 1 tower, but that's a trade as Secret's doing the same thing in the top lane, so good rotation from Secret. This is what you really want to be doing when you have Disruptor in your team, is making these early moves and trying to find ways to get these early glimpse kills. And I like that Secret made the rotation towards Chrysalis's Medusa, because, like, you know, he adds a decent amount of damage. The maxed out Mystic Snake and the right clicks at this point can't just be entirely shrugged off, so a good way of just securing that extra farm here. As both teams do posture, this Ancient stack is Liquid have their eyes on it.
They're common Secret. Crystal's going to be able to scout them out for the moment. They've got a Hawk as well for the vision. It's like they're going to be lacking ways to be able to stop the retreat. Where is Poppy when you need the glimpse? Looks like he's just out of range. Armel, can he get in though with the combo? Still without the blink. Very close to having completed. In fact, this creep camp, I believe, should give him enough gold for it. So at least it's a pretty good timing out of his blink, but unfortunately just a little bit too late to penalize Liquid from stealing the Ancient stack.
Yeah, and Medusa's still got at least half of it, so wasn't the end of the world for Team Secret with Medusa showing up just in time with a Mystic Snake and some split shots to take a good chunk of it. So see what Secret's next move is going to be. It feels like, you know, if you're Armel and Puppy, you're thinking, okay, we just got Blink Tiny, I'm level 6 from Disruptor, let's go for some smoke plays, let's make some moves. And if you're Liquid, you're trying to avoid these. It's really up to Boxy to kind of be this scouting force. He's trying to position himself to maybe pop a smoke, even if he throws away his own life. Just protecting your cores can be so big for him here.
Puppy really far forward.
Very aggressive, yeah.
Be okay too. Liquid have a great lane ward. Now Box is going to start to lay down some of the tracks as well. Mickey doesn't have TP for another 10 seconds. I feel like they'll need the Terrorblade to defend the tower. And yeah, without him being able to get involved, they're going to look to sacrifice the bottom tower. Maybe they can make a play up top with FBZ. Zai's already looking for the setup.
Yep. FBZ, I think, has got the memo. Hey, they're not defending bottom. Watch out. They're maybe making a move on you. Although it is just going to be some tower pressure on the mid lane. But here comes Tiny, ready to defend this one. Won't have the damage to kill Nisha by himself.
This is the beautiful thing about Universal and the item build we see out of the Void Spirit now. I mean, with Strength Treads, he has pretty much 1800 health at 14 minutes in. That is so dumb. So usually you'd think a Tiny is able to blow him up. Really not to be with the change. Top lane, Yamich. Skewer back into Mickey's grasp, so it looks like with the meta they'll get the kill along with the tower as well. So we spoke a lot about how Deuce is getting all the farm she would desire. Mickey is doing pretty well. Still nothing like Crystallis, but still having a pretty good game.
It sucks when the opposing carries having such a good game.
Mel, is he going to be in some danger?
Yeah.
TPs are coming in. RP is going to get laid down from Zai. FBZ does his best to try and counter off with the roar, but the damage has been dealt. Nisha with the finishing blow. Can Poppy getting range for the glimpse? He's going to send Nisha back with the dissimulate. Stops that attempt, and with the Axe's box, he should be able to shrug it off. That'll be the case.
Yeah. Looks like Medusa's going to come and brute force down another tower. Wherever she goes, she seems to just take whatever tower she wants. Nice deny from Nisha, but a bit clawing back into this game for Liquid, who are down a couple thousand gold. But yeah, I mean, if you just looked at TB's net worth in a vacuum, like, he's free farmed and had an absolutely perfect game. It just looks like he's not doing that well because of how far Medusa is. So it's like, but realistically, like, I don't think Mickey can really get more farm at this stage of the game, given how this game has kind of progressed. So it's been like a pretty perfect free farm game for him. It just so happens that Medusa got a ton of kills, got a ton of stacks, and just had the freest time imaginable. So it's, you know, far from over. We can see the net worth difference between the two teams, less than 1,000 gold. Maybe another pick off here with Insania getting a bit too deep in the enemy jungle on a bit of a warding mission there, it looks like.
That's a much needed kill though for Armel. Like, he's had this Blink Dagger for 2 minutes 30 now and has kind of struggled to get it. I think that in fact is actually his first kill involvement with the Blink, so that needs to continue to be the case though. Like, this is not really an item that's going to buff him up, and we all know that Tiny at this stage can have some difficulty with scaling into the late game. So if you can continue to find the kills across the map, then you will definitely have a Tiny issue as the game goes on. But currently Armel not falling too far behind, but that could be the case.
Yep. We'll see how aggressive Secret want to play now. They've got a ton of playmaking potential, but they've also got the potential scaling of Medusa. So
Foxy
back. Yeah. Ooh, got out of
the
kinetic.
Nearby.
Yeah.
She was thinking about looking to step on over, but not going to jump in. Who would you like to see Armel paired up with this game on Secret? Who's kind of the roaming duo or even trio?
Definitely with Puppy, but I think we're kind of at the point where actually it makes the most, like, you want to fight around this Medusa now. Like, she is incredibly farmed. This butterfly timing is a really big one for these team fights, since TB is not going to have any kind of answer to the evasion anytime soon. And yeah, you know, obviously Beastmaster very strong. He's about to finish the Ags, but I kind of like the idea of Beastmaster being able, like, to kind of solo push a lane out and be a bit more of that pesky split pushing force. Even without the Helm build, I think the hero can still be really good at shoving lanes. Problem is, you play to alone. That's something Liquid's catching on to, and looks like they're going to maybe try and punish that.
It's close to the T2 tower, though. The TP's going to be fast enough to protect him, but the Global Sign stops the counter initiation. Mickey's going to TP out, and Nisha should escape as well. He's always got that dissimulate. Armel's going to be off the mark. Nisha, he's still in danger, though. Static Storm laid down. They're going to toss Crystallis into the middle. Any stunners? They won't have any. Nisha, what a read. TP's out. A well-deserved tip.
Yeah, I mean, just something pieced together. Okay, Tiny used his combo. They used Glimpse already. What actually stuns me here? And maybe if Medusa had, like, precast Stone Gaze in position in front, but I don't really think using Stone Gaze... I mean, you're not expecting a TP out there, so of course you're not going to Stone Gaze.
That feels nice. That was Butterfly. So 2 minutes without it. And now, I mean, Parker, we were saying before, you know, Mickey's having a pretty good game, but Crystal's having a better one. This net worth gap is closing, though. Mickey's over halfway towards the Scotty.
TB's farming speed now with, once he starts getting some stat items, you have the illusion, so you're just kind of farming more on the map. And
Zai down bottom. Mel's going to be able to jump over the top. There's just no boys to play with. Zai's a beefy man, but it's not going to be enough. All 5 heroes for Secret down bottom. Yamich, in fact, is the one that yoinks the kill.
It might be Roche time very soon for Secret, though. And the question is, like, are Liquid going to be ready to contest that? Particularly if Global's on cooldown, which is only 40 more seconds of cooldown. And for now, Secret are just trying to go... They're trying to chain these kills together. That's one of the things Disruptor's just so good at. One pickoff can very quickly become 2 or 3 if you're not careful and if you don't have good vision. Like Secret, Puppey doing a good job, finds another D-ward, so... Really important that, you know, Liquid and Insania specifically tries to maintain some good vision on the map, which... You know, he's got the 1 ward up in the top jungle, but it's really hunting season for Secret. Pickoffs will very quickly snowball this game because of just the nature of Disruptor and the nature of, like, being able to grab an Aegis, basically, with any kind of key kill here.
Yeah, they might go now. Nisha just showed bottom with his TP. I guess Roche is going to swap sides in a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And if they don't go instantly from Secret, they might not have the damage, so they're all huddled up top. Let's see what the call is going to be.
They may have actually gone for this Roche if they had, like, the butterfly, but not having the butterfly has kind of made it pretty awkward. They're going to smoke. Are they going through the gate here?
Yeah, but look at
They want to
Boxy.
maybe get there before Roshan?
He's just on the other side. He's going to scout it out. Smoke pops up. Who's here,
Yeah,
guys?
Dust, there,
Finally, they read it. Sentry. Sorry, Dust is there. Boxy.
I mean, Secret's maybe... I mean, obviously that's good job by Boxy, popping a 5-man smoke and keeping them alive, and they're not really going to be able to go into the Roshan pit right now. They definitely need to wait for this Medusa butterfly to come out. They don't want to have a big fight at the Roshan pit with... They know ultis are going to be back up. The global silence, so... Secret need to be careful here.
Zai's not in this smoke. Nor is Nisha as well. Those are your 2 initiating heroes on Liquid. So it's going to be difficult for them to be able to find that jump now going up against the Hawks as well as boys on Secret. They're going to counter smoke as well. Looking to try and back on off, potentially finding the wraparound. Sure. Does he poke himself into the lane? Secret ready and waiting. Plenty of ways to be able to scout out. They're going to use the Manta Illusions instead. It's a long wraparound. Which might be the first point of contact. Smoke's going to pop. I'll get a glimpse of them. Great position from Boxy. Tombstone even lay it down as well. Do you just kite to the right side on Liquid? That's going to be the case. They want to avoid the Tombstone. As Zai, a global silence and RP just for a Medusa with a diffusal blade. They should be able to bring her down. Static Swarm along with Armel's combo. Deuce is not dead. Are you serious? They'll keep Chrysalis alive, turn to the 4 members of Liquid and blow them up.
Just too much sustain coming out there. With Undying Heal and the Medusa Butterfly arriving just on time. What a combo. They just grouped up for the most massive of Static Storms and the Avatos combo from Tiny. We got to see that one again, but that just broke this game wide open. Now a Roche going to be claimed for Secret with ease, but what a devastating fight.
Did he get a big snake?
He got some burst heal from what looked to be a soul rip there. They didn't even have like Puppey had a arcane ring in his backpack. I don't know if he actually used it because obviously mana regen is nice there. Maybe the arcane boots from Beastmaster as well. It's one of those things where it's funny how like things like arcane boots are really basically act as like a mini mech from Medusa. But it looked mostly like, yeah, she just got healed up by a nice soul rip there, and that was just barely enough. Obviously, the butterfly pick being a big part of that as well against the TB.
That's the exact point I was just going to bring up. It just got delivered. Of course, we saw the Koro got sniped prior, but just before that fight, he got the butterfly. And now afterwards, he has a Crystallis. So he's got even more damage inside these team fights in Liquid. They might need to reevaluate how they need to take a crack at Secret, because if they want to go all or nothing into Dusa, we saw what just happened.
Yep. Yeah, and it's one of those things like, let's go all in on Dusa, pop the global silence so, you know, the teammates can't help her out, but I think as this Medusa gets more and more fun, that's just going to get kind of tricky to kind of take that approach. Like the TB has a Scotty now, BKB queued up, and I think you're kind of right. Like as TB, you can't just go into MKB here. You get too much value out of these stat items, not to mention BKB just seems essential. But if that's the case, like Medusa just maybe can't be your primary target with the RP and Skewer because you just don't have the damage to chew through it.
So I wonder the call for Liquid is like, are there any halberds going to be considered for them? That has always been one way that we've seen people address the Dusa lineup. Nisha's done it in the past. I mean, you've also got a Bounty Hunter who has a pretty versatile item build, but they haven't been able to... this is only 6 kills for Liquid, keep in mind with the Bounty Hunter lineup. So they are not getting value out of this track at all.
Yeah. And outside of like maybe the Magnus, I'm just not seeing where they kind of farm up these halberds. You know, Void Spirit's not really the ideal item as well to pick up, so it does feel like, you know, halberd would be great, but you just don't have that kind of natural buyer for it unless you start winning some fights. And I think if you start winning some fights, you can solve the Medusa problem just by getting more farm on your TB, getting BKB into MKB, and just out-itemizing.
They're going to slide onto the Magnus, but the Global Silence is there to protect Zai. Nisha's going to find an opportunity to jump Puppey. So no Static Storm inside the fight. It's going to be an easy 4v5 pick-off for them, but still, Crystallis is going to try and turn this back around. Chasing down Mickey. They're going to be lacking the stuns, though, with Armel's Blink continuing to get cancelled thanks to the Arcane Curse. They will not be able to penalize Liquid on that short attempt.
Yeah, it worked out. You kill the Disruptor means you don't have to worry about the retreat as much, and like you say, good job stopping that Blink from coming back on. So no opportunity for Secret to punish, but ultimately just a Disruptor kill.
Zai? You're chilling.
This does feel like an opening for Secret to, you know, barrel down mid lane, take at least a T2 tower here, but with no global, they can really force a fight.
You high ground? Is that a bit too much, potentially? I don't know. Maybe the high ground might be a concerning stage for Secret to be considering. You just go for some of the easier objectives. You know, Tier 2 still left standing top lane.
A lot of room for Medusa to still grow. This ton of right-click damage now with Butterfly Daedalus, but the Skadi just gives you a ton of survivability and even extra damage as well with that slow. But there we go. 1 minute on the Aegis. They want to force this one at least. You know, force people back. Like 3 heroes are out on the map on Liquid's side. Nobody's defending.
It's going to be up to Zai, but the instant Static Storm from Poppy stops the Skewer back. That was the hope of the defense, and now without Zai, this is going to be a difficult hold of this top set of barracks. Tombstone layered down out as well. There's nothing Liquid are going to be able to do to keep this alive.
Yeah, I mentioned, you know, how valuable it can be to have those insta like skewer counters. Usually it's like a point and click stun or disable the Rubik lift or something, but Puppey says, you know, Disruptor can do it too. I've got a Static Storm. I definitely didn't anticipate that play happening, but you can see Armel very impressed by it, throws a tip out his way, and they're not done with the pickups. They've now maybe caught Boxy as well. Glimpse up in a couple of seconds, but
a lot of damage on Armel.
Yeah.
Over the right side, they will get that glimpse back onto Boxy though. So going for the bounty, but still, Zai's going to be back alive shortly. So all that will result in is a full set at Barracks top, and Aegis is now out of the hands of Chrysalis.
Yeah, I mean, not ideal for Liquid, but not game-ending kind of damage as well. Like, they're kind of in that spot where they had to drag out this game anyways. Once they lost the fight and gave up an Aegis, they were always going to, you know, give up some ground somewhere where, they, you know, ideally it was just losing out of towers, losing a lane of racks, not great, but they get to find themselves in a position where once these ultis come back up, maybe they can take a fight, use that vision that the Bounty Hunter gives them, be the ones getting the jump, fighting around that global silence, and, you know, maybe that, you know, the TB now having BKB, although it really does feel like the MKB is the big item timing where suddenly, you know, Medusa becomes a viable target to initiate on when you have this MKB.
Yeah, what could that initiation be? Like a skewer back into global to stop the counter initiation from Secret, and then with Mickey's damage, maybe that is enough to kill Chrysalis?
Yeah, I think that they probably can kill Medusa in that kind of a scenario. You know, there's going to be things, Solar Crest, there's going to be defensive, all these defensive items thrown onto Medusa in that scenario, but, you know, the hope is that it's enough. You know, problem is teammates, they have BKB. So like Tiny and Beastmaster, they can get out of the global silence and then, you know, help bail out the Medusa by just charging in, roar somebody, you know, Tiny have a toss someone else. So there are ways to try and bail out the Medusa in that scenario, but you know, there is a way for Liquid to win a team fight if they can execute.
It's the thing though, can they execute? And now they're going to be going into the Crimson Guard as well from FBZ. He's queued up a refresher, so he wants a little bit of extra control. Proved to be an issue for Liquid to be able to pummel into Crystallis, who again is just balling out. Has he even died this? No, hasn't even died so far this game. 4-0 and 7. I brought up earlier maybe the concerns that sometimes we see around Tiny with the scaling. Armel is without a doubt scaling this game. He's going to be going AC, pretty close to it as well. So you're not only going to have a Dusi issue as this game goes on, you got a Tiny and a Beast issue as well.
Yeah, that's the really nice thing with Secrets Draft is, you know, you're not just all in on this Medusa. You've got other ways to continue to outscale a TB, cause some problems, and I'm not really feeling like that's there for the Radiant side. Magnus side did end up queuing up the Halberd as a follow-up item to try and address the Medusa, but like you're going for all these utility items, Crimson Halberd, and the overwhelming physical damage, even like a Tiny, is just going to kind of shrug off.
This is a big ward for Liquid. It's a very important ward. Zai, he finds the opening.
Oh, didn't get through to them.
Onto 4, and Nisha's in with all the fall damage, but it's only enough to get the kill onto Puppey. It's an all-out retreat now. Mickey's still considering about beating into Crystallis. Mickey's going to charge up the high up of the roll. Gives an opportunity to turn around. Can he find a Sunder target? Crystallis does way too much damage. No hope for Mickey. And now they'll turn their attention over to Nisha as well, as with the Manta. Be able to get out of danger. Armel blinks over the top before the pathing. Reads it perfectly. Nisha's out of mobility now. They've got the daytime for the vision as well. They get a glimpse of him escaping to the left, but it looks like no one else is pursuing along with Yamich. But in the end, you could not have asked for a better start. RP onto 4, and they only got Puppey.
Yeah, it was a beautiful RP. I think the one only issue with it is probably the hero you want to catch, maybe not the most, but you really want to catch Medusa, and then Medusa was just outside of it. So she was doing damage into the RP, popping Stone Gaze and just really limiting the ability for the rest of Liquid to follow up the RP because she was still alive.
And kinetic field.
The cancel.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Does he have a buyback? He does not. That's a full set mid. When Terrorblade's alive, that's no meta, and that might just be game. They're going to go for the full set. They could just keep going as well. They'll know the meta timing.
No, I doubted their ability to address the Mag Skewer, but they've shown they've got the tools. The Static Storm, although Puppey may get jumped and picked off here.
He's so survived. Can he survive for an extra second? Static Storm's back up. Drops it on himself.
Yep.
Guessing his old teammate's going to try and go for the finishing blow, but Nisha looking out to the right side. Do they get a glimpse of him though, Armel? Not going to chuck out the avalanche, so he will escape. Forces him away from the base, and at least it gives time for the mag respawn and the meta to be up shortly.
So no mega creeps, but another successful team fight, and with Roshan up, Secret can just make their way over there. Liquid almost have to smoke out now. The problem is you've got creep waves in your base. You've got to deal with that. You're giving, you know, basically full vision to your opponents of where you are on the map. So Secret basically know how much time they have to finish off Roche before there's any potential for a fight here. If you're Liquid, you're thinking, we gotta go now. Like, push out the top lane, make our way over there, but it just doesn't seem to be possible at all.
Bit of a nice snipe. Boxy's going to take the AC out of the hands of Armel, but the maybe condition we were speaking about a couple of minutes ago with how they could take fights on Liquid is now not really a possibility with the Aegis. If you want to skewer Crystallis back, you know, into a global silence and potentially blow him up the once, well, now you've got a second life for him to play with, so it's going to get that much more difficult.
Yeah, it just does not seem viable at all. And this Medusa, the Vindicator's Axe is honestly a pretty sick item for Medusa, the neutral item. Like, you get stunned, you get silenced, and you're just getting all this extra survivability while stunned, all this extra damage while silenced. So, a very nifty item for Medusa that I think has a ton of value in a game like this. Basically means that you're just not... It kind of makes it even harder to focus and target the Medusa.
It just might need to see, again, I mean, Nisha's put a lot of importance on going for these easy targets, and that might need to be his role once again for this defense. If he can somehow find Puppey isolated with like a wraparound, maybe that's his jump. Tombstone's gonna make it so difficult though. Got the vision. If Zai steps a little bit too close, zombies straight away to cancel the blink.
This is so hard. Medusa's just not a target. They're going to go for skewer back.
Again, it doesn't get enough distance. The kinetic field proving to be an issue, and that was the global silence they were hoping for as well. Zai, he'll land the RP. Have they got the damage even to go through the first life? It looks like they do. They use so much. Let's see what they have left in the tank as Armel finds an opening for the toss back. Meanwhile, Zai, another skewer. Crystal stands strong. A Stone Gaze to turn around. Meanwhile, they've got all their attention put on Mickey. A Sunder target's going to be there, but once again, turned to stone. Crystallis, he can start to pump in the damage. The buybacks are going to be costly here for Liquid. That's how they can potentially turn this fight. As Nisha tries to get the jump in over to Armel. Armel taking through some of the damage, but meanwhile, Crystallis inside the base. He can protect the heroes. Secret, they've lost 2, but their main damage source is still standing strong. As Crystallis, he's looking to punch back, sending Liquid further away. It's going to be another skill, but Zayed might have just buried himself in his own grave, and without the Terror Blade, where is your damage?
They're all buying back here. They're going to try. They really want to catch this Medusa. She's getting low-ish on mana, but doesn't feel like they have got the damage without that TB, but 4 alive, so this is enough to maybe force Secret back.
Ooh, Nisha. Cautious Armel. Very close. Now, Mega Creeps. Easy for Secret. Come back on off. Happy with the reward of their hard work. They can look to use the gold to buy this next set of items. You've got a Aghanim Scepter in the queue for Crystallis. Actually going to swap for the BKB. Refresher Orb just got completed for FBZ. Plenty more items for them to be able to close this game out.
Yeah. If they want to play things safe, they can fall back, grab their Tormentor, their Wisdom Runes, do all the, the little things. Now it's Boxy's Bounty that's being a bit of a pest. That's really all it is. Like that little fly, you just, not winning you the game by any means, but it's just something that's kind of delaying things. Every little courier snipe means you have to wait for a couple more minutes before you get your items up. You're losing power runes, wisdom runes to this bounty hunter who just keeps getting in behind enemy lines. But take another look at this fight here. It was, a valiant defense from Liquid. They just don't have quite enough into an Aegis Medusa. Like, it's like kill her once, sure, but then the TP had to Sunder and was still like fighting on a sliver of health, and without a second Sunder, he just didn't have the ability to kind of outlast Medusa there.
Oh, it's 0% probability. Damn.
Oh no.
There's apparently no hope of a Mega Creep comeback, and especially not if Insania goes down. No global silence for this potential last fight. Is Nisha's stuck in the trees? I don't know if they know that though. Oh, that's a pretty nice target. Armel will stand strong off the back of the BKB. Meta was popped as well. Secret, if you want to play it safe, just disengage away from the base, wait for Meta to expire, and you can just go back in, discipline, play out of Secret.
Exactly what they'll do. They can even wait for Medusa, like, she's got 6.5k gold. You could easily get another big item. Has the BKB queued up. Has room for an item to sell your magic wand. There's definitely no rush when it comes to their current position. But I think the meta being down is a pretty nice opening for them to go for that killing blow.
Nisha will find Puppey alone. Can I get the Static Storm off? Oh, still on cooldown. Apologies, Puppey. Goes out. Now, Yamiches are taking a lot of damage. Look at Nisha go to work on both the supports. Is this the opening Liquid have been waiting for? FBZ turns with the Raw. Crystal's going to be able to show up as well. Straight over to Mickey. They go double Raw. Now with the Stone Gaze, they're going to try and do whatever they can to protect Mickey with the RP. That's enough to disrupt the damage. Mickey, he'll stand strong, but still it's going to be up to Nisha to pump in the damage. They'll try and bring FBZ down. He's falling low, but the Parvies keeps him alive. And now they'll turn to clean up. Insania stuck in no man's land, 4 gone, without any buybacks, and Secret will be able to take game 1 pretty goddamn convincingly.
Yeah. I mean, they just built this draft around the Medusa where it just felt like there was no relances in the end. Even fights where she's being skewered in, it didn't seem to bother Secret once they had an Aegis on her. And numerous times they were ready for that Magnus skewer and really limited Zai's playmaking and ability to do a whole lot. And yeah, one of the things with the TV match, we saw even in that last fight where a nice Sunder at Medusa, it's not like a normal Sunder, it's a lot of damage, but because Medusa's survivability comes from her mana pool, she doesn't really mind being Sundered that much because you're not really losing that much of your health. So these fights in the late game, your Medusa's just kind of doesn't have to worry about, doesn't need to go into a Lincoln's or anything, can just tank the Sunder, continue to fight, do overwhelming damage with Butterfly Daedalus so that, even the TP just felt like he was melting here in the late game.
In the draft, we were asking for a bit of a response to the mag skewer. We've seen a lot of the instant stuns. Of course, the Rubik Telekinesis comes to mind back at TI-10 from PSG LGD. Puppey brings his own little bit of flair in this with the kinetic field. We saw multiple times that the skewer wasn't able to go through. I really have a vague feeling it used to like a couple of months ago, so I don't know if some mechanic has changed or something, but for them, Secret, I mean, that was what we were asking for, right? To be able to stop that play. They tried to go for it multiple times, and in the end, I mean, this is your comeback potential a lot of the time on the Magnus, so just that very interesting response from Puppey was very clutch in a lot of their high ground pushes.
Yeah, no, it really limited Liquid's big way to start a fight. Like, they kind of built their draft around this idea that, Magnus silencer, like Magnus blink skewers in, global silencer followed up, and whoever you go on, ideally a carry like a Medusa gets, deleted. They even had like Boxy on Bounty to try and get vision, but it just didn't really pan out. The big fight we'll see here, this bottom fight around the Roshan pit where they went on the Medusa and she lived. This could be a completely different game, and the story we're telling about, how Medusa works. If they kill Medusa there, maybe Liquid's something ahead with an Aegis, and TB's, has an item advantage over Medusa and can actually address her, but it just felt like they never quite had the damage because of how good of a lane and start that Chrysalis got on Medusa this game.
Hey Parker, can you tell me why a carry hero can provide pretty much 8 seconds of control with something like a Stone Gaze and with the talent?
This is a beautiful game. Dota 2, everything's OP.
Yes.
We love it. Some things are just a bit more OP than others, okay?
So we don't question the frog.
No. He works in mysterious ways.
That he does. Apparently he's a big Deucer fan, wants to continue to see this hero in the meta, and if you keep getting performances out of that, I don't know if we'll see it too soon, because even though with those previous nerfs, still looking strong, but of course it is also the player as well, and Chrysalis definitely performed, and they did very much enable him as well. I like what they did, putting Yarmich in the safe lane to body the Magnus, and maybe this is something that we need to see addressed a little bit in the next game. Liquid, their lane setup in that one in particular with the bounty mag was a little bit weak, and we didn't really feel the value of the bounty overall this game.
Yeah, bounty's a hero obviously seeing a lot more and more. And it's still a similar concept to what the hero was when it was meta. I don't know if you go back several years, it's all about the vision game, getting in behind enemy lines, being pesky, sniping these. Sniping the crews is more stuff you do like when the game's kind of going badly, but the same issues still exist for the hero. The weak laning, the kind of, you're not really offering a whole lot. It's great when you're like, playing from ahead. That was kind of the issue I mentioned with Disruptor, but I think Disruptor just brings so much more team fight and playmaking to the table, whereas Bounty, it's like you get that vision, you have the tracks as well, but the hero can feel like a big liability, especially when teams are ready for it, have their detection, have their sentries and dust down. You just often end up in these games where your Bounty's going like 0 and 10 and resorting to just camping on the enemy side of the map trying to find couriers to kill, which it delayed the Deucer Butterfly. Liquid almost win that fight before Roshan because the Butterfly wasn't there. Luckily it got there just in time, but I think you can't rely on these cute plays, which is often what Bounty Hunter is trying to do.
So we'll see if it's a hero that want to continue to go back on here for Liquid in the upcoming game, because with that loss it makes it pretty much impossible for them. Again, still some things need to go their way. They have to win every single remaining game. So this game and their 2 other games, I believe they're up against OG? Have Liquid? I think their series against OG tomorrow. No, sorry, it's TSM. Apologies. So they got to win that as a 2-0 and this game as well, and then hope no one else above them gets any game. So really, it's not looking good for them to be sticking around in Dream League. And for Secret, they are continuing to build their case to potentially move over to Groups 2. This is now 3 games in a row where they've been able to come out on top. So Secret really starting to build a lot of momentum with this new roster at Dream League Season 20. Let's see if they can continue with that momentum after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
give Chrysalis a free Medusa game, and he will not disappoint. Secret, a very dominant game one from them. And Parker, we saw in the break, we did a bit of calculations. It does unfortunately look like Liquid is mathematically out of contention to make it into groups 2. So now we're looking at Secret. They are still the ones fighting to be able to qualify to that second round. So still needing to get that victory for them in this upcoming game.
Yeah, and right now, 7 wins, 4 losses. The teams all below them are like 5-5. There's 4 teams 5-5, so that's a nice little cushion. But a 2-0 here would be huge for them. Would get very close to almost guaranteeing them into group stage number 2 and avoiding what looks like potential tiebreakers and mayhem. So, they definitely want to try to get that 2-0 here. It could be pretty big for them in terms of advancing.
Yeah, their last series is against Spirit, which is not going to be a easy last series for Secret at all. So, again, that is further down the line, though. So we'll see. We're going to go through this game just first, and of course, a pivotal player for them really in this game was Armel. Had a incredible game with his Tiny, as we get him as our A-sub player of the player. Of course, Nisha had a pretty game too. Good game too, I should say. I mean, you take a look at the KDA. Looks pretty good for either side. Unfortunately, it's only one person that's able to get the victory, though.
Yeah, a game where, like you say, even on the losing end, Nisha looked good and was kind of doing everything he could to try and, even at the end, hunt down the supports. The problem was he only really had the damage to kill, and it felt like every single fight he was just going on Puppey, and Puppey being as farmed as he was because of how good a game Secret were having, was not even an easy kill. But yeah, on the other side, Armel's Tiny. Impressive, but you can see there, hero damage-wise, very similar between the two. It wasn't like Armel had one of these games where he completely popped off, but I think he kind of itemized and played to enable Chrysalis' Medusa, which was kind of what I liked with his plays. Like, he didn't mind playing, second fiddle, as is often the case as a mid laner. He's getting the AC, he's getting the aura items. He did get some damage scaling items, but there was even one fight where he was the one canceling the skewer back. Like, he saw the Magnus go in and he blinked Avalanche to stop the skewer back. So, being selfless as needed for the team here.
Of course, it was big shoes to fill as well with Nisha moving over towards Liquid. Unfortunately, they've had a couple of mid laners since then. Of course, with Boom, unfortunately, it didn't work out. Now, Armel, and I really do think in the previous tour, in the games that at least I got to catch from Secret with them playing Division 1, Armel was a standout to me. So he's always been the most stable mid laner when he was in C as well, without a doubt. Maybe there's been times where some people have been more mechanically gifted, or I should say playing better, but he's a very, very consistent mid laner. You will always get good games out of him. So that's nice to have that stableness from him. And you get the addition of another C brother as well with FBZ. So, they haven't been on teams in the past. Got some camaraderie there with them going into a region where they've never been. It's a danger zone. It's unknown territory. And they seem to be pathing their way through it pretty nicely so far.
Yeah. I think that aspect of it must be really nice for Armel too. Like, culturally, it's probably great for him to have a fellow C-bro there. Whether it's food wise, just lifestyle wise, they're gonna just be more in sync and get to laugh about the silly things that Europeans do. Whatever it is, culturally, everyone has their different preferences, and they're two players who coming from such a similar background probably just makes Armel's time in Secret a bit more fun now.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine that would be the case. So hopefully FBZ stays for a little bit longer with Secret, and with this trial run, I think that's how they put it. He's looking pretty good in this experiment so far. So We'll see if he's able to continue that success, and the boys as well. But Liquid, I don't blame them. They've had enough. They've had their time of first picking Deucer as well, but I'm glad we don't get a Deucer game.
No more of the Medusa there. And no more of the Beastmaster as well. Not wanting to give a first phase Beastmaster to Mr. FBZ here in game number 2. We'll see what Secret want to prioritize when it comes to their picks and bans. It looks like the first pick, second pick has swapped, so that means naturally the draft is going to be kind of shaken up a bit.
See how that shake-up affects the first phase there. Again, really the heroes I look to mine is Bloodseeker and the Monkey King. They're both available for Secret in particular. I mean, Liquid can take it as well if they want. You've got the Magnus that is also available with the Batrider and Techies getting banned out.
Yep. Yeah, so no Techies, which means, maybe we're going to see a first phase Void Spirit from one of the teams. Yeah, the Magnus being a big one. I don't think Void Spirit's like a first overall pick necessarily. It might be. First overall Timber, though. That is brave, bold. Puts a smile on Insania's face.
They did this versus LGD. I'm not sure if it was first overall or in the 6-7. I'm double checking now. No, it was a first overall, and it was Nisha that played it. So this year is very, very strong currently. I'm just not sure if it's first overall, and well, they feel like that's the case. So we'll see. He looks quite strong mid. People have gone for your classic like Monkey Ursa counters in like the side lane, but mid I haven't seen too many great ways to address it currently.
Yeah, and that seems to be like often the case, like some of these heroes where, they've got kind of maybe some counters or heroes that are annoying to verse in side lanes, but mid lane you take away a lot of some of those bad matchups. It's more pure 1v1. Even if you've got like maybe a counter pick, you can just rely and play around, bottle. But Secret immediately respond. They pick that Chrysalis Monkey King and have at least a matchup against the Timber Soul that may, it may deter that Timber from going into the offlane, because that, offlane Timber versus Chrysalis carry Monkey matchup is going to be pretty bad if Liquid put themselves in that situation.
I do wonder if even there's a potential for Armel to play it. Maybe it like you could just even say like, no, let's not, because again, Chrysalis, it's his best hero. Let's just put it on him, even if it's not going to be laning to the Timber. We can get a different hero for Armel to play.
Yeah, and I think for Secret, I hope probably the discussion is very much just like, we know Monkey King can be good against this Timber, and we may want to chase around and force that lane, but you can't really force that lane until Liquid pick more heroes. Like once they pick an off laner, the Timber's going mid, then you can kind of adjust. And because Secret have last pick of the draft, they'll probably save that carry / mid pick until final pick of the draft, and then get to basically decide who wants to play it. Because Armel can play Monkey King. It's a hero he's played in the past. It's not like a signature hero of his, but even though, Chrysalis is the Monkey King, I think having the flexibility there and having a hero that can lane mid versus Timber is already very valuable.
So let's see what route they want to go down. Liquid, do you look to potentially counter the Magnus a little bit more with this pick? And we all know 8th is very, very important. Often we get a core picked, but maybe they feel the importance on trying to shut down the Magnus. Of course, we just saw the Undying prior, at least in the lane. You could consider like your game counters with minimizing some of the skewer aspect, or you could just look for a core as well overall.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying like last game it was 4 cores. Is it gonna be 4 cores again? Yep. Wind Ranger gets picked up here in the first phase. That's the one thing I was wondering is like, do you pick something that's actually good against the Monkey here? Like, there's a lot of supports that are good that can kind of chase him over the trees or cut down trees. Wind Ranger is one of the cores that can be very good against the Monkey, and the Wind Run is very annoying for the Monkey because you never really want to go on this Wind Ranger. She can let you build up 2-3 Jingu stacks and then just Wind Run away. She kites you with the shackles. So just a really good hero pick, I think, for Liquid, given what they see here.
Minus Boxy's cam. Everyone else was chuckling a bit much on Liquid. They're still having a good time, even though it looks like they are eliminated out of DreamLeague Season 20 with Groups 2. Still, they're in a good heartedness, having a good time over there at the facility.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, Liquid, for many, many years, this team, even you go back to when Insania, the Liquid squad, were playing with Alliance, it felt like they were a team that were better than most at kind of laughing off and shaking off the losses or even bad tournament runs. Everyone remembers the random gyrocopter at TI and stuff, and, that, I think, broke their heart a little bit, but at the same time, even, like, they were still joking about it months later, and they stuck together through that for at least the core of the team did. So definitely a team that I feel like does well under the dire circumstances.
Let's see what those circumstances call for them in regards to the last game. Secret going to be showing the first pick out of the second phase, so looking more than likely at a support to get picked up. I like the Silencer ban. We casted a game, I think yesterday, in fact, where it was the Timber laning. It might have been Zai, actually, where he was playing Timber and the Silencer was picked, last pick to address him and just absolutely bodied the lane and made sure Timber got nothing out of it.
Yep. Might have been, but maybe in Beast Sacred. I remember he played a Timber game. I don't
That's
know
true.
if
It was.
the game
Yes, it was him.
of. Yeah. I remember he played Timber and had a bit of a rough time when they picked a very late Timber Saw and still didn't have a good game. But yeah, I think Puppy's hero pick makes a lot of sense here. Maybe you go back for another Disruptor, but I don't think that's like quite enough damage or not really enough of an answer as Timber, but it still seems fine. Shadow Demon Ban is smart as well. Crystal Maiden is something he's played. I don't mind the Crystal Maiden. The double nukes just gives you a strong lane. You've got a lot of heroes that can kind of benefit from the aura as well, so maybe CM's a good option here. It just reveals very little.
How many games seen from CM? I don't know if we've casted that hero so far, at least in the games that we've gotten, because I thought it was she's been around for quite some time in regards to the meta, but let's see how many games. Only 2 games on CM so far in Dream League. 2 games with 2 wins.
Yeah, I know one of those was Secret. They played it once, but they also played the Bane once and won with it. So they're going to go back to the Bane. Another kind of puppy classic. It's funny because like I see it here, I'm like, oh, it's a puppy classic. It's like, well, he's got like, I don't know, 8 to 10, I feel like, signature heroes at this point with how long... You stick around long enough and you build up a big list of signature heroes.
So, thoughts on Liquid chuckling at their decision go for all Universal heroes? Is that the call? Because I don't know, because we have 4 and look at my beef. You can't win games. Let's just go all 5 Universal heroes and maybe go from there.
What's the carry though? I feel like that's the hard part, is finding it. Oh, I guess if they're doing Void Spirit carry Wind Ranger, will Wind Ranger carry Void Spirit mid? Yeah, they've got to carry theoretically. I actually think that's the hardest role to fill with Universal Heroes, carry role. There's only a couple that really fit the carry role.
And we'll see if another one's going to get picked up or just if their carry is going to be the Wind or the Void. But Secret, they're going to respond with the Pango. So you've got your lot of team fight, lot of stuns, lot of damage as well from them.
Yeah. And that, yeah, I was expecting them maybe to leave that Monkey King, like that core pick till the end of the draft, just because having the flex of the Monkey King is really nice. But maybe they are keeping that flex. I guess, you know, theoretically you could Monkey King into the 4, but doesn't seem likely. But right now I think Liquid... I think the reason you can pick the Pango here is because Liquid kind of reveal that Timber's likely to be off lane. Like, the Void Spirit is generally going to be Nisha's hero. I say that, I mean, the Void Spirit could go safe lane, Wind Ranger mid. I mean, there's so much flexibility on both these sides. We really do have no idea.
We've got no idea. I actually really don't know where they're going to put their heroes. I'm just kind of waiting to see.
Which Universal hero is left that will be picked up, though?
What role are they looking for though? That's the question. For Liquid, I mean, you have a big lack of team fight, which is my concern. I really like Phoenix versus Mag. I think you're a great counter initiator to the RP. I think overall Phoenix can have a very good game so far, but I just think there's going to be some potential weaknesses in regards to maybe addressing Rolling Thunder and addressing some of the team fights. So I don't know if that's something they want to try and look at with this last pick.
Well, even Secret themselves have picked 3 Universal heroes, so... There we go. 5 for 5. And 8 out of 9 hero picks, Universal. He's laughing. It's definitely laughing at the Universal heroes. These guys are so ice frog. Like, come on, man. Universal heroes have got to be tweaked.
I have no idea what the lanes are. Zai's played the Wyvern off before. I believe Nisha's even played it recently too. So
yeah, what can we definitively say about Liquid strat? I would say definitively Phoenix is a support. That's the one thing I can definitively say.
Yes. I am thinking... Well, I was going to say I think Timber Wind off, but then you're going to be playing Timber into Monkey, which it is playable, especially with the spell casting. Like if you put more points in Timber Chain and Whirling Death, it's a lane that is playable, but maybe you still want to avoid it because how comfortable Chrysalis is.
I feel like Wyvern is an offlaner or a support though, so that makes me think. I feel like Wyvern support and then Wind Ranger and Void are the carry / mid. Okay, just kidding. It's Nisha Timber, so this is a fun one to kind of speculate and try to figure out because there's nothing makes sense.
No, but the one thing that makes sense is the 5 Universal. That's it. That's all that needs to be said. Yes. You go for 5 Universal, game is easy. So let us see it. Will be Zai playing the Wyvern off lane. This hero is a little bit better in the lane, but we have seen you can still get bodied very, very easily. And they have a strong safe lane on Secret with the Monkey King and the Bane. So that is a bit of a concern for me. I think mid should be Timber favored. I like Timber's laning into Universal heroes because very similar to Strength, the Whirling Death, able to steal some of their attributes as well, so it feels quite nice there. Armel should still have a fine time. It's not going to be too Timber favored. And what do you think about the safe lane though, with Liquid safe lane up against Mag and Sky?
With the Void Spirit. It feels like a pretty tough lane for Mickey on the Void Spirit, and Phoenix is not a particularly strong support when it comes to securing the lane. So that feels like a lane where Secret can get a lot. And yeah, FBZ may just free farm. Like I don't really see what you do to get this Magnus out of the lane here. You're gonna have to play around the pulls and the creep equilibrium a lot just to be kind of pesky there. But I think that lane is definitely a weak spot for Liquid.
Okay. Well, Liquid playing with Fire and Ice Birds and 5 Universal heroes as well. Of course, they're going to be competing against Secret with all the momentum they've been building and some very, very comfort heroes for them as well. We've spoken about the Chrysalis Monkey King, but a Yarmich Sky, even though he's on the gold tier, which is crazy to say, but he is up there with like a Antares Sky. You've got an Armel Pango. So they are without a doubt ready to go. There's a lot of team fight, strong lanes, a lot of damage. I personally favor Secret, but where we thinking this one's gonna go?
I thought game 1 was like pretty even on draft, and it was kind of a fun game because it came down a lot to the execution. But this one, I'm liking Secret's draft a lot. I'm not going to say Liquid's memeing up by any means, but I do think there are some weak points with their draft, like definitely the safe lane. If this is like a Phoenix plus Void Spirit lane, I do think they're going to struggle. The one thing they have going for them, which on paper is amazing, is the Wyvern. Like Winter's Curse against 3 melee cores. You're picking it. It's great as like kind of a Magnus counter. Kind of makes it really hard to get that good kind of Winter's Curse initiation. Can be good against other things like, the Rolling Thunder, but it's easier said than done. The last Wyvern core we saw, it was like, oh yeah, good Wyvern game, but teams, they play around it. They're going to position and not give you those good Winter's Curses more often than not.
And he just couldn't even get to the stage where, I think that was Collapse playing it, where he went he went like Treads, one item, I don't think it was Dragonlance, it was something into 4 staff. Maybe Atos instead.
I think that's right.
So we said the same thing that game. Like, we can see the value out of the Winter Wyvern, like you just mentioned. Very good game for it as you go on. There's a lot of concerns on how this hero is able to play the lane. So let us see how much Zai is able to get out of it. And let us see how all the other lanes are going to shape up. Of course, like we said, niche up against Armel. I was at least expecting this to be a little bit more Timber favored. Very slightly, though. Nothing too crazy. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think Timber maybe does a little bit better, but it's pretty close to 50-50. We'll see both these players more or less free farm here. Both players have nukes to secure creeps, and both players will be playing around early bottles, so I don't really see either player getting shut out of this game at all. A lot of damage bottom. Mickey's Void Spirit already feeling the heat, and like I just don't see how you harass back at all. This may even be a game where you don't like. I almost wouldn't mind seeing FBZ go like Ring of Health into Arcane Boots. Like sometimes we've seen the Magnuses go for the Arcane Boots still and just use that to spam the lane. Definitely the Ring of Health has a lot of value, but he's got the Vanguard queued up, which is fine. But I just think like Arcane Boots is amazing in this double spam lane.
And it's a lane that both heroes on Liquid need a lot of levels as well. This is kind of the one issue that people mention with this Void Spirit safe lane is that you don't get solo experience. And then the Phoenix, your lane gets much more better when you get that second point in the Fire Spirit.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a huge boost into your damage output. But already early on. Shockwave, Skewer, just damage after damage here. And he just bring down Mickey here. With one more right click would do the job. Or a Shockwave, which... There we go. Got the right click.
I would give all this and my blood too if it meant...
Doesn't look like it's going to get too much easier, so... At least he's going to come back. It's going to be a double range creep and still a big wave as well for him to get, but I imagine they're going to continue the pressure. They'll turn to Insania next, and with the silence, not enough. Insania pops the fairy. Even Selv just got delivered as well from the chorus, so he's going to be able to shrug off that damage.
Yeah. I think people often underestimate the tower aura, because that bonus, like you're thinking Phoenix, like right clicks do a lot of damage with 1 base armor, but by the tower he gets that bonus armor. I think it's the +2 armor, so it actually makes a difference. I don't think it necessarily saves his life, but they weren't even close to killing him there because of it.
And it looks like top lane Liquid are having a very good time. This is actually something we've seen similarly with their previous draft, where they had like a Visage Techies double ranged into, I think it was a melee matchup then. So with the Wind Ranger and Wyvern, they seem to just be playing their distance, using the spam from the power shot and using the Arctic Burn off cooldown just to try and put Chrysalis in a health pool where he can't really play too aggressive.
Yep. And yeah, both heroes in the offlane started with blood grenades, one on the Wyvern, one on the Wind Ranger. So, like you say, recognizing that just keeping heroes low, harassing and spamming as much as possible is kind of the way to play this lane. And yeah, it's worked out well for them so far. I mean, Puppy's kind of had to do what he can to distract them and give Chrysalis a bit of a lane here, but definitely a good sign with the Wyvern. Already having Bracer, Wraithband, going for all these early stats as a universal hero and just constantly harassing the Monkey King whenever possible.
Even with that kill early on onto Mickey, he's still actually higher last hits than the Mag. FBZ only 13, which a little bit surprised by. The net worth isn't showing too much of an advantage, of course, because it was First Blood, but I'm still a bit surprised that FBZ hasn't been able to get too many last hits.
Yeah, it felt like they were like really zoning them out, at least early on. Like after he died and came back to the lane, it kind of stabilized the lane because they used up all their mana, but definitely felt like they should be able to get a bit of a CS advantage or even on CS here. So maybe just, you know, not getting the perfect last hits or playing the lane quite as well as, you know, obviously harassing getting the kill was great, but last hits is also a big part of this lane.
Double Bracer is a very interesting choice from Mickey.
Yep.
Sometimes we see one, even paired with the Wraith Band, or just one of those kind of stat-effective items, but going 2 for this lane currently down bottom has been a big reason to help him out. Nothing too crazy, though, occurring since that First Blood. Yamich going to start to fall back and get some stacks going in the triangle. Of course, you'll have multiple heroes to be able to take with ease, whether that want to be the Pango or someone with the Empower.
And take a little peek at mid lane as expected. Pretty much even CS battle there. 6 deny advantage going Nisha's way, so it looks like he'll hit level 6 first, and almost roughly maybe a third of a level ahead of the Pangolier, which isn't the biggest deal, but maybe creates an opportunity to pressure the Pengu with a slightly faster level 6. But both mid laners pretty happy with how this lane is going.
I'm still surprised that if you look at the net, 600 difference between Armo and
Boxy
Nisha.
bottom. They've got 3 heroes down here.
Can they get a kill off the back of that though? Boxy finds an angle for the shackle, latching onto the tree. And Insania will yoink the kill. So very nicely done, Boxy. Now, gonna look to rotate mid. That's a great timing of the kill. They've got 10 seconds to be able to move on over to try and secure the power rune now.
It was always, I think this was very intentional, because even before they got the kill, they were drawing lines toward mid. Like, we're going to get a kill here and then rotate mid together. Meanwhile, Puppy trying to secure the top DD rune. They're going to have to just take it for himself.
Armo just completed his level 6 and he's going to try and use the Rolling Thunder straight away. Bounce Boxy up to the high ground, but I mean, it's still on secrets half of the map, so Yamich and Puppy will be able to do the last remaining damage required to get the kill. And it looks like with some of the Rolling Thunder, Armel's going to get closer back to base as well.
Puppy will stick around that DD. Needs to be a bit careful. Level 6 Timber can do a lot of damage if he's a bit too aggressive going for some of these creeps and last hits, but Nightmare can always bail you out, but Nice move. Not really, I mean, obviously a kill going Secret's way, but I think net gain wasn't really going either way. Like a support, power room wasn't picked up by either mid laner, just a support kill. Pango had to go back to base to heal, so that kind of maybe negated the kill in some ways, while Timbersaw got to continue free farming.
Uh-oh, Puppy's gonna use the wisdom. Big brain.
Yep.
Drops a ward down. Okay, so looking to try and maybe reading that this next couple of rotations are going to be up to top to try and slow down Crystal's game, but both the supports are now going to be playing with extra experience, with 2 wisdoms going Secret's way. Puppy even gets a Scurry snipe as well.
Yeah, right place, right time. Gets, well, the wisdom room was not luck by any means a negative. Put some pressure on Zai here, but doesn't look like Puppy wants to follow this one up. There is a Phoenix in the neighborhood as well.
Aggressive dive from Insania onto Crystallis. No one else is going to be following up. Sunray instantly stopped. Monkey King should be able to escape. Sidestep. Meanwhile, we do have some stacks getting taken though. Mickey's even going to try and act as bodyguard just in case a fight breaks out. He's got the astral step at the ready. So it does look like Nisha's going to be able to take the full heart attack. That's a lot of creeps. Box is even nearby to try and soak up some of the experience as well. So he's going to be pretty happy with that. Box. He wanted the ancients too. He's like, Nisha, come on. Get the ancients. What are you doing?
Yeah, we got this, right? It definitely seems very, like, specific to the Dire side that these stacks seem to happen. Like, I mean, Radiant stacks as well, but they seem to be much more often contest on the Dire.
What do you feel like that is? Is it just the...
I think it's... I mean, the proximity to the Dire offlane of that cam, I think is a big part of it. Like, the Radiant offlane to stack, you have to walk so much further back. I think that's really it, because it's usually the offlaner or the 4 position who's making the stacks, and I think doing that for the Radiant side is just way harder.
Let's see if they want to contest the Ancients now. They've got a pretty deep observer board that scouts out FBZ. I'm going to drop another lane ward as well, just to potentially see some of the extra members of Secret to rotate over to secure this, so... Liquid will be a 2-on-4. Man, look at the emphasis Secret are putting on. They know how important this stack is. Yummy, yummy. Easy gold.
Yep. You're going to split it, but just guaranteeing that the gold goes your team's way is so important there. So, empower Pango. Easy farm, and yeah, seeing their Monkey King get pressured quite a lot this game, get bullied out of the lane, and not really having the best time. Number 6 on net worth. This is Crystal's signature hero, but Liquid came with a plan as far as dealing with the hero in terms of the early game, at least.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you've gotten out of maybe the more difficult stage of this game on Zai as well. So we have seen in the past, and even recently as well, with this hero struggling throughout the lane, so he's going to be okay. Looks like it's the Atos rush from him. No treads currently. And they should be able to take the tower. Liquid, they are considering about maybe defending bottom, as Secret got to look for the long wraparound all the way behind the tower. Insania's going to be the first point of contact. They'll miss on the swashbuckle. With that remaining damage being off the mark, they'll be forced to drop the RP just to secure the kill along with the Rolling Thunder. So a bit more spells needed from Secret just to get Insania, and now Zai, well, he can easily catch up to FBZ. We'll have to drop the curse. Won't be too long of a duration. Meanwhile, FBZ sidesteps the Remnant, but it's not going to matter. So close to the tree lane means that Nisha can get all the damage in. So it will be 2 kills going the way of Liquid in the end in this little bottom skirmish.
Yeah, good little hold there, not letting their towers go down without a fight, and they win the fight pretty convincingly, get a core kill. Was some space and room for Crystallis up top to get some farm of his own on the Monkey King, but Monkey King not really one of those, like, heroes you're happy, like, okay, we create space for him to catch up. It's not like a, you know, an anti-mage Medusa TB type hero. It's a hero that you really want to be having a good start and doing well from the get-go, so good news for Liquid is that, yeah, this game is in a pretty good place for them.
And we saw, like, game 1 was as well, minus how farmed Crystallis was. Like, the net worth was very even. They also had cores that were farming. But this game, it's a little bit different. Everyone's even. Mid lane, you see only a 300 advantage for Nisha. You know, the top lane, both Wyvern and Monkey King are super close. So it looks like we're in store for a very, very good game 2 here, if it keeps up with this status quo.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, once Dire get their kind of core items here in the early to mid game, they've got some good team fight.
Yeah. So we'll see. A lot of that team fight as well is it's going to come down to how the experience is able to be picked up for Secret. Yeah, that's why you wanted to put so much emphasis on the stacks earlier. It's a big reason why, you know, Puppy's got 6, Sky's got 6. You're going to be looking at their other cores as well as Secret. Want to try and take one of the stacks away from Liquid, but Mickey's ready to jump and he blows up Armel. With that, Pango down for 25 seconds. Looks like that just might be all. Maybe Nisha wants to go back and try and take the Ancients now with Secret scouting this area out.
Yeah, it feels like Liquid are just getting a lot out of the map right now. Wherever they go, they're able to kill these core heroes with relative ease, and the ability to just in between these pickoffs just very efficiently farm like a quick double, triple Ancient stack. They were pressuring the enemy stacks, forcing, you know, Secret earlier to kind of group up for this. So really good movement and map read from Liquid. And Secret's kind of just playing on the back foot, just trying to kind of passively farm and avoid these engagements for now, which is not really how you want to be playing when you're the side. You know, you haven't got the scaling. Like, you've got a Monkey. I mean, they scale fine because Liquid themselves don't have like a true hard carry, but you know, you're playing on the back of the Monkey King. It's still a bad sign.
Yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of interesting things this game, right? Like where we speak about the Secret team fight with, you know, Rolling Thunder with Mag, but Liquid have very good ways to address that with your Winter's Curse for both those heroes, Supernova as well for the RP. So a lot of it's just going to come down to probably the vision advantage in the end if the supports get picked off. Like, Dai have easier ways to find those supports, as we're going to see Mickey along with the egg. Man, Poppy, what have you done to deserve all this hate? Because Secret now, they might be able to hit back, not if they lose Armel. And now Zai finds the opening for a double curse on the right side. So Liquid, just a clean fight from them. Secret funneling one by one, and they're going to be penalized for that.
Yeah, just having the jump, having the vision advantage. They had that ward behind the T1 mid tower, and that just gave them all the info they needed to force this fight. And an absolute field day. Nisha with the Octarine call completed is just dishing out absurd amounts of damage. The Void Spirit able to jump in as well, and like, they just don't have a good answer to the Wyvern this game. Like, this feels like a much better Wyvern than the last one we saw for Collapse. Even if he's not getting amazing Winter's Curse off, but that one was fine. Like, he's just able to do a lot of damage. The right clicks with the Atos. He's going to be scaling into now an Orchid as well. So all across the bottom Liquid side, like, there's no one true carry, but all their heroes from 1 to 5 can have a big impact on a 5. Like, your 5 Phoenix doesn't need farm, but who kills the Supernova? It's such a hard ulti to deal with.
Yep.
And then you combine that with a Wind Ranger as well, who's also offering a ton of utility and even damage output with the power shot. Liquid have really found themselves in a really strong spot here in the early game.
Let's see what Secret try and do. They're attempting a smoke between Yarmich and Armel to maybe claw this one back. You got Chrysalis nearby as well to act as a sun to set up for the Mystic Flare. No one will go down. They probably will get the tower though. Top lane, Zai and Puppy both playing on the edge. Looks like, I don't know if anyone got a glimpse of them. They will see FBZ farming. Insania you're going to consider about going for the Magnus. Not going to be an easy attempt. I also don't know how they're both the same level, the Phoenix and the Wyvern. Oh, Puppy. So they're coming through the rift though. Secret will be a little bit too late to protect Puppy, but they're considering about taking the team fight nonetheless. Oh, as soon as I say that, 3 heroes back to the rift.
Yeah, just sacrificial 5 position things. Got to take one for the team there, and they're looking to defend bottom now. They take the fight top, and they ooh, almost caught Chrysalis there. Just jumped to the trees.
Oh, okay. Not enough for the swashbuckle. They know Armel's nearby now. Just going to go for the TP out, enemy to cancel it, any vision. Boxy won't go for the power shot, so he will escape. I was on the mark, but just a little bit too late, so tower will still go down nonetheless. It's going to be the catapult that gets it, no deny. There's still this networth league continuing to go slightly for Liquid, up to 3,000.
That was nice from Secret, though. You know, taking that tower, they get out unscathed. You know, they didn't get the kill on Boxy they were hoping for, but good, quick reactions from Chrysalis there. You can see, obviously, the comfort with an understanding of how to push this hero Monkey King to the limit there. If he got caught by the power shot damage and couldn't jump to a tree, could have been a disaster for him since he doesn't have his BKB yet, but they're really waiting for that Monkey King BKB timing. That's when they're going to be most ready to fight, but the fight's being forced up now.
Solo RP, but the instant shackle from Boxy means the skewer's going to come a little bit too late, and the Supernova dropped defensively, but it's not enough to keep Zai alive. Thought it was going to be okay there to help protect him, but now Armel's going to turn to the diving Phoenix. Insania's trying to get some separation. Secret, they sense blood in the water. They're going to be able to pounce, but Mickey wants to turn it back around. Trying to bring down FBZ, but just off the mark is Nisha. The Mag's able to get out of danger, and Secret find a favorable trade for them.
They were so quick to, whenever the team comes there, it's like, we're taking this fight. Because Chrysalis was bottom. The second they caught wind that Liquid were there, they're like, we're taking this. Everybody came in. The Rolling Thunder was just perfectly placed and executed, right? Even right at the end, finishing off that extra kill on the Phoenix as well after the Supernova ended. So somehow taking a fight into the big ultis of Liquid.
Can they do something with his play top lane? Mickey quickly there to be able to stop the Fiend script. The damage has been dealt though. They'll find a 1-for-1 FBZ ready to go as well, but no RP. Gonna be difficult to hold Mickey into place. He's out of actual Sept charges. Mickey, no mobility for him to work with. One is back up now. But they want to hunt on Secret. It's like the Kobold to be back on off.
It's hard to go for these constant chases. Maybe with the Harpoon on the Magnus, but he does have the Blink Dagger and he's very close to that one, but Liquid able to heal back up and chasing into a Timbersaw. This Timber is a unkillable monster right now. Nisha, 10k plus net worth, has the Octarine, almost a full Lotus Orb as well to go with it. This is a big, big problem.
What do we make of this Orchid build? I know we brought up a little bit earlier, but I just want to touch back on it now again, because it's not your traditional Wyvern, at least from what I've seen. I think it's still your Scepter, your Dragonlance, and Treads is something that we see often after like the Atos. Not in any particular order, but what do we make of the Orchid here from Zai? Well, what is it going to be able to provide him in Liquid?
I think looking at the overall, like, how their lineup works is like they are, you know, they don't have a true carry. They're not really getting like this one hero like, okay, I can go for the team items because my carry is just going to scale and win this game. He's looking around like, okay, I got to carry Void Spirit, I got to mid Timber. I need to do some damage here. So Orchid is probably one of the best single target damage items. There's also a ton of utility, silencing some of these supports, getting a hero like a Magnus when he blinks in for a skewer. If you're quick on the fingers with the Orchid, the Pangolier, like there's several heroes here that are going to be forced to go into BKBs or Lincolns maybe because of this Orchid pickup. So I think it has a ton of value for the utility, but also for the single target damage scaling.
No way, Insane. You actually just got out there. Dodges the Poppy wraparound. Even dropped the ward as well to try and catch up to the Phoenix, but not to be. So with that mention about the Orchid, who do we feel like Zai should be prioritizing inside some of the fights if he can decide?
I mean, I think ideal scenario is it's the Magnus when he's blinking in, stopping his skewer. Like that's probably one of the obvious outcomes. All that thought, Puppy. He's in no man's land. But yeah, I think Magnus, you get probably some of the most value out of it. Otherwise, you're trying to like solo kill a support, for example. Like if you can find and isolate like a Bane, and you just Orchid him and kill him by yourself. So I would say it's either the supports or the Magnus. I mean, killing Pango would be huge as well, but I think that's maybe a bit too ambitious. Although they're getting very low down bottom. Going to be forced to Rolling Thunder away.
Can they think about Roche? Thunder down. Feel pretty strong on Liquid. They're gonna smoke. I believe Insania was under a ward. I saw no pings though. Quickly down to bottom. They want to try and connect with Mickey. Secret. They've backed on off towards their triangle though.
They want that pick off first, feeling like maybe that's going to open it up a bit more. And they were also all down here, so maybe even taking enemy Tormentor could be an option. Hasn't been claimed by Secret, so that'd be a pretty big denial if you got that shard for yourself, although you do maybe expose yourself if you get a bit low killing this one. But yeah, it looks like they can kill this with relative ease.
Oh, I mean, It's okay. You really would have loved Insania. Yeah, all right. So they're going to TP over for it. You'd hate the Wyvern gets it, but if Phoenix somehow gets his shard, well, you'd very, very happy with this. A big reason why they're putting
the
emphasis on going for it. So there we go. He's got the shard now.
Yeah, that Yulsep just, he was dead to the Tormentor.
Secret are coming. 4-man smoke. Liquid have pretty split from the team. We've got Zai down bottom. Boxy just TP back to base as well. No one wants to show on the lane though for Liquid. It looks like they've been able to read this. Yeah. Chrysalis, he's going to be... Oh, Nisha instantly cuts down the tree. Duke's over to the left side, but there we go. With the egg dropped in the middle. Let's see if they're going to be able to bring it down, and they will do so just before the curse from Zai. Armel, though, a defensive role to get out of danger. The retreat has been called, but they won't make it. Puppey will join Armel in the grave as Liquid. They brought all the boys they need. They were a little bit split, like you were saying, but they came fast enough to react to that fight.
Yeah, just so good from Nisha there. The quick reactions on the Monkey King jump to stun him up. It just meant that they couldn't get that clean initiation because, yeah, with Liquid kind of split up there. I mean, even though they're by towers and you can TP in, being able to TP in doesn't matter if your opponents get such a good jump that they instantly blow up a hero. Yeah, we see it again here, just the Monkey King. The fact that he basically got no value out of this BKB here. Got to kill the egg, but he's hoping to basically pop BKB on full health and, you know, fight and kill someone like a Timbersaw there, but Secret just didn't get that clean jump.
I mean, I'm trying to see if they can maybe do something now with everyone back alive, because some ultimates were expended though from Liquid. Curse is about to be available, but Supernova will be on cooldown for 45.
Yeah, that's, you know, you'd maybe love to force a fight while these ultis are on cooldown, but I think Secret were just too much on the back foot and just don't quite have the necessary farm to reset things right now.
On top lane, FBZ finds an opening. It's onto the Timber. They're going to have the damage before the TP. Zai. Quick use of the Orchid stops the Fiend's Grip. They're going to be forced to use the RP, but Niche is still alive. Jumps over to the north. Puppey's now in a lot of trouble as Mickey looked for the other supports as well. Zai, the first Mercen to the party, and he's going to come in huge to keep them up. And now FBZ, he'll also be cut down as well. A quick use to cancel the TP. And Liquid will have 0 casualties. Supernova will have to be used to keep Insania alive, but that'll burn Mag to a crisp. And once again, another fight will go Liquid's way.
Yeah, I mean, the Secret, in terms of execution, they couldn't really do much better. It's just that Liquid were ready for it, you know. Timber, I mean, at this point, you want to be killing the Timber just because of how farmed and far ahead he is. He's such a big kill to get, but they just didn't quite have the damage. They even got the Timber Chain, on the Timber Chain out, they had the Boundless Strike.
They got the damage for Zai? They definitely do not by the looks of it. Armel is going to look to do it by himself, and he will with the Swashbuckle into the TP out. Boxy can get him range. Just a bit too far away, so we're 1 for 2. Instant smoke from Liquid, looking for the fast play to wrap inside Secret's jungle.
See that fight top here again. Zai showing up. I mean, mention the value of the Orchid. You see it there, canceling the Fiend's Grip and the Winter's Curse. Absolute heroic plays coming in from Zai's Wyvern. And then even the single target damage, we're really seeing the impact of it as well as this game goes on. Just really scaling nicely on the Wyvern.
And that is the best person to first TP into a fight as well. I think if it's anyone else, he dies. Yes, maybe the Wind Ranger can cancel the Fiend's Grip with Shackle, but then he doesn't have the curse in the middle of that fight to get him out. So the Zai for the first one to be at the crime scene, keeps him alive, and now they've got a huge net worth lead. Up to 10,000 now, 25 minutes in. Items continued to be picked up. Mickey's almost got a Lincoln. You've got a blink on Zai to help with his positioning. And they're still avoiding Roche. They say, screw it, we don't need it. Let's go for kills instead. And Box is going to be able to find an opening onto Puppey. And with no Secret members nearby, it looks like it was just a bit of a warding expedition for Puppey.
Yep. Looks like now they'll fall back to Roshan. They've got everything they could really want. All their ultis back online, and no real way for Secret to defend this one. They're going to be going into kind of split push and try drag the game out. They've got the Empower, Monkey King. They've got, you know, heroes that can kind of split push. If you're Liquid, you're going to be trying to just shut this down by finding pickoffs, getting yourselves in Aegis. Not the easiest route to go high ground with. They're much better suited to just trying to actually hunt down these kills and stop the split push, which is why Zai's already TPing bottom, looking for that maybe pickoff down here. It does seem like he was scouted out making this move, so they're aware of his presence and not going to get caught.
What do we feel like Secret need to try and change up in these upcoming fights? Because so far, at least the past couple have really been Liquid favored.
I think we're kind of at this point where they almost need to ignore the Timber and address the Wyvern. Like, make the Wyvern your #1 priority when you jump in. Speaking of which, Zai's still patiently waiting. If anybody shows in this bottom lane, he wants to go on them, but I think Liquid have Secret have read this. They seem too aware that Zai's here trying to find a pickoff, and now they do get that vision. Didn't get the Gale Force.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Even with those heroes bottom though, tower still goes down top.
But yeah, I think the big thing is just take out some of this supporting cast. Most notably the Wyvern. Like, I was going to say the Wyvern's like one of these squishy heroes that does a ton of damage, but all the universal stats and I can build 2k plus health. So Zai's not squishy by any means, but I do think like Cold Embrace against the Monkey King, the Winter's Curse, the Orchid, we've seen what that can do. Like the Wyvern's just doing more in the team fight than anyone else.
Puffy's being such a nuisance. Meanwhile, Nisha just solo kills Shamage bottom. And they also scout out Chrysalis farming this top wave. He does have an observable though inside his own jungle, so he's well aware of this attempt from Liquid. They're gonna still consider about going though. Zion with the curse, it's close to the base. Secret, can they respond fast enough to protect him? Chrysalis activates the BKB, but the RP gets the lifesteal back. Chrysalis, Sandstrong in the face of it all. And now what's the call from Liquid? Nisha and Mickey. They still got plenty of damage between the two, but they don't want to try and hit back.
Well, that's one way to maybe take a better team fight and turn the game around, is just Liquid getting a bit too overzealous there. I mean, they have to kill down the Monkey King, if not for Armel's rolling thunder in, but when you're that close to enemy base, you have to expect some form of counterplay. Whether it was a rolling thunder or an RP, there were numerous options to prevent that kill from happening. So well done by Secret and punishing Liquid, getting just a bit too excited about their position in this game.
Wastes a decent chunk of the Aegis timing, and importantly, you can just get the map in a pretty decent position as well. Mid and bottom are going to get shoved out, so off the back of the respawn, they're going to be forced to address this, and by the time they deal with the lanes, that's going to be an extra 30 seconds, maybe close to a minute wasted. So this does continue to buy some time for Secret. What are we looking for? Crystal's going to be working on the Butterfly next. Puppy's almost got a Scepter, so we'll see what that's able to do for him.
Yeah, I mean, makes it harder for the Wyvern to like get that Orchid off. Also, double Lincolns on the Magnus and the Pangolier is going to make it harder for this Wyvern's Winter's Curse. So they are itemizing to really try and have a better team fight here in the late game, make it harder for Team Liquid to execute, particularly with the Wyvern ults. You know, they're still not going to have the best answers to like the Phoenix Supernova, and by the way, Insania almost has a refresher, has the money, has it for money for an 150 gold. So this late game of Liquids looks pretty damn ferocious.
Radiant are scanning.
Isha? Down. Is he going to cancel? He will not. I don't even know if he saw F busy, so Liquid were trying to connect with the sweep across the map with their smoke. They will shortly see multiple heroes show top lane though with this observe board. Yamich will now get rid of it, giving them the information they need. Still 50 seconds now left on the Aegis on Liquid. Level 20 talent though, just picked up on the mag. FBZ has that extra skewer. Let us see how he's able to find the opening. It does feel like it's a little bit easier for Secret. Liquid, they have their own capability to be able to start the fights as well as Mickey. In a pretty good spot up on the high ground. Secret might look to wrap all the way around through their gate. Nisha's going to be the first point of contact. You have vision of him though. It's not an easy kill at all. 20 seconds still left on the Aegis. Ever so patient is Secret.
And despite playing into the Aegis, they were willing to smoke up and try and force something here. Maybe thinking they could catch Liquid at the Tormentor. And Liquid's going to go for this Tormentor. They're going to get a little bit low from this. It doesn't look like Secret are willing to take the jump and make the move out of the base. So Hagshad goes to the Void Spirit. Most of Liquid's heroes getting these shards now.
It's a really undervalued shard. Cooldown getting reduced is nice. Extra watch range just for the little bit of vision. Smoke pops. FBZ. Nice reaction. Boxy gets out of danger. Probably reveals the ward nearby as well. So let's see if Secret want to stick around to protect her.
Feels like they're just trying to push out, cut some of these waves. They will re-smoke and...
Think under the ward?
Yeah, what's the plan here? Dire's scan. May scout Secret's move here. If that lasts just long enough, it's going to be close to see whether or not they get caught here. I mean, at some point, you have to expect this flank. You're going to see nobody defending the high ground here. But a jump here, Mikke would be a great catch, but that Lincoln's makes it tricky. Oh, puppies. He shows himself. They know what's happening now.
You can't go up this high ground. It's too difficult without vision. They might just look to cut the wave. Eventually, they'll have to leave. Mid and top are pushed out as well. You can just leave the area, continue to farm Secret. Nice read from them. Not a high ground they'll face.
Nice move.
They will be chilling. They're also going to see them across the map. They'll get a glimpse of Nisha and Boxy over towards Radiant's Triangle. So we can now look to back on up. Have we got any gems? Any gem enjoys? No gems just yet. So maybe this is something that both supports are going to need to be looking at. As FBZ is under a ward. Atos though. Pops a Lincoln. Zai should have the movement speed to close him down. Gale Force as well. And FBZ is going to get blown up. Nothing they can do on Secret to keep him alive. He's trying to work on the BKB, but without that picked up just yet, he's very vulnerable. And so is Secret now. To 4 on 5. Pop is going to see an opening to try and deal with the Void Spirit. Nisha swing over the top, acts as a bodyguard. Now Mikke, he wants a little bit of revenge, as Armel will do his best with the Rolling Thunder, but stops short thanks to the curse. Armel still gets the blink away. Rolling Thunder is about to expire. Swashbuckle could potentially help out, but he gets latched up against the tree. The preemptive use of the shackle before the Rolling Thunder expired meant there was no escape for Armel. He doesn't have a buyback, and their base is about to be in some danger.
Having this sheepstick pick up on Timbersaw just give him a little bit of extra catch they were just lacking on the Liquid side. Just another layer of this chain stun that's making it really hard for Secret to, you know, get out on the map, cut these waves, and reliably split push. So all of a sudden this game blown wide open with maybe 2 lanes of racks here. Nisha just kind of trees, making sure no one's around, no Monkey King shenanigans. They're going to get a second full lane of racks here. No Aegis, no problem. Liquid, 15k gold lead and a huge advantage now after a great chain of events in the mid lane.
Is his butterfly gonna be a turning point for Crystallis? Because they didn't want to come back. They felt like they weren't able to defend without Armel. So he's finding a decent chunk of farm down bottom, but how much do we feel like this butterfly is going to be able to help out now at this stage?
It's definitely not a turning point, but I don't think this game's over by any means. What really needs to happen is just it comes down to execution, like fighting around vision, getting that like clean jump on somebody, that good Rolling Thunder, you know, followed up with a Monkey King, getting a good Wukong's command. So they need to fight around vision. And they need to like be able to like bail people out like with some nice like defensive save plays, like the Nightmare saves or something maybe need to come into play. But I don't think there's any item that will win you this game. It's just going to come down to better execution, which is really hard. Like the ease of execution is favoring Liquid. Like, you know, just push your buttons and chances are, you know, like a Supernova is really hard to kill. Timbersaw now is just unkillable and has layers of disable with the Hex.
Boxy. Opsy Smoker was a great scan from Liquid. He knew that something was going on, so Boxy put himself on the high ground to try and scout this out. They're going to see Puppy as well with the lane ward, so Mikke jumps straight away, sees a freebie. Supernova dropped as well. Boxy's now going to try and follow up as well, but the Gale Force Armor forced to use the Rolling Thunder, but the supports are just getting blown up. A second round of the Supernova. What can they do on Secret to punch back? Chrysalis going to try and play around with the Wukongs. The egg pops. It's protecting Zai for the moment. They're still able to cut him down, but it comes at such a grave cost as Secret had to overposition to deal with the Wyvern, and now all their members will join him in the grave. There's a couple of buybacks, one out of the Monkey, but it will be too late. They even get a glimpse of Armel as well around Radiant's secret shop. And there's going to be no escape here for Armel. Hex to hold him down. Gale falls down from the high ground as well. And Liquid, unfortunately, a little bit too late in the event where they have an incredible performance like this. But it's looking like one more fight is all they needed to close this one out.
Yeah, just every single fight, it feels like Secret has to throw so much at Liquid here, and they're just running out of time, running out of options here. Don't even need to wait for a Roche or an Aegis necessarily. I mean, they could go for it if they want to play things safe, but I think they can smell victory here, and Mikkei's just charging the higher ground, looking for that killing blow.
Run, Bob. Oh, all right. They should just jump. Oh, my lord. This is going to buy back. I'll use one at Armel early. They want to hold the Epizy buyback, though. He's going to be up in 10. If they do, it'll be mega creeps, though. They're actually going to back on off, so no megas just yet.
Liquid, just a treat to watch a game like this, just showing, you know, you don't really need to pick these, like, traditional carries. Just have 3 cores that all just run around heroes. Fighting.
Come on,
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, they've got 5 carries is what I'm hearing. Everybody's right-clicking for like 200 damage just with some stat items. Your Phoenix, 150 damage, like, no problem. But yeah, this is the new meta, apparently.
Interesting meta we're in. It's you know, there's been some worse ones, without a doubt. There's been some worse ones. What's Zai up to? They get him? Just out of range for the vision there. So Zai will get out of danger. Looks like Liquid gonna play it the old safe way. Roshan back for them to take. His second Roshan of the game, so Aegis Cheese. Should be easy. Gonna be difficult for Secret to be able to get all the way over to the other side of the map. So it should go over for free.
Not happening here. They're going to be full high ground defense mode. Try and play around the skewer ins and, you know, maybe the Rolling Thunder, bouncing people around. Try and lure Liquid into your base for, you know, the Wukong's command plays. In the end, it looks like Chrysalis went for the Basher instead, opting for some extra control. We'll see.
Oh, he jumped straight on him. Wait, whoa, it's a huge boundless. No way. Yeah. Chrysalis rips apart the Wyvern, but can he stand strong against the egg? He can. But Nisha's going to be in with a finishing blow. Now we'll turn over to the sky as well. Nisha has had such an exceptional game. Flawless performance from him so far. And he's looking to try and end that to be the case here. 7-0 and 17.
Yeah, I mean, Zai takes one for the team to, you know, catch the Monkey King there. He gets blown up, but we'll see how much Secret can do to hold here. Without their Monkey King, I just don't think there's anything they can do to defend this last lane of Rax.
Does not look like it. Miracle is what they need. And unfortunately, it's daytime, so it doesn't make it too easy for FBZ to be able to find that opening with the Harpoon back. Got plenty of ways to react as well. Be it to simulate on Mikkei, or even Nisha with the Hex, so no hesitation, nothing to fear. Nisha, maybe something to fear. RP inside the fountain, that's a bit of a concern. Maybe that's how you have your first death. He's not even dead just yet though. Somehow Nisha gets out of the fountain. Who knows how? This man is still alive. Did he buy a Ghost Scepter? No way he did. I think he did. Did he buy a Ghost Scepter inside the fountain?
I did not catch it. Yeah, he may have. Oh, what a ball. What an amazing 8-0-18 Timbersaw. Nisha just... I mean, him and Mikkei are having amazing games here. But this is honestly a really fun game to watch because it was so much a team effort. Everyone on Liquid just getting to play their part in the win. Zai was doing some really sick plays where he kept the Timbersaw alive in the top lane. We saw Insania's Supernovas have a big impact on the game. Boxy was running around trying to set up kills and catch heroes as well. It just felt like constantly Secret. They were just being hunted wherever they went, wherever they tried to farm. Like, you were never safe.
5 Universal Heroes is all they needed, Liquid. Maybe they start that from the start. Who knows how different of a DreamLeague they would have had. But at least it's nice for them to end their run with a victory. I don't know what it is, Parker. Every time we cast them, they get a 1-1. All of their wins were with us. So...
if only we'd cast all their games, they may still, be in the tournament.
Maybe they would be playing tiebreakers, be 1-1 with all the ties like we see in the other group as well. So, yeah, unfortunate, but yeah, at least they're able to close out DreamLeague with a win.
Yeah, and then, I guess they still have another series or two coming up, even though they can't mathematically advance, I believe is the case. But yeah, I mean, for them, it's obviously great. Liquid fans, you may not be able to see them play in the next phase of the tournament, but you get to see them put up some good Dota here, and play against some of the best teams in the world. It's one of those tough things where even a team that it's funny because like Liquid, they may get eliminated here in the group stage, and they could go to the major and get top 2, top 3. So Dota just sometimes comes down to like who's playing better on the given days and who's got a better understanding of how to play a patch, which can change so quickly from day to day.
Yeah, I'm sure DreamLeague for them will be a big learning point overall with what they want to put attention on. Maybe they had a couple ideas that they were potentially trying as well, and they can now cross them off the list or potentially keep them for, of course, this upcoming major where a lot of the focus is going to be for them. But for Secret, their focus is still remaining here in DreamLeague. So unfortunate they go for a 1-1 tie, considering they are still fighting for the top 4, as we're going to see in our monster moments. Game 1, but it was a nice back and forth game to start. Then Liquid, started getting the ball rolling a little bit with some of their crazy team fights.
Yeah, we got to see, I think, a drop that was, like you can laugh about the 5 Universal Heroes, and maybe that was like part of the intent here was like, oh, let's try a few more Universal Heroes, but it worked. It honestly was a very cohesive draft that had some clear ideas behind it. They really set up their Timbersaw for success by having this. I think the Wyvern pick was like the key factor of this game more than anything. And it's just something, Secret didn't really have an answer for. Wyvern into 3 melee cores. Winter's Curse against Pango, against Magnus was super value as well. Was even against Monkey King was great. It saved numerous lives this game. And it was something that really gave Liquid a big edge in all these team fights.
Yeah, I want to just go back to Nisha with... we keep in mind this was an overall first pick Timber, which is a bit concerning for how much of a free game he had. It does seem like teams are having some difficulty with addressing this mid Timber, even if it's picked up so early on. I don't know how they can address it. That's where I hope the teams they're able to teach me their ways, because currently this hero is just botting a vast majority of the games. If you can pick it like this and go completely flawless when you have 5 potential picks to be able to counter is a bit of a concern. So this is something that teams are going to need to start looking at, because we are seeing you've got some specialty players now getting the feel of this hero, and he's taking over a lot of the games that he's in.
Yeah, I'm same boat as you. Not exactly sure what the counter is. Like we see some, like we saw the game, where we mentioned where Sacred picked it in the offlane, and it was picked up like 8th pick of the draft and didn't look all that ferocious. Maybe it's because it was played in the offlane and it's just better suited to the mid lane. But the fact you can first overall pick a Timber mid and have what seems to be a free game is a really, it's a strong outlook for Timber as a hero if you can do that.
Yeah, that it is indeed. So it was a good showing. It was a good showing from the boys on Liquid, and of course it's always going to be nice to get to hear from one of them as well after the victory. So we'll it's lucky we always get to pick their brain. So we do once again have Mr. Insania on the line. Hello there, hello Insania. Nice to see you get the win. Firstly, I'm intrigued. Was there any? What did the thought go into with the 5 Universal Heroes? Was this some calculated 5-head draft where you guys were, 5 Universal? Why not?
I think Zai said before the game, like his brain is like on the other side of the world. He's like completely zooted, and he's just gonna, cook. and hope for the best. So I don't know if it was all according to plan or it just happened to be 5 universal heroes. But yeah, no, just ended up with it, I think.
Okay. And I know, of course, now your attention, you've got one more series, but your guys' attention is going to be put over to the Bali Major. For you personally, what are you looking to do over the upcoming weeks to prepare and maybe even relax a little bit heading into there?
I mean, honestly, I would like to apologize to all of our fans who are watching and have watched all of our games. I think it's been quite, embarrassing to play. And I'm sure like all the people that are watching at home have felt pretty bad too. So I think we're going to try our hardest to, figure out our stuff and try to find form again and get back into shape. Because obviously like this was a pretty harsh wake-up call. And so I don't think there's going to be much relaxing coming up the upcoming days. It's going to be a lot of focused practice to, come to Bali and be, the best Team Liquid that we can be.
Well, excited to see you guys perform Bali. Parker, any questions?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about some of the just general team matchups for you and kind of how you perceive things. Obviously, getting the draw here against Secret. Do you think you guys generally match up better against the European teams, or do you prefer to play against some of the teams from other regions, or do you not really see much difference at all?
I mean, this tournament has felt like it doesn't really matter who or what we play against. It's so much like just our own inconsistency and our own gameplay where like a lot of the problems come from. So I haven't really thought about it too much. I don't know if like most of our wins happen to be against European teams, so maybe there's like some element to it. It's not something I've thought about though, so perhaps, not sure.
Okay, no problem. And I mean, when you talk about your inconsistencies as a team, what's kind of the approach to like addressing that over the next, like obviously the rest of your games here, but also just before the major coming up? Like, is it just playing more, or how do you try and basically improve as a team when you feel like you're in a bit of a slump?
I mean, it's going to be a lot of, because we get everyone on boot camp tomorrow. So starting tomorrow, we'll have everybody here. We're going to start, properly scrimming, playing a lot of Dota, try to figure out like what's good, what's bad, because I think like if you look at our drafts, you can tell like they're kind of all over the place. I don't think we're trying to fix gameplay problems with different picks, and it doesn't really work because like our gameplay just isn't good enough. And then like I think just trying to find like some sort of like cohesiveness and some consistency, narrowing stuff down, figuring out matchups, like if they do X, we want to do Y, and just have some sort of idea like this moving forward. I think is probably like the first step in terms of draft stuff. And then gameplay, usually we try to think about it like from the start of the game. You look at laning phase and then you move forward every step of the way, try to like figure out every step till victory and start from the beginning.
Okay, yeah, thanks, and really great to kind of hear that approach, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you. And once again, sorry to all the fans who had to endure. Hopefully we'll be better by Poly.
Thank you, mate. There we go. Here from Insania, and it's gonna be good to see how the boys are able to perform at Bali as well. You got everyone coming into the boot camp, he said, tomorrow, so they've got a couple of weeks to be able to fix some of those issues that they are currently having, and I'm sure, without a doubt, we'll be able to see the Liquid that we are all expecting to with their performance at the Bali Major as well. I know they're very hungry and looking for some of the revenge, because in some of the they want to hit back. I know they've been able to take Gaming Gladiators to it in the most recent 2 or 3, but I know overall they want to kind of be there on the LAN environment where they can do that in front of a crowd as well. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're able to shape up at Bali.
Yeah, and you can obviously hear from Aiden himself like how important it is. Then they just want to put up a good showing. Even here, like eliminated from DreamLeague, they just want to not disappoint their fans and feel like they've played some good Dota, and they know they have a lot of people who watch them and cheer for them, and they don't feel good about what's happened here. So it's something that's personal to him and the team, and it's great to hear, because that means obviously the rest of Liquid's games at this tournament, it's not going to be like, okay, we're out of the tournament, let's just take a bit of a break, beam it up, and they're going to be bringing some high-level Dota stuff.
Yeah, so at least for us here on the Ember stream, those high-level Dotes will continue as well. 3rd series done. We've got one more to close out day 3 of the groups. We'll see you guys very shortly after the break.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. My
the Dream League Season 20. We are back for our last series of the night to close out day 3 of Groups 1. It's going to be an exciting series as well. We got Western Europe up against Eastern Europe, and 2 carries as well that are very familiar with each other too. But we'll see how they're able to perform, because currently NTD Park up not looking too hot in regards to the standings. They're currently 2-8, and well, for BetBoom, they're looking pretty goddamn good. They've had a good showing so far, 5-5. They started day 1 off pretty well. If I remember, they were like 4-0 in fact. So ever since then, maybe struggling a little bit. Haven't been able to have too many games go their way. But regardless, they are still fighting for the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom, they seem to be a team that has really delivered, to a large extent on some of the bigger stage against these international teams. Curious to see how they kind of continue to do here during this Dream League season. Like you say, they had that good start and haven't been able to maybe continue complete dominance, but are still poised to take a top 4 slot. And I think a lot of the entity issues, they've been struggling. I do feel like this was something they faced in the old patch, but they found a solution for after some amount of time, was just kind of hero pool related. Like, they had this very kind of unique hero pool for certain players. I think specifically Storm in the mid lane, but even some of their other players, like in the supports and Toby's offlane pool, forces them to have some of these kind of quirky drafts at times. And because it's a new patch, like, they're still trying to play their heroes and their playstyle, but it's just not working as well. They haven't really fully adjusted and adapted to it. So I think naturally it's going to take some time for Entity to figure out what heroes work for them on the new patch, given that they have some kind of unique players in terms of hero pool and playstyle.
Yeah, it's just what are those other unique heroes that they're able to define? Because at the moment you can play a couple of them, but you're going to need multiple strategies to be able to get you over the finish line. And I mean, this is one of them, I suppose, a Watson Moeta. We really don't see this hero too often at all. I know it was the talk of the town back at the previous Dream League, especially in the grand finals and the playoffs as a whole, but currently it's not a hero we're seeing too much. So if there's any little spice we're able to bring out, if we get the Storm at Beastmaster, which I've got to say, at least the games that Storm has been on the Beastmaster, I think has been their most influential player in those games. So probably see it once again.
Yeah, he's looked good on it, but the results of the Beastmaster games haven't been great. They've picked it 6 times and lost 5 of them. I mean, obviously they're losing a lot of games, so you don't just want to judge based on what's winning, what's losing. But it can be, I think, tricky hero to make work as a mid laner, just because, like, you do a lot of damage, but you often reach this point where if you're getting controlled and shut down, not casting your spells, you're not really offering a whole lot, maybe.
When they do have the ball rolling, a lot of that is off the back of Watson to be able to carry them over the finish line in some of these late stage games. We've seen him. I mean, people know this guy is incredibly gifted. Just needs a bit more games under his belt. Of course, previously with the Hellraisers boys was that first big showing from him, and then being the rank 1 overall in Europe. People were expecting a lot of big things for him so far. We showed up in some games, and some games we haven't seen that flair that we are hoping out of him. But still, he's a very, very gifted carry, and hopefully in this series we get to see that with their opponent up against BetBoom.
Yeah, very diverse hero pool. I think that's something that I mentioned that hero pool often kind of limits what Entity can do, but that's not the case when it comes to Watson. He's played 9 different heroes in their 10 games so far. One with the Morphling and the Juggernaut. But I think that diverse hero pool is something they can really take advantage of, especially if they're picking his hero later on in the draft. But it's all about trying to create these game states where, there's been games even in losses where it's like, okay, he's farmed and done his job, but the game state is just like, it doesn't matter because things have fallen apart before he even comes online. So, he's got the talent. He just needs his team to kind of set him up for success and for the overall team game plan to not crumble before it gets to a point where he can impact the game. Because, if you go into the mid to late game on like even footing, he is a guy who can win you games.
Yes, that is indeed. So, of course, again, the opposition being BetBoom. This is a team who looked very, very solid in Eastern Europe, coming in that second position just behind Team Spirit. Had no surprise with them being at the top of the standings after day 1, but little surprised they've had some difficulties over the past day. This is a team that I think in particular, like Pure, with him moving over to the offlane, it's crazy to see how comfortable this man is in the offlane. It just blows my mind, and I think needs to be given more props to him, because he was like for a while, without an argument, the best carry. Like when Entity were looking at their best, Pure is just mauling every single person in that carry role, and he's doing the same in the offlane, and he already has a pretty diverse hero pool as well, which is pretty crazy to say. So I think he's been a big reason of why BetBoom have had a lot of success with his seamless transition. Nightfall was always known as the best carry, well, one of the best carries as well with that previous VP roster. And speaking of the man, we get a bit of an Eastern European showdown here with the carries.
Yeah, Nightfall, I think playing a bit more of that kind of traditional hard carry still. A lot of Medusa, Terrorblade, Morphling has kind of been his bread and butter, so you kind of have to look out for those big hard carries. He's tried to make the Troll work, didn't quite have success there, but a lot of the wins, if you go back to kind of the start of this Dream League, was playing that Medusa. So I think teams have kind of understood what to ban against BetBoom, which is maybe why, they started out strong and have now sort of having a few more draws, not being quite as dominant, is because, they're not maybe getting their hands on that Medusa quite as much, and a lot of their kind of core strats are being answered. So I'm curious to see if we see him start to move out of that comfort zone of just pure hard carries, and kind of diversify that hero pool, because definitely he's a very talented player, and he isn't just limited to playing Medusa, Morphling, and TB.
It's what do you feel like the ceiling is for this BetBoom lineup? Because these are, you would say, let's say 4 of the best, because maybe again I'd say 5 with Pure because of how good I think he is as a 3 already, but these are some incredibly gifted players in their respective role. It's very similar to kind of the Elephant situation where we had over in China. You got the best of the best. This is your crazy team forming of star power, but they haven't been able to perform to those expectations I think a lot of people have had. So did we just have too high of a ceiling for them?
I think it's the expectation should be super high. When you build a superstar team, the hope and expectation is that you get superstar results. You want to be a team that contends for major, gold. You want to be contending for the gold medals, not like just happy with like the top 8s and stuff. So I think the expectations are deservedly so there. But really the limitation is, I think, just some of the whether or not they can kind of be this cohesive unit. I think, GPK historically has been one of these players who has often been touted as like the best mid player in Eastern Europe and just never quite lived up to the hype, has had like, some dramas around him, some attitude issues. And that's something they've kind of got to overcome. And it's like, how does this team deal with adversity? I think is really the big question. They've already faced some, they've come through okay, but they haven't really, shown their true ability, their true ceiling yet. But the question is, can they even reach that ceiling? Because everyone, knows what these players can do individually. The question is, can they be greater than the sum of their parts though?
Yeah, and it's not like you don't have that adult figure in this team, so to say, because their coach is Bulk. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. Of course, previously like a Virtus Pro coach. These are young guys though. Like your captain, your in-game leader, so to say, is Toronto Tokyo. I know he's a TI winner, but he had Silent and Miposhka there as well, who are veterans in the scene. So when things don't go well for BetBoom, who is that vocal person? Who's able to kind of calm the storm, let them, go through whatever emotions they're feeling? Because I feel like a perfect example that I'd say is like PSG LGD. You have the man himself, the director, you have Xiao Wei. You have that person as the coach, as the really veteran addition to them to help them out. So in those times for BetBoom, like, who is really the person they call on?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, their coach is a bit of one of the older players. I think he's in his 30s, so maybe it's Bulk, but he's not like a veteran the same way Xiao Wei is. You're not gonna, it's not a guy who's won a TI himself. But I mean, maybe I think if you're BetBoom, you look to the guy who has won a TI. Toronto Tokyo perhaps is maybe the voice of reason. You got to see a bit in the true side that he, what he can kind of bring to the table in every interview. You know, I've seen with Toronto Tokyo, he is a pretty level-headed guy. So probably he's, you know, you even see him there. He's already doing a lot of talking here early on in the draft. He's the guy that, you know, needs to kind of take that responsibility on and just say, look, okay, I'm going to be the leader and I'm going to keep everybody composed as much as possible.
Entities turn to pick.
Let us see what we have in store for us here for game 1. Park, we got to do so. I don't know. I personally don't like this start.
Yeah, I think they kind of had to take it away from BetBoom because it's just been a hero that BetBoom has just been absolutely dominant with. So I think if it's left in the pool, it's like you kind of gotta pick it almost. And yeah, there is that, you know, flexibility, the offlane do, so the carry do, so we're seeing a bit of both. But yeah, I don't love it either. I think this hero is being overrated a little bit. I like it when you can pick it in that, like 8-pick it, like to end the first phase, but first overall Dusa, little dubious.
So we've even seen some teams use the early anti-mage pick to address it. Talon to put that in the offlane. Secret had Chrysalis just play the anti-mage as a carry very recently in their earlier series today. Of course, you could be considering something like a Pangolier, go down that route, but man, BetBoom doesn't seem like they're expecting this. This is a decent chunk of their reserve time to try and work out what to do against Sedusa.
Alright, start things off with a Doom. That's not necessarily the direct counter or answer the Dusa at all, but it is a hero that's just always solid. Something that Pure actually played a ton of back when he was even a carry player on the Entity days. So Entity should know about the Doom. And they go Doom Coddle, okay.
They are a big Coddle team. Very much believe in this hero, even after some of the nerfs we saw. I think the important thing is they just draft well around it. They have a lot of heroes that get a lot of value out of the Chakra. Terrorblade always comes to mind, Pango like we mentioned, and pretty much all of GPK's heroes, like your Storm, your Void, your Pango, your Ember, like all love that. So we will see one of them taken out, and it is going to be the Pangolier though from Entity. They can now protect it as well, so Storm's going to be banned. Maybe Bloodseeker might be considered as well.
Yeah, it looks like 3 of their 4 Coddle games have been with one of those Spirit heroes with Void or Ember. Yeah, I don't look at the Coddle Doom as like this amazing pairing, which is I think where some of the surprise was, even though, yeah, they love their Coddle. But of course, they can get those pairings out of other lanes, other roles. So would look to see, you know, a Spirit for the mid lane, but at the same time, Entity, they're already banned out the Storm. I think there's a good chance we see stuff like Void Spirit and stuff banned out as well, especially since Entity have kind of locked in their mid laner. So yeah, Pengo Medusa, a good foundation for Entity's draft. And we're seeing a lot more of this. Teams just really valuing just picking up cores in the first phase because it does really feel like there's a small pool, especially in like the mid lane and even the off lane of cores that are really like high priority right now. So teams happy to just first phase these core heroes.
With all the cores that we have picked out though, BetBoom, they're going to look for a support at the 15th. So you got your consideration for no Undying actually, so that's banned out first phase. So something like a Spirit Breaker is something Toronto Tokyo has been playing a lot so far in Dream League. Trying to think of, he likes his melee heroes from what I've seen so far, which can be a little bit awkward because we're not getting a whole lot of ranged carries.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like the Undying kind of works regardless, or maybe if you can go for like the Terrorblade where it's kind of that hybrid hero, like TB doesn't mind laning with these melee supports. But I'm curious to see what he makes work here. The Undying doesn't sound too terrible against the Doom.
10 seconds remaining. Entities turn to
So another thing, Lich 3 Spirit heroes, so... And you took the Pango already, so yeah, GPK, have fun. So...
look, joke's on you, he's going to play mid-Earth Spirit.
Ah, right, there you go. So...
Don't think you will, but no. They do need some catch and control. Like, that's Coddle Doom is like, where's your pickup? That's where maybe the Undying does not make sense. Because it's another hero that just doesn't bring any kind of initiation or catch to the table.
Let's see if this is... Lich is something that BetBoom could consider. Eastern Europe staple. Toronto Tokyo has been playing it a little bit as well. Maybe that'll be more clear if they ban something like the Enchantress here, but not Spirit Breaker into Disruptor. So that's another thing Tokyo has been playing a decent chunk so far in Dream League.
Yeah, Disruptor, I mean, I mentioned, yeah, there's just no catcher. You know, this is a CIS classic. They love the Disruptor, but I think, yeah, in a game where you've got Doom and Coddle as your support in offlane, you almost have to pick another support that has some kind of pick off. Otherwise, it's like, what are you doing in the mid game? How do you make plays? Like, your mid lane is already limited as far as what you can pick there as well.
Well, I'm even trying to think of supports that can go down. God damn. I mean, Silencer, Clock Band out. Whoa. What a pudja.
Spicy. Okay. Pudge Wyvern. All right. I'm wondering if this is like Pudge safe lane, Medusa off lane, or what? What are we in for here in terms of the lanes here? I generally imagine Pango's going mid.
I've enjoyed the Pudge 4 that I've been seeing. In fact, Save is one of the better Pudge 4s that I'm seeing so far. Regards to GPK's heroes, I think you're looking at something like a Tiny or a Puck. I think you have to pick his hero now, otherwise just by the last phase, too many are going to be banned out. So they'll go Morphling, which I'm very... So with them picking Morphling, they feel like GPK has a little bit more options for obviously more than two, because I'm a bit concerned that his hero pool is getting limited. So Nightfall is going to get his Morphling, and it looks like a pretty goddamn good Morph game.
Yeah, and because I was in the same boat where it's like your mid lane pool is going to be so limited, and you really want a mid with some catch. So like Tiny Puck, those kind of heroes, which are now going to get banned. But I guess BetBoom just see a way from Morphling just to kind of solo carry this game, that they don't mind that GPK's hero pool is just going to get completely obliterated because of how good of a Morphling game this is. You know, there isn't really anything to answer or deal with the Morphling right now. There isn't that much damage. And it's going to come down to Entity, I think, playing like a really fast tempo game where they just don't give the Morphling time and room to farm and carry, because otherwise, yeah, I see this Morphling just 1v5ing almost.
I do wonder how strong the lane's going to be, because I think it's going to be actually, I think it's going to be Pudge Wyvern off lane. I don't know which is 3 and which is 4, because Katomi really likes playing the Wyvern as a 4. But I don't know if Pudge 3 is very strong at the moment. So I think overall that could be a pretty strong lane though for Entity. So maybe that is enough to slow down the Morphling's game. But as it goes on, I still feel like he has a very good game.
Yeah, it's a lot of kind of like tickle damage, which Morphling doesn't mind though, because you're just getting so much value out of your regen, like the Wyvern damage over time. I mean, the hook in, you've always got the waveform to get away from. So it does feel like a lane where, you know, you can pressure the Morphling and like you do pull him in, you can get some good damage out, maybe limit his farm, but I'm not sure if you can ever really kill him.
10 seconds remaining.
And what mid heroes are left? I like the Quap Bam. Not a lot of Suns from Entity, and is a lane dominator versus the Pango. They are kind of needing a bit of nuke potential from BetBoom. I suppose we should look at Entity's draft. I believe, are wanting another support. They banned Pugner and AA as well, so BetBoom feel like that's the case.
Yeah, they're thinking... I mean, looking at their draft, like, got to imagine, like you say, Pudge Wyvern lane makes sense, but they need, like, some kind of 5 position to play with them. Probably the Medusa, but if it's Medusa off lane, then I guess Pudge safe lane, but I think, like you say, the Pudge Wyvern 3-4 lane, who knows which is going which direction, but probably a good chance Kataomi, like you said, I think Kataomi, bit of a Pudge player, so could well be him playing the Pudge, but could go either way, because he also, like you say, also plays a really good Wyvern, so 2 heroes he would love to get his hands on.
What do you feel like they're lacking for Entity that they might be able to cover with this support?
I feel like some more damage is pretty good, actually. Like, at least like some spell damage here, like just some follow-up for the Pango when he goes in. Alternatively, I mean, I don't really feel like you don't really need save against this kind of a lineup. You want to just have some like ways to get kills here.
Instant. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And you said you want Tiny or Puck, and the Puck was banned, so Tiny was left. Okay, we'll take Tiny.
So a Fishman Classic with the Bane as well. And it does look like it's going to be the offlane Wyvern. So where do we feel like this one is going? We've got a pretty... Your classics, your Storm Pango, your Fishman Bane, but then also, like you mentioned, Pure, when he was playing carry, very comfortable on the Doom, has an exceptional offlane Doom, save on the Coddle. These are just like your stock standard, very safe heroes that either side are playing with.
Yeah, I feel like BetBoom got kind of like their bread and butter draft. Like, this is their soup. I mean, I guess both sides did, but like what I've been seeing is that BetBoom, when they get these picks, like playing around Nightfall on like a good Morphling game, like that's just something that they're setting themselves up, I think, for success on this patch. Whereas Entity is still trying to make some of these heroes work for them. You know, they've got the Medusa, but I just don't think this is the easiest Medusa game when you're looking at, you know, Doom, Morphling, like all these heroes that can really cause you problems. Not even just like the pesky supports here can be kind of problematic for you. You know, you're just going to get kited a bit by the Coddle and the Disruptor as well. So it does feel like a game I would favor BetBoom in.
Now, do you feel like one side has an easier way to rotate across the map? Because at least from what I can see, you can have like a Pango, Pudge, and Bane sweeping across the map, and then for BetBoom, you can have like Tiny disrupt the Coddle. Does one kind of sound easier with some of the early game movements to get a bit of an advantage?
I think it's pretty similar. I would say BetBoom, in terms of their cores, are a bit less mobile until Tiny gets a Blink Dagger. And also their side lane cores, like Doom is not looking to like really make those moves, nor is the Morphling. So I think there's going to be a bit more playmaking potential for Entity. But, you know, we've seen this Wyvern. It's not the most active hero in the same sense. So a lot's going to come down to these power runes. But I think it's very similar. Like, both teams are going to be committing supports to the mid lane, fighting over these power runes. And then the mid laners are going to be making moves, smoking around with their supports. And I'd give a slight edge to I was going to say Beast Coast because I saw it on the screen, to BetBoom with the Disruptor, just for the pick-off potential there.
Okay. Well, let us see. In particular for GPK, this is a hero that he had a lot of success on in the third tour with the Tiny. He's a very big fan of treads into the Blink, and personally a build that I'm favoring currently. We've had a couple of mid-Tiny games so far where they've gone like Phase Boots Blink, and they just haven't been able to scale. I think the treads just allows that a little bit easier, helps your farming potential as well. And your mana pool too, which is nice. And for GPK though, this man does not rotate until he gets Blink, but he will be able to farm treads Blink in 10 minutes. I've seen him do that 2 games in a row in the DPC. So this is something that he believes is the right way to play Tiny. And we'll see if he's going to be able to hit the timing that he has done so in the past. Because if you can get them at the early stage, he can prove to be a really big issue.
Yeah, and, you know, I don't think your side lanes necessarily need those early rotations. So I like the idea of just, focus on your own game, set yourself up for success. Tell your supports, oh, you want me to fight? Come to me, then we'll fight. Like, the supports will be the ones rotating to the Tiny, trying to set him up to have a good game, to grab those power runes, and then you can, worry about helping out your Doom, your Morphling later on once you have a Blink, because you're just so much more impactful with that Blink Dagger.
We have seen this matchup multiple times so far, and every time it is Entity that have come out on top against BetBoom. Of course, got to keep in mind Pure, it's his old team as well, so they've only played once, and that was at the Lima Major recently with that change. Let's see if once again it will go Entity's way, if they can get a little bit of revenge versus Pure himself.
Yeah, that's at least maybe a bit of a mental advantage for Entity, and we're kind of getting that point for Entity where they need to, start picking up some of those wins. We talk about the importance of some of these games, some of these series. Entity not quite mathematically eliminated, but 2-8. Got to imagine they almost have to walk away with a 2-0 if they want to have a chance to make it into Phase 2 of DreamLeague Season 20.
GPK has 8 losses compared to 2. So
Casual.
he's bodying mid.
That, I mean, GPK mechanically, that no one's ever doubted this man's mechanical skill. I'll tell you that.
Just the other things that unfortunately still have to come with Dota as well. So let's see if his start's going to continue. I'm very intrigued in how this top lane's going to go as well. We've seen the offlane Wyvern work, of course, just recently in that previous game. How about the Pudge as a forward too? Because if anyone's going to know how this one's able to fare, it is BetBoom. I think Save is definitely top 3 of the Pudge fours out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably, during the draft, like, okay, Nightfall, watch out for this. This is what's going to come your way. But, you know, I also think most pro players these days have seen enough Pudges in their pub games that, you know, it's something they're not going to be too phased about. And I just don't really see enough to really give Morphling any issues in this lane. It really feels like a lane where Morphling's just going to have such a free time. Hasn't even need to go for the waveform, just going for the early adaptive just to secure those last hits and be annoying. It looks like, yeah, so far Morphling just free farming away.
So too with the Deucer as well, bottom here for Watson. He's opted for the Bassi with the full stats. So he's having a pretty good time. He's got a full wave under his tower as well. And I don't think this is a lane where he might be pressured. Not early on, though. Maybe once you're able to get a couple more levels in the Scorched Earth. But the nice thing is at least you should have Fishman to be a disruptor. Is actually top. Katomi lands his hook onto Nightfall, but it's only really just a little bit of poke damage. No real threat there.
Yeah, I mean, Nightfall even got a last hit on his way. I was like, I'm running away, but I'm also getting a last hit while I run away. So he definitely did not feel like he was in too much danger. And yeah, going for the no waveform build as it's not really needed. That's just how confident he feels in this lane. Another hook attempt from Katomi. This one off the mark, and they're going to push back here. Maybe thinking about a glimpse back, but yeah, they're going to go for it.
And they should have the damage as well.
Yep.
Nightfall is going to be rewarded. Gets level 3, and he's actually gone for 2 points adaptive strike build. So I like how it's not your stock standard like max out attribute shift, and even before the change with some of the Agi going over to the adaptive strike, we saw that wasn't the case. So it's a little bit more specific depending on the lane.
Yeah, I think the freer the lane, the more you can get adaptive strike, and this to me speaks to how easy he feels like this lane is. I mean, he's free farming, he's just using the adaptive strike to play aggressive, just get last hits. I know that with the wand and the raindrop, he's got a lot of mana sustain, so he can actually use that adaptive strike pretty consistently. And it's just giving him all these extra early last hits.
Stormstorm in mid lane. Toss back onto the tower, even shield crashed a little bit further into the tower range, so let's think a little bit of damage, but he's able to get that water rune, so should repair a decent chunk of it. Has also clawed his way back into a pretty decent position as well in regards to the last hits.
I mean, this is classic Pango lanes. Like, yeah, the first wave or two doesn't go well, but once you start getting levels up in your nukes, the lane only is going to get easier and easier, and not much you can do about it as a tiny, again. Although
Tomi is going to try and get as much damage as he can before he dies. Maybe Toby can get the return kill with a glimpse. Just out a little bit too late from Toronto Tokyo, so it will be a 1-for-1. Both cores rewarded with the kill.
Yep. We've seen these games where like both carries are kind of free farming. If one lane is getting your carry's getting kills, it just feels like you can walk away with a ton of farm. Bottom pure, ooh, goes down to the last tick of damage, and a nice find for Entity down bottom.
That's a huge nuke. 2 points up, and the snake along with the brain sap just caught him off guard there. So something he needs to now consider, and yeah, he's going to do so. Looks like raindrops is something that he's wanting to bring back to the lane. Unfortunately, doesn't have enough gold for it, so maybe in a little bit of trouble again if they can continue to spam so the spell is out from Entity.
So sorry for the Morphling. He's chewing through his raindrops quickly, but they're getting a lot of value out of this item, and he's just continuing to free farm away. Disruptor not even needed to kind of secure his lane anymore as Toronto Tokyo is making moves around mid, more looking just to kind of fight over these power runes. As 6 minute approaches, both teams want to try and get that for their mid laner.
Looks already going to be on cooldown though for Katomi, so it might make it a little bit more difficult to contest. Well, Fishman secures it for Stormstormer. No level 6 swashbuckle through the cuddle. Helps with a little bit of extra damage, and now he's got the 6 to work with, and also looks like he's going to be going down the Orb of Corrosion route as well.
50-50 on the rune going the way of Entity. Coddle was trying to just throw away his life to like deny the rune there, but wasn't to be. And yeah, nice little fight. Good little start for Entity now. Having trading the carry free farm, but getting the slight edge with the mid lane. And getting some good rotations on early. Nightfall may be in some trouble here.
Oh, nice hook. Katomi drags him back. He's only got a little bit of one charge to work with, but they will be lacking the damage. So nonetheless, they'll still put a lot of pressure onto him. No rotations are forced out because meanwhile, Betboom, they need to try and address Fishman, who wants to steal the wisdom away, but now he's in a position where he needs to deny himself, tries to get... Oh, he does? No way. Oh my god. I was going to say, like, maybe the Fairy Fire timing was enough to put him in range for it, and in the end he gets the deny, so pretty nicely done. That's 3 heroes of Betboom that tried to get the kill.
Yeah, definitely. Definition of space created there. You're perfectly happy with that one, and, you know, things... You know, go at a bit of a slow pace here, which means the supports, you can kind of make those kind of plays here. They'll probably have to come back to mid lane. Again, 8-minute power runes. This is always go time. Ooh! Attempted hook. Nightfall read that one. And Kataomi now in some trouble.
And Nightfall's... Oh, not another deny! Oh my lord! What's going on?
Deny. Okay. These Entity supports just know how to keep gold out of the enemy hands, it seems. This time around, GPK hoping for a top rune, he gets it, so the rune equilibrium, 1 each. 50-50 being one time apiece, and neither team really pulling ahead just yet. For Betboom, it is kind of that slow start where you kind of mentioned, like, GPK is just going to prioritize farming up that blink before making any aggressive moves, and he is going to have it in 2 to 3 minutes at this rate.
Should be a great timing for him. Gonna make the attempt. You deny. Even Katomi. I don't know, man. There's something about it. Something about these denies. You get a reaction, a little bit of a chuckle.
I love it. The deny highlight reel. Production on point. I had that one ready to go. We'll hopefully add a few more to the collection before we're done with this game, but. Yeah, Betboom, let's see what the next moves are going to be. I mean, I don't really have any big moves until Tiny gets Blink, it feels like. I mean, GPK is just farming up the jungle, sticking around mid. The supports are just rotating for power runes, so at least until that Blink is up, it seems like both teams are just going to be playing things a bit more passively. Stormstormer on the Pango, not looking to make any moves himself, happy to kind of engage in this farm trade as well.
Do you feel like there's a side that is a little bit happier with just the farm fest we currently have through the first 10 minutes?
I don't think so necessarily. I mean, I think Entity slightly because they're just getting more farm. So like you're having this farm trade and like Medusa morphling, and Medusa's just getting a bit more. Pango's also been out farming the Tiny now, just with the nuke spam and farming the jungle. So at the same time, I don't think this is something you could kind of prevent as Betboom. It really just comes down to how much whether or not you can, you know, claw back the gold lead once you get Blink Dagger up. So
I think a lot of the gold lead is just off the rougher lane that Pure had, which I'm honestly quite surprised by. Maybe this is just the double nuke potential. I mean, that was how they were able to get the kill prior on that first attempt, and now it's really struggled since then. So looks like he's avoided the Vanguard on Pure. Just looking to try and rush the Midas, so with him applying no pressure in the lane, means that Watson, this is just your classic. I mean, we see so many safe laners do it. Shove the lane, go back, farm the 2 camps behind the tower, and you are able to skyrocket. They're not making any stacks so for Watson, which I would like to see, but it is a little bit more difficult for melee supports.
Yeah, that's one of the things with the Morph versus Medusa matchup is Morph doesn't quite have the farming speed of Medusa early on. I mean, really at most stages, but Morphling, you've just got that strength of like, hey, nobody can kill me, nobody can bully me out of your lane, whereas you're hoping your team could maybe pressure the Medusa a bit more, but because of the, you know, the Doom pick, you didn't really play or draft to try and pressure that bottom lane. It really feels like Betboom's just aiming for a slower game where they get to kind of scale into the late game. Like, yeah, you're up against a Karen Medusa, but they probably feel good about the fact they've got 3 scaling cores here.
Yeah, without a doubt. We'll see if they're going to be able to get to that stage. So it's finally, we've got to smoke up, and GPK has an Arcane in the bottle to play with the Blink reveal. And this is now going to start to get to a scary stage where they can go one by one, glimpse back onto the Winter Wyvern. Katomi's in a pretty good position to help him get back to safety thanks to the hook. But they are not done just yet. Keep in mind, this is still the Arcane that GPK's working with, so the cooldowns are shorter. And with the blast from downtown, they're going to go for Katomi next. Still, look at the spells, man. 3 rounds of Ava tosses means that GPK and co can help get a triple kill up top.
Yeah. I mean, to go back to your question of who's happy with the game state, it's whoever gets that 10-minute Arcane rune, it seems, because that was just a monstrous pickup. Lowering the cooldown of your combo, and he's still got Arcane rune here.
Very
he just got
cute.
4 kills with this Arcane rune.
Did he toss Tokyo closer so he could get the glimpse back? Very, very cute play from GPK. He is... I never want to say best, so I'll just say top 3, but there's an argument for him being the best Tiny out there. And it's super scary now because you've got a Coddle to pair with him, so you are never going to run out of mana. You have that battery. He is going to have an incredible game now on the Tiny.
Yeah, this Coddle just sets him up to absolutely snowball out of control. He's on the top of the Medusa in terms of overall farm. And there is, you know, room for this Tiny to be that kind of physical damage core as well. Has the Echo Saber queued up and almost completed, so not just this, like, run around, kill everybody kind of Tiny. It's a Tiny that can become a true carry as well alongside the Morphling.
That's a classic watch back there for GPK. So much pressure was able to provide, and might even see that once again, as this time the combo is going to be on the 2. Stormstormer. Also Swashbuckle defensively. They will be able to disrupt the Rolling Thunder. He's super hesitant. He'll be okay. Get some separation. GPK still ready to go with the blink up. Does he find an angle though? A little bit hesitant about continuing to dive.
Yeah, decides just to throw some nukes at some creeps here, so it seems like they want to play things carefully. Overcommitting against the Pengo Rolling Thunder here could be a really bad idea, even with Pengo as low as he was. So they play it safe and just reset. Probably, yeah, looking for another smoke here. They are trying to bait these power runes. Unfortunately, it spawns bottom, so no one going to be going for it immediately, but maybe they can actually bait Pengo, who is TPing in mid. Oh, he's going for it.
And they got the Static Storm as well to lay it down for that little bit of extra control, in the hopes that he can survive. Do they have the damage? They do. Once again, save there with the refresh. So another round of GPK spells. It's another kill to the tally, and they're not even done just yet because GPK sees another freebie. How do you play the map now? With how fast BetBoom are, they're going to try and react. A couple of TPs are coming in. Nightmare will mitigate some of the damage, but the curse from Toby's too late. Watson's going to get glimpsed away as well. But it looks like it's not going to matter in the end. A big kill for Enti to find. Might be able to get one more, but watch the creeps can act as a bodyguard for Toronto Tokyo.
I think that still feels so good for GPK. Even dying there, you're just like, these guys, you know, I'm like, they're in their head. You just, you know, gotten a couple more kills. You killed their mid Pengo with a nice little rune bait. Then you dove a support, and like 4 heroes came mid to kill you. And you know that your Morphling's free farming. Your Doom's getting some alone time to catch up with a Midas. So definitely a death that GPK probably feels not too bad about, as BetBoom suddenly find themselves 2k gold ahead. All it took, this tiny Blink Dagger just was such a catalyst for their early game that they were down 1k gold in the lanes and suddenly they were up 3k gold.
It is crazy though how far Watson is, so we'll see if he's going to be able to hit that 2-item spike we see so often for the Dusa. Will be once again the Butterfly getting worked on after the Manta. And I wonder what he's going to look to try and do to address the eventual Scepter we see out of Nightfall. You've got your potential Lincolns. I'll actually hold that because pure bottom lane. Atos should be able to easily set up for the hook. They got a couple more control out of the ultimates as well, just to help guarantee the kill. So with everyone showing bottom from Entity, BetBoom, they're probably going to look for their own play as well.
We'll see what that play is, as no real easy target. Medusa's hugging a tower, so you'd love to kill the Medusa. It looks like they may just come in, take over a bit of map control around the enemy Ancients here, but a really nice move from Entity. I love that play down bottom, getting a tower plus the Doom kill. Probably just a part of the map that Pure should not have been playing around.
Watson goes for the style points with the Manta dodge. Almost got it off there with a glimpse, but he's got the boys playing over to the right side. And it seems like BetBoom are kind of aware of something fishy is going on. They're not going to try and defend the tower.
Yeah, kind of that point in the game where Medusa just feeling a little bit too far for them to initiate on. They want to really jump the supporting cast and the heroes behind the Medusa, but without vision, without smokes, not too easy to do, and they're just not really quite ready to fight. Like, at this point, you got to be thinking, like, you know, we need, like, Morphling and Doom kind of need to be online as well if we want to take a fight that they're building around the Medusa. And those heroes, like, you've just got the Crimson, your Morphling's got a Linken's, but these are heroes that really shine, like, around that kind of more, like, 20 to 25 minute mark with their item timings.
Fishmen will run into Nightfall. Bit awkward Nightfall, so we get the waveform away. Now bottom lane, need to be looking as Toby. He's going to be the target as GPK finds the jump. No one is nearby to get the toss back. He's going to try and target the creeps instead. He's close enough to the tier 1 tower that Entity will be able to react in time to keep him alive as Stormstormer to the rescue. With the Static Storm lay it down, it's going to stop the Winter's Curse. If they got the damage though, Toby will finally go down. Can they get anything more out of it though, BetBoom? Glimpse has already been used. They will be able to run into Watson. This is a big target. Hook drags him away to the left side, but they're still ready to go from BetBoom. They need the vision for the glimpse. Tokyo will find it. Drag back though. Oh, this time the Manta dodge Watson. Oh, that is life or death, and he'll make sure he lives to see another day.
Yeah, even GPK respecting that one, gives him the little tip there. I mentioned these are the fights. Like, you want to try force these fights. If you're BetBoom, you need to start bringing in your farming cores, your Morphling as well as your Doom. You know, not the most, like, crazy impact Doom, but even just getting on the Pengu there meant he couldn't keep casting spells after the Rolling Thunder wore off, so it allowed them to just commit onto Medusa. It would have been a kill if not for a very spectacular Manta dodge, but BetBoom, despite not getting that Medusa kill, still find themselves gaining ground and building up a bigger and bigger lead.
Yeah, and we see how scary it is when the initial start to the fight doesn't go well for Entity. As soon as they use spells and they're on the retreat, there's just no hope for them to turn it back around. You've got Disruptor to keep dragging you back, constant spam of tiny spells. Doom can easily chase you down as well with the Scorched Earth at this stage, and it doesn't seem like it's going to get any easier. Because we see bottom lane, Katomi once again, it's GPK and Save. Just this duo every time. It does not seem like they have left each other's side.
Yeah, he gets the much needed D-Ward to kind of, you know, limit maybe some follow-up aggression from BetBoom, but feels like the damage has somewhat already been done, and they just haven't been able to really put together a team fight on the Entity side. Like, the Pengu Rolling Thunder hasn't really felt like this big threat. He's gone for the Ag Scepter as his follow-up item to the Diffusal, which will give him a ton of extra stats, survivability, and even some damage output if he can kind of, like, land these Rolling Thunders. But BetBoom are just really kiting and picking and choosing their fights and limiting what Stormstormer can do, so it does feel like he's going to almost certainly need a Blink Dagger after this Ag Scepter.
Just out of range. So a couple of heroes showed down bottom. You do have this net worth lead continuing to grow from BetBoom, and really the only one at the moment finding farm is Watson, who is getting a lot of it. But we might see if some of the fights continue to go the way of BetBoom, then you might have a difficult time of this Wyvern scaling.
Yeah, the Winter's Curse this game gonna be a little tricky. The Morphling with the Linken's and just in general, like, you know, there's a couple melee cores in the Tiny and the Doom, but they're not really great Winter's Curse targets. Very different to like what we saw last game with the Winter Wyvern from Team Liquid, where it was a dream Wyvern game for Zai, so we'll see what Wyvern can do. He's looking for some of that right-click scaling. Has gone for the Dragonlance over some other options we've seen here.
I guess the real big value, the only value maybe that I see at least with the Curse, is just to disengage away from Doom. That's really the one thing I can see so far with it. So
yep, it's also maybe like one of the better ways to start a fight.
GPK finds a jump. Pure's going to be in with the Doom as well. It's a little bit awkward because Nightfall waveformed defensively and he's stuck in the trees, so they won't have the Morphling for the damage. It looks like it's really going to matter as well as Watson. He'll shrug off the Doom. They'll turn it back around as Fishman holds the Doom into place. Nightfall, though, he wants a little bit of revenge, trying to get over the top. Still, it's a good start for Entity. They've been able to waste some of the key ultimates from BetBoom. And now Dire look very hesitant about continuing on with this fight.
They want to chase. They want to try and punish and get some more here, but yeah, just an unfortunate initiation there. Nightfall being in those trees. Don't know if it would have given them damage to kill the Medusa. It would have definitely been close, but with the Butterfly, probably Watson can survive that regardless, but just having Morphling out, I mean, it's not even about killing the Medusa. There was also a Bane who got Static Storm that they couldn't finish off, so just a pretty big deal here. And if they get a Roshan out of that, that's huge for Entity. That's a bit of a lifeline that they've been throwing here because all the momentum had been going BetBoom's way until that fight.
Let's see if they can read it. No one's farming mid. I have no deep observer though inside the Radiant jungle. So it might be a little bit more difficult for them to get an understanding that this Rosh is going on. Maybe they can't even fight if they know. Like you said, ultimate's down, so it's free Rosh.
I think on some level it's probably a conscious decision where it's like, if they're Roshing, we can't do anything about it. We don't have any map control, any vision over there, and ultimate's being down is just too big a deal against this Medusa who's really starting to hit her stride now. Couple thousand net worth on top of the Morphling and going to be halfway towards a Skadi as well. So things are looking very playable for the Entity draft now. They've got a lot of useful tools now. They can really continue to scale, which they will do so. Like the Wyvern with the Hurricane Pike, the Pengo with a ton of stats. Like, you know, we always joke and highlight all these universal heroes, but the damage is going to not just come from the Medusa in these mid to late game fights. It's a lot of damage from Pengo Wyvern as well.
And just importantly, it seems like that Aegis should at least get them there. Like maybe they don't get too many objectives off the back of the 4 minutes they have, but it's time where BetBoom are just not swarming into their face and stopping their farm. In fact, Entity, they're going to get a tier 2 and a Tormentor as well. So you've got the Ag Shard now on the Pudge, which is a save. So that could be quite nice against someone that, I mean, I guess to save against a Glimpse, right? If you glimpse someone away, you can eat them. Maybe against the Doom target as well to give them a couple of seconds of space.
Interesting. Both teams getting the enemy Tormentor here as BetBoom going to make the same play up top. Take over the Tormentor and get the shard themselves. This one going to the Keeper of the Light, but they've got to defend their high ground. The question's being asked, like, hey, can you deal with an Aegis Dusa? Because we're going to come knocking on your door.
They'll get at least a read that some heroes are back. Entity happy with that. They have a lot of farm across the map. Mid and top is shoved in. It's too enticing for them to miss. Someone's going to TP back. The rest of the team will even be able to connect just in case BetBoom are out on the map. But plenty of time to them continue to knock on some of these objectives. What's the call now for BetBoom? We saw in the previous fight, for them it was just to use their ultimates onto Watson, take him out of the engagement. But now with a second life, that is a big way to counter these key cooldowns. We want to jump instead. Fall inside the tree line, just a measly illusion. So they will reveal their positioning, and it's going to mean that Entity will want to play to the right side now, potentially knowing that there is a cliff ward as well. And they also want to wait out this ultimate timing of Nightfall with the Morph Replicate.
Yeah, it feels like they've already gotten quite a lot of this Aegis. It is a gold lead still going BetBoom's way, but that's, you know, often the nature of just, you know, Doom and Midas and stuff. You've got 3 farming cores on Dire. As long as Medusa stays top of the net worth, you're feeling like, you know, this game is still in an okay place for Entity. Pangolin scaling very well. It's just the Wyvern who's a little bit behind in terms of the cores. Really will come down to some of these big ultimates and how you can land them. The Winter's Curse as well as the Rolling Thunder. And the BetBoom looking just to stall out this Aegis before they try and force another fight.
Tonto Tonkyo. Okay. It's a glimpse back, but Storm is right. And pings out there's a ward there as well, so they will reveal that freshly placed observer ward. There we go. There's a D ward. Now you get a minute 20 still left to work with, so once and again showcasing, you can find these cute glimpse players, so Manta dodge plays. UPK, that's the real one. Under the tier 4 tower as well. Can they burn his life without committing too heavily in regard to the ultimates? That's where Katomi is able to come into play. Hook, eat him up, get him out of danger.
Yeah, just they have a very good understanding. I mean, having this Pudge is actually, you know, the repositioning on Medusa can sometimes cause some problems with the tiny tossback, but you've got the Pudge to kind of negate it. Now with the Ag shot as well, you've got a second tool for it, so it didn't even feel like there was a slight moment of panic. Often you see like a toss back in and suddenly like several heroes are charging forward, like, oh, we got to help out our carry. The entire entity team just sat back and chilled, like, no, it's fine, we'll get this over.
20 seconds on Aegis. Storm is actually going to look to go in. We'll start the fight aggressively, but Rolling Thunder sets up for the hook. Katomi's going to be able to drag back GPK, but the Static Storm allows him to buy some time and get the BKB off, but Boom, what's the call now? Aegis out shortly. Pure's going to try and find the jump. The Doom's on the Medusa. They're going to be able to stop the Aegis. Health coming back, but it's a beautiful curse. Enables the retreat, and it helps get the kill off to Pure as well. Nightfall, though, will still have a free fight. He gets a revenge on one. Wants to turn to Toby next as well, as the Winter Wyvern's caught out inside the river. Stormer comes in to try and protect him. Toby will TP out to safety. Stormer, though, who else does he have to play with? Fishman considering about entering in. Beanscript was still at the ready, but Betboom, they'll buy them some respect and look to back on off. What a beautiful curse though from Toby.
Yeah, I was not expecting this to be a game where the Winter's Curse could have like a huge impact in terms of like getting kills with heroes next to each other, but that's about as good as it gets, and getting a core kill with it next to the Morphling was absolutely perfect. They managed to bail up the Medusa, who got doomed there as well without the Aegis, so all in all, a pretty perfect team fight for Entity, who got a lot out of that Aegis, and now it's up to Betboom. Maybe going to be interested in making some kind of aggressive smoke plays now that this Aegis is worn off. They probably want to try and push the tempo a bit, but without a Doom, it's kind of tricky to do.
It is kind of tricky to do, but still Are you fine with wanting to try and make plays though on Betboom? Like we've mentioned multiple times, like this is a lineup that will still be very scary as this game goes on. So can you not just kind of play this one a little bit more passively and go for the farm game?
I don't think they necessarily like straight up outscale just by default. I mean, definitely like, you know, the fact they have like Doom and you can get maybe like refreshes and stuff late game can be amazing, but and Tiny is also the scaling core, but I think the same applies on both sides. Like Wyvern, like Universal Hero. The thing is, I think Betboom's heroes just get farm more efficiently. Like, you know, Wyvern and Pengo are behind on net worth. Wyvern especially is never going to be able to keep up with the other 5 cores this game, so that's probably where Betboom's okay with slowing this game down, just because they can farm more efficiently, even on the supporting cards. Coddle, 10k net worth. This is a hero that gets a ton of farm and can really build up some gold and useful utility items. So a solo game is probably fine, but I think definitely around like the Aegis respawn is when we're going to want to see Betboom kind of make that move out on the map to not give Medusa potential to get like another Aegis on Medusa. Could just be what Entity need to kind of close out this game around 35 minutes by going high ground.
Well, they want to make sure she doesn't get to that stage. Is Betboom going to smoke up? It's GPK leading the charge. They're inside the river though, so don't have this high ground position to be able to potentially catch Entity off guard. And they'll see a blast as well, so instantly Entity look to smoke. Gonna make sure they don't get caught off guard without the vision. They've got a pretty good ward to play with around the secret shot barrier. It looks like they're starting to path on over. Oh, it's so much information. They say save. This is a big target. Heavily enables GPK inside the fights once again. It's the Thunder to be able to set up for the hook. And now Stormstormer will look over to the right side as well. Wanted to try and disrupt the backline. It's not a clean initiation, a save. He'll go down, but it takes him a little bit too long. Betboom have reacted and turned it into 1-for-1 as now GPK is looking for the Fishman as well. Doesn't have the damage by himself. That's when Nightfall is potentially able to come into play with a waveform over the top. Nightfall should be able to deal with the Bane relatively easily, as Pure's been held back for the moment as well. It's a 3 calls on Entity. Can they continue to take the fight? They've still got the Winter's Curse, but Pure, he's still got the Doom as well.
Fishing.
And he's open, praying that Watson reveals himself. GPK now finds the opening for the toss back. They'll use it onto the Medusa, but the instant buyback's there for Katomi. But look at Watson. He gives no cares, stands strong in the middle. Meanwhile, Katomi hooks Pure. Toby's got the curse as well. Who cares about the Doom? Watson too strong, and they don't have a way to address him at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I'm not sure Medusa's necessarily the ideal Doom target. It's okay, like when you can kill her and stop her, maybe casting like, you know, you're really just stopping like a Mystic Snake, but like the Wyvern and what he's offering and the spell casting is definitely makes, I think, Wyvern a more appealing target there. So in the end, a great fight for Entity. It started off looking a little bit dubious there. It took a long time to finish off the Coddle, and they kind of paid a bit of a price for it. So when the Bedroom were chasing with Doom back online, really felt like things were going to go well there, but they just couldn't quite get that kind of clean catch there, and a desperation Doom on Medusa was not enough.
This Scepter now for Toby is... it's going to further help out with his positioning a lot. Like, we've seen multiple good curses from him, but now having that free pathing consistently is going to make it that much easier for him to be able to play these team fights.
Yeah, it's such a nice pickup when you're, you know, against heroes like a couple of melee cores in the Tiny and the Doom. It just feels like we've seen how it really feels like they're trying to prioritize the jump on the Wyvern there, but they kited the Doom so well. The Medusa Manta illusions were stopping his blink, keeping him at bay. The Wyvern slow, so just being able to outrange everybody, including the Morphling.
GPK, that's a pretty big target. Can they blow him up though? Stormstormer, he's got a buyback and he's going to use it into... Wait, he got glimpsed back! Oh my lord, he's still okay though. An incredible curse over to the right side. Nightfall tries to get some separation, but they're on the prowl. Stormstormer gets the knockback on the stairs. A little bit awkward with the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall's completely out of mana. This is not the fight that BetBoom were hoping for. GPK is going to try and do his best to turn around. The diebacks there on Stormstormer, but GPK will not escape to tell the tale. It's all on Nightfall. What can the Morphling do? Looks to try and enter the fight, but going down the stairs where Entity is set up, it's going to be a difficult call for them to make. They are not playing with any ultimates, nor Entity.
Yeah, this Morphling's just damage into the Medusa with the butterflies. Just feels like it just isn't damage. And that's a big problem. Like, they bring down the Pengo a couple of times there. The Pengo is really struggling to play around the terrain there. Got caught.
They have so much vision. Wait, Toby, they see him in the trees.
Yep.
And the hook's off the mark as well. Katomi needs the Dismember to potentially protect him. He'll buy him some valuable seconds, but now all our attention is on Watson to turn the fight back around. As his Medusa's still got plenty of mana to be able to work with, and the damage as well. But can he go through all the BetBoom members as Nightfall is able to get the waveform up the stairs? He's okay for the moment. Entity will not be able to continue the chases, especially with the Toby buyback. They will buy some respect, but BetBoom, they can chill out. GPK's up in a couple of seconds. You know there's no buyback for both the Pango and the Pudge, so you will have a numbers advantage shortly.
BetBoom want to force this and not give up Roshan. They want it for themselves.
Toby, that's a huge kill. What can Fishman do? What can Watson do as well? He's still got the Stone Gaze ready to go. We'll use defensively to buy some time. Once again, it's a great curse. It'll give Toby a little bit of space to reposition. Now Watson's in with the damage as well. They'll get the finishing blow onto GPK, but Watson's starting to lose his mana. Nightfall just solely bringing down the Medusa. Stormstormer's going to try and TP in, but I don't know the Pango's going to be enough to keep him alive. It's a long TP at that, and now Stormstormer might be in some trouble, but they need a way to stop the Fiend's grip. That's where Nightfall comes into play. It's a pretty decent position though for the Rolling Thunder. Multiple wards for Stormstormer to bounce back on. Is the Glimmer Cape enough to keep the Doom alive? It looks like it's not the case. And now with the respawns, they're starting to come up. Katomi's going to be there in a couple of seconds, but Nightfall against the world. They don't have a Morphling answer, as Nightfall will reign supreme. A triple kill for the Morphling and some well-deserved tips as well.
Oh, Nightfall just plays that fight so beautifully. Just this constant game of in and out. he commits when he's feeling strong. He disengages like around the buybacks, and he's now put himself in a position to get an Aegis and cheese for the team. Just amazing execution on that fight with Betboom. They really just prioritized all the right targets, making sure they dealt with the Wyvern and the supports first, and then the Medusa last.
The vision, Parker, that really felt like is what it was in that game, in that fight, I should say. Because that lasted for so long. Like, we had the ward on the twin gate. I mean, there were 2 wards they placed there. First one helped them get the initial pick off onto Toby. Then we see the one next to the cliff that helped Nightfall continue to chase. Let's take a look at this one back. It's lasted for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, the Wyvern's positioning in trees there, just expecting to be initially, like, unseen, but the Doom being able to get a Blink Doom off on Wyvern is just huge. Like, right there, that's, like, almost the fight just won, and then Entity committing all these buybacks means they're basically committed, like, we have to win this fight now. If you're going to be using these buybacks, it's absolutely disastrous if you don't get these kills, and you see Nightfall there just making all the right moves, gets the stun onto the Bane to help out the Doom, keep him alive a little bit longer, and just get on top of the backlines. Just killing every single one he sees. Merciless in this fight.
What a performance. 10-0 and 4 for Nightfall. Every fight we see him being able to get that Deucer replicate. Engagement looks so goddamn easy for him. It's going to continue to be that case as well. I'm still very impressed with Watson's net worth, but yeah, it's a matchup that favors Morphling. So if we're solely looking at these two as the game goes on, you've got to be very worried with how they're going to be able to slow down Nightfall inside these engagements. Yeah, dude, he's already at the stage where he wants a blessing on the scepter to free up some slots. He's that farmed.
Yeah, he's like, no room for boots, no room for ags. You know, I need upgrades. He's probably thinking like maybe MKB comes next.
Can they get up to him? Toss back inside the static storm, glimpses him out. Doesn't matter, a little bit awkward, but it's enough to get the kill. Betboom, no pain go for 70 seconds. They have to compete against. So a 4v5.
Yeah, we're even seeing some of this damage scaling from other heroes, not just the Morphling, who is an absolute monster in the late game, but the Tiny there, doing big right-click damage as well, as what the Doom brings to the table here in the late game. This game's not getting any easier for Entity the longer it goes.
Oh, it's not. I don't know how Save has a Hex, but apparently he does, and in fact he's higher net worth than Toby, and about to be higher net worth than Stormer as well, so very versatile in his item build, and they're going to get the reveal of the Hex as well onto Fishman. Top to bottom they go on Betboom to sweep across the map through the rift, and GPK is already looking for more as well. Ever so hungry for these kills. This Ninja Gear, Silver's Edge makes his mobility goddamn fast. I'll be home though. So Betboom, they'll get the map in a pretty good position for them to potentially get some objectives though.
You're gonna have to play around, that high ground defense, Pudge Hooks, Winter's Curses, just plopping Medusa on the high ground. Very difficult to actually go high ground if you're Betboom here. They'd much rather take a fight on equal terms outside of the Radiant base, but probably not something that Entity is gonna oblige with, as but now Betboom may just have to opt to kind of starve them out, sit outside their base, wait for people to leave, and pick off anybody who does leave the Radiant base, because going high ground may put yourself in a bit of a vulnerable position.
Could they look for like a ward setup on the high ground into tossback? Or do you not even want to consider that, because that could bait you into a bad fight?
Yeah, I think you can. It's just tricky because that commits GPK, so he's like blinking into the enemy base, which means he's exposing himself. And I don't think, like, if it was a support Tiny, I think that works. But with a core Tiny with this much farm, it gets a little bit dicey potentially. But I think it's hard because you already see Radiant. They've got sentries. They're going to be protecting themselves against those high ground wards.
They definitely don't mind about how the status of this game is currently. You've got Pure just deep inside their jungle, continued to farm. And he's got a Spell Prism as well, so high uptime on the Midas, the Devour, but really the Doom is the big one. But we're thinking about the farming game. Not the greatest game from him so far, KDA-wise, but of course we're always going to feel the impact out of the Doom. And he's going to go Refresher Orb next as well, so there is potential for double Dooms inside the fights to be able to pretty much cancel out 2 entity heroes.
Yeah, it's kind of the problem here in like the super late game, which, 40 plus minutes where in that ultra late game is at some point the item mass on Bet Boom is just like, how do you beat this? Like, Medusa's not the best Doom target if you use Stone Gaze, but you can throw a Doom at her, throw a Doom at someone else. Morphling and Tiny just start whacking away. You've got a Hex on supports. Like, all these items just add up. Disruptor with a ton of gold as well. But here comes the smoke. They want to force this fight. NC, I think, feeling like they can't just trap themselves in their base and expect to win this one.
Storm will reveal himself. I'll instantly do a quick U-turn away, try and get the high ground position first before the Entity potentially won it. Does mean Bet Boom are going to get the Wisdom Broom, and Entity are not set up to take Bet Booms as well, so further advantage in regards to the experience. You have committed very heavily for all your vision down bottom though on Entity. So if you ever try and take a fight on the opposite side of the map, it is going to be very difficult for you to get that set up in your formation. It will go for it though. Watson ready to charge in. Haste with the front line. Gonna try and give them the information. Run straight into Toronto, Tokyo. Stormstormer's not gonna mess around as well. They'll use the Rolling Thunder, hoping they get an extra +1. And he will. Beautiful jump down. Stormstormer using the walls perfectly on the Pango. Those 2 kills just on supports, but they're still vital kills at that. It's going to give them a position now to get the lanes in a great position. Because now we all need to be putting our attention over towards this next Roshan.
And even though this game looks really hard for Entity to win, I like what we're seeing from them, where it's like they spent the last minute and a half outside of their base trying to force fights, trying to fight while there's no Aegis in the picture. They know they don't have the greatest kind of control over this game, and they want to get this active vision out. They've got a lot of good wards over their jungle, and they're the ones being proactive here more so than Bet Boom, because they're feeling like, we're on a bit of a timer. We got to go and do something. Our Medusa's not really getting any more farmed. They're scaling on 4 heroes. Pango's got kind of everything he needs in terms of items, so the sense of urgency is there, and they're making the right plays to get out and force these fights. Just 2 support kills, and unfortunately it's probably not going to lead to an objective with no Roshan alive and all their lanes shoved so much on their side of the map. They're just going to be forced to do some kind of maintenance here, and Bet Boom get the chance to just kind of reset things.
They're setting up for this Roche though up top, which that's 2 wards now down. And we know how difficult it is to be able to break a formation around these new Roshan areas with the pits being on the low ground, with the cliff you have at the gate. So you will be forced for Bet Boom to be able to smoke to enter that area. You do have a smoke on Tokyo. And it's not a fast wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I think either way, obviously that could work in their favor, because Bet Boom is going to feel pressure. We got to go get over there. We need to be contesting a potential Roshan, but realistically, they've got all the time in the world. They don't have to worry about it at all right now.
I do feel like they're still ready to fight though. Refresher just completed on Pure. No buybacks could be interesting though. Let's see how important that is going to be as a commodity in this fight. 3 buybacks on Radiant, only 1 on Dire being save.
Yeah, I feel like Doom is definitely the big target to watch in this upcoming fight. Whether or not he can land these multiple Dooms is going to be crucial for the outcome, and even things like these static storms here. Entity trying to play around that high ground. They've got to imagine something's coming their way here, even with Roshan not respawned. Yep.
Great scan. They're going to play accordingly. Over to the right side they go. Watson might want to try and poke his head just to give them some information, potentially poke the smoke. GPK is going to go all the way around, cover the Silver's Edge.
Toby's a bit exposed though. That'd be a really big loss if they lose Toby here, but playing around that invis.
They drop their own board as well for Dire. As soon as Watson steps down, There could be a consideration for a toss back into the Doom. Let's see if they're set up for it though on BetBoom. Even Stormstormer's going to show. Instantly, GPK pounces. It's a great curse, so it'll buy some valuable time. The Doom is out onto the Medusa though. Is she able to stand strong inside the middle of the Fiend's Grip? There's nowhere to address it as Nightfall's in some danger. But a waveform in aggressively with a lot of the damage means they'll get the kill onto Watson. Entity, what can they do? There's a buyback coming in for the Medusa. It's going to take a little bit of time for Watson to get back involved, as this means Nightfall has a free fight, just tears apart Fishmen. Now they're going to go into the northern tree line as well, as there is no escaping the meat grinder. As Nightfall, maybe there is actually Watson. Now that he's finally been able to rejoin the team, that is what they need. The buybacks were ever so vital. But it looks like Nightfall, he's got his own to work with. GPK does a huge amount of damage with the Scepter. Not enough to get the kill onto Toby or Stormstormer though, but hang on, Watson.
They can't lose Medusa.
They cannot at all. He just brought back Prior. Watson's going to stand strong, but they won't have Toby. Another buyback out of him, but it's going to take too long. He's got to go bottom into the Rift. Watson, what's going on? Nightfall playing aggressively, but the man is completely drained and the health will soon follow as well. That's a dieback out of your main damage source and Entity. How can they stand against the Roshan fight now as a 3v5?
They've got Winter's Curse back up, but this just feels like a desperation play if you go for this. They're slowly healing up on the BetBoom side. They got very low. Morphling almost dying a second time, and woo.
Katomi's up in a couple. Seb's going to look to try and get the jump. GPK is going to fall up as well. Instantly towards Toby they go. It's another pretty good curse that enables Toby to reposition over the north, buying some valuable seconds. They'll still get the kill on to save, but it's going to be a 1-for-1, and he's going to buy back as well. Katomi, beautiful hook. It's Stormstormer out of some danger, but it's not going to be enough distance away as GPK on the prowl. Can they still be able to secure the kill over the Doom? It's back up on Pure. No escape for you, my good sirs. They are all lacking buybacks. And now BetBoom, they can do whatever they want. Defend mid, get Roche, or even push down and go for the finishing blow, because Deso is now completed for GPK.
Yeah, they kind of say forget Roshan now. It's like, we've got everything we need. We killed Medusa. It's a dieback on her, dieback on Pango. We can maybe even go for the throne here. Nightfall gets the Solar Crest. His damage here is just going to be too much. And here we go. Doesn't even go for the rack. Straight onto the tier 4 towers. He has his eyes on the prize. He sees a game 1 victory here.
Oh, man, almost got the glimpse. Can you hold 30 seconds? There's still a Glyph Entity to work with. Now, where's GPK for the Deso? He's going to get recalled in now. I think they're going to be a
small window here. I think this is plenty. Like 8 seconds on the pudge.
Yeah, it's
and
too
with
fast.
GPK, yeah, this is too much
it's
damage.
way too much. Toby will need to curse someone, but Pure, he's just going to act as a deterrent, putting himself in front of the Winter Wyvern. And BetBoom, a pretty crazy game in the end, but they will be able to take it in 49 minutes.
Yeah, crazy. Honestly, very entertaining game. You know, Entity showed a ton of promise this game. It's one of those things where it's like, man, they're bottom of their group, but like at least this game they played some very high level Dota. The way they played with on the back foot was like, okay, we're not afraid to lose. We're gonna go out and try, you know, do what we can to try and pull a win out of this one. And unfortunately for them, like that fight around the Roshan pit was so close to coming out in their favor. Like the Medusa buying back on your 6-load carry there just for a Roshan seems like, oh, maybe they should have just like given up Roshan and stalled the game out. But I think they knew like this is it. Like we have to win this fight now, or we're never gonna win another fight this game. So I like the kind of bold decision making, but it was BetBoom who just very stable game plan. Like, hey, we're just gonna force our opponents to make plays because we just passively farm. Eventually we have like a 6-slotted Doom, 6-slotted Tiny, Morphling, Coddle even. Not quite 6-slotted, but like 12k net worth or something. 18k net worth, sorry. Like everybody just got so absurdly farm on the BetBoom side that you're just getting too much out of like the supporting cast. Whereas Medusa was like kind of on an island trying to carry the game herself.
Unfortunately, just was a little bit too tall of a task for him to be able to get there for Mr. Watson. Did his best, but which was not enough. And for BetBoom, I mean, you just spoke a lot about their scaling and how much farm they're able to get with ease, but got to keep in mind as well, I mean, they were able to do that off the back of some incredible early game rotations, like the 3 men that we saw out of GPK, Toronto, Tokyo, and along with Save as well, was just very, very difficult for Entity to deal with.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm not sure what the kind of adaptation you make going in game 2. If BetBoom's going to take this greedy approach, you know, you picked the Medusa, you had the greedy carry to kind of match it. Your other cores maybe were a little bit less on the greedy side, but they needed a way maybe to force some more fights and early objectives. Like they got that first Aegis with Medusa, were poking at the high ground, but they just couldn't quite, you know, get that lane of racks and snowball the game. Like I think they just needed things in their draft to come online a little bit earlier, but because of how much GPK got out of that early Blink Dagger, it felt like Entity couldn't quite like dominate the mid game because GPK just found way too many kills with that Blink time.
Yeah, we were saying there were not a whole lot of mid laners left for GPK to pick, but one of his better heroes, the Tiny, was there. And I wonder if there needs to be... Do you feel like the Coddle needs to be addressed in this next game? Because it felt like it just enabled so much for the boys on BetBoom. Like his item build was incredible for the game. He made GPK be able to do whatever he wanted across the map. So do you feel like there needs to be a little bit of consideration to take that hero out of the pool?
I'm okay with it. I think a ban onto Coddle, especially because it just enables all of GPK's mid laners. You know, whether it's the Spirit heroes, the Tiny, the Quap, all of his heroes he wants to play mid are like these nuke-heavy spellcasters that love playing with Chakra. So, Coddle ban, particularly because BetBoom, they play these slower games, they play these greedier drafts, they're looking to go late game. Coddle just, it suits them. So, yeah, I'm okay with the Coddle ban. I don't think it's like a, yeah, you got to ban this if you want to beat BetBoom, but it's definitely a consideration.
All right, well, we shall see if that's going to be the case or not with this upcoming draft, because BetBoom, they've got a game advantage now in our final series of the night. And again, with that also lost as well, I believe it almost guarantees Entity to unfortunately not be able to make it into Dream League Groups 2. So for them, BetBoom still fighting for the potential to be able to qualify to the next stage. That win definitely helps out, but they need another one. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
incredible showing from the boys on BetBoom. Gives them a game advantage now in the final series of the night. Let's see what they're going to be able to do to close out, if they can find another victory, because it is a much needed 2-0 to bolster their position in the groups. Currently, Parker, we were mentioning a little bit about the coddle potentially being addressed heading into this upcoming draft. Is there anything else that you feel like we need to touch on in regards to the draft hero-wise?
I mean, my question every time I see anything moving forward is just like how they want to enable Stormstormer and his hero pool. I think the Pangolier look really solid. At the same time, like, just GPK is such a tough mid matchup for any mid laner out there right now. Like, you compare how he impacted the game from like 15 minutes onwards, like, or even a few minutes before that, basically from his Blink Dagger onwards to what Penko was able to do, and it was just night and day. Like, I don't think Stormstormer had a bad game, but he was just outshone by GPK here.
Yeah, that he was indeed, as we've got them too as ASL player. And I think a lot of it, like, I do want to continue seeing the praises of GPK, but a lot of it is also what the supports are able to do to enable him. Feels like they have a great fit with the roaming duo that we see consistently out of the 4 and 5 on BetBoom, and wonder if Entity, if that's something they're able to do heading into next game, just to enable them. Because as we see them in the stats, they're pretty even between the two. But when we eventually get the KDA up, surely definitely would be favoring GPK.
Yeah, he just has a knack for understanding of how to take over the game. And obviously, you know, I think a big part of that goes back to what you said, the coddle, and the, you know, maybe there needs to be an emphasis on that, because you take away the coddle, there was that ridiculous fight where he used like 3 Avatos combos top, then he comes mid, uses another, all while having an Arcane Rune. But so much of that is enabled by having coddle on your team. Otherwise, you have like mana problems, not to mention the cooldown aspect of the chakra. So I do think, you know, you need to find a way to try and limit what GPK can do, and that doesn't necessarily have to be directly targeting him. It may just be targeting the supporting cast as well.
You like the damage dealt instead of the KDA. It definitely gives a better insight onto what he's able to do. And heroes overall, your KDA can be inflated more than other stats, but, you know, the damage truly shows how much impact he was able to have that game for GPK. So let's see, because again, a lot of how they play the game is off the back of him. They funnel all their movements through him. Even though Pure plays, you know, in this off lane now, he's still a little bit more of the greedy hero, not as much of the playmaker. We do see him sometimes on like those blink initiators, but overall right now the off laners, they're not the initiators. You know, we don't get those, the Axe, the Centaurs, the Legions. Sometimes Axe is picked up, but really not as much as compared to the other heroes. So again, heading into next game, it's really going to be the same, just priority on GPK's heroes. I wonder if they ban out as many as they did though.
Yeah, yeah, you ban them all out and he still gets his hands on one. It's kind of like at some point, like, well, is playing versus Tiny really that different to playing versus one of those spirits, for example? Like, I don't think the game looks that different if it's a spirit instead of a Tiny. So maybe you want to target your bans elsewhere, the supporting cast, some of the pure heroes, and even just getting your hands on heroes that can maybe I think the Deuce was a fine option. Like, what we're seeing from Pure's hero pool is a lot of Doom, some Magnus. They played the Axe game, so I think Deuce is really good against Pure's hero pool. It's good in the lane. It puts him on the back foot. It kind of limits his ability to free farm. So I think focusing on some of these other lanes and not overly stressing about GPK's hero pool is maybe a good place to start.
Let's see. I'm trying to get the bans up from the previous game to see any little differences we will have coming up in this one, in particular between the two teams. Even trying to see if there's... Oh, okay. So just refresh Liquid Peter. It does look like, unfortunately, Entity are guaranteed out. So beautifully for them, they've done all the permutations for me. We don't have to do that ourselves. So unfortunately for Entity, won't be able to make it into the second round. So of course, this is still overall for them now. Their mind is solely focused towards TI qualifiers. That's really for them. You know, they're not going to be playing at Bali. Unfortunately, weren't able to make it. So this is just a little bit of practice for them to get a better understanding of the meta. It might change by then, but you just need to continue to build that chemistry as a team as well, because it all comes down for TI for Entity overall in this year for Dota.
Yeah, and especially right now, like, you know, new-ish patch. Obviously, I don't think you can keep calling it a new patch for too much longer. but they're a team that I feel like has struggled more than others to kind of adapt and figure out what their play style is going to be, what their hero pool is going to be. So it really is a time, I think, to grind probably a ton of pub games at the end of this tournament. Obviously, play all these matches, play a ton of scrims, try and find some new stuff that works for them as a team, because so far things are not quite clicking the way they were, if you go back to the previous DPC seasons and even previous patches where they looked like a much more dominant team.
So let us see if they're able to get to that stage for Mr. Entity, but at least in this game, we're going to have Entity with second pick and BetBoom with Radiant. So that's at least where the priority is going to be for this one. The bans were BetBoom, they got rid of Batrider Silencer on the first phase, and Entity got rid of the Undying and the Techies. So that was at least what the first phase was. Are you wanting to see potentially any changes to that?
I think changes would be just good, just to kind of force BetBoom down a different direction. I like the idea that you mentioned of the Coddle ban. I just think it enables GPK too much. It is a bit of an odd, here to kind of consider banning in the first phase, but it's kind of like, why not? Nothing's really working. Let's take them out of their comfort zone. Other than that, maybe we start considering letting some of these heroes like Techies through. Techies is maybe the best support right now, but it's not unbeatable. But yeah, I outside of that, I think figuring out, just what kind of, I think particularly the support duo, what's going to work for them. The Pudge pick was cute, had its moments, but ultimately was a big reason why Morphling had such a free game. They did not pressure that Morphling lane at all.
Let us see how they're going to be able to address them now in this upcoming game. We have our draft shortly on screen. It's going to be the boys on BetBoom on Radiant with first pick, Entity on Dire with second pick. So looks like at the moment, no changes. Let's see if that is going to continue. We do have, you probably will see it change though, considering first pick and second pick is different.
Yeah. Was Undying banned game one? Is
yes.
What you're saying? Okay. Interesting. And there we go. Morphling banned, so. They're like, well, we don't want to give you the Morphling into the Medusa because we get first pick, so if you basically ban Medusa, we pick it.
Medusa game. Alright, so I don't know if they'll Darksea first phase because it will be addressed. This is something that a lot of teams have done to address the Medusa. So you could, but it's going to get countered. You could look for an easier way, like a soft counter in the Shadow Demon. We, again, have seen the Anti-Mage as well so far, just straight first phase, because you can put as a 3 or a 1. And there is your Anti-Mage.
Yeah. I mean, I don't love first phase Anti-Mage, even in response to Dusa, but I think Entity's kind of in this position where it's like, maybe it's just fine. Just first phase it. If Dusa ends up going off, I don't think you can really send Dusa offlane versus the Anti-Mage as part of the problem, but at the same time, the Dusa AM matchup still has that kind of same issue that it's had for a while on the AM side, where Dusa just hits this 2-3 item timing, and the Butterfly Daedalus build is not you don't get this insane mana pool that AM can just kind of blow up, plus the evasion is something that Anti-Mage struggles to deal with, so Butterfly Daedalus Medusa with an Aegis, AM does nothing against. So I do think that it's not a super AM favored matchup necessarily.
Oh, I heavily agree. I always like to say it. I think the one attribute I like so much about Dota is that just the matchups they can go back and forth. It can be maybe so obvious as a 20-minute timing compared to the other, or it can be a slight 1-minute timing that you might have in regards to a level advantage or regards to an ultimate being on cooldown. This is the one thing that you can very often play even against the trickiest heroes out there. So we shall see if Entity are able to do that, if they can get out of the stage where Dusa can just run down the map. Because with the Spirit Breaker, that can enable that. If we're looking for them to close the game out early, you're going to need playmakers. You're going to need to be super aggressive, making the space early for her, and then being able to play with GPK and save like we saw prior. So this time they're going to go for Tokyo's here at the 8th. We saw the Spirit Breaker was banned out previously in the second phase, so they obviously have a lot of priority on this hero.
Yeah, and I think that kind of is telling that they're just going to lock in this Medusa carry. Nightfall has just been jamming these hard carries all tournament long. Mentioned Medusa, Morphling, Terrorblade. This is a beautiful bug right here. All axes, all mid, spin to win. That would be an absolutely hilarious. Make that the All-Star match here at DreamLeague Season 20.
The All-Star match, 5v5 axe. That would be a... So which axe comes out on top? Is it the third axe that comes out on top or the fourth axe?
Who knows? I'm not sure how that one's meant to work. Whoop. There we go. All right, looks like we're back in and got those players back on camera. But yeah, the 5v5 all mid was always a fun little game mode when it got played at times. Or they had the custom games where it was 10v10 all mid, and it was just absolute mayhem.
I think that should be a thing. I'm not an advocate, but I think that there should be like a ranked 2v2, 3v3. I think it just I can't see how it would hurt the scene at all.
Spice it up. You know, there's surely some people out there who want to play that game mode. How
fun that would be, man. You'd have, well, firstly, it's hard to get 5 people together in a party. So you've got a couple mates. You feel like you're the best in the world. You're mechanically gifted. You can go 3v3. You can take anyone. Come on.
Yep. And you know, you have a night out drinking. You're like, let's go home. Like when you go home or hit up the LAN cafe and be like, let's play some 3v3 all mid and
let's go
rank it up. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. But here we go. These guys are sticking to good old classic 5v5. Shadow Demon coming out against the Medusa. It's kind of interesting because most teams, it's like pick Medusa and then Shadow Demon AM have been like the big band. So they actually gave Entity both Shadow Demon and Anti-Mage. This really feels like BetBoom testing the waters in terms of playing against some of these counter picks. And they get Ench. I'm excited to see this because I think this is going to be an offlane Enchantress. Okay, I'd say that they just pick Legion, but they've actually run Ench in the offlane 2 games throughout this tournament for Pure. So this is something they really flex. And offlane Ench sounds pretty good against Anti-Mage, although that may not be the case anymore.
So you go for your stable hero that has just a passive. That's a big thing. If you're looking to lane versus the anti-mage, passives are the way to go. You know, Slider usually is the best one, but that hero has been dead for a very long time. So Legion is another route that people like to go down, and they're going to be able to respond with the Magnus though. So you've got your anti-mage Magnus, which is relatively nice. I mean, we're still going to... Actually, I wonder if he goes Battle Fury. We'll see. I have seen so far that when you are paired with the Mag, still Battle Fury feels quite nice because Magnus likes to play a little bit more for himself so far, but I don't remember if they were against the Medusas, so maybe there's value for AM to go like Vanguard Diffusal.
Yeah. It's kind of really... I find this draft pretty interesting. Obviously we're going to see an AM versus Medusa kind of game, but like Entity's draft is all about enabling the anti-mage and trying to set this anti-mage up to successfully out-carry a Medusa and, survive like that scary item timing or be able to fight before Medusa gets like, let's say, Butterfly Daedalus or stop her getting the Aegis. Whereas BetBoom, as soon as the AM first phase came out, the rest of their draft is like, okay, we have to address this AM. Like Legion was always considered one of the AM counters, gives problems to the AM in lane. The Jewel is very good. The Ench is a lane dominated. They're basically building their draft around trying to counter the AM, while NC's trying to build their draft around, protecting and buffing up the AM.
And I think, Ben, you've spoken a lot about the lanes. Now we need to look towards kind of the early game and those rotations, which again, that's where kind of GPK's heroes come into play. I think they're lacking, not initiators, you got the Breaker and Legion to do that, but I just want someone to tie the damage together because currently they don't have that. So that's where the Cop comes into play. Are there any other heroes you feel like could fulfill a similar role?
I think you're definitely looking for heroes that jump the backline. I'd say, I was going to say Storm, and I was like, wait a second, you really want another hero like that into the Anti-Mage? Probably not. The Tiny, again, looks good. It's a hero that doesn't really get blown up by the Anti-Mage, can kind of jump the backlines. Like, killing these supports is, like, the goal to start a fight. Like, once you take the Shadow Demon Disrupt out of the picture, I think the AM's going to be very limited in what he can do in a team fight, so... other heroes that can kind of do that... I mean, Void Spirit's banned out. That would be a good one because that's another hero that's not got too big of a mana pool for the AM to play around. But yeah, probably the Tiny, maybe even I think the Puck is also still very viable here. There's not like any amazing insta-stuns to deal with the Puck, so I'd say Puck or Tiny.
Let us see which one is potentially going to be banned out. I like the ban from Betboom with the Wind Ranger. It's been some ways to be able to deal with the Deucer, going like a Diffuser Blade. You can, they still have the flexibility from Entity to be able to put anything wherever they want. Your mag can go mid or in the off lane. Okay, actually, do you want to avoid this AM versus Legion Enchantress lane if we're expecting that to be a little bit more difficult? Do you feel like that's something that an Entity should be considering?
I don't think they can avoid it though, because I don't think the AM going into the offlane versus Medusa is honestly much better. Like you're playing in the offlane, like near the Medusa's tower, and just going to get right-click to death and Mystic Snake to death. So if you're Entity, maybe do like a pseudo tri-lane, or at least have your 4 position doing some twin gate rotations early on. But I think you're kind of just committed to the lanes, would be my guess here. There's the Tiny. Round 2. So they banned the Ember. I didn't think of the Ember, but I think Ember, like, it's basically this hero that jumps the supports that isn't an in hero. Like Storm would have been bad. You're looking for Storm that's not Storm. And
they're gonna do it. All right. Okay. I think this is a. I'm very no. Screw it. I'll say I think this is a game-winning Timber pick. I think Entity won. I really like what they've done.
Yeah, it's really good. I agree.
I think there are some concerns with their lineup. Just like you don't have your classic. You've got a little bit of team fight, RP, and static storm, but like the way they move across the map looks a little bit awkward for Entity compared to Betboom. Like again, you're gonna have Tiny Enchantress playing together. Once the blink is picked up from Legion, he can do that as well. So I just think Entity, their raw matchups, I think should be enough for them to get over the finish line, because this looks like a free Timber game, and I think the way for them to prevent that is having a really farmed Tiny going Silver's Edge or any other. You have 3 heroes that can, to be honest. And Save is one of the few Enchantresses that, like a majority of the time as a position 4, will go right click. So of course that pure damage can be very annoying for the Timber. So I do think besides that, I think this is an incredible Timber Sword pick, and I think it's enough for them to get over the line.
Yeah, I think wonderful last pick. I'm on board with that. We've seen Save last game on Cuddle. This guy likes to get his farm, and we'll do the same on the Ench, and it's definitely important that he gets farm this game, because the way Betboom play is, I think more than most teams here that are doing well, they're actually playing for these like 40+ minute games, and this may be kind of similar. I mean, ideally you want to hit that Medusa item timing, which is more like 25 to 30 minutes, but that can be very precise and not always, it's not reliable. So you need your plan B, your contingency plan, which is going to be, having 4 scaling heroes, having an Ench who can become a damage dealing threat as well in the late game.
So Parker, do you feel like this Timber last pick is enough for Entity to have a 1-1 tie to close out day 3 of Dream League?
I want to jump on board, but Betboom just looked really good to me. Like I'm going to go with Betboom, but I think it's not because of the draft. It's just because where they're at as a team and the way they kind of understand how to execute their playstyle, I just think is like on point right now.
Okay. All right. Well,
are you going Entity? You said it was a game-winning Timber pick, Aries. You can't back down now. Okay.
Yes, I did. I do think it is a game-winning pick. Even though I did say I do think there can be some concerns this game, but I think those concerns don't have to be. They won't get there. They won't get to that stage. So yes, I'm all on board the Entity train, and we'll see what the offlane anti-mage is able to provide us as well. Like what the build's going to be. I'm expecting the Vanguard Diffusal. Maybe your Scepter could be something that Toby wants to consider. Maybe he can just go like Vanguard Diffusal Manta. What is it? The world is his oyster. He can make whatever decision he wants to.
Yep. Definitely curious to see how things pan out there. And yeah, I'm totally okay seeing an anti-mage game, because this is, I think, our first anti-mage game here, right? On our games we've cast. So, we get an AM back to like 2014 or something, but I'm on board as long as it's not every game, you know. And it's more interesting than Naga versus PL or something, you know. Those are the really bad matchups. The Illusion versus Illusions. Oh, Naga gets ganked, Song of the Siren, and TP out. Like, this is like classy Dota.
Classy Dota. You know, whoever would have thought the anti-mage could be played in an off lane? At least we got that. You know, it's if that's what you call classy Dota, then okay.
Yep. Look, it's the new meta, you know. Yeah, exactly. We get to see how things kind of get a bit spicier now. And I think this is it's a good way to make the AM pick work, because I do think it's kind of like a tricky game to like rely on AM just to like be your hard carry, because the laning stage itself is a little bit just rough. Like whether you're against the Legion lane or the Dusa lane, like I don't think there's a easy lane for AM to go to where you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna free farm and be able to carry the game. So I kind of like the idea of putting the AM into that 3 position here.
Yeah. So let us say we should have the game up on screen pretty shortly for you guys. So no dramas just there. Of course, you are not missing anything at all. No need to fear. It's just going to be a basic old farm fest between everyone.
Come on, Aries, start the game already, please.
Yeah, come on. Why me? What have I done? Are you sure it's not you? I don't know. Maybe you're the one that's actually holding us up here.
You're the one running the show. You're the play-by-play, right? You push all the buttons.
I push all the buttons, talk a lot. Yeah, but you're the one that is supposed to give all the in-depth analysis, and I feel like you're the one that should then dictate how everything goes. And if you're not up to the task, that's all right. Let me know. It's all good.
You're bringing out my imposter syndrome here.
Imposter syndrome.
No. But yep, good to see. I'm excited for this one. Like you say, this is the chance for BetBoom to kind of get their revenge. The entities had their number a bit, and this would be a nice little pick-me-up for BetBoom, and also an important series. I mean, you mentioned Entity, like that's kind of the same story with the Liquid Secret series, where you know one team isn't playing for a lot, but for BetBoom, they came into this series with 5-5, so they're now 6-5 in a very tightly contested group. Getting a 2-0 here could be huge for them in terms of actually advancing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see who their other series is even against as well for BetBoom. They got to versus GG, so okay, like that's a pretty difficult last opponent as well.
All the more reason to 2-0 here. I'm talking, you definitely want a 2-0 here if your last series is against GG. And I guess, I mean, a 2-0 here would probably have them in the top 4, but then if they get 0-2, they'd be like, you know, maybe top 4, maybe tiebreakers, maybe not. It would be very, very, close for them. I mean, both these groups look so close right now. Just like the fact that in Group A, first place has a 7-win, 5-loss record is insane. Like that's first place. They've only, it's 5 draws and 1 win. Like that's first place for 3 teams, 3-way tie, but Group A especially is absolutely insane. You've got 7 of the 8 teams have 6 wins out of 12 games in Group A. Yeah. Like, what the hell is going on over there?
Yeah, that's crazy. And then one of those teams that don't have that is Liquid, which is crazy to say. It looks like we do have the game up on screen, so couple kills. We saw down bottom where they were able to get 1 kill, and then top lane there was a kill as well. So not too much action has been mixed. It looks like both supports were the ones that were able to get it. And overall, people are having a pretty good time. Does look like Dusa though isn't farming. In fact, Nightfall 11 last hits, 4 minutes in. Toby's doing a very good job to continue to put the pressure on.
So, yeah, good start. Looks like the Anti-Mage and the Timber Pick, you mentioned how, you know, this is a game where this could be a game-winning Timber Pick, having a fantastic early start to the laning stages. BetBoom picked themselves up another kill up top. This is the lane I was most concerned about when it came to how Entity deal with it. This Eng plus Legion just feels like a really tricky lane to play into.
What did you make of the Legion changes that we've seen in 7.33? Because I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen too much of this hero.
Yeah, definitely when I first, like, the very first patch, I was like, this hero just feels, like, kind of absurd now. Like, getting the... It used to be like you had to push too many buttons before you duel, and getting like the auto cast and the swap so that, you know, you're getting your attack speed that's that much easier just felt really nice. But it hasn't really translated that way. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, definitely have seen... and players have tried out the Legion, because I think a lot of offlane players saw it and were like, yeah, Legion's way better now, but
yeah,
the general feel is just being like, it's still not doing enough.
Maybe it's... Another thing is just like with the meta we currently have as well, it's still a lot of the offlaners... I know the auras were nerfed, but they are still predominantly focused on having that team fight utility, which the Legion doesn't provide. So, as we do see Pure being able to dive deep under the tower with the help of Save's creep, Fishman, no escape. One side of the trees gets blocked and the other won't even be able to make it out of. So, you know, if you can get kills, then sure, this hero feels pretty good. As well, we're going to see kills on the opposite side of the map. It's bottom lane that Katami goes down. And Nightfall really getting put in the bin here to start this game.
Yeah, this has been a tough one for him, but we'll see if they can fix things here. Once again, top lane. They're TPing back in to try and help Watson out. He is not having a fun time up here with the constant pressure. They're just diving under this tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It would have been a walk of shame as well from Fishman, so very close to securing the kill. And you might need to... I don't actually... What do you even do? Do you try and rotate the Shadow Demon top? But if you do, then I don't know if the Anti-Mage can play solo into the bottom lane. They're going to try and continue to put the pressure on as Toronto Tokyo. He's had enough at bottom. Wants to make his mark up top, and that's going to be up to Watson's lane in some danger. Glimpse will buy him some valuable time. Gatomi's going to try and help out. It's just a little bit too far away from the banishment to keep his carry alive.
Yeah, you mentioned the Shadow Demon rotation, but you rotate and your carry's still going down. That definitely does not feel good at all. You know, Medusa gets left in a 1v1, which, you know, isn't ideal for Medusa, being able to, like, you're not completely free farming there, but you're still getting something out of the lane, so... Tricky situation for Entity to be in with how this top lane has started. They do have that kind of saving grace of a mid lane that's been absolutely dominated by Timbersaw.
And it's only going to get better now. Stormstormer got a Fairy's Trinket, so lucky-ish. So, I mean, it's still lucky. You've got a couple other neutrals. You'd definitely not as good on him. So, in the selection, probably got the best one for him. So, I really wonder what they're going to be able to do for GPK. That's the big thing. How... He's got treads now. It's definitely not going to be the fast treads blink timing like we saw prior. But how can they make sure he still gets a pretty good timing out of this? Because you know Stormstorm is going to want to try and hunt him down.
It's going to be a game where Stormstormer can put a lot of pressure on the map. He probably wants to try and take that mid-tier 1 tower early first, but maybe with the right power rune can make some of those rotations, even though Timbersaw not really known for being that big rotating hero. But constant pressure and movement. This Spirit Breaker just charging all over the map. Toronto Tokyo knows no chill.
And he doesn't indeed. Watson's going to try coming to the rescue, though. Stops at least the Jewel from being able to get the kill. And now they're going to look to try and pursue on for more. But the Glimpse drag back, Stormstormer should be able to provide all the damage they need. But Toronto Tokyo has something else to say about it. Pure's going to be able to step out of danger, but it means the Spirit Breaker will be the sacrificial lamb, and he plays that role incredibly well. With him going down, we missed the kill down bottom. Nightfall. Who got the kill into Nightfall? Looks like it was Katomi with the help of Toby, and that was even without the Mana Void as well. So top went great, but mid and bottom not looking good for BetBoom.
Yeah, and even top a bit of maybe over-aggression with just how kind of kill-hungry they're getting. So Nightfall's going to be forced back into the jungle early, and you can see his farm on the net worth there, sitting down there at number 6, and usually he's the guy that is kind of playing these kind of slow-paced BetBoom games where they just scale into the late game. But if he's not having a good start, that can really mess with them, particularly when there's an anti-mage on the other side.
Pure? Once again, Tokyo. Great timing out of his charges to try and keep his cause alive. That was a big kill they were able to find onto Watson. More than happy with the exchange of Save's life. And it's also just importantly giving some time as well for GPK to be able to get his farm. So his 30 net worth, even after the really rough lane that he had. Even Save's going to TP bottom to try and get the refill on the bottle.
I think that's it. What you're saying if you're BetBoom, it's like kind of think back to last game where it's like the actual pre-Tiny Blink, like it was Entity who were up like 1k gold out of the lanes or something, but things just quickly, you know, they flip a switch when they get this Tiny Blink. They're making all kinds of aggressive smoke moves. This time around, like, he doesn't have like the support, the ideal supports to kind of smoke with. Like, Spirit Breaker is this active hero who can kind of charge around the map, but it's not like, you know, the Disruptor and things that can kind of just go for these smoke plays. So we'll see what the plan is once he gets that Blink Dagger. Probably wants to play around the Legion and try build up some duel damage would be my guess.
Well, we're actually going to see the Legion look to play down bottom. There's going to be the toss back into the duel potentially. GPK is going to try and find the opening. In fact, he could just poke over the trees, so they'll use the toss instead for the extra damage on top of the Anti-Mage's body. I love what they're doing on BetBoom. So crafty, man. Get Nightfall out of this bottom lane. Get GPK out of mid. Dusa can play middle lane. You shove it out with Snake, go back, farm the jungle, and then you can put GPK down bottom to offer some kill threat, and he too doesn't really mind much about the anti-mage. So this is a very unique way for them to be able to address the rough lanes that were going on currently.
Yeah, just have someone down there. If you want to slow down this anti-mage, because that's the hero that can give Deuce the most problems. So just find Deuce at the best place on the map to farm away. Ooh, that's a lot of farm going Storm's way. But like whether that's mid lane or in the jungle, Deuce is going to just rotate around wherever the safest and easiest farm is, and then have other heroes try and shut down and slow down this anti-mage who, you know, does pose a big threat. Even though it is a 3-position anti-mage, you don't want to just let Toby get it kind of like a free game here because of how problematic his hero can be for your draft.
That's super important though, right, with Nightfall not being top of the net worth, because you mentioned in particular, like with the Medusa versus Anti-Mage matchup, it might be a little bit different with the offlane, but you need to kind of end the game with 2 items. If you're unable to do so, then, I mean, we're well aware what the Anti-Mage can do as this game goes on.
And then even heroes like, I think, as this game goes on, like Timbersaw does very well against the Medusa because she is an easy hero to hit with all your spells. She's not very mobile, so slowing down these Medusa item timers can be very problematic because, yeah, you are trying to end the game around that, like, you know, first Aegis, you want to maybe get at least like a big lead, take maybe even your first lane of racks. Second Aegis is usually where you're trying to end the game. So does not feel like BetBoom is on pace, at least right now. We're 12 minutes in, but a lot can kind of be read already from where things are at.
The ambitious TV.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think Watson didn't level Skewer or something? I don't know.
Yeah, or no RP.
True.
He had 2 if he wanted, so just maybe hoping, yeah, well, use an RP. I don't know, but yeah, nonetheless, he will end up going down. Nicely done. It does stop them from continuing this bottom push, though, which they did have multiple heroes set up, but get some kills, and meanwhile it even gives some more time for Katomi to continue stacking the Ancients. There's more stacks for them to work with.
Oh boy, this Timber is just massive. 8k net worth, almost miles ahead of every other core in this game. It's been a completely free game for Stormer.
I mean, they need to connect with these GPK rotations now. It's going to move up to top, so definitely this is the trio that you want, and in particular, if it's not going to be 3, it needs to be the 2 of Enchantress and Tiny. So they've got pretty good vision around this lane to be able to find the kills, and they might get Watson as well in this next creep wave. Yeah, he's tanky though, Parker, 2200 health.
They've got the Arcane Rune though. We saw the Arcane Rune last game. That was where this game just broke wide open.
Oh, maybe with Pure here. The TPs are coming out. Are they going to be fast enough to protect him, though? The damage, it's overwhelming. They get the duel victory as well. It's huge for Pure. Now they're not done. Arcane, GPK, he's ready to go. There's no real downtime now for the Tiny. It blinks up in a couple of seconds. What is it with his Arcane Rune? I thought maybe last game it was the Coddle to help refresh the spells, but doesn't seem like it's going to matter this time. I think he was able to purge off the rune and slow down the Tiny. That will not stop them at all. There's a tier 2 tower, no deterrent. BetBoom find 3 kills for free.
Yeah, Arcane Rune Tiny's pretty damn good. And it's, yeah, literally almost, it's the exact same one. It was a 12-minute Arcane Rune. That's what it was last game as well. He gets Blink, and then the Arcane Rune's there. Like, it's almost good that the Arcane Rune didn't spawn at 6 or 8 minutes in, so he gets it with his Blink timing. Gets an Invis rune now, which is nowhere near as good. The Arcane rune and the Haste are the two big ones. I think Arcane being the best possible, but that will honestly just kind of salvaged this early game because things were not looking great for BetBoom. But I mean, that's kind of what they play for. They kind of don't make these early moves until they get the Tiny Blink and they give up ground. But as soon as Tiny gets Blink, they're ready to make those moves and kind of salvage things, so to speak. And Nightfall, he just sees his team owning without him. He's like, great, guys, keep it up. I'm going to keep hitting creeps. I'll see you in like 10 minutes.
Yep. All right, 25 minutes in. Let's see what Nightfall, what his status is at that stage, because even though BetBoom with their 3 ready to go, make it 4 now with the Blink on Pure as well. And Toby, he wants to start fighting. Very close to having the Diffuser Blade, just needs 100 gold. And we haven't really seen Stormer get too involved as well. I mean, 201, yes, but after all the stacks he's been able to farm, now it's time for him to put his mark on this game.
Yeah. Interesting, the different build. Like, it's like, to me, this is like, how's this Timber game different with the other one we saw? Like, where Nisha just rushes off Dream, but he seems to value getting more damage output versus the cooldowns, although in my mind, cooldowns is damage output, so it's a little bit of a different approach to the Timber in terms of itemization.
I personally do not like the Scepter from Stormer this game. You already have a Dispel on BetBoom, which is my big issue. Save can always just use the enchant to get rid of it. I have no idea why. I don't know why that ability can be dispelled. It just seems like 4,200 gold and you can spell it like that, Toby. Some danger, Glimpse. Can it give enough separation? Not with GPK, nor Pure nearby. Now the victory for Pure, which is ever so vital to his scaling.
Yeah, that's always the BetBoom way. Have as many scaling heroes as possible, and Legion getting dual damage is a big part of that. Enchantress looking to scale. Like, even look at their supports. Like, both their supports, one at 5k net worth, the other 4.3. Like, compared to Entity supports who are playing much more classic support, selfless style.
We're seeing them try and help out here in this engagement, but can they protect? Stormer is pretty survivable. It's got a danger. Tree Toss, not enough. What? He lives? Stormer. Very nicely done. Skinner his teeth, gets out of danger. 2 kills to favor Entity.
Yeah, that's a huge survive there. Him going down there would have been pretty damn bad, especially with Medusa being a part of the kill. It would have been a nice little turnaround for BetBoom. I mean, I say turnaround, I think this game's actually in a pretty stable place. I wouldn't give either team a big edge right now. If anything, you know, I think Entity, there is some pressure on them to make some moves, make some plays happen. Like, they've got this Timbersaw who's got a lot of farm priority and is incredibly strong, but you can't just, you know, get down the game too much, especially against a team like BetBoom. Like, they love these slow farm heavy games. And again, they've got a draft that really can kind of benefit from it.
I think a lot of the attention needs to be put on the Shadow team in this game. Like, I love the item of choice with him going Blink Dagger next. We've spoken about the banishment aggressively for the Deuce illusions, but even just defensively versus the Legion save, like, there is so much value that Katomi can have on this game. And if he finds the farm, which we have seen him do, and thanks to a lot of the stacks he's gotten as well, you'll be able to have a lot of impact as this game goes on.
Yep. See what the next plan is going to be in terms of these two teams strategically. Dire side not feeling necessarily the pressure to make any aggressive moves right away. You know, they do have to be wary. Like, the double blinks, the Tiny Legion, this is a bit of at least a bit of a power spike where BetBoom are going to look to use through those smokes, try and build up that dual damage. So I think there is some, you know, need for Entity to basically not give off too many pickups right now. Either stick together and force fights as a team, or if you're splitting up to farm, just making sure you don't have heroes like Watson getting picked.
All right. Very, very close. Watson. Just a build. It's going to go Satanic, so this is one of the items we've seen in the past to address, like, Legion and Axe, where you're able to right-click still through that taunt or taunt, I suppose you can say. So even though if you can activate Satanic before the duel, perfect. If not, sometimes just the basic lifesteal you get is enough. So we shall see from Watson.
Yeah, I definitely think the build makes a lot of sense. You're kind of also like asking the question like, hey, do you guys have enough damage here? Like Medusa's not this like insane damage hero. You know, you're going to be able to survive the tiny combo and then just heal your way up through it. So it kind of creates this scenario where, like, you know, fights are going to last a long time with how tanky Medusa is, and, you know, both sides are. So the items like lifesteal and sustain just get that much better when you've got all these tanky heroes that can kind of, you know, lifesteal their way through a fight. So definitely a lot of value, I think, on the Satanic this game for Magnus.
I brought up kind of the itemization potential of Toby this game after the Vanguard Diffusal. I like this Helmet choice a lot. I think not only is there an immense amount of value versus the Dusa, but even the Legion, right, you can even say Tiny as well for that matter. So I think this is going to be a really impactful Helmet for Toby.
Yeah. Oh, it's, yeah, definitely amazing. I mean, a couple good targets in both Medusa as well as the Legion Commander, but it's an item that, yeah, Medusa just struggles against. Like, it means you can just pop a halberd on her in a team fight, target everyone else, and feel really good about how the team fight goes. And Entity have found themselves in a position just to take Roche uncontested. Nothing BetBoom can really do here. They're not really ready to fight. And, you know, we talked about Medusa and her timings and how she wants to play the game. When it's the other team getting the ace and you're playing on the back foot, we're not really going to see that, you know, classic Medusa versus anti-mage item timing. If anything, we're going to be going back into, like, more, like, hey, let's just scale into the late game where anti-mage does very well against Medusa. Again, this is totally different, being offlane anti-mage with the itemization and all that, but they've got a lot of ways to damage through Medusa with Timbersaw, reposition her with Magnus, so a lot of things that can give Entity good scaling.
Oh, he saw them coming through the rift. Let's see if the blink is going to be enough. Back off cooldown, get some distance to the trees, but can they catch up to him? Oh, he lived? Okay.
He didn't have the Legion, yeah. Fortunately, there was no jewel to lock him in place. They're going to smoke and retaliate here.
GPK, he's going to go for the straight TP out. Watson, he's going to be there in the nick of time to stop that short. Oh, GPK is going to make him work for it, but he will not be able to get the blink back up, so even Katomi has to come through to help secure the kill. But it does take a little bit extra time, so we see instantly BetBoom going to try and do whatever they can to get the other lanes in a position where it's not easy for Entity to find some objectives.
Yeah, this game with Aegis on dire side for BetBoom, you're definitely just looking to avoid fights, slow it down, even give up some of these outer towers. Like, hey, they group up down bottom, you go push out top, farm the jungle up there. You've got plenty of heroes that just want to try and stall as much as possible. You don't have the best ways to kind of cut waves or stall this push, though, so can get a bit tricky, especially like a Timbersaw who can kind of plop himself on the high ground even here. We'll see what the plan is going to be. I don't think Entity can really test the waters with any kind of a high ground push right now, so they're just going to back off, and you'd love to go hunting and try, you know, pick off some of these split pushing heroes, but that's often easier said than done.
This will do nicely. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Even though it's a 3,000 net worth lead, this feels much more disastrous than what the gold is showing. Would you agree with that?
You mean in terms of the Entity advantage?
Yes, yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it's okay for BetBoom. Like, I'm not entirely sure how to evaluate how this Medusa is going to scale into this draft. Like, because anti-mage is an offlane. Obviously, the AM offlane is not the first time we've seen it from Toby or just in general. But like, I don't expect Timbersaw to be able to just like dominate and carry this game. But I do think Entity's in a very comfortable position. And they've hit some really important item timings. You know, the halberd being a really problematic one for Medusa. But yeah, I'd say it feels more like a 5 to 6k gold race. Yeah, I think I agree with that to a small extent.
Yeah, I think the reason why I bring that up is my concern is that the reason why this game is so close is because somehow Nightfall was able to catch up in farm. Like, he's been a man on a mission to have the net worth that he currently has, and
yeah.
Oh, hold that, because BetBoom, they're looking for a smoke, and Watson would be a great target, but he's ready to counter. Just gets the skewer onto one. GPK's going to do his best to try and buy some time to disengage. Unfortunately, Toronto Tokyo will not have the same fate. Pure finds a great opening. The Shadow Demon's their primary target if they're able to bring him down. Save will be able to secure the kill. Couple of buybacks coming out from either side as Watson wants to close the distance onto Pure, but the glimpse sends him back into the river. And BetBoom want nothing more of this engagement, but they might need to move over to the Nightfall. As a Mana Void, it's still there from Toby. It won't be used primarily to bring him down, but at least it stops the TP to help everyone else get in range, and that's where the extra damage can come into play. As now they might even go for more as well with Stormstormer chaining over the top. GPK, he will not be able to escape. Overwhelming amounts of damage out of the Timber, and now they're going to look for save next as well. Even with the skewer off the mark and lack of mana from Stormstormer, it might actually matter. Save, he'll be okay.
Yep, doesn't get skewered back or anything there. But yeah, a fight that BetBoom forced into the Aegis there, and you know, anything were just ready for it. They were positioned with Magnus in the front line, so he's the one who kind of scouts out the smoke, and he's got an Aegis, so he's in no danger for his own life. Forces the fight with the skewer in, and yeah, I don't think BetBoom have the right item timings to really force this fight. They've got the Ag Shard now coming out on Shadow Demon, which is a really nice pickup. That's one of the better Ag Shards in the game, and
Toby? Okay, looks like a free kill down bottom. Yes, they're gonna have the damage.
And yeah, this is to me what BetBoom should be doing. Like, why I was surprised they forced that fight is just find pickoffs and look to scale. Build up your dual damage. Build Enchantress into a scaling core as well. Like, the Ench is really trying to itemize to do some right-click damage this game. And yeah, Medusa doesn't have the best matchups to be a late-game carry, but I don't think there's any other way you can approach this game. Like, fighting into an Aegis is just not going to cut it here.
So it's unfortunate they don't have too many more objectives for them to be able to play this split push game and get these pickoffs. I mean, we do see Save and Pure there hoping that someone goes towards the right Ancients, but they are grouping up currently for Entity. Maybe Tokyo is going to join them as well, so let's see if anyone does eventually show on this right side, because like you said, butting your heads 5 men is going to be a difficult cause now for BetBoom.
I think they need to be the ones kind of playing at least a little bit of keep away, even with the Aegis expiring. They are trying to wait to see what pickoffs come their way. But, you know, like, Legion Commander is just, I think a hero that excels when you can just kind of split push the map, because that's going to naturally create openings to get these dual kills. Duel is much better for pickoffs than it is for like a 5v5 team fight.
I do hope though, if he, you know, when he's using duels inside these team fights, so that he does continue to prioritize Katomi. I do think in that previous fight where we saw inside the Revolt, like, his jump on the Shadow Demon was everything you need out of him. Because if you don't, the banishment's instantly going to be there. So you need to take him out of the equation. And that's probably just going to need to come down to GPK as well to get that extra burst potential inside the duel.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do see though, both Wisdom Rooms are going to go the way of Entity. And they might take the Tormentor though. We'll see if Pure and Save going to consider that. But meanwhile though, back mid, GPK, what is that damage? Someone just blew him up.
Yeah, this Timber is becoming a big problem. They're going to threaten the high ground here. Elsewhere, BetBoom were just going for the enemy Tormentor, so they get that Enchantress shard for themselves, which is not a bad find, but they're going to defend. No Aegis, no problem. Entity's ready to go for the high ground and basically feel like they've got all the items they need, and with a dead Tiny, there's no real threat of a toss back, so this is a very safe high ground push.
It's kind of a nice choreo snipe. They get rid of the Lincolns for Watson, but I don't know if that's going to stop them though. Onwards they go, full set mid, down to bottom. They're not going to have to worry about backdoor protection as well. They've still got creeps funneling through mid.
And even the Tiny tossback doesn't feel like an amazing tool
No way,
against
got
these
an RB
heroes.
onto 2! Drag back into the Static Storm. What an opening for Watson. Pure's going to do his best to turn it around, but that's where the banishment comes into play. Keeps them alive inside the duel. BetBoom, I don't know how they're going to be able to take the fight. Nightfall's out of resources. You could not have asked for a better way for Watson to start the fight. Another skewer. dragging them further away from any retreat possibility. As Entity, they'll lose no one and they will take everything as Pure last man standing, but not for long. Watson again stopping them short. What a carry performance from him in that individual team fight.
Yeah, and this is, I think, one of the things highlighted, previewing this series is when it comes to the carry matchup, Watson's hero pool is super diverse. He'd played 9 different heroes in 10 games, pulling out a carry Magnus, whereas on the BetBoom side, you know what you're getting. You know Nightfall's going to be on this Medusa, on this hard carry Morphling. That's his bread and butter. That's the BetBoom style. So Entity's response to game 1 was just to get this super fast-paced draft that, yeah, they picked an anti-mage, but they go Timber and then Magnus carry, and they're just ready to knock at BetBoom's door 29 minutes in the game, where Medusa is just not ready to fight.
Not at all. Not at all. Perfect from Entity. Everything you would need out of them in that fight. Not only do you get the start, but just a little thing. Katomi doesn't get dueled, so he can protect that member inside the pure control. And they were hoping just for that one pick off. Dude, I'm looking inside the base. There are 3 Dire Observer wards inside Radiant's base. They'll find one of them. Maybe they won't expect the other 2 to still be there.
Often you D-ward 1 and you're like, okay, we got their high ground ward. Yeah, 2 more. Jeez. We'll see if they can find those, but that's 2 lanes of Rax. Roshan respawning right as they arrive, right on cue. And this game looking damn near impossible for BetBoom now. There's going to be Aegis Cheese and 1 lane of Rax left standing, but they do scan this. Okay, they want to contest this. I like this. They've got to get out. They can't afford to give another Roshan to Entity.
It seems like they know, though.
Yeah.
Maybe with this bottom observer ward, they saw them coming outside the base. I didn't see the path of BetBoom. This is a pretty big, you got big AB on Dusa. This is your last fight. If it doesn't go your way, any other fight will not. They also see Katomi.
Oh, nice ward,
great
the
target.
ward vision, yeah.
That's the best target to get rid of to start the fight, and they'll be able to do so. And he doesn't have a buyback, but Watson again. Another RP onto 2, this time catching Pure, but he's going to have enough time to react with the BKB. Tries to shrug off the damage, he's able to get some separation. But Entity, they want to hunt. Nightfall's finally going to get involved, but it might be a little bit too late. Stone get used to buy some time. GPK with a backline stab. It's a pretty decent combo out, but the damage, it's just lacking. Entity, they are too far ahead. BetBoom don't have the response. They'll try it with the Rainbow. Stormer will fall low, but as soon as the BKB expires from Nightfall, he will pop whenever the Mana Void is ready to go from Toby. He doesn't cast it, Toby. Alright, gets channeled down thanks to GPK spells, but Watson and Stormer, they're still ready to go. Another skewer onto 2. And that should be all she wrote. The one fight that looked pretty decent for BetBoom, but it did not matter in the end. Entity will find all 5 and toy with them a little bit before they go for the finishing blow.
I mean, it started off great, having that ward on the high ground to snipe the Shadow Demon, but I think they overcommitted on the Shadow Demon. Like, there's no need to use the jewel there as well. Like, I understand Pierre's looking just like scale and build up this jewel damage, but then you don't have the jewel for the team fight. It's a very important source of lockdown. So I think they just kind of throw too much on a Shadow Demon there to get the kill. And that's a big part of why that fight did not go well for them. I mean, obviously, there's the huge gold discrepancy. Saw Stormer, he's just in the middle of all these heroes, tanking everything. Nothing comes close to killing him. All the Rainbow Enchantress impetus is just kind of tickling away at him.
Tokyo, my friend? Oh, unfortunate Observer Sentry placement. It's ambitious, but I mean, I don't... Yeah, you're like, why not? Like, what
he had a
else am I
hope and a
gonna
prayer.
do?
He's just like, they won't have a sentry here. Who sentries with a Roche pit?
Ooh, Pure. They're gonna get Pure as well. No TP. It's gonna be a chase down, and Watson, he'll easily be able to get up to him.
He's like, duel me, come on, do it. I'll take the duel.
He was ready for it. Watson wants a wave as well. He'll get the last laugh in that skirmish and potentially this game as well, because it doesn't get any easier. 1%. And soon going to fly down all the way 0 as well.
Well, we're going to see the final high ground defense get tested here. Can BetBoom hold against the Aegis? It feels like a damn near impossible task.
us see. Let us see. MKB now completed for Mr. Watson. We get to take a look at that last fight. I mean, how many times are you going to get multi-man skewers, though, on Watson?
Yeah, it feels like he's just had... I mean, we often, every time... I've emphasized... Yeah, okay, that's an important source of damage.
That it is. You need to keep the Enchanter alive. Watson's fallen pretty low. Banishment as soon as he used Satanic. Now Pure's going to be finding the opening as well into the Shadow Demon, but Watson to the rescue with a skill. The damage has been dealt, though. They've got the important kill into the SD. Eyes on save, though, but Watson... That's the RP to close out the game. Stunning Storm as well. What a combo. This man has had one hell of a mag performance.
Whew. That's a fun way to end the game. I mean, they're not going to GG out just yet. They're going for that last hurrah. They've got the Medusa with the buyback, but 1 versus 4. GG.
Oh my lord.
This Magnus performance was something else.
That it was. That it was indeed. And just great to see Entity have the capability to flex their heroes as well. Like, that was a vital reason of why they're able to get these favorable matchups. We saw Timber be played mid against GPK, dominated, was able to take stacks and was a huge damage source through the early game. And we saw Toby just bodied in the bottom lane as well against the Medusa. So great to see. Parker, I don't know what it is, but whenever we cast Liquid now and Entity, they always get tires when we are casting them. Maybe we needed to do their games a little bit more. We said the same with Liquid. It looks to be the same with Entity as well.
Yeah, and I'm always a bit, it's like depressing because we do the interviews with them afterwards. It's like, oh, congrats on winning game 2. And, oh, yeah, you're eliminated from the tournament, but we don't need to mention that. But honestly, yeah, it always makes me wonder, like, oh, well, what's going on in these teams' other games? Because Entity and Liquid have looked overall, like, reasonably solid in the games we covered them, but things have just not clicked for them in some of their other series, evidently.
Yeah, evidently, which is... Unfortunate, because like you said, they've looked pretty goddamn good in some of the games that we've watched, and this one in particular, man, like overall incredible performance. I mean, we get to take a look at the scoreboard and how it shaped up. Stormstorm with 13-0-13. I think even though in a lot of their losses he's been a shining light for them on the Timber, on the Beastmaster, in a lot of the games he's looked good. I'm just taking a look at the stacks as well on how many we made. Oh, no way. Guess how many stacks as a whole Entity made this game?
I was going to go with 12.
They made 24.
What?
Yeah.
Across? Oh my god.
All across the 5. Fishman made 10, and Katomi made 10 as well. So I don't know how the Disruptor can make as many as the Shadow Demon. That's quite impressive in itself, but... They made 24 all up, 20 between the 2 supports. That is crazy.
Yeah, not too shabby. That's you're a carry player or just a core on this team. You're pretty happy with that. I mean, Stormstormer was just farming jungle for like all of the early to mid game and just got out of control this game. Timbersaw looking like a pretty OP hero in some of these games we've covered. The first pick, Liquid Timber for Nisha, that went uncountered. This game, not a first pick, it was a last pick, and you kind of called it like, this looks like a game-winning Timber pick, and sure enough, nothing dealt with the Timber at all this game.
This game had the airy snap, and apparently that was enough. I was a little bit concerned, but I gave it that, and we saw Entity did not disappoint. So, I don't know, we get to take a look at how some of the fights looked in the monster moments as well. Of course, a lot of them are going to favor Entity. Some look good to start. You felt like always whenever you're able to get the jewel onto the Shadow Demon, that is what you needed. But there were still all the other heroes that you had to address as well for BetBoom.
Yeah. I think the main issue with the BetBoom's draft this game was the way the Tiny and the LC function overlap too much. Like, they're both these heroes that hit a blink timing and then want to run around finding pickoffs. And you don't really want 2 heroes that do that. You want one, like the Tiny or the LC should be running around with blink trying to find pickoffs with supports to create space for Medusa, but you want your other hero to be a hero that also takes advantage of that space, or if they're joining these fights, is, a hero that's a bit more multi-dimensional. They basically just had 2, like, pick-off heroes, and then they didn't have a well-balanced draft, I think, partly as a result of that, maybe. And obviously there's just the issue of, like, Medusa having a rough time. Like, it was a really slow start for the Medusa. She got bullied out of the lane early, already has a tough matchup. Like, you're hard counter this game. There's an anti-mage, there's a magnet skewer to pull you out of position, there's a Timbersaw who has a ton of damage, so it's always going to be a tough Medusa game. And then when you have a bad start, it just feels like you're in a pretty helpless situation.
Man, that's a good feeling. That is a very good feeling when you hit an RP like that onto 4. You get the Mana Void follow-up as well. That is indeed a monster moment. So, yeah, hopefully they're able to get a little bit more out of them. Like we said, Entity, they won't be moving on to Groups 2. They still have one more series to play as well, so hopefully they're able to have another good showing there. That will be against Ashtar, so another tricky opponent for them, but we've seen some shining lights from them so far, at least from the series we've casted. And again, like we said earlier in the day, really a lot of their attention is just going to be put over towards the TI qualifiers now for them, a couple months away. But I wonder, I'm going to raise the question again, Parker, in the couple hours you've had, how do teams deal with this mid-timber? Because we were saying, like, if they can first pick it and it looked very good in that Liquid series, and now you have the potential to go for it a 24th pick and look good as well, what do we feel like teams can do? Because I don't know, this series is looking really difficult to beat.
Yeah, I gotta imagine that the first pick Timber can be addressed better. Get supporting casts like heroes that make life annoying, like your silencers and stuff, magic damage, your Skywrath. So I think getting the right supports to deal with it. I think dealing with like a late Timber pick, that's a much trickier question, especially in a game like this where you have cores that have very low damage output, like the tiny magic combo's decent, but that's really all you had. But yeah, I think first pick Timber is very, maybe not full counterable, but there's ways to draft into it. Yeah, high damage supports, silences, and then making sure you don't go for like these low right click damage cores that don't really do damage into reactive armor. So that it shouldn't be you shouldn't get like a free win just by first picking Timber, but definitely when it comes to later on in the draft, maybe it's something that I'm sure we're going to see maybe Bedlam look back, and if they talk about this draft, be like, yeah, we should have banned Timber or something, for example.
Well, the Timber was a vital reason why they were able to come out on top, and Watson was as well. An incredible Magnus performance. We're going to get an interview out of him as well. Watson, lovely to have you here. Parker, I'll let you start with the questions.
Awesome. Congratulations, Watson. That was a really sick showing from you. Definitely enjoyed seeing your Magnus here. I'm wondering how much of the, your team picked the anti-mage in the first phase. How much of the plan is when you pick that, is it to flex the hero? Or was it always the plan to pick a carry for you later on in the draft?
It was a flex carry. No, I mean anti-mage. Like when we saw Legion, we picked Magnus.
Yep. And as far as your hero pool goes this tournament, you played a ton of different heroes. Coming into this series, I think you played 9 different heroes across 10 games. I'm wondering, on this new patch, are there certain heroes that you really like, or are you just enjoying playing a wide range of heroes?
Just like this patch, I play a lot of heroes. The favorite, I think, Morphling.
Favorite Morphling. Okay, good. And then I guess final question from me. For you guys, the next big event coming up is probably going to be the TI qualifiers. What's the plan for your team leading up to those qualifiers?
After DreamLeague bootcamp, I think we will go chill a bit from bootcamp, and then go again for bootcamp for TI quals.
Nice.
Very good. Watson, I'm intrigued on what the team dynamic is like compared to your Hellraisers team compared to now with Entity. Can you speak about that a little bit?
I mean, in Hellraisers I speak Russian. Here I speak only English. And
was it sorry.
And in Hellraisers, like, I had a greedy mid laner, greedy pots free, and in this team I can play like more greedier than Hellraisers. And I like. Yeah.
And in regards to like you being known as how you hit the scene is like this rank 1 player, and a lot of people respect you in that aspect. How when you look into your pub games, what do you try and do to improve yourself? Do you have like a checklist that you focus on to better your game?
No, I just enjoy playing Dota. That's all.
Very easy. Just enjoy playing Dota. Thank you very much for joining us, Watson, and hopefully we get to hear from you guys more shortly.
Bye-bye.
Okay, there we go. From Watson himself, and that is now our last series done for the night as well, Parker. So we've day 3 of DreamLeague done and dusted. Get to see another 1-1. So we're getting a lot of ties. Hopefully there's some more 2-0s going on some other streams, because have we seen all 1-1s in the games we've casted? We actually may have.
I think so, yeah. It's and yeah, spoiler alert, there's still a lot of 1-1s going on from looking at the tables for the group stage. Not all 1-1s, but a lot.
Yes, a lot of 1-1s, and we'll take a look at how the standings are looking after all those games as well. So at least the only thing guaranteed, far out, dude, 6 wins in your 7th. The only thing guaranteed is Liquid will not be moving over to groups 2, but any of those 7 teams can make it either up in the top 4 or also join Liquid and unfortunately not be moving over to groups 2.
And it's crazy because it's not like they have a ton of games left to like separate from each other. They all have just 1 series left. So it is like, honestly, that's one of the craziest group stages I feel like I've ever seen. That Group A right there.
And of course with Group B, it looks a little bit more, not even determined, but not as close. You know, for Shopify, it's not mathematically impossible, but it's, you know, the stars need to align. You need to win your remaining game versus OG. You need to 2-0 them, and you need to hope some of the other teams don't play too well on the final day of groups.
Yeah, not that maybe the result they were hoping for. The stand-in magic wasn't there for them this DreamLeague, so they do need a lot to go their way. And at least there's a bit of a clearer separation in Group B. You know, you've got the 2 teams with 8 wins up top who very likely should be advancing, but it's a fun little battle in the middle there. I'm really hoping to keep seeing Beast Coast go forward. They've been a ton of fun to watch. The stand-in Jim Park has looked absolutely fantastic. Right now, in terms of like, if I'm being biased, Beast Coast has been my favorite team. We've cast a lot of their games, but just playing a really exciting brand of Dota, and yeah, Jim Park making a name for himself as like a potential future star.
Yeah, a very unique style of Dota as well for Beast Coast, like you said. So it's this is a nice thing when regions come together to be able to battle it out. We get to see the differences in characteristics between all of them. So hopefully they're able to make it. Unfortunately, hopefully a lot of teams are able to make it. Like I could try and list off as many teams as I can, but unfortunately there's only going to be 4 slots per group as well. But of course that'll move over to groups 2, where we'll have plenty more action. So the Dota really does not stop anytime soon, which is very, very exciting stuff. So again, tomorrow will be the last day of Group C, which means we will have 1 series from Group A, 1 series from Group B as well, and then the day after will be hopefully tiebreakers, because everyone wants tiebreakers. Adds a little bit more to the stakes.
Yeah, and I don't see how Group A can end without tiebreakers, if I'm being honest. I mean, I don't know all the tiebreaker rules, but it feels unavoidable that some teams are going to be tied across like that 4th, 5th barrier. When you've got 7 teams who are all within 1 game of each other, it's going to be unavoidable. I don't know how it works. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm saying it's unavoidable.
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna say it's unavoidable as well, which means we have plenty more games to go, plenty more games, plenty more days, and hopefully some crazy more team fights and action here for DreamLeague Season 20. We're gonna be kicking off at the same time tomorrow. Groups A, Groups B, they will round out. You guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys then.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone in search. starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never